Chen Daozhen found himself transported to a world of celestial heroes, where he ascended to the position of a clan leader and awakened the most formidable family system. By continually developing his clan and consolidating fortune, he could enhance his powers. The system also promised a hundredfold return. The cultivation of clan members would yield a hundredfold reward for Chen Daozhen. So, I have truly crossed over? Chen Daozhen's eyes reflected disbelief, his face bearing a fresh crimson handprint, his own doing, a test to ascertain the authenticity of his situation. Yet, it was undeniably real. Taking a deep breath, he began to process the memories flooding his mind while striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. In Minghe City, he was the scion of the Chen family. More precisely, he was the newly appointed head of the Chen clan. His father had passed away during a beast attack when he was but a child, leaving his grandfather to steer the family through turbulent waters. Just half a month prior, his grandfather had also succumbed to the ravages of time. According to clan regulations, the position of clan leader could only be passed down if designated by the current leader, otherwise, it defaulted to the eldest son. However, the eldest son had perished, leaving Chen Daozhen as the sole heir. His ascension to the role was met with considerable dissent within the clan. No, it could hardly be termed dissent, it was vehement opposition. Chen Daozhen had even faced an assassination attempt, narrowly escaping thanks to a defensive artifact left behind by his grandfather. Was the initial condition truly this dire? As Chen Daozhen sifted through the memories, he stumbled upon an even more melodramatic revelation, an annulled engagement. The Chen clan had once been betrothed to the Sun family, yet with the passing of the elder, the Sun family had come forth to sever ties with him. Despite the Chen family's reluctance, they were left powerless without their patriarch. The most critical issue, however, was that Chen Daozhen was a cultivation failure, possessing mixed spiritual roots. Now at 19, he had only reached the second level of Qi cultivation. He felt tears welling up. What a dismal beginning, a failure wrapped in a broken engagement. This is truly tragic. In this realm of cultivation, the weak were as inconsequential as blades of grass. Should he lack sufficient strength, a mere ripple from a battle between the powerful could spell his doom. Yet, perhaps in this gloom, a system could emerge to aid him? Wasn't it customary for all transmigrators to receive such gifts? Chen Daozhen had read tales of many protagonists awakening their systems after months of crossing over. Could he survive even 5 days in his current predicament? The assassins lay within the Chen family, and their failure would surely incite further attempts on his life. With a stroke of luck, he might extend his existence a few days. Yet, should fortune turn against him, he might not see the day's end. "System, are you there?" he called out. "Come forth and speak." No sooner had he uttered these words than a chilling voice resonated within his mind. Cultivation system activating. Activation successful. Immediately, a translucent azure screen materialized before Chen Daozhen, displaying a series of information. Indeed, it has truly come. A mix of astonishment and delight surged through him. He hadn't anticipated that his casual summons would yield a system. "System, please introduce yourself," he urged, unable to conceal his excitement. The cold voice echoed again. This system specializes in cultivating powers, divided into 3 aspects: fortune, return, and lottery. Fortune represents the current fortune value of the binding power. The stronger the power, the higher the fortune value. Return. After cultivation, all members of the power will return 100-fold to the host. Lottery. The host may bind 1 power and, upon successful binding, can draw 3 times daily for free, acquiring random items. The higher the fortune value, the better the items obtained. Caution. Power binding is limited to once and cannot be changed thereafter. Chen Daozhen's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a system was indeed extraordinary. 100-fold return meant that breaking through the foundation establishment stage would be a matter of course. Currently, the only power he could bind was the Chen family. Without hesitation, he declared, "I bind the Chen family." In an instant, an unseen connection was established. Binding successful. As the cold voice faded, the system panel before Chen Daozhen transformed, revealing all matters concerning the Chen family. Power. Chen family current members. 273 fortune value. 3. Extremely low. Lottery level. 1. Upon glancing at the Chen family's fortune value, Chen Daozhen was momentarily taken aback. Extremely low. Did this not mean that the family was on the brink of annihilation? Indeed, the situation was dire. With the elder's death, many forces were stirring, eager to carve up the Chen family's interests, compounded by internal strife. It was exceedingly difficult for the Chen family to avoid destruction. With a thought, Chen Daozhen commanded, "Lottery." Lottery successful. Acquired 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Lottery successful. Acquired 500 first-grade healing pills. Lottery successful. Acquired 1 guardian at the core formation stage. As Chen Daozhen beheld the items obtained from the lottery, he was once again stunned. Though he had anticipated the system's prowess, he had not imagined it to be to this extent. The elder had merely reached the core formation stage in life, yet he had been granted a guardian of the same caliber. Was this not tantamount to restoring the Chen family to its zenith? Moreover, 1 million low-grade spirit stones was a considerable sum, nearly the fruits of years of the Chen family's endeavors. The 500 first-grade healing pills held a value comparable to the 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Was this truly the lottery function of the system? I am enamored. Guardian, summon. In an instant, the air shimmered, and a robust figure appeared before him, promptly kneeling in reverence. Chen Wu pays respects to the clan leader. Feeling the aura emanating from this individual, Chen Daozhen could hardly contain his joy. A core formation stage guardian. How splendid. With Chen Wu by his side, would he still need to fear assassination? Moreover, the clan's pressing issues could now be resolved with ease. Taking a deep breath, Chen Daozhen quelled his excitement and began to think rationally. The immediate priority was to resolve internal strife and affirm his position as clan leader before attending to external threats. However, with the system's aid and 3 daily lotteries, who could possibly withstand him? The mightiest cultivator in Menghe City was merely at the nascent soul stage, and with a hundredfold return, he believed it would not be long before he attained that level. Clan leader, the elders request your presence in the conference hall, came a gentle call from outside. Chen Daozhen returned to the present and opened the door to find a youth of similar age standing before him, his demeanor dignified. This individual, named Chen Xiang, was the son of Chen Daozhen's third uncle, Chen Yun. He was loyal to the family and a staunch upholder of the clan's regulations. Chen Xiang regarded Chen Daozhen with neither disdain nor overt respect, but rather a sense of resignation. Clan leader, today's meeting is specifically regarding you. Please exercise caution, he advised, his tone tinged with hesitation. Despite his dissatisfaction with the new clan leader, he felt bound by duty to fulfill his role. Chen Daozhen chuckled lightly. No worries, let us go meet them. With that, he proceeded toward the conference hall, with Chen Wu's imposing figure following closely behind. Chen Xiang cast a puzzled glance at Chen Wu before quickly averting his gaze, sighing in resignation. The Chen family, now under Chen Daozhen's leadership, seemed destined for ruin. Chapter 2. Fragmentation of the Chen family. In the conference hall of the Chen family, a group of individuals sat with solemn expressions, the atmosphere thick with tension. These were the core members of the Chen clan, the true lineage. Among them, most wore unfriendly visages, clustering around a composed middle-aged man. The Chen family had now divided into 2 factions. One faction, led by the third elder, insisted on adhering to the clan's traditions, while the other, under the leadership of the second elder, sought to dethrone Chen Daozhen and appoint a new head of the family. The latter faction was in the majority, with only 6 or 7 individuals willing to support the new head. It was not so much a defense of the head of the family as it was a steadfast commitment to the clan's regulations. Third elder Chen Yun's expression darkened, his voice brimming with indignation. Chen Qin, do you not recall what has brought our Chen family to its current stature? Had we not remained united, where would the Chen family be today? You are well aware of the sacrifices the old man has made for this family. Do you truly wish to witness the demise of the Chen clan? A flicker of disdain passed through Chen Qin's eyes as he retorted with a cold laugh. Old 3. Do you genuinely believe that allowing that young fool Chen Daozhen to lead will secure a future for the Chen family? With the old man's passing, the Chen family is already precarious. To place a mere child in charge is nothing short of absurd. Once he finished, those around him echoed his sentiments. Rules are but rigid constructs, while people are dynamic. What could be more significant than the greater good? Allowing that incompetent Chen Daozhen to assume leadership would be our own path to ruin. You lot are truly thick-headed. Chen Qin, let us depart from the Chen family and establish our own branch. Collaborating with these fools will inevitably lead to trouble. Let them play with that little brat Chen Daozhen on their own. It seemed as if this topic had been premeditated, and the chorus of agreement grew louder as many voices endorsed this decision. Chen Fong, you and your pack of ingrates, do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. You wish to abandon the Chen family, considering it a burden, do you? Let me make this clear, do not even think about it. If you dare to leave, I will announce it throughout the city, exposing you as the ungrateful traitors you are. A middle-aged man exclaimed in fury. At these words, the hall fell into a heavy silence, and several individuals beside Chen Qin bore expressions of shame, for they had indeed conspired to leave the Chen family. It was not merely due to Chen Daozhen's position as head. Rather, the Chen family had made many enemies over the years in Menghe City. If they continued to maintain the status quo, even if they presented a united front, they would inevitably face severe repercussions. Thus, abandoning the Chen family and establishing a new one was their path to survival. This was the sentiment they harbored. After a moment of silence, Chen Qin finally spoke. Old 3. You are well aware of the Chen family's circumstances. My intentions are for the sake of the clan. Chen Yun gritted his teeth, his voice seething through clenched jaws. For the sake of the clan? You, Chen Qin, wish to forsake the entire family. The old man valued you greatly during his lifetime, allocating most of the resources to you, which allowed you to reach the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. You have reaped all the benefits, yet when the family encounters hardships, you contemplate fleeing without a second thought. Truly, what a noble consideration for the family. Such commendable behavior. Upon hearing these words, the others beside Chen Yun glared at Chen Qin with fiery indignation. To them, Chen Qin was nothing more than an ungrateful wretch. When the family thrived, he basked in its generosity, and now that misfortune has befallen them, he is the first to prepare for escape, all while feigning concern for the family. It is utterly revolting. Upon hearing Chen Yun's remarks, Chen Qin did not retort. He recognized his own culpability, realizing that any defense would be futile. However, leaving the Chen family was imperative. He envisioned a promising future ahead and could not remain in the Chen family to suffer. He was merely a step away from the foundational stage, and with future opportunities, he might even ascend to the nascent soul stage. Remaining within the Chen family would only ensnare him in troubles, and his very life could be at stake. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the hall as Chen Daozhen entered, followed leisurely by Chen Wu. Elder Third, if the second elder wishes to depart, let him do so, Chen Daozhen declared. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun was taken aback. The Chen family was already in dire straits. Allowing Chen Qin to leave with such a large entourage would surely spell the end for the family. Head of the family, this cannot be allowed. Indeed, Daozhen, we must not permit them to abandon the Chen family. Voices of persuasion arose, each face etched with urgency. They had anticipated that Chen Daozhen's leadership would plunge the family into deeper difficulties, yet they were astonished at his apparent folly, failing to grasp the gravity of the situation. Chen Qin's countenance was one of mockery. He had not expected his nephew to be this foolish. It appeared that leaving the Chen family was indeed the right choice. If they wish to depart, why should we hinder them? Chen Daozhen remarked nonchalantly. Hearing this, Chen Yun became frantic. Head of the family, this matter cannot be clarified in haste, but we absolutely must not let them leave. At this juncture, Chen Qin interjected with derision. Third brother, the head of the family has spoken. Have you not always upheld the clan's rules? Can you truly defy the command of the head? His tone dripped with scorn. In his heart, Chen Qin held no respect for the Chen family that had raised him. It was far too weak and exceedingly antiquated. Had everyone rallied behind him as the head after the old man's passing, he might have reluctantly served the family. However, that possibility was now extinguished. Chen Yun turned and shouted in anger. Chen Qin, are you truly resolute in your desire to abandon the family? Chen Qin sneered, and then turned to Chen Daozhen, unabashedly mocking. Third brother, do you still believe that placing this fool in charge will lead the Chen family to a prosperous future? Chen Yun clenched his fists and slammed them onto the table. Do not speak to me of such nonsense. Have you forgotten the family's kindness toward you? Suddenly, Chen Daozhen interrupted, and an eerie silence enveloped the hall as all eyes turned toward him, curious to see how he would proceed. Chen Daozhen took a deep breath and slowly spoke. I comprehend the intentions of the third elder. You are genuinely a person who wishes well for the family, and I hold you in high regard. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yun's dissatisfaction with Chen Daozhen diminished significantly. This statement at least indicated that Chen Daozhen was not a fool. However, when Chen Daozhen turned his gaze toward Chen Qin, his tone grew chillingly cold. Some individuals wished to depart. Leaving them behind would merely be a cancer to the family, utterly meaningless. Nevertheless, second elder, let me be clear. You may leave, but you must return everything you have acquired from the family. A faint smirk crossed Chen Qin's lips. As if dismissing a beggar, rest assured, I will leave you 30,000 low-grade spirit stones as compensation to the Chen family. Chen Daozhen chuckled softly, shaking his head. Chen Qin, I believe you have misunderstood. I am referring to everything you have taken from the family. Everything you possess, including your cultivation. As for your life, although you are a member of the family, it belongs to you, and that you may take. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell into a profound silence, with all present gazing at Chen Daozhen in disbelief, as if questioning their own ears. Such domineering words had emerged from Chen Daozhen. Was he in his right mind? Chapter 3. Expelled from the Chen family, Chen Qin's expression suddenly turned exceedingly grim, and the atmosphere in the grand hall became oppressive, charged with tension. Chen Daozhen, are you jesting with me? Chen Daozhen cast him a cold glance, his demeanor remarkably composed. Do I appear to be jesting, second elder? You must relinquish everything you have acquired within the family if you wish to depart today. At this, Chen Qin's eyes revealed disdain. He could not fathom where Chen Daozhen, merely at the second layer of qi refinement, found the audacity to utter such words. Yet, he was somewhat surprised. Chen Daozhen, who usually refrained from speaking much with him, dared to confront him in front of so many today. It was indeed quite different. Had the individuals previously sent to eliminate him somehow damaged his mind? With a frigid gaze, Chen Qin abruptly turned to Chen Yun, a strangely peculiar smile gracing his lips. Third brother, is this your idea? In his view, Chen Daozhen's sudden proclamation must have been instigated by Chen Yun. Thus, he was primarily concerned with Chen Yun's current stance. Chen Qin had achieved the consummation of foundation establishment, yet Chen Yun was also in the late stages of foundation establishment. In terms of strength, they were not vastly different. For this reason, he wished to avoid a fierce conflict with Chen Yun that could lead to mutual destruction. Just as Chen Yun prepared to speak, Chen Daozhen interjected, "Second elder, I have stated it plainly. You may leave, but only if you leave your possessions behind. I do not wish to repeat myself. You now have two choices. First, exit the Chen family. Second, no, you have but one choice. Depart. Our Chen family has no need for individuals like you." Upon hearing this, a chill spread across Chen Qin's face, his heart swirling with murderous intent. At that moment, a young man beside Chen Qin scoffed. "Chen Daozhen, do you truly believe that just because you have become the patriarch, you are the sovereign of the Chen family?" Chen Daozhen, typically reserved in his demeanor, would never utter such bold words unless emboldened by his status as the head of the family. The other members of Chen Qin's faction wore expressions filled with mockery, regarding Chen Daozhen as one might view a mere jester. Chen Yun's group, staunch supporters of the family head, could not suppress their disappointment at Chen Daozhen's display. The Chen family was already in dire straits. Engaging in conflict with Chen Qin would surely lead to their own demise. The fundamental issue was that Chen Daozhen's presence exuded an aura of inadequacy. With an arrogant countenance, Chen Qin lounged in his chair and mockingly remarked, "So, you wish for us to return everything to the Chen family? Then come and take it." The other members of the Chen family surrounding him echoed his arrogance, declaring, "A worthless fool, yet he speaks so brazenly. Does he possess the ability to reclaim anything? If we wish to leave the Chen family, who could possibly stop us?" Chen Yun, overhearing their taunts, felt his lips tremble with rage. In his eyes, family regulations held paramount importance, and the family head was the ultimate authority, one whom none should defy. Such was the rule, though somewhat antiquated. A family sometimes requires such traditionalists. Yet, Chen Qin and his cohorts dared to provoke the family head, blatantly disregarding the family's principles and moral obligations. Do they not remember that everything they possess is a gift from the Chen family? Chen Yun's voice grew hoarse with indignation as he expressed his utter disappointment in Chen Qin and his ilk. How has the Chen family produced such ungrateful wretches? Chen Yun, we must be pragmatic, another voice interjected. The situation for the Chen family is grim. Preserving its future for a resurgence is of the utmost importance. At this juncture, Chen Qin's group made no effort to conceal their intentions. Chen Yun scoffed, "Hypocritical pretenders. You only wish to escape the Chen family's constraints and establish your own independence, while feigning righteousness. Enough." Chen Daozhen, feeling a headache from their incessant bickering, interjected, "This matter is settled." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun inhaled deeply, his heart a tumult of emotions: rage towards Chen Qin, disappointment in Chen Daozhen, and profound sorrow for his own powerlessness. Was the Chen family truly destined for ruin? Chen Daozhen calmly stated, "Chen Wu, take action and retrieve what rightfully belongs to the Chen family." "Yes, master," Chen Wu replied respectfully, striding towards Chen Qin with a palpable chill in his gaze. However, before he could reach Chen Qin, two individuals blocked his path. "Chen Daozhen, you are the epitome of foolishness. Having you as the family head is nothing short of tragic," one of them sneered contemptuously. They had never encountered this person before. And given Chen Daozhen's connections, the allies he could muster would be of little consequence, limited to those below the foundational stage. Relying on such individuals to confront them was a delusion. Even Chen Yun and his companions found it difficult to watch. What foolishness! What on earth was Chen Daozhen thinking? The two individuals who had obstructed Chen Wu now gazed at him with derision, exclaiming, "From where did this fool emerge to associate himself with Chen Daozhen?" Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed through the air as both figures, akin to kites severed from their strings, were propelled backwards, crashing into the corner of the wall. Concurrently, an overwhelming aura erupted forth, plunging the entire conference hall into an eerie silence. The eyes of those present were filled with disbelief as they regarded Chen Wu. A cultivator at the core formation stage. Has Chen Daozhen summoned assistance from someone of such caliber? How could this be possible? Chen Yun abruptly rose to his feet, his gaze flickering with uncertainty as he scrutinized the unfamiliar man before him. He distinctly recalled the stranger addressing Chen Daozhen as the family head. Could he also be a member of the Chen clan, or perhaps a contingency left by the old master? Meanwhile, Chen Wu's steps remained unimpeded as he advanced directly towards Chen Qin, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Chen Qin's dantian. "Elder, Why do you involve yourself in the affairs of the Chen family? If you choose to depart now, I am willing to offer double whatever benefits Chen Daozhen has promised you. Chen Qin's voice was strained, yet Chen Wu paid no heed, his actions unwavering. No. Terror filled Chen Qin's eyes. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, he was no match for Chen Wu, unable to even defend himself. Another resounding crack resonated through the air as Chen Qin staggered, blood spurting from his mouth, forcing him to retreat uncontrollably. Once he regained his composure, he was left in a state of shock. I have lost my cultivation. Have I become a cripple? Despair washed over Chen Qin as he realized that Chen Daozhen had indeed rendered him powerless. At this moment, the conference hall fell into silence once more. The onlookers regarded Chen Wu with palpable fear. The Chen family truly possessed another cultivator at the core formation stage. Who exactly was this individual? A singular thought arose in their minds. He must be a contingency left behind by the old master. No one could fathom that a cultivator of such stature would willingly heed the commands of someone they deemed a waste. The group that had once aligned with Chen Qin now felt a deep regret. If the Chen family still had a core formation cultivator, remaining within the family would undoubtedly yield greater benefits than abandoning it. Yet now, all hopes were dashed. Chen Daozhen's cold voice pierced the air. For the sake of a modicum of bloodline kinship, I shall grant you one opportunity to spare your lives. Leave behind all valuables and depart from the Chen family. Henceforth, do not claim to be members of the Chen clan and never return. The fourth chapter, Trust Me, reveals that the Chen family is a tightly knit unit. Should he choose to render them all powerless, he would undoubtedly face discontent from within the clan. This bond of blood, even in the face of contemptible behavior from Chen Qin and the others, would prevent the family from committing such an act. Chen Daozhen's decision to spare them stemmed from this kinship. However, from this point forward, that bond would be severed. Should they dare to oppose the Chen family in any capacity, he would not hesitate to act against his own blood. Chen Qin was swiftly carried away by a group of people, his eyes filled with desolation and despair. Initially, I envisioned departing from the Chen family to venture forth and strive diligently. Yet before I could embark on this journey, my aspirations were tragically curtailed, as my cultivation was rendered null. In this realm, devoid of spiritual prowess, one becomes akin to an ant, scuttling at the lowest echelons of existence. Observing Chen Kun and the others depart, Chen Yun chose not to intervene this time. Chen Kun had deeply disappointed him. Allowing such individuals to linger within the Chen household would yield more detriment than benefit. With a cultivator at the core formation stage present, the Chen family's fortunes would remain stable. Nevertheless, Chen Yun could not suppress a sigh. After all, Chen Kun was his second brother, and blood is thicker than water, evoking a twinge of reluctance in his heart. After Chen Wu had incapacitated Chen Kun's cultivation, he returned to stand silently behind Chen Daozhen, adopting a demeanor akin to that of a subordinate. Chen Yun exchanged glances with those beside him, their confusion palpable, prompting him to inquire, Patriarch, who is this individual? Chen Daozhen shook his head, responding, Elder San, it is not my place to divulge too much about his origins, suffice it to say. He is a member of the Chen family. He deemed it unnecessary to elaborate on Chen Wu. Having resolved the matter concerning Chen Kun, Chen Daozhen noted a shift in the family's fortune. The previously meager luck value of 3 had surged to 15, a remarkable quintuple increase. Indeed, Chen Kun had been a malignant presence within the Chen family, and expelling him was a prudent choice. Chen Daozhen inquired, what is the current state of the Chen family? Upon hearing this, Chen Yun promptly rose to his feet, reporting to the patriarch, since the passing of the old master, apart from the issue with Chen Kun, there have not been any significant disturbances. However, other prominent families are subtly maneuvering, seeking to carve up our Chen family. As he spoke, Chen Yun's tone noticeably lightened. For the presence of a core formation stage cultivator assured a measure of security within the confines of Dream River City, as long as a cultivator of this caliber existed. The Chen family would hold its ground and thwart the designs of rival clans. Chen Daozhen waved his hand, his demeanor remarkably composed. Elder San, rest assured. These are trivial matters. I shall address them myself. Observing Chen Daozhen's calm and unruffled demeanor, Chen Yun furrowed his brow, feeling an unfamiliarity towards his nephew, who now seemed like a different person entirely. Others present also regarded Chen Daozhen with bewilderment. The boy they once perceived as a mere child now exuded the gravitas befitting a patriarch. Chen Daozhen retrieved a bag of holding and tossed it to Chen Yun, containing the 1 million low-grade spiritual stones and 500 recovery pills he had previously won. Chen Yun's expression shifted to one of confusion, struggling to comprehend Chen Daozhen's intentions. However, upon opening the bag, astonishment gripped him. Patriarch, what is this? Chen Daozhen replied, distribute these resources among the direct descendants of our clan. The specifics of the allocation are at your discretion. After a brief pause, he added emphatically, these resources must be utilized within 10 days. There are still the items left by Chen Qin and others. The third elder, please take stock and determine what is necessary. If expenditures are required, let them be made without hesitation. The strength of the system is closely tied to the Chen family. It is imperative to enhance the overall cultivation of our clan. For this is of utmost importance. Only after the fortune value increases can we draw more items and facilitate the rapid growth of the Chen family. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun was taken aback. Family head, after Chen Qin's group departed, our direct lineage consists of merely 20 individuals. Is this not excessive? The 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and 500 healing pills are more than sufficient for the family to sustain itself for an extended period. There is no need for such extravagant spending. It is too lavish. The Chen family's foundation is already fragile, barely maintaining a foothold in Dream River City. Under these circumstances, stability and development are paramount. Chen Daozhen shook his head, his tone resolute. Third elder, resources must be utilized to realize their value. Let us proceed as I suggest. Hearing this, Chen Yun immediately prepared to offer counsel, but Chen Daozhen preemptively asserted, Uncle, trust me. Chen Yun paused slightly, meeting Chen Daozhen's gaze. For reasons unknown, he felt an unexpected sense of trust towards this family head, who had not previously inspired confidence. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at Chen Wu, noting his respectful demeanor, and reluctantly said, Very well, I trust you. We shall follow the family head's directives. Chen Daozhen instantly smiled and boldly declared, Just have faith in me. Soon you shall witness the Chen family surpassing your expectations. With that, he turned and departed, followed by Chen Wu. Chen Yun watched their retreating figures, feeling a sudden haze of uncertainty. Will it truly exceed my expectations? I hope so. Third brother, what exactly is in this Qinquan bag? Chen Shan inquired. Chen Yun remained silent, simply tossing the Qinquan bag before him. See for yourself. As Chen Shan received the Qinquan bag and opened it, he was rendered speechless. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and 500 healing pills. No wonder the third elder opposed allocating these as resources for merely 10 days. In the past, this amount would have sufficed for the family for at least 3 months. And that was under the condition that Chen Qin and his group had not departed. Now, to expend it all in 10 days is utterly extravagant. Chen Shan hesitated and asked, Should we proceed as planned? Chen Yun frowned at this, visibly displeased. What do you mean? Of course, we will proceed. Chen Shan's expression turned awkward, and he explained, That was not my intent. I merely worry that our young family head lacks experience in managing resources and may not comprehend their value. Contemplating for a moment, Chen Yun replied, Let us summon all the direct descendants of the clan. Since the family head has spoken, we shall comply, regardless of the path he chooses. He is the head of the Chen family, and we must trust him, even if it means leaping into the fire alongside him. The Chen family has ascended from a minor clan with only Qi refinement stage members to its current stature, relying solely on loyalty. Moreover, the late patriarch often made errors. As long as this young master can derive growth from his mistakes, it constitutes a form of harvest. Upon hearing this, Chen Shan refrained from further commentary, instead nodding resolutely. When Chen Qin chose to depart, those who did not stand with him were undoubtedly loyal to the family. Hence there was little doubt regarding Chen Yun's words. Soon, the direct descendants of the Chen family gathered in the conference hall. In total, there were merely 23 individuals, including Chen Yun and his companions. Observing the spacious hall, an ominous feeling began to rise in the hearts of those who entered. The absence of the second elder, Chen Qin, signified that the Chen family was indeed on the brink of collapse. Chen Xiang, his face tense, approached Chen Yun and whispered, Father, what about the second elder? Chen Yun gestured dismissively. No need for further inquiries. You shall understand shortly. Chapter 5. The allure of hundredfold returns. Chen Yun surveyed the room. I acknowledge the hardships you have endured alongside us during this time. Upon hearing this, a voice from the younger generation interjected, Third elder, what hardships are there? The Chen family is our home. It is only right that we stand united. Chen Bo's sentiment was accurate, yet some ingrates would never comprehend it. If you wish to criticize Chen Qin, do so directly. I just witnessed them leaving the Chen residence. If the old master were to learn of this, he would surely rise from his grave to punish him. Voices of anger echoed, with some unable to contain their fury, contemplating curses. However, realizing that Chen Qin was kin, they held back their words. Chen Yun did not intervene. Such anger deserved to be expressed, for it could not be suppressed. Moreover, Chen Qin indeed warranted reproach. After a considerable time, the cacophony of insults subsided. Chen Yun then spoke, I understand your emotions. However, the matter at hand has been resolved. Chen Qin's cultivation was not a result of his own departure, but rather a consequence of being expelled by the family head. The assembly was taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief. The family head, Chen Daozhen? How is that possible? They pondered. What power does he possess to nullify Chen Qin's cultivation? Countless questions flooded their minds, leaving them perplexed by Chen Yun's assertion. Chen Qin had attained the pinnacle of foundation establishment, while Chen Daozhen was merely at the second stage of qi refinement. The disparity was astronomical. Faced with Chen Yun's declaration, the crowd displayed expressions of confusion, eagerly awaiting further explanation. With a smile, Chen Yun recounted the events that had transpired. Upon learning that the Chen family had a cultivator at the core formation stage, astonishment swept through the assembly, their faces lighting up with joy. Our Chen family possesses a core formation cultivator? Could it be a contingency left by the former patriarch? They mused. The former patriarch was merely at the core formation stage. How could he possibly find another to assist us? Yet, apart from him, who else possesses such capability? Third elder. Is this true? Please do not deceive us with false hopes. The murmur of skepticism rose sharply, filled with doubt regarding Chen Yun's claims. Do you perceive me as jesting? Chen Yun spoke with an air of utmost seriousness, causing a ripple of shock among the crowd. The third elder, however, saw no reason to deceive them. Could it be that the head of the family was not as straightforward as he appeared? Chen Xiang furrowed his brow, glanced at Chen Yun, and then lowered his head to ponder deeply. With a smile, Chen Yun addressed them. The primary reason for calling you here is to fulfill the order of the family head and redistribute the resources for this occasion. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiang immediately interjected. Father, let us first overcome the family's difficulties. Our training can wait. Indeed, given the family's current plight, it is best to allocate resources judiciously. Others chimed in. Chen Yun felt a swell of pride within. This was the essence of the Chen family, united and supportive of one another. It was a pity that someone like Chen Qin had emerged as a malignant presence. Chen Yun retrieved over a dozen Qiankuan bags and distributed them to the younger generation of disciples. The resources within these bags are for your cultivation over the next 10 days. Do not inquire further, nor mention this to outsiders. It is the command of the family head, and you are to focus on your training. As the recipients opened the bags, they were rendered speechless. 20 healing pills and 350,000 low-grade spirit stones awaited them. In the past, they had only received 2 or 3 healing pills per month, along with 3 to 5,000 spirit stones. And sometimes even less, a mere single healing pill and a few thousand low-grade spirit stones. Yet now, they had received such an abundant supply for merely 10 days. When had their family become so extravagant? Faced with the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Chen Yun chose not to elaborate and turned to leave, leaving behind a bewildered assembly. Father, what is truly happening? A delicate, finely featured young woman inquired curiously of Chen Shan. Chen Shan shook his head, responding, Didn't I tell you not to ask? With that, he too turned to depart, leaving the group in confusion. Chen Yi, somewhat dissatisfied, pouted while appearing cute and obedient. How could he not share even with his own daughter? Despite their profound bewilderment, they resolved to adhere to the family's orders and concentrate on their training. The Chen family was divided into the inner and outer courts. The inner court was reserved for the direct lineage, while the outer court housed the servants. In the deepest part of the inner court, Chen Daozhen gazed at his system panel. Faction, Chen family, current personnel, 199, fortune value, 15, extremely low, lottery level, 1. With Chen Qin and others departing, over 70 individuals had left the Chen family. But this was inconsequential. The increase in fortune value was what mattered. He was not in haste. Instead, he began to wait patiently. Before long, the spirit energy within him surged dramatically, and within just a few breaths, he broke through to the 3rd level of qi training, swiftly advancing to the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels. Upon reaching the 6th level, he paused momentarily, yet before long, he surged forth to the 7th level of qi training, followed by the 8th and 9th levels, only ceasing upon achieving complete mastery of qi training. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Chen Daozhen's eyes. Was this the allure of a hundredfold return? The members of the Chen family consuming a single elixir is tantamount to taking 100. The effects are simply extraordinary. Moreover, many individuals within the Chen family are at the foundation establishment stage, and with this hundredfold return, breaking through becomes as effortless as drinking water. Chen Daozhen realized that his expectations of the system were still too modest. At this rate, he might break through to the core formation stage within a few days. With the opportunity to draw lots 3 times a day and the abundance of resources acquired, this snowball effect could lead to the Yuan Ying stage being within reach. As he felt the surging spiritual power within him, Chen Daozhen restrained his inner excitement and waited patiently. Although the system was remarkably powerful, it still required some time to develop, as the Chen family's strength was not yet formidable enough. He planned to cultivate discreetly, aiming to astonish everyone. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a tremor coursed through Chen Daozhen's body, and his cultivation level ascended to the foundation establishment stage. Immediately, some members of the family sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy and cast puzzled glances toward the depths of the inner courtyard. Chen Yun's expression turned grave. The family head has broken through to the foundation establishment stage? Just previously, he was at the second layer of qi refinement. How could he suddenly attain foundation establishment? Could it be that he was concealing his true abilities? After pondering for a long while, Chen Yun could not reach a conclusion, ultimately attributing it to deception. Achieving the foundation establishment stage at such a young age indicated that his aptitude was not lacking. It was certainly sufficient to lead the Chen family. The head of the family exhibited remarkable composure, managing to conceal any signs of weakness over the years. It seemed he had underestimated him, and a look of relief crossed Chen Yun's face. The more exceptional Chen Daozhen became, the more beneficial it was for the Chen family. Following Chen Daozhen's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, the family's fortune also experienced a transformation, rising from 15 to 19. A smile graced Chen Daozhen's face. The speed of this snowball effect was astonishing. The following morning, Chen Daozhen's cultivation had already advanced to the 6th layer of foundation establishment, achieved within just one night. The effect of the hundredfold return was extraordinarily potent. He scarcely needed to cultivate, as his level surged wildly. Lottery success, acquired a fully accomplished guardian at the core formation stage. Lottery success, acquired 1.3 million low-grade spirit stones. Lottery success, acquired a high-level yellow-tier cultivation technique. Thunderbolt decision. Chapter 6, Compensation. Chen Daozhen gazed at the rewards from the lottery, unable to conceal his delight. This snowball effect is truly formidable. Summon. With a mere thought from Chen Daozhen, a slender figure materialized before him. Though appearing frail, the aura emanating from him was exceptionally powerful, demanding attention. A fully accomplished practitioner at the core formation stage, he stood just a step away from the Yuaning stage. The strongest practitioner in the entire Minghe city was merely at the Yuaning stage. The emaciated man knelt, his expression filled with reverence, and said, "Chen Guang pays respects to the family head." Chen Daozhen nodded. The summoned beings of the system displayed absolute loyalty to him, but they were not mere automatons. They possessed their own consciousness, akin to living beings. With Chen Wu already part of the Chen family, they now had 2 practitioners at the core formation stage, providing ample strength for self-preservation. Chen Daozhen smiled and said, "Very well, you may leave now." Chen Guang replied, "As you command," before turning and exiting the room, standing guard alongside Chen Wu at the doorway. After summoning Chen Guang, the fortunes of the Chen family experienced a remarkable transformation, soaring from a mere 19 to an impressive 41. Chen Daozhen, lost in contemplation, pondered that based on the rewards obtained through previous lotteries, the next draw for a guard would surely yield a nascent soul stage individual. The cost in spirit stones would likely commence at no less than 2 million, he mused. As he reflected, a surge of momentum enveloped Chen Daozhen, propelling his cultivation to the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Indeed, at this pace, he would surely reach the core formation stage by the end of the day. To ascend from the 2nd layer of qi refinement to core formation in merely 2 days was a feat unattainable even by the most prodigious of talents. However, he recognized that future advancements in cultivation would inevitably slow unless the strength of the Chen family's disciples increased in tandem. Clearly, enhancing the family's fortune and overall strength was of paramount importance. Chen Daozhen murmured to himself. Suddenly, a panicked exclamation rang out from outside the door. Chen Daozhen furrowed his brow and opened the door to find a delicate young lady, her face etched with urgency. Maintaining his composure, he inquired, "What is the cause of such alarm?" Chen Yi, upon witnessing Chen Daozhen's calm demeanor, momentarily froze before quickly regaining her wits. "Master, the Sun family has come to annul the engagement once more, and this time, the head of the Sun family has come in person." At this, Chen Daozhen narrowed his eyes, incredulous that they would dare to withdraw from the engagement. This plot felt rather cliched. Previously, when the Sun family attempted to annul the engagement, the Chen family had refused, for such matters were far too embarrassing to concede. Nevertheless, the Sun family had taken a staunch stance, declaring they would return in a few days, demanding a definitive response from the Chen family. With a cold smile, Chen Daozhen remarked, "Annul the engagement? I would welcome the opportunity. Should the Sun family not come to withdraw, I would have approached them to end it myself. The eldest daughter of the Sun family is of mediocre beauty, while she may be considered a minor beauty within the Dream River sect. My future lies amongst the stars and the sea. She is unworthy of me. Chen Guang, Chen Wu, follow me," he commanded as he strode toward the conference hall. Meanwhile, Chen Yi regarded Chen Wu with curiosity. Could this be the core formation stage cultivator the 3rd elder spoke of? With the Chen family now possessing a core formation stage member, Surely the Sun family would think twice before acting too aggressively. Yet, she turned her gaze toward Chen Guang, pondering who was he. Within the conference hall, Chen Yun and Chen Shan wore somber expressions, while opposite them sat a middle-aged man with a square face, accompanied by a cold-faced woman. Chen Yun spoke in a low tone, "Master Sun, the matter of the alliance was previously settled. Would it not be rather inappropriate to breach this agreement now?" He was indifferent to the alliance itself. If the engagement was to be annulled, so be it. However, the Sun family's actions were anything but discreet, and many were now aware of the Sun family's intention to withdraw from the engagement, significantly tarnishing the Chun family's reputation. Sun Pingdong scoffed, unabashedly declaring, "Gentlemen, with Chen Gui deceased, do you truly believe the Chun family possesses the standing to ally with my Sun family? Moreover, my precious daughter has recently broken through to the foundation establishment stage, while that Chen Daozhen is merely at the second layer of qi refinement. Even had Chen Gui still been alive, such an alliance would have been utterly impossible. At the time of the proposed alliance, Chen Daozhen had been quite young and had not paid much attention to such matters. At that moment, it had never crossed my mind that Chen Daozhen's aptitude was so exceptionally poor, as after all these years, he had only managed to advance to the second level of qi cultivation. Upon hearing this, both Chen Yun and Chen Shan were engulfed by a surge of indignation. Such words entirely disregarded the Chen family's standing. However, with Sun Pingdong's formidable prowess, being in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, they found themselves at a loss. Although the Chen family currently boasted a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, it did little to alter their predicament. Taking a sip of tea, Sun Pingdong continued, "My visit today to annul the engagement signifies the utmost respect towards your family. Otherwise, my Sun family could have simply declared a unilateral annulment. What could you have done about it? Consider this carefully. This marriage must be rescinded today." As his words echoed, a voice emerged from outside the door. "Annul it swiftly. Head back and declare the engagement with my Chun family null and void." Chen Daozhen's voice rang out, laced with mockery. Sun Xian turned her head away, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Daozhen with a cold huff. Chen Daozhen strode directly to the main seat, looking down at Sun Pingdong. Noticing his lack of response, he feigned curiosity. "Did the head of the Sun family not hear what I just said? My Chen family has already consented to the annulment. Do as you please. And take your leave." Before Sun Pingdong could respond, Sun Xian abruptly rose, her voice piercing as she retorted, "Chen Daozhen, you worthless wretch. How dare you speak to my father in such a manner?" With a resounding thud, Chen Yun and Chen Shan slammed their hands on the table. Glaring at Sun Xian with fury, publicly insulting their family head was an affront they could not tolerate. Yet, Sun Xian remained unrepentant, continuing her scornful remarks. "What? Am I mistaken? Is he not merely a second-level qi cultivator? With Sun Pingdong beside me, I speak without reservation, holding the Chen family in utter contempt." Pointing at Chen Daozhen, she sneered, "A worthless being will forever remain worthless, and you aspire to wed into my family? You must be dreaming." With that, she resumed her seat, turning her head away as though the mere sight of him repulsed her. Chen Daozhen felt the icy disdain in her words, his expression betraying no warmth. Behind him, Chen Guang and his companion were already brimming with murderous intent. At a mere command from Chen Daozhen, they would undoubtedly tear Sun Xian apart. Sun Pingdong, meanwhile, maintained a smile, saying, "My daughter lacks decorum. I hope you will overlook this. However, my Sun family has another matter to discuss today." Chen Daozhen regarded him with a discerning glance, suspecting this was indeed the purpose of their visit. He inquired nonchalantly, "Is there another matter? Please, do enlighten me." Sun Pingdong cast a dismissive glance at Chen Daozhen, taken aback that this insignificant individual dared to respond, as he had initially addressed Chen Yun. Among the Chen family, only Chen Yun could engage him in conversation, though he feigned indifference. In a calm tone, Sun Pingdong stated, "My daughter Xian had previously engaged with your Chen family, wasting her prime years, and the annulment of this engagement also bears implications for my Sun family's reputation. Thus, the Chen family must compensate the Sun family, as this is only justifiable." Chapter 7. The Annihilation of the Sun Family, Compensation. Within the council hall, Chen Yun and his companions' voices brimmed with indignation. They were well aware that Sun Pingdong was taking advantage of their misfortune. Observing the current frailty of the Chen family, he prepared to strike. Chen Daozhen, unable to contain himself, shook his head and inquired with curiosity, "What compensation does the head of the Sun family desire?" Sun Pingdong replied nonchalantly, 3 million low-grade spirit stones, and the management of your Chun family's enterprises on Donglin Street shall henceforth be entrusted to my Sun family. Compared to this trivial sum, my daughter's happiness is of far greater significance. Were it not for the esteem I hold for Chen Gui, this matter would not have been so easily resolved. Chen Daozhen nodded. "So, does that mean our Chen family ought to express gratitude to your Sun family?" Sun Pingdong adopted a demeanor of entitlement, is it not so? The Sun family could have resorted to outright plunder, yet we have opted for this ostensibly amicable approach. Indeed, the Chen family should be grateful. However, his true intention was merely to seize the Chen family without bloodshed. Once he had extracted their value, annihilation would follow. Hearing these words, Chen Daozhen nearly laughed in exasperation. It seemed that cultivators possessed a thicker skin, indeed. Chuckling, he shook his head repeatedly, clearly dismissing Sun Pingdong's words. Observing this, Sun Pingdong's expression darkened suddenly. I am offering you an opportunity. Do not be ungrateful. Chen Daozhen, with a scornful glance, retorted, yet I shall remain ungrateful. What can you do about it? Sun Pingdong could no longer endure the provocation. He rose furiously. You seek death. A formidable aura erupted from him, transforming into a shadow that lunged toward Chen Daozhen. And at the second stage of chi refinement dared to repeatedly provoke him. Did he truly believe he could do so without consequence? Chen Yun gasped, attempting to intervene, head of the family. Yet his speed could not rival that of the golden core stage Sun Pingdong. Observing the scene, Chen Daozhen snorted coldly, and in an instant, two figures flashed to his side. Two overwhelming auras erupted simultaneously, a glint of cold light flashing as the gale wreaked havoc, overturning the chairs within the council hall. Sun Pingdong's movements halted, his expression filled with astonishment. Two at the golden core stage. In that moment, he abruptly realized why Chen Daozhen had treated him with such disdain. He possessed the confidence of strength. One was at the peak of golden core, the other at mid-golden core. Such power posed a complete threat to him. The critical question was how the Chen family had come to possess two golden core cultivators. Unfortunately, he had no time to ponder this now. Sun Pingdong shouted anxiously, Stop. Head of the Chen family, I no longer desire the items. The matter of our union can proceed as planned. Together, our two families will only grow stronger within Dream River City. He retreated swiftly, hastily verbalizing his desire for peace. Chen Daozhen sneered. To speak thus now is rather too late. Kill them both, commanded him. Chen Guang and Chen Wu wasted no effort as they advanced upon Sun Pingdong. His strength, being merely at mid-golden core, was no match for the two. In an instant, he was sent crashing away. The summoned individuals not only possess remarkable skills, but also exhibit distinct personalities, such as unique techniques and talents that come into existence the moment they are called forth. Thus, their combat prowess is devoid of any embellishment. Sun Pingdong swiftly rose to his feet, and, perceiving Chen Daozhen's resolute intent to kill, he bellowed, You force me to unleash my lion-s roar. Instantly, he radiated a golden light and began to pulsate rhythmically. Simultaneously, his aura began to ascend steadily. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Guang delivered a swift kick, causing the golden light surrounding Sun Pingdong to dissipate immediately. His inner spiritual energy became chaotic, rendering him listless and dispirited. Chen Guang scoffed. Isn't the prelude to this technique rather prolonged? As his words faded, a crimson light erupted. Chen Wu stealthily attacked from the side, severing Sun Pingdong's head with a single stroke. Upon witnessing this scene, an eerie silence enveloped the entire conference hall. The expressions of Chun Yun and Chun Shan were marked by an unmistakable shock. The Chun family possessed two cultivators at the core formation stage, one of whom had reached perfection. The most alarming aspect was their audacity to execute Sun Pingdong without hesitation. A shrill scream shattered the stillness. Sun Xian gazed in horror at the unfolding events, her body trembling uncontrollably. Chun Wu turned his head and approached her, brandishing his blood-stained blade. Sun Xian, her eyes wide with terror, hurried towards Chen Daozhen, pleading, Master Chun, I beg your pardon for my mockery. Spare my life. As she spoke, she repeatedly bowed before him, her tone laced with desperation. Chen Daozhen's demeanor remained cold and unyielding. He could never allow the daughter of an enemy to live. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. Had he lacked the means for self-preservation, the Chen family would have faced a grim fate today. The Sun family would undoubtedly seek to annihilate them, and once they had drained the Chen family of their vitality, their own destruction would follow. With a crisp sound, Sun Xian's head fell to the ground, her eyes wide open, unblinking in death. She never comprehended why. Despite Chen Daozhen being perceived as a waste, and the only cultivator of the Chun family having perished, two formidable core formation practitioners had suddenly emerged. Why? Alas, she would never uncover the truth. Chen Daozhen turned away, calmly stating, Elders, the old master has passed, and many eyes are now fixed upon our Chen family. I ask you to accompany Chen Guang and Chen Wu to seize the assets belonging to the Sun family. Furthermore, eliminate all threats completely. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun and his companion felt a chill run down their spines. They understood Chen Daozhen's true intent, to eradicate the Sun family while simultaneously establishing their dominance, a twofold objective. Chen Yun, visibly invigorated, replied, "As you command." With 2 core formation practitioners, one of whom had attained perfection, their strength would ensure the Chen family's safety, provided they did not provoke any Yuan-Ing level forces. Soon, Chen Yun gathered a team and set off towards the Sun family estate with Chen Guang and Chen Wu. Meanwhile, Chen Daozhen exited the conference hall with an air of composure, where Chen Yi stood at the entrance. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at him. "Master, what transpired just now?" She stood at the door, witnessing Chen Yun and his companions hastily departing, while a chilling scream echoed from within, igniting her curiosity. Chen Daozhen offered no explanation, merely smiling faintly, suggesting she should enter to discover the truth for herself. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Chen Yi momentarily stunned and bewildered. After glancing at the discussion hall, she cautiously stepped inside, only to be met with the sight of 2 headless corpses. A shiver coursed through her delicate frame. Although she had encountered death before, the gruesome scene filled her with an undeniable sense of dread. Once she regained her composure, she swallowed hard and gasped, "Sun Pingdong is dead." The fact that this core formation cultivator had perished within the Chen family was telling. It was evident that the Chen family possessed the power to slay a core formation master. She recalled the 2 figures trailing behind Chen Daozhen. Could it have been them? Even now, she couldn't fathom why a core formation cultivator would show such deference to the family head. What was the true nature of Chen Daozhen? Chen Yi was engulfed in confusion. Though she was loyal to her family, it did not signify her approval of Chen Daozhen as the head. In fact, she often regarded him with disdain, perceiving him as a talentless waste unworthy of leading the Chen clan. Yet, the events unfolding before her revealed that Chen Daozhen was far more formidable than she had ever imagined. To command a core formation master was a feat beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Chapter 8. Key Cultivation, the Sun Family. Chen Guang and Chen Wu surged forward like a tempest, the air filled with incessant screams and the acrid scent of blood. The Chen family neither concealed nor disguised their identities. Soon, the Sun family's core members lay sprawled in a pool of blood. In this world governed by the law of the jungle, compassion was the greatest weakness, a truth understood by all. Observers from various clans were struck with horror at the scene before them. The Chen family possessed not 1, but 2 core formation masters. Upon learning of this, the other families wore expressions of astonishment. Such power would place them among the elite in the entirety of Menghe City, excluding the 3 nascent soul powers. Within the Su family, a composed middle-aged man sat in the living room, his expression grave and brows furrowed. "Are you certain this information is accurate?" Before him stood a slight young man, who immediately affirmed, "Family head, I witnessed it with my own eyes." Chen Er mentioned that Sun Pingdong entered the Chen family gates and has not emerged since. He must be dead. Hearing this, Su Zhang's frown deepened. Nevertheless, he tossed 200 spirit stones towards the young man, who left with a beaming smile. 2 core formation masters. Su Zhang's eyes narrowed, his mind racing. The Su family was on par with the Sun family in strength, and they were openly at odds with the Chen family. If the Sun family did not take action, the Su family would likely strike at the Chen family within the next few days. Little did he expect the Sun family to act with such urgency, inadvertently stepping on a landmine. "Sun Pingdong, you truly are a remarkable figure." After a moment of relief, Su Zhang fell back into contemplation. The Chen family boasts 2 members at the core formation stage, a strength that the Su family cannot hope to rival. Continuing this antagonism will likely lead to a fate akin to that of the Sun family. Su Zhang immediately shook his head in denial. A fierce tiger does not permit others to slumber in its domain. The 2 families have long-standing grievances, and even if the Su family wished to submit, the Chen family might not accept them, fearing a potential betrayal. Upon reflecting on this, Su Zhang's expression darkened. Was fleeing directly from Menghe City an option? Certainly not. He rejected the thought again, for the family's foundation lies within this place. Starting anew elsewhere would consume far too much time. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in Su Zhang's eyes, and a plan began to take shape in his mind. He bellowed, "Come here." Soon, a servant from the Su family entered the room and respectfully bowed. "I pay my respects to the family head," Su Zhang instructed. "Send word to the 4th young master of the Huang family, informing him that today, the father and daughter of the Sun family ventured to the Chen family and were subsequently slain. The Sun family has been annihilated. Within Menghe City, there are 3 forces at the nascent soul stage: the City Lord's mansion, the Huang family, and the Qi family. The 4th young master of the Huang family seems to have some acquaintance with Sun Xian. Should he learn of this, he would undoubtedly direct his ire towards the Chen family. However, given his lack of influence within his family, the Huang family may not be inclined to act against the Chen family on his behalf. Nonetheless, any pressure exerted on the Chen family, allowing the Su family a moment of respite, would suffice." The Su servant promptly replied, "Understood." As he prepared to depart, Su Zhang suddenly recalled something and called out. Wait a moment. Do not go directly to the Huang family. Instead, take 2 individuals to the Zui Xiang Lu, where the 4th young master often frequents. Casually relay the information to him, disguising your identities so that it does not reveal your affiliation with the Su family. He took such precautions, concerned that the Huang family might realize the Su family's covert instigation. Should that occur, it would not be the Chen family suffering, but rather the Su family. It was best to play it safe. Furthermore, the 4th young master is not a fool. Such blatant provocation would not bode well for the Su family either. After the Chen family exterminated the Sun family, they seamlessly took over all of the Sun family's enterprises. This acquisition represents the very foundation of a family, continuously generating spirit stones as a source of income. With these enterprises' support, the family can secure resources for cultivation. With the assistance of Chen Guang and Chen Wu, the Chen family effortlessly subdued the Sun family. When news of this reached the Chen family, many faces were filled with astonishment. Even during the elder's lifetime, the Chen family lacked the capacity to eradicate a force anchored by core formation practitioners. They could only maintain their own safety. Upon hearing this news, Chen Yi quickly realized the purpose of Chen Yun's earlier departure from the conference hall, to annihilate the Sun family. With the Sun family's demise, the Chen family felt an exhilarating sense of vindication. The previous grand announcement of the Sun family's withdrawal from their engagement had left them utterly humiliated. Now, how tragic it is for them. Family head, may I inquire as to why you summoned the 3 of us? In the depths of the Chen family's inner courtyard stood 2 men and 1 woman, Chen Xiang, Chen Jin, and Chen Yi, all bearing expressions of confusion. A smile graced Chen Daozhen's face as he calmly declared, among you 3, your talents rank among the finest in the Chen family. You are destined to become the pillars of our clan. In response to his words, the trio remained silent, patiently awaiting what would follow. Chen Daozhen produced 3 volumes and continued. This martial art is known as the Thunderbolt technique, a high-level yellow-tier skill of the lightning attribute, which you may temporarily utilize for your training. High-level yellow tier. Chen Yi gasped, her mouth slightly agape. Despite the Chen family's prolonged efforts in Minghe City, they possessed only one such skill, and now Chen Daozhen had acquired another, specifically for their cultivation. The crucial part was that it was merely a temporary measure. Observing Chen Yi's reaction, Chen Daozhen couldn't help but shake his head. Such naivety. It is merely a high-level yellow-tier technique. At his words, Chen Yi pouted, displaying a somewhat haughty demeanor. Though Chen Daozhen was now the head of the family, they were all of the same generation, and it was easy to forget the differences in their status. The reason Chen Daozhen imparted these techniques was straightforward. Chen Guang and Chen Wu were summoned individuals, not originally from the Chen clan. Thus, he hoped that true members of the family would emerge. Chen Xiang, having grown up alongside them, possessed a commendable character and loyalty to the family, making him an ideal candidate for focused cultivation. Bowing slightly, Chen Xiang expressed, thank you for bestowing us with this technique. Head of the family. Among the trio, Chen Xiang, as the son of Chen Yun, was particularly attuned to the family's customs. Chen Jin and Chen Yi promptly followed suit, mimicking his gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, head of the family. Chen Daozhen then produced 3 spatial bags, each containing 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. With earnest intent, he said, I hold great expectations for you 3. I hope you will not disappoint me. Upon receiving the spatial bags, the inexperienced Chen Yi gasped in astonishment once more. This reaction was understandable, as the Chen family had previously lived in considerable hardship. And with so many members, the resources allocated to each were scant. The sudden influx of such lavish resources was a bit overwhelming. Not long after the trio departed, a surge of spiritual energy erupted within Chen Daozhen, propelling him from the 8th to the 9th level of foundation establishment. Is this the allure of having an advantage? How exhilarating. The sensation of effortlessly ascending in power was utterly captivating. That evening, within the inner courtyard of the Chen family, a tremendous explosion reverberated, jolting everyone awake with the force of powerful spiritual energy. Chen Yun rushed towards the inner courtyard, his expression grave. The aura of the core formation stage. An assassin? His face was etched with urgency. Chen Daozhen was the backbone of the Chen family, and without him, Chen Guang and the other 2 formidable individuals might not adhere to the clan's commands. Who could it be? Many others hastened towards the depths of the inner courtyard, their expressions anxious. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Chen Yun was taken aback at the sight before him. Chen Daozhen. The aura of the core formation stage emanated from him. How could this be? He had actually reached the core formation stage? The scene that unfolded left Chen Shan utterly astonished. His eyes wide as saucers and his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside it. Chen Daozhen had actually reached the core formation stage at such a tender age. In all of Minghe City, One would be hard-pressed to find another individual at this level. Not even among the disciples of the nearby Qixing Valley, a formidable sect rumored to harbor cultivators of the nascent soul stage and beyond. A shared glance between Chen Yun and his companion revealed the disbelief etched on their faces. Could it be that Chen Daozhen's remarkable cultivation talents had been concealed all along? The elder had ample time before his passing to appoint a new family head, yet he had never uttered a word. Perhaps he had already been aware of Chen Daozhen's true capabilities. Their minds swirled with countless questions. The family head was indeed at the core formation stage. Just then, exclamations erupted around them as other members of the Chen family arrived to offer their support. Their reactions mirrored that of Chen Shan, each one gasping in astonishment. Wasn't the family head at the second layer of Qi refinement? How could he possibly be at the core formation stage? My heavens, a core formation cultivator so young? Am I dreaming? Someone slap me. Smack. You're really going to hit me? Ouch, that hurt. Amidst the crowd, Chen Xiang wore an expression of profound seriousness. He was considered the most gifted among the Qin clan, yet he had only reached the second layer of foundation establishment, a far cry from the core formation stage. While Chen Daozhen, his peer, had now surpassed him by leaps and bounds. This revelation struck Chen Xiang hard. Family head, Chen Yi's voice rang out once more, as her worldview seemed on the verge of collapse. Just as she struggled to process the previous shocking news, yet another astonishing development emerged. Having stabilized the spiritual energy within him, Chen Daozhen surveyed the throng in the courtyard and, with a hint of irritation, inquired, "What is everyone doing? Don't you have cultivation to attend to?" Chen Yun swallowed hard, hesitantly asking, "Family head, what is your cultivation level?" In an instant, all eyes turned toward Chen Daozhen. Curiosity piqued regarding how this former waste could have transformed into a core formation cultivator in the blink of an eye. With a calm demeanor, Chen Daozhen replied, "Core formation stage, just broke through, as you can see." Upon receiving confirmation, gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. As the members of the Chen family were once again shaken to their core, it was indeed true. This was nothing short of miraculous. Chen Yun inhaled deeply, exhilaration lighting up his countenance. A core formation cultivator, so young, could only be described as a prodigy. Under Chen Daozhen's leadership, the Chen family might reach unprecedented heights. Chen Daozhen refrained from elaborating further on his cultivation, and Chen Yun did not press for more information. With a wave of his hand, Chen Daozhen instructed, "Stop staring. Return and focus on your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiang wasted no time in departing, his mind singularly focused on one thought: cultivation. The news of Chen Daozhen's breakthrough to the core formation stage had been a significant blow to him. The other young disciples were similarly motivated, rushing back to commence intense training. The cultivation resources they had previously intended to conserve were now being utilized without hesitation. With Chen Daozhen's ascension to the core formation stage, the family's fortunes surged to an impressive 51. Truly, a remarkable turn of events. The ability to snowball is exceedingly powerful. The following day, in the early morning, a delicate mist enveloped the world, as if shrouded by a veil of gossamer, adding an air of mystery to Menghe City, which gradually became bustling with activity. Since the Chen family took over the Sun family's enterprises, Chen Yun has been exceedingly busy. Chen Daozhen simply assigned Chen Guang to accompany him at all times, as having a fully realized cultivator during the core formation stage made many tasks more manageable. Successful draw, acquired a mid-stage nascent soul protector. Successful draw, acquired 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Successful draw, acquired 600 second-grade intermediate return to origin pills. Upon witnessing these results, Chen Daozhen couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. In just 3 days, the Chen family had gained a practitioner at the nascent soul stage. Previously, the development of the Chen family was akin to riding a children's cart. Now, they were soaring through the skies. It was astonishingly rapid. Chen Daozhen worried that the members of the Chen family might struggle to keep pace. Over the course of a single night, his cultivation had also surged from the first to the third layer of core formation. At this rate, it would only take a few days for him to reach the nascent soul stage. In addition to the nascent soul protector drawn, the return to origin pills and low-grade spirit stones were also critically needed by the Chen family. The return to origin pills were particularly useful for cultivation, containing vast amounts of spiritual energy to aid practitioners in their rapid advancement. Summon. Chen Daozhen called softly, and a robust figure materialized before him, sharply defined with piercing eyes that exuded an extraordinary presence. Within him resided an immense force. Chen Wenj pays respects to the family head. The man knelt before Chen Daozhen, his demeanor radiating utmost reverence. Chen Daozhen nodded, immensely satisfied. With a nascent soul cultivator by their side, the Chen family could confidently navigate the intricacies of Menghe City. Chen Daozhen suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. While development naturally favored a steady, flowing approach, The system was exceptionally potent, akin to a game of jump chess. In a few days, he would likely be able to draw a protector at the transformation stage. Absurd. He glanced at the fortune value, which had increased from 51 to 120. Hiss. Chen Daozhen drew in a sharp breath. The power was staggering. Rise. Chen Wenj slowly stood, quietly standing beside him. Chen Daozhen opened the door and addressed Chen Wu. Keep a close watch on the Chen family. I am stepping out to attend to some matters. Chen Wu immediately bowed respectfully. Yes, family head. Subsequently, Chen Daozhen departed the Chen residence with Chen Wenj. The presence of a nascent soul cultivator offered him an explosive sense of security. Although a nascent soul cultivator may not be deemed powerful within the vast wilderness, in the vicinity of Minghe City, they were undeniably formidable. Moreover, upon reaching the nascent soul stage, one's lifespan extended to nearly 3,000 years, ensuring the stable development of the family for an extended period. Generally, only factions with nascent soul practitioners could truly gain prominence. As he walked through the streets, observing the bustling traffic, Chen Daozhen took a deep breath. Since his arrival in this realm, he had never left the confines of the Chen family. His purpose for venturing out this time was not for leisure, but to procure cultivation resources for the disciples of the Chen family. The process of absorbing spiritual stones is laborious and time-consuming, rendering them less practical than medicinal pills. Although he possesses the Guiyuan pill, its purpose is solely to enhance one's realm, yielding effects similar to those of spiritual stones, albeit with slightly greater efficiency. Chapter 10. Tungfei Chamber of Commerce. The Tungfei Chamber of Commerce represents a significant force within Minghe City, arguably the most formidable one. While the specifics of its strength remain unknown, its branches are widespread across dozens of cities, wielding considerable influence, primarily engaged in commerce without interfering in the conflicts among various factions. As Chen Daozhen entered the Tungfei Chamber of Commerce, he was immediately greeted with a warm smile by a staff member. Greetings, esteemed guest. How may I assist you? Would you like medicinal pills, formations, or talismans? Chen Daozhen had never set foot in such a place before. During his time in the Chen family, he was virtually invisible, neglected by his uncle and unloved by his grandmother, receiving little attention. The old man, while not harsh, showed no indulgence towards his grandson, maintaining an exceedingly indifferent demeanor. Consequently, the spiritual stones he received monthly from the family were insufficient to support his spending in such establishments. Chen Daozhen cast his gaze around the display cabinets before inquiring. Do you have any Shisui pills? The staff member promptly replied with a smile. Indeed, we do. How many would you like? Just as he was finishing his sentence, a figure approached, prompting the staff member to reflexively bow and acknowledge. Greetings, Manager Zhou. Zhou Qi regarded Chen Wenj with a serious expression, sensing a nascent soul aura emanating from him. Moreover, it was evident that he was an unfamiliar cultivator, suggesting he was not from Minghe City. Zhou Qi instructed the staff member, you may withdraw. Understood. The staff member glanced at Chen Daozhen and then retreated to the side, recognizing that the manager's personal attention to these two indicated their noteworthy status. Zhou Qi clasped his hands and smiled at Chen Wenj. Dear friend, what do you require? Upon hearing Zhou Qi's address, the staff member was taken aback. It was known that Manager Zhou was a nascent soul cultivator, and to be addressed as a friend implied that the other party was at least a formidable presence within the nascent soul realm. Chen Wenj returned the gesture and replied calmly. I merely have matters to discuss with my family's head. I am but a servant. Zhou Qi was momentarily taken aback, disbelief flickering in his eyes. If a nascent soul cultivator could be considered merely a servant, how powerful must this family be? Zhou Qi then shifted his gaze to Chen Daozhen, initially believing him to be a junior accompanying the nascent soul cultivator, only to realize that he was, in fact, the family head. However, he was also intensely curious about how someone at the core formation stage could command such respect from a nascent soul cultivator. Could it be that he was concealing his true prowess? Zhou Qi's mind raced with thoughts, yet he maintained a smile as he inquired, Forgive my curiosity. May I ask how you are addressed? Chen Daozhen replied with a gentle smile, I am Chen Daozhen. Zhou Qi pondered for a moment, failing to recall any relevant memories associated with that name. Yet he continued to maintain a cordial demeanor, though the Shisui pill is classified as a mid-tier second-grade pill. You are undoubtedly aware that its ingredients are relatively rare, and its consumption greatly benefits cultivators. Hence, its price surpasses that of typical mid-tier second-grade pills. Allow me to offer you a special price, 30,000 low-grade spirit stones for one pill. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones is quite reasonable. The marrow cleansing pill can, to a certain extent, enhance the foundation of the consumer. With prolonged and repeated usage, it can indeed improve one's physique and augment one's innate talent. However, few factions can afford such luxury. While 30,000 stones may not pose a challenge for one or two individuals, The burden becomes considerably heavier when the number swells to 10 or 20. Moreover, the enhancement provided by the marrow-cleansing pill is limited, which is why even the most powerful factions reserve them exclusively for their core disciples. Chen Daozhen remarked, "Please provide me with 150 pills." Upon finishing his request, he casually tossed several spatial bags, which contained a total of 450,000 low-grade spirit stones. Deliver the items to the Chun family on Tianqing Street. The mention of the Chen family prompted a furrow of concern on Zhou Qi's brow. The name felt entirely foreign to him. As an established cultivator in the nascent soul stage, Zhou Qi was accustomed to interacting with the most prominent powers in Dream River City, and thus, he had little recollection of this Chen family. Had they recently arrived? Very well, Daoist Chun, travel safely. I shall personally deliver the pills within half an hour. Chen Daozhen nodded and turned to depart, while Zhou Qi immediately summoned individuals to inquire about the origins of the Chen family. It was astonishing that he had never heard of such a faction within Dream River City, especially one with a nascent soul cultivator in residence. If the Chen family was not a recent addition to the city, then he had indeed been remiss in his duties. Upon returning to the Chen family, Chen Yun arrived just in time. His face radiated with a joyful smile, and his steps were light with elation. "Patriarch, we have splendid news," he called out from a distance. As he approached, he noticed the unfamiliar man behind Chen Daozhen and paused momentarily, taken aback by the stranger's presence. Nonetheless, he quickly regained his composure and continued enthusiastically, "Patriarch, we have gained immensely from the destruction of the Sun family. They possessed nearly 7 million low-grade spirit stones and treasures worth around 4 million stones. Furthermore, taking over the Sun family's assets will allow us to project an annual revenue of approximately 150,000 spirit stones." The Sun family had deep roots in Dream River City, while the Chen family was a nascent force that had only risen to prominence in recent decades. Lacking any substantial foundation, the spirit stones they had amassed did not exceed 2 million. In contrast, the Sun family boasted close to 11 million low-grade spirit stones, perfectly compensating for the deficiencies in the Chun family's resources. With such a significant gain, coupled with the presence of the young core formation cultivator Chen Daozhen, the future of the Chen family appeared boundless. As Chen Yun contemplated this, his delight became palpable. However, Chen Daozhen maintained an air of calm detachment, merely smiling and nodding. Faced with Chen Daozhen's understated demeanor, Chen Yun momentarily faltered, his smile faltering and a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. "Is your expression appropriate? Shouldn't we celebrate such a monumental victory over the Sun family? Even if not with jubilation, at least show a semblance of happiness?" Chen Yun curiously inquired. "Master of the house, is this not worth celebrating?" Chen Daozhen cast a deep glance in his direction, as if to convey, "Is this truly a cause for joy? After all, it is merely 11 million low-grade spirit stones. Perhaps tomorrow, a lucky draw could yield such a sum." Nonetheless, he managed to force a rigid smile. Feigning overwhelming delight, Chen Yun remarked, "Could you possibly smile a touch more convincingly?" As they proceeded towards the Chen family's conference hall, Chen Yun incessantly reported various matters concerning the family. Chen Daozhen, lacking proficiency in such affairs, listened with a distracted mind. However, he noted that the family's fortune had risen from 120 to 125. This increase was likely due to the spirit stones acquired after the extermination of the Sun family, which contributed to an enhancement of their fortune value, thereby indirectly bolstering the family's strength. Quite versatile indeed. Chapter 11. Future Developments. Chen Daozhen spoke, Elder San. In the future, do not be frugal with the spirit stones within the clan, spend them wisely. Strength is paramount, and if we cannot convert resources into power, then they hold no significance. Chen Yun readily grasped this principle. He was not rigid in matters beyond the clan's regulations. Now that the Chen family had become affluent, it was only fitting to allocate more resources to the younger generation, allowing them to develop steadily. Presently, the clan boasted 3 members at the core formation stage. As long as they did not provoke the 3 major nascent soul forces within Dream River City, they could remain relatively secure. Intrigued, Chen Yun asked, "Master, what is our future plan for the Chen family?" Chen Daozhen furrowed his brow. His vision was straightforward, to enhance the family's strength. Yet, it was clear that Chen Yun sought more than this. The specific direction for development was simple: either become a reclusive family, discreetly cultivating their strength, or take on a more prominent role. Chen Daozhen pondered for a moment, contemplating whether he possessed the temperament of a low-profile figure. Clearly, he did not. Thus, the only viable option was to establish a dominant family that instilled fear and respect in others. Chen Daozhen calmly declared, "First, let us unify Dream River City." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Unifying Dream River City would require at least a nascent soul cultivator, if not a transformation stage master. Chen Yun's gaze towards Chen Daozhen dramatically shifted. He had never anticipated such ambitious aspirations from him. This notion was once unfathomable for the Chen family, which had previously been content with mere stability. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yun solemnly stated, regardless of your choices, the Chen family is your blade. Wherever you wield it, we shall follow. Hearing these words filled Chen Daozhen with gratitude. This was precisely the kind of family spirit he desired, united in purpose. No wonder, after expelling Chen Qin from the family, the fortune value had not only remained intact, but increased. It seemed that those individuals were indeed a malignant presence within the Chen family. With a gentle smile, Chen Daozhen reassured, rest assured, Elder San, as the wielder of this blade, I shall not disappoint you, nor shall I let down anyone in the Chen family. If I cannot lead the Chen family to rise, then there is no one else who could. Chen Yun naturally believed in Chen Daozhen's remarkable ability to break through to the core formation stage at such a tender age, especially as he could also command 2 other practitioners at the same level. Few possess such extraordinary talents. After pondering for a moment, Chen Daozhen spoke, Elder Third, first attend to the matters concerning the Chen family in the coming days. Subsequently, lead a contingent to annihilate the Su family, and then exert pressure on the other core formation forces in Menghe City, compelling them to submit to the Chen family or face extermination. Let them choose their fate. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun immediately rose, exuding a chilling aura, and respectfully replied, understood. Chen Daozhen's strategy was quite straightforward, to assimilate all core formation forces, followed by those at the nascent soul stage, ultimately securing control over the entirety of Menghe City. There were still nearly 40 core formation powers in Menghe City. Should all of them pledge allegiance to the Chen family, the annual tribute collected would amount to a substantial sum. In such a scenario, the Chen family would not need to invest time and effort into managing those industries. They could simply reap the benefits. Once they seized the city lord's estate, the Chen family would become the sovereign rulers of Menghe City, allowing them to establish certain regulations, such as taxation. Currently, despite the city lord's estate being the most powerful, it refrained from such actions for fear of public outrage, which could lead to a rebellion. However, when the Chen family unified Menghe City, they would naturally possess the audacity to enact such measures. Yet, the collection of taxes should not be overly oppressive or excessive, and a reasonable pretext must be found, perhaps for the maintenance of the city, the construction of roads, or the enhancement of defenses, all under the guise of benefiting the populace. If opportunities arise, they might even extend some welfare to the citizens of Menghe City, such as establishing defensive formations or spirit-gathering arrays. However, these plans were for a later time, as immediate execution was not feasible. Although Chen Daozhen aspired for the Chen family to be a dominant force, he had no intention of becoming a tyrant. Suddenly, a hurried voice interrupted his thoughts. A guard rushed in, his expression fraught with anxiety. Master, there is someone at the door claiming to be a steward from the Tungfei Chamber of Commerce. Chen Yun immediately stood up, his demeanor becoming serious. A steward? The Tungfei Chamber of Commerce was formidable, rivaling the 3 great nascent soul powers of Menghe City, and its stewards were all of nascent soul caliber. The personal visit of such an individual could hardly bode well. Had the Chen family offended the Tungfei Chamber of Commerce? That seemed improbable. Their only interactions were occasional purchases of resources. With a grave tone, Chen Yun inquired, are you certain it is the Tungfei Chamber of Commerce? The guard promptly affirmed. Elder Third, the emblem of the Tungfei Chamber of Commerce is affixed to his chest. I observed it closely and could not be mistaken. A sharp intake of breath escaped Chen Yun as anxiety gripped his heart. At this moment, Chen Daozhen spoke, I did not expect such efficiency. Allow him entry. The guard hesitated but, upon witnessing Chen Daozhen's calm demeanor, quickly complied. Yes, master. Recently, rumors had circulated within the clan regarding Chen Daozhen, his breakthrough to the core formation stage, and the destruction of the Sun family. No one in the Chen family dared to overlook this once inept cultivator. Chen Yun turned his head. Does the family head know this steward? Chen Daozhen raised his teacup and took a gentle sip, appearing rather dignified. Not exactly acquainted, merely some business dealings. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was merely a matter of commerce, as he had feared that someone was seeking vengeance. Soon, Zhou Qi's figure appeared before them. Master Chen, I never expected to find you here. You truly are exceedingly discreet. Zhou Qi remarked with a smile as he reached the entrance. He had previously been aware of the Chen family, having managed the Tungfei Chamber of Commerce in Menghe City for many years, visiting various places within the city. However, he had always considered it to be an ordinary small family and had not given it much thought. To his surprise, this Chen family contained a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, such an understated existence. Upon seeing Zhou Qi in person, Chen Yun felt a jolt of surprise. Yet, witnessing Zhou Qi's courtesy towards Chen Daozhen, He became immensely puzzled. What could be the reason behind this? Zhou Qi handed over a Qinkuan bag, smiling as he said, Master Chen, inside are a total of 150 washing marrow pills. The extra 5 are a gift from my Tungfei Chamber of Commerce. Every force at the nascent soul stage is a potential major client, and establishing a good relationship in advance is of utmost importance. Although the Tungfei Chamber of Commerce is the leading merchant association in Mingha City, smaller businesses still exist, and he did not wish for a force like Chen Daozhen's to procure goods from them. Chen Daozhen smiled. Then I shall express my gratitude to Steward Zhou. Chapter 12. Washing marrow pills. Listening to their conversation, Chen Yun felt utterly bewildered. 150 washing marrow pills. It is known that each pill on the market costs over 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, this amount is worth nearly 5 million low-grade spirit stones. However, he was curious as to why Zhou Qi, a steward at the nascent soul stage, would personally deliver such a substantial order of 5 million low-grade spirit stones. After delivering the goods, Zhou Qi did not leave immediately. Instead, he engaged in casual conversation with the Chen family for a while. This was his primary purpose for coming, to foster a good relationship with Chen Daozhen. Before taking his leave, Zhou Qi smiled, Master Chen. Should you wish to purchase anything in the future, feel free to visit my Tungfei Chamber of Commerce. I shall ensure you receive the best prices. Chen Daozhen nodded and smiled, certainly. Then I shall bid you farewell. Zhou Qi wore a smile as he departed. Chen Yun quickly rose, Steward Zhou. Allow me to see you off. Not long after sending Zhou Qi away, Chen Yun returned, yet his eyes were filled with confusion. Family head. What is the meaning of this? Chen Daozhen did not elaborate, stating that they would understand when the time was right. He tossed the Qinkuan bag onto the table and said, These washing marrow pills are to be distributed among the disciples of the Chen family. Each shall take 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening, continuing until they cease to show effect. Should there be a shortage, come to me at any time, and I shall arrange more. Chen Yun's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. 2 pills a day? What kind of family conditions are these? The Chen family had previously acquired the Shisui Dan, consuming merely 1 pill monthly or half a pill biweekly. However, due to the exorbitant costs, they eventually ceased their usage. Additionally, they only selected a few individuals of notable aptitude to partake in the consumption. Now, however, the situation has escalated to the point where everyone is required to ingest 2 pills daily. How extravagant! To be frank, Chen Yunming could scarcely fathom such a notion. It is utterly ludicrous. Observing Chen Daozhen, he appears to possess considerable confidence. From the interactions over the past couple of days, this young head of the family does not seem to be reckless. His ability to make such decisions must surely be grounded in reason. With 150 Shisui Dan, dismissing the outer court members, the Chen clan's direct lineage consists of only 23 individuals, each able to sustain this regimen for a maximum of 4 days. Chen Yun expressed his concerns. Head of the family, is this not a bit too extravagant? Chen Daozhen glanced at him, responding with assurance. Just follow my lead. The Shisui Dan will be sufficiently provided. He was well aware that this supply would not last long. But if the Chen family could enhance their strength, the rewards from his lottery draws would only improve. The previous day, with a luck value of 51, he had drawn 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, and now his luck had risen to 125. Drawing 1 million low-grade spirit stones seems reasonable, does it not? Moreover, as the Chen disciples consume the Shisui Dan, their strength will naturally increase, thereby augmenting the luck value, leading to an exponential growth. Chen Daozhen firmly believed that his cultivation system is an upgraded version. No, this system seems inherently advanced. Observing his conviction, Chen Yun ceased his persuasion, respectfully bowed, and departed to prepare resources for the Chen family's direct line. By evening, all members of the Chen family received 6 Shisui Dan each, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. While 6 pills in isolation may not be exceedingly precious, the sheer quantity allocated to the direct line was simply astounding. Over 4 million low-grade spirit stones. My goodness. Chen Shan trembled as he clutched the 6 pills. He had spent the entire day busying himself with the integration of the Sun family's assets. Upon returning home, he was met with the 6 Shisui Dan thrust into his hands, rendering him momentarily flustered. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed, saying, Third brother, my aptitude is rather ordinary. It would be best to reserve the pills for the children. With that, he returned the pills. Others in his generation echoed his sentiments. Even if they were to consume the Shisui Dan, the effects would be limited, as they had surpassed the prime age for cultivation. It would be more beneficial to allocate them to the younger generation with greater potential. I have no need for them. These pills are not inexpensive, and such a significant expenditure would be wasted on me. Third brother, please take them for the children. Chen Yun frowned, his expression darkening. Everyone, keep them. The pills were ordered by the head of the family for you. Tu Shisui Dan daily must be consumed by all. The head of the family has assured that there will be plenty. Upon hearing this, Chen Shan was taken aback. What a commanding statement. Plenty. Faced with Chun Yun's serious demeanor, he had no choice but to relent. Chun Yun turned his gaze towards the younger generation, speaking with a grave tone. You are the future pillars of the family. Including Chen Xiang, Chen Jin, and Chen Yi. You three possess the finest talents. Do not disappoint the expectations placed upon you by the family head. The same goes for the others. Let not these resources be squandered. Yes. The crowd erupted with fervent shouts, their words brimming with enthusiasm. Observing the spirited young individuals, the older generation, represented by Chen Shan, felt a rush of vitality coursing through their veins. Ever since Chen Daozhen took charge of the Chen family, the atmosphere within the family appeared to be transforming in a subtle yet profound manner. Chen Yun nodded with satisfaction. His heart was wholly invested in the Chen family, and witnessing its flourishing brought him immense joy. The following day, in the early morning, after a rain shower the previous day, a mist enveloped the earth, and the tiles of the Chen residence glistened with moisture. Chen Daozhen opened his eyes. As of now, his cultivation had ascended to the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. The returns were indeed remarkable. Simultaneously, the strength of the entire Chen family was advancing rapidly. Upon opening the system panel, the family's fortune value had risen from 125 to 143. Lottery successful. Received 14 million low-grade spirit stones. Lottery successful. Acquired a low-level Xian rank cultivation technique, the body dominance technique. Lottery successful. Obtained a low-level Xian rank spirit gathering array. Seeing the rewards, Chen Daozhen's expression fell slightly. He was disappointed not to have summoned a character, which was indeed regrettable. However, acquiring a low-level Xian rank technique and a spirit gathering array was still commendable. He first examined the body dominance technique, a formidable body refinement method, which ranked among the best even in the realm of low-level Xian rank techniques. Excellent. Subsequently, Chen Daozhen took out an array plate and tossed it into the air. Within moments, he sensed a change in the concentration of spiritual energy in the atmosphere. However, the duration was too brief, and the increase in spiritual energy remained negligible. A smile spread across Chen Daozhen's face. Splendid, everything was progressing favorably. Now he merely needed to wait for a period, allowing the strength of the Chen family members to rise. He intended to directly pass the body dominance technique to Chen Yun, allowing him to determine who should cultivate it. Apart from the direct lineage, there were also collateral branches within the Chen family. However, their treatment was evidently far less favorable. Unlike the direct descendants, who could unconditionally enjoy resources, the collateral branches were required to contribute in some manner or perform tasks for the family to earn their share of resources. The remaining direct descendants had all been tested and proven, making their cultivation justifiable, but the reliability of the collateral branches was not guaranteed. Chapter 13. The Huang Family in the Huang Family. Sister, please help me. A young man clad in splendid attire was persistently pleading with the exquisitely beautiful girl before him. Huang Qingqing wore a look of exasperation, responding curtly, You, always causing trouble. The Huang family's influence is extensive, but that does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly. In Menghe City, there are numerous connections to maintain. We cannot afford to be besieged on all sides. Huang Ping immediately remarked, Third sister, the Chen family is merely a minor force. I have conducted thorough investigations and found that they possess only one perfected golden core cultivator and another in the mid-stage of golden core formation. They are hardly a match for our Huang family. Huang Qingqing could not help but roll her eyes, her tone laced with disdain as she retorted, Indeed, annihilating the Chen family would be a simple task, but you, young man, are perpetually entangled in matters. Tomorrow there will be the Li family, and the day after, yet another clan. Have you ever considered the repercussions of your actions on our family? Your innate talents are lacking, and rather than diligently cultivating, do you truly wish to wait until the day father expels you from the family before you feel content? Huang Qingqing felt a profound sense of helplessness towards her brother, who seemed to thrive on creating chaos. The crux of the matter was that he could seldom resolve these issues on his own, often relying on the family to intervene. With an increasing number of troubles arising, the family had grown weary of intervening, leading Huang Ping to continually seek her assistance, which greatly exasperated her. With a face full of grievance, Huang Ping murmured, It is not that I am targeting the Chen family. They are the ones who annihilated the Sun family and killed Sun Xian. Everyone in Menghe City knows that Sun Xian is the woman I have set my sights on. Huang Qingqing cast him a sidelong glance, scoffing. So, you are willing to create turmoil for the sake of a woman? If it were a typical golden core force, I might assist, but the Chen family has a perfected golden core cultivator. Unless it is a mortal enemy, it is unwise to provoke them. Moreover, if you intend to stir trouble, It should be with the intention of ensuring the demise of that perfected golden core cultivator. Otherwise, you risk leaving a lingering threat. For who knows when they might break through to the nascent soul stage. With a sigh, Huang Qingqing lamented her brother's utter incompetence, a blend of debauchery and ineptitude. Miss Third, the family head requests your presence, came a voice from outside. Huang Qingqing nodded, I understand. With that, she disregarded Huang Ping and turned to walk deeper into the inner courtyard. Before long, she arrived at an exquisitely luxurious villa, where a middle-aged man sat with an imposing demeanor, exuding an aura of authority. Upon entering, Huang Qingqing respectfully greeted, I pay my respects to father. Huang Qingwen raised his head and nodded. Indeed, you have reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. Huang Qingqing maintained her composure, replying, Thank you for your praise, father. Huang Qingwen wasted no time with pleasantries and addressed the matter directly. Tomorrow, you will visit the Chen family on behalf of the Huang family to explore the possibility of forming an alliance. If that proves unfeasible, then eradicate the Chen family. Upon hearing the familiar name of the Chen family, Huang Qingqing paused slightly. The Chen family, with 2 golden core cultivators? Huang Qingwen nodded, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. Yes, how did you come to know this? Huang Qingqing quickly responded, Father, just now, 4th brother came to see me, stating that the Chen family killed a woman he fancied, named Sun Xian, from the Sun family, which was previously destroyed by the Chen family. He sought my assistance for revenge against them. Upon hearing this, a flicker of sharpness passed through Huang Qingwen's eyes. The courtyard fell into silence, and Huang Qingqing dared not interrupt. After a considerable pause, Huang Qingwen narrowed his eyes and declared, in that case, let us assist your foolish brother and trouble the Chen family. I will send 3 perfected golden core cultivators along. There will be no need for diplomacy, simply eradicate the Chen family. However, Chen Daozhen must be kept alive, and if we can spare Chen Yun and Chen Shan, we shall do so. If not, they shall meet the same fate. Listening to a multitude of unfamiliar names, Huang Qingqing felt somewhat bewildered. Huang Qingwen had always shown little concern for Huang Ping's matters, let alone eliminate a family for him. Yet now he exhibited an unusual demeanor. Suddenly, Huang Qingqing was struck by a realization. Father, could it be that the Chen family possesses something of great value? Assisting Huang Ping seemed implausible. Thus, the only conceivable reason must originate from the Chen family. Moreover, Huang Qingqing understood her father well. He would never extinguish a force without careful consideration. Huang Qingwen revealed an expression of appreciation, his tone calm as he remarked, You have guessed correctly. Our task is simply to bring Chen Daozhen back to the Huang family alive. Huang Qingqing did not inquire further, bowing respectfully, daughter obeys. She turned and exited the courtyard, where 3 individuals at the peak of the core formation stage awaited her. Only one of them was a member of the Huang family, while the other 2 were esteemed guests. Greetings, 3rd Miss, the trio saluted, and Huang Qingqing returned the gesture with polite acknowledgement. Observing this scene, Huang Qingwen's eyes glimmered with approval. He valued humility and respect for the talented, a testament to the Huang family's ethos. However, his thoughts soon drifted to Huang Ping, and the smile on his face faded. He had nearly lost his composure on numerous occasions, almost striking down this wayward son. Due to him, the Huang family had endured countless humiliations. Huang Qingwen's expression gradually regained its calm, a sardonic smile curling his lips. Chen Qin, oh Chen Qin, what deep-seated animosity do you harbor against the Chen family, to the extent of betraying your own kin? Previously, Chen Qin had approached him, suggesting that the Chen family might possess treasures, and that their patriarch, Chen Daozhen, had rapidly advanced from the Qi refinement stage to the core formation stage within mere days. Initially skeptical, Huang Qingwen had conducted a brief investigation, discovering that the Chen family had indeed undergone significant changes. The matter of Chen Daozhen's cultivation was seemingly no secret within the Chen family. Many of its members proudly proclaimed their patriarch's genius. A treasure capable of facilitating such a swift ascension from the Qi refinement to the core formation stage was enough to pique his interest, perhaps even proving beneficial to him in the nascent soul stage. Bring them in, he commanded. A servant from the Huang family hastened to enter. Huang Qingwen's expression turned frigid, laced with sarcasm. Go inform Huang Ming to eliminate everyone from the Chen family, leaving no survivors. Those associated with Chen Qin were privy to the Chen family secrets, and he could not allow them to live, lest the treasure be divulged, leading to unforeseen complications. Dead men keep secrets. The servant responded respectfully. As you command. Huang Qingwen waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave the courtyard, which fell silent once more. Seated on a stone bench, Huang Qingwen poured himself a cup of tea. His demeanor relaxed and composed, reminiscent of a sagacious strategist orchestrating victory from afar. Huang Qingqing returned to her room, where she found Huang Ping awaiting her. She stated directly, Let us go to the Chen family. Huang Ping's face lit up with joy. Third sister, you are willing to help me. Huang Qingqing shot him a glance of annoyance, immediately turning away. No time for chatter. With a broad smile, Huang Ping followed her out, only to discover 3 individuals standing nearby. Huang Hishu and Wu Keqing. Huang Ping was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the unexpected support from Huang Qingqing, who had mobilized the 3 peak cultivators of their clan to confront trouble. The situation was dire, clearly aimed at annihilating the Chen family. Sister, you are the best. Chapter 14. The anxious Chen Yun, the Huang family. Are you certain? Chen Yun rose, a hint of bewilderment crossing his face. The messenger was a direct descendant, named Chen Yuan, who spoke with urgency. It is absolutely true. They have sent 5 individuals, including that ruffian Huang Ping. Their demeanor suggests ill intentions. Elder San, you must go and investigate immediately. Chen Yun hastily made his way to the outer courtyard, instructing, quickly notify the family head, and inform Chen Shan to lead some people out of the back entrance. Understood. Chen Yuan responded before rushing deeper into the inner courtyard. In the depths of the Chen family's inner courtyard, Chen Dao sat cross-legged on the ground. A look of anguish etched on his face as he practiced the dominating body technique. Although the hundredfold return could enhance his cultivation, it seemed to merely elevate his level, rendering his combat power against opponents of the same realm rather feeble. Chen Dao pondered that since he had little to occupy his time, and with Chen Yun and Chen Shan supporting the family, many affairs did not require his direct management. Thus, he dedicated himself to his cultivation. Chen Wen's voice resonated from outside the door. Family head, it seems someone is causing a disturbance at the Chen family. With his formidable awareness at the nascent soul stage, he was acutely aware of the situation within the Chen family. The moment the Huang family entered, he noticed their hostile demeanor and promptly reported it to Chen Dao. Upon hearing this, Chen Dao's brows furrowed. Since he had assumed leadership, the Chen family had acted with utmost prominence. Who in Minghe City was unaware of their 2 peak cultivators? Who would dare to provoke them? 3 formidable nascent soul forces? What cultivation levels do they possess? Chen Wenj respectfully replied. 3 at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, 1 at the Qi refinement stage, and 1 at the foundation establishment stage. Family head, do you require my assistance? There was an eager tone in his voice. A glint of cold light flickered in Chen Dao's eyes. Such strength could nearly obliterate the Chen family. It appeared to stem from the 3 major nascent soul factions. Yet, Chen Dao was perplexed as to where the Chen family had offended them. Could it be that their annihilation of the Sun family had incited jealousy over their rapid advancement, threatening the status quo? That seemed unlikely. If that were the case, they would not approach with such fanfare, but rather strike covertly to eliminate the Chen family. Of course, with great power, one could act as they pleased, as long as their objectives were achieved. Nevertheless, Chen Dao found it difficult to comprehend. For Minghe City was not solely inhabited by the Chen family's peak cultivators. Several other factions also possessed similar strengths. Shaking his head to cast aside these thoughts, he commanded, eliminate them all, and remember to inquire about their faction of origin. At this moment, a murderous intent flashed in Chen Dao's gaze. If they sought death, they had come to the right place. He would not hesitate to wield his blade against them. To unify Minghe City, establishing authority was imperative. Eliminating a force at the nascent soul stage would undoubtedly serve as the most effective means of establishing authority. Chen Daozhen once again closed his eyes, immersing himself in the practice of the overbearing body technique. For him, cultivating his skills held far greater significance than attending to trivial matters. Moreover, the Chen family still had capable individuals like Chen Wenj and Chen Guang. Summoning them would simply be to assist Chen Daozhen in addressing these issues. Just as Chen Wenj exited the courtyard, Chen Yuan rushed in, his face etched with urgency. Master, it's terrible. The Huang family has come seeking trouble. Upon hearing this, Chen Wenj's lips curled into a slight smile. The situation had become straightforward. There was no need to interrogate the origins of the trouble. It was time to retaliate. Chen Daozhen's calm voice resonated. It is of no concern. I am already aware. You may leave. Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. My lord, that is the Huang family, one of the 3 major nascent soul powers in Minghe City. If such a family is causing trouble, we could face annihilation if we are not careful. He reiterated, his tone grave. Master, but it is the Huang family. Chen Daozhen's voice emerged again, tinged with impatience. It is merely the Huang family. What is there to fear? I have already made arrangements. You should attend to your own matters. Hearing this, Chen Yuan dared not press further. From Chen Daozhen's tone, he sensed an air of confidence and disdain, as though he had no concern for the Huang family whatsoever. It seemed that this was not a significant matter after all. I will take my leave then. My apologies for the intrusion, Chen Yuan said, awkwardly turning to exit, yet his mind was consumed by one lingering question. Was it truly wise to disregard the Huang family so casually? In the room, Chen Daozhen felt exasperated. Nothing irritated him more than being disturbed while focusing on a particular endeavor. He once again settled his mind, continuing his practice of the overbearing body technique. In the outer courtyard of the Chen family, Huang Ping's voice boomed. Who killed Sun Xian? Come forth. Who permitted you to annihilate the Sun family? Standing before him, Chen Yun was drenched in a fine sheen of sweat. He had a strong inkling as to why the Huang family sought trouble. It was indeed due to Sun Xian, who seemed to have some connection with Huang Ping. Young Master Huang, I truly did not know that Sun Xian was related to your family, Chen Yun stammered. Huang Qingqing sneered. Your name is Chen Yun, correct? The Sun family is our Huang family's betrothal partner. Not only have you slain Sun Xian, but you have also wiped out the entire Sun family. This matter cannot be so easily dismissed. As his words fell, Huang He behind him unleashed an overwhelming aura, revealing his perfected foundation establishment cultivation. The two others beside him mirrored his strength. Chen Yun's complexion shifted, fear flickering in his eyes. 3 perfected foundation establishment cultivators. It was evident that the Sun family and the Huang family were indeed interconnected. Otherwise, they would not have brought 3 perfected cultivators to seek retribution. But why had he never heard of a union between the Sun and Huang families? Such matters are typically public knowledge. How could the Sun family keep such a significant alliance concealed? Sun Pingdong, you truly are a beast. To be able to ally with the Huang family, who would not make such news known throughout the city. How could the Sun family ever hope to keep such a secret? However, Chen Yun discerned a hint of concession in the other's tone, prompting him to muster his courage and inquire, Miss Huang, we have also remained oblivious to this matter. What must the Huang family do to spare the Chen family? The Chen family is prepared to pay any price. For we have only just begun to glimpse the prospect of resurgence, and I do not wish to jeopardize our entire clan due to a moment of carelessness. If necessary, I am willing to surrender all the possessions acquired from the Sun family, along with the resources stored in the Chen family's warehouses. If that proves inadequate, I would even relinquish all of the Chen family's enterprises to the Huang family. As long as the Chen family retains Chen Daozhen and the 2 others at the core formation stage, a revival would not be insurmountable. Chen Yun had already braced himself for the worst, internally cursing Sun Pingdong. How utterly repugnant. What treasures could the Chen family possibly possess that would be of interest to the Huang family? Huang Qingqing's eyes glinted with a cold smirk. Since her visit to the Chen family was predicated on the existence of treasures, she decided to probe first, employing cunning rather than force, before extinguishing the Chen family. Should the Chen family remain obstinate, she would not hesitate to resort to coercion. This was her strategy. Upon hearing her words, Chen Yun's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily replied, Miss Huang, I am willing to offer everything the Chen family possesses, including our enterprises. If all of them were liquidated, they would amount to at least 15 million low-grade spirit stones. All I ask is that the Huang family show us mercy. He sensed the murderous intent in Huang Qingqing's tone and thus revealed all without holding back. Chapter 15. The Yuanying stage of the Chen family, 15 million low-grade spirit stones. A flicker of brilliance passed through Huang Qingqing's eyes, yet this was likely not what her father desired. The Chen family undoubtedly possessed other valuables. While this sum was considerable, it was hardly sufficient to entice the Huang family. Chen Yun, do you truly believe that 15 million spirit stones could appease us? Or do you think the Huang family lacks such a trifling amount? Listening to Huang Qingqing's icy words, Chen Yun felt a chill run through him. Could such a substantial price fail to resolve this matter? He cast a glance toward the depths of the inner courtyard, secretly wishing that Chen Daozhen would refrain from approaching, and instead, hastily depart from the Chen family. With such a prodigy as Chen Daozhen present, there remained a glimmer of hope for the Chen family. Huang Qingqing scrutinized Chen Yun intently, noting his sideways glance toward the inner courtyard. With a scoff, she remarked, to think you could navigate this predicament with merely these spirit stones is preposterous. The Chen family must present something of genuine value, and we might reconsider. Otherwise, today shall mark the end of the Chen family in Menghe City. At this juncture, Huang Ping interjected, lunging at Chen Yun with a kick, taunting, you insolent wretch. How dare you threaten my woman? What do you think you are? Although Chen Yun, a mere qi refinement practitioner, was unaffected by the kick, his fury surged within him. Wishing nothing more than to eliminate this vile creature on the spot, he had fought alongside the Chen family patriarch, claiming many lives along the way, and had never endured such humiliation. Yet, with 3 at the core formation stage beside Huang Ping, and in light of the Chen family's precarious situation, Chen Yun forcibly suppressed his rage. With a face full of subservience, he replied, young Master Huang Ping, I truly had no inkling of any connection between the Sun family and yours. In this manner, the Huang family may present any demands they wish. As long as the Chen family is capable, we shall exert every effort to fulfill them. Whatever the Chen family possesses, we shall gladly provide. Huang Ping's gaze brimmed with mockery as he ominously declared, "To give us? Are you not a touch too naive? Should we extinguish your Chen family? Your possessions would naturally belong to the Huang family." Once more, Huang Ping aimed a kick at Chen Yun, continuously hurling curses. "Was it you, you dog? Who ordered Sun Xian's death? Who else was involved? None shall escape today. They all must perish." Chen Yun's eyelids twitched violently, an overwhelming sense of murderous intent enveloping him. Observing this, Huang Qing spoke again, her tone somewhat softened. "This visit is under my father's directive. You should comprehend the gravity of the situation. I offer you one final opportunity. Reflect carefully." With that, she fixed her unwavering gaze upon Chen Yun. Upon hearing her words, Chen Yun's murderous intent towards Huang Ping dissipated. The Chen family had incurred the wrath of a nascent soul stage practitioner. How significant was the Sun family to the Huang family? To warrant such a personal decree from their patriarch? Anxiety gripped him, his hands trembled incessantly, and his eyes were laced with bloodshot desperation. What was to be done about the Chen family? Just as things began to improve, calamity struck. Was fate intent on obliterating the Chen family? Despair washed over Chen Yun's countenance, his legs weakened. For the sake of the entire Chen family, he would willingly kneel before the Huang family in supplication. Yet, even as he attempted to kneel, his legs remained suspended in midair. He glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder, confusion flickering in his gaze. Turning to look, he saw that the individual accompanying Chen Daozhen had lifted him, leaving him floating aloft. Not having encountered Chen Daozhen brought him some relief. Perhaps it was for the best. There was still hope for the Chen family. Chen Wenj smiled faintly. "Elder Third, please rest. I shall handle the matters that follow." Chen Yun felt perplexed, uncertain of Chen Wenj's intentions. "Ah, another dog has arrived. Were you not present when Sun Xian was slain?" Huang Ping bellowed angrily, preparing to kick Chen Wenj. With a sudden sound, Huang Ping's leg spun in midair several times, nearly falling completely. He was momentarily stunned, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah," Chen Wenj calmly stated. "Elder Third, this individual is yours to handle." Huang Qing's pupils constricted sharply, and the three fully realized core formation practitioners behind her surged forward. Their terrifying auras unleashed as they advanced toward Chen Wenj. "You seek death. How dare you harm our young master?" With a mere wave of his hand, Chen Wenj emitted a blinding flash of light, his entire being crackling with dense arcs of electricity, akin to a thunder god. The three core formation practitioners, witnessing this spectacle, were overtaken by fear. "You are at the nascent soul stage." With a resounding explosion, the three core formation practitioners were instantly reduced to cinders. Those summoned possessed unique characteristics and skills, all randomly assigned. Chen Wen's cultivation was that of thunder techniques. In the realm of myriad techniques, the power of lightning reigns supreme. Even the most formidable cultivator in the foundation establishment stage appears as insignificant as an ant before the might of the nascent soul stage, utterly devoid of resistance. Witnessing this scene, Huang Qingqing stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with terror as fear seeped into her being, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. The Chen family possesses a nascent soul cultivator. "Father, were you aware of this? There exists a fourth nascent soul force in Minghe City." Beside her, Chen Yun was equally bewildered. The individual accompanying the family head was, astonishingly, a nascent soul cultivator. He had never entertained such a possibility. How could one of that caliber willingly submit to a foundation establishment cultivator? Huang Ping was equally dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting the pain radiating from his legs. The Chen family has a nascent soul cultivator. I have truly caused a calamity. My family has offended a nascent soul practitioner on my behalf. Though he often acted arrogantly, he had always targeted the weak and never engaged with powers that the Huang family could not contend with. Yet today, he had embroiled the Huang family with a nascent soul cultivator and had potentially led to the demise of three perfected foundation establishment cultivators in his family, including the possible death of his elder sister. Huang Ping's eyes brimmed with despair. "Elder sister, I did not know. I was unaware of the Chen family's circumstances. I am truly sorry." Tears glistened in his eyes, still believing that the Huang family had sought out the Chen family due to him. Huang Qingqing, however, paid no heed to his words, her gaze solely fixed upon Chen Wenj. Chen Wenj smiled faintly. "You all seem to be here seeking something from the Chen family. Alas, it appears you have come to the wrong place. The Chen family possesses none of what you seek. However, if you are willing to divulge some information unknown to us, I might consider sparing you." Huang Qingqing, lost in confusion, replied, "My lord, I do not understand what you are saying." Chen Wenj shook his head. "Very well. It matters not." As his words fell, a flash of lightning struck, and Huang Qingqing's charred body crumpled to the ground. Huang Ping's heart-wrenching cries erupted. "Elder sister! Forgive me, elder sister!" Chen Wen's gaze remained indifferent. "How noisy!" Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yun approached, and severed Huang Ping's head with a single stroke. He held no sympathy for him. He had heard enough rumors about this Huang fourth young master, notorious for his violent deeds. To see him feigning deep sibling affection was nothing short of revolting. Chapter 16. The astonishment of the Chen family elder. Third, I must report to the family head. Chen Wenj bid farewell and turned to leave. Chen Yun regarded his retreating figure with a complex expression. The Chen family harbored a nascent soul cultivator. He himself was utterly astonished, let alone others. The crucial matter was, could you have emerged sooner? I nearly believed the Chen family was doomed. Chen Shan, Chen Shan. Chen Yun shouted, his voice echoing throughout the Chen estate. Chen Shan soon appeared, his tone filled with confusion. What is it? Have the Huang family departed? Chen Yun shook his head, gesturing towards the 5 charred corpses on the ground. They have not left, they remain here. With that, he turned and departed. Seeking to calm the tumult within his heart, Chen Shan gazed with a perplexed expression at the 4 charred corpses. In the next moment, a jolt ran through him, and he hurriedly pursued, his tone laced with urgency as he inquired, are they all dead? Deep within the inner courtyard, upon his return, Chen Wenj did not immediately report the situation. Sensing that Chen Daozhen was in the midst of a crucial moment in his cultivation, he refrained from rushing. Moreover, this minor matter did not warrant immediate concern. However, the news of the Huang family's 5 being slain swiftly reached all the direct descendants. Yet this time, they did not proclaim it loudly. Only the core members were aware, in order to prevent any leak of information. Although this seemed futile, as the command to summon the 5 from the Huang family had come directly from the family head, he would soon discover the anomaly here. The Chen family gathered to deliberate on a course of action. Chen Yuan, his face etched with shock, exclaimed, Third Elder, what on earth has transpired? How could 3 perfected foundation establishment cultivators die inexplicably? Could it be that Chen Guang was involved? But he alone would not suffice. 1 perfected foundation establishment cultivator cannot possibly slay 3. This is akin to a fantastical tale. I believe the pressing concern is not this question, another interjected. The Huang family members have perished within the Chen family. This matter cannot end well for us. Perhaps we should flee at once? That is a reasonable suggestion. While the Huang family has yet to react, we must act swiftly, Chen Yun remarked, inhaling deeply to steady his emotions. He then continued, everyone, do not panic. Our Chen family possesses a nascent soul cultivator. The 5 from the Huang family were slain by that very individual. At this proclamation, the gathering fell into a profound silence, eyes widening in disbelief. A nascent soul cultivator. The Chen family has a nascent soul cultivator? Yet, the initial thought that sprang to their minds was that Chen Yun was jesting. Could this be a dream? How could the Chen family possibly have a nascent soul cultivator? Countless questions erupted in their minds. In the past, when the old patriarch led the Chen family, their existence was fraught with hardship, often lacking even basic resources. The sudden emergence of 2 foundation establishment cultivators was one thing, within the realm of acceptance. But now, the appearance of a nascent soul cultivator, what did this signify? Were they previously being raised in poverty? Chen Kuei's expression turned grave. Third brother, you jest not? Chen Yun spoke slowly. You may go and examine the corpses of the Huang family members and see for yourselves whether the destruction wrought could be attributed to a foundation establishment cultivator. Upon hearing this, the doubts in the hearts of the gathered dissipated like smoke, and they conceded that the truth seemed to align with Chen Yun's assertion. The Chen family truly possessed a nascent soul cultivator. Chen Kuei surveyed the room, his brow furrowing. Who might this person be? Without hesitation, Chen Yun replied. It is the individual who accompanies the family head. He had not had direct contact with Chen Wenj, thus he could not recall the name. At this, Chen Yi gasped. Chen Wenj. Recently, she had been in some contact with Chen Daozhen and had heard the family head mention Chen Wenj's name, which she had noted. However, she had never imagined that he was a cultivator of the nascent soul stage. This revelation was truly astonishing. The assembly fell into silence once more. Taken aback that this matter was again tied to the family head, Chen Yuan swallowed hard, finally grasping why Chen Daozhen had displayed such a dismissive attitude when he had reported earlier, seemingly holding the Huang family in contempt. It was because the Chen family possessed a trump card. However, was this trump card truly a decisive advantage? The initial appearance of Chen Wu beside the family head had shocked everyone, as they believed it to be a contingency left by the old master. Yet, with the emergence of Chen Guang, they gradually sensed something amiss. Although the old master was astute, he had not orchestrated events to such an extent. The arrival of Chen Wenj completely overturned their understanding, leading to a seismic shift in their perception of Chen Daozhen. Chen Yun murmured, another low-level profound technique in a nascent soul stage. Could it be that soon another transformation into the divine transformation stage will occur? A gasp escaped Chen Yun's lips. Such occurrences were unfathomable, yet he felt an uncanny sense of possibility. Silence enveloped the group. their thoughts racing as they attempted to comprehend the unfolding events. After a considerable pause, Chen Shan inquired, "Now that we have killed members of the Huang family, what shall we do?" Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew tense once more. Indeed, after slaying members of the Huang family, could they expect the Huang family to simply relent? Chen Yun shook his head, stating, "These matters are not for us to ponder. We need only heed the family head's command." At that moment, he had completely surrendered to Chen Daozhen's leadership, believing it best to focus on his own duties, while matters beyond his capacity would surely be addressed by the family head. This was Chen Yun's subconscious sentiment. The others, upon hearing his words, found them reasonable and nodded in agreement. Strangely, the mere thought of Chen Daozhen's presence instilled in them an overwhelming sense of reassurance. "Disperse and devote yourselves to your cultivation, awaiting the family head's instructions," Chen Yun declared as he turned to leave, followed by the others. Yet their expressions remained one of astonishment, still reeling from what had transpired. In the depths of the Chen family's inner courtyard, Chen Daozhen pushed open the door, relishing the surge of power coursing through him. His face alight with joy. Is this the dominating body technique? Truly worthy of being a profound technique. At that moment, the strength of his physique had at least doubled. And this was merely the result of his initial foray. Should he cultivate the dominating body technique to perfection, it could enhance his physical strength by nearly fourfold. The body cultivation path was indeed formidable. No wonder many claimed that a powerful body cultivator's limbs serve as the strongest weapons. This assertion now seemed indisputable. Chen Daozhen seated himself and inquired, "Have the matters been resolved? What is the outcome?" Chen Wenj respectfully replied, "Family head. It appears that the Huang family came to the Chun family in search of something, though it remains unclear what that item is. Moreover, this visit to our family was ordered personally by the head of the Huang family. However, the veracity of this information is still uncertain. I have only inferred it from the words of those few individuals from the Huang family." Chen Daozhen nodded, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Seeking something? It seemed the Chen family possessed no particularly valuable treasures that would pique the interest of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Ordinary items could not elicit such intrigue. Yet, it mattered little. Chen Daozhen asked, "As a fellow nascent soul stage cultivator, do you have confidence in defeating the opponent?" Chapter 17, Dread. Upon hearing these words, Chen Wenj furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon spoke. "Patriarch, I am at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, and with my mastery of thunder arts, those of the same cultivation level are hardly my adversaries. However, to kill," Chen Wenj's brow knitted tighter, "it poses a considerable challenge. Generally, those with nascent soul cultivation will have accumulated numerous hidden cards. Unless there is a significant disparity in strength, it is not easy to eliminate the opponent." Upon finishing Chen Wenj's statement, Chen Daozhen grasped the situation. It appeared that today, they would not be able to eliminate this Huang family patriarch. His interactions with the Huang family had been minimal. He only knew that the patriarch was named Huang Qingwen, but he was entirely unaware of his specific strength. Yet, he surmised it was likely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Nevertheless, it mattered little, with Chen Wenj by their side. The Huang family could not pose a threat to the Qin clan. They merely needed to bide their time, either dispatch another guard or for him to directly break through to the nascent soul realm. At that point, the combined might of two nascent soul cultivators would effortlessly vanquish Huang Qingwen. Presently, many direct descendants of the Chun family had surpassed the foundation establishment stage. And with his enhancement of their daily cultivation resources, Chen Daozhen's own prowess was growing at an exceedingly noticeable rate. However, it was evident that after breaking through to the fourth layer of the core formation stage, this speed was diminishing. He estimated that achieving the nascent soul stage might take him 3 to 5 days. Yet, this was remarkably swift. He had only traversed to this realm a few days prior, evolving from the Qi refinement stage to the core formation stage, and had already transformed the Chen family into this formidable entity. If he continued to maintain this momentum, the growth of the Chen family would be astonishing. Chen Wenj, pay close attention to the movements of the nascent soul cultivators within Dream River City, particularly those of the Huang family, instructed Chen Daozhen. With Huang Qingqing and others having perished in the Chen family, the Huang family will undoubtedly take action. I fear not their overt threats, but rather their covert schemes. Chen Wenj nodded and then inquired, "Patriarch, would you like me to intimidate that Huang family?" Chen Daozhen looked up at him, surprise flickering in his eyes. This Chen Wenj was rather astute, a thinker among them. Indeed, upon receiving the confirmation, a tremendous aura surged forth from Chen Wenj's being. In an instant, all those above the foundation establishment stage within Dream River City felt this overwhelming presence. A nascent soul. Many gasped in astonishment. Among them, the 3 nascent soul cultivators felt the sensation most acutely. The 4th nascent soul, Huang Qingwen's eyes narrowed. From the aura, he discerned it was a formidable nascent soul. Moreover, the very essence of this display bore an air of proclamation. Did an outsider of the nascent soul realm seek to establish themselves in Dream River City? A chill radiated from Huang Qingwen's gaze. The resources of Dream River City were finite, and the three nascent soul factions had already divided them adequately. The arrival of an additional faction would inevitably entail sacrifices in their respective interests. Huang Qingwen's consciousness reached towards the source of the aura, but his expression quickly shifted. Not from that direction, he exclaimed. Someone, go quickly and investigate the origin of this aura. An order was issued from the Huang family, and immediately, individuals hastened towards the Chen residence. Huang Qingwen felt an ominous foreboding. Should the Chen family truly possess a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, sending Huang Qingqing and the others to confront them would be akin to courting disaster. The death of Huang Ping was of little consequence, but the loss of Huang Qingqing, along with the three fully realized core formation cultivators, would be a tremendous blow to the Huang family. In Dream River City, Qi Xiao sensed this formidable aura and reacted similarly to Huang Qingwen, though his eyes were filled with apprehension. Despite the emergence of another nascent soul cultivator in Dream River City being unwelcome, the potency of this presence could not be underestimated. Engaging in battle would necessitate an alliance with the other two major factions. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with. Yet, human hearts are inscrutable, and such matters are fraught with complications. One might forge an alliance, only to find that the other party had already allied with the newly arrived nascent soul cultivator, potentially turning against you at a critical moment and leading to your demise, leaving Dream River City still under the dominion of three nascent soul factions. Among the three major nascent soul powers, the Qi family was the weakest, with the least foundation. While the City Lordess mansion and the Huang family could afford to engage in conflict, the Qi family could not. Qi Xiao shook his head and sighed. Weariness etched on his features. The rise and fall of the entire family rested upon his shoulders, demanding his careful consideration in all matters, which indeed left him feeling somewhat drained. Meanwhile, within the City Lordess mansion, a robust man with a bushy beard and a face marked by excess suddenly narrowed his eyes and cast a cold smile towards the Chen family's direction. A nascent soul cultivator, Dream River City cannot accommodate a fourth faction of this caliber. His remarks did not extend to the Tungfei Merchant Association, which he dared not provoke. Moreover, the Tungfei Merchant Association maintained a neutral stance, rarely involving themselves in the conflicts among the major factions. Their interests were modest, leading to few who would concern themselves with them. Beside him stood a middle-aged man whose eyes sparkled with wisdom. He inquired, City Lord, shall we pay a visit to this individual? Gong Sun Yang shook his head, replying coldly, merely a mid-level nascent soul. Once your error breaks through to that stage, we shall eliminate him, along with the Qi family. However, when it came to the Huang family, Gong Sun Yang hesitated, his previously arrogant demeanor tempered by a hint of caution. It was not that the Huang family was particularly powerful, but rather because their eldest son was a disciple of the Seven-Star Valley, holding a significant position. Should he obliterate the Huang family, the Seven-Star Valley would undoubtedly seek retribution. The middle-aged man smiled gently, suggesting, City Lord, there is no need for one person to monopolize the benefits of Dream River City. The Huang family has the backing of the Seven-Star Valley. It would be prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with them. Gong Sun Yang raised an eyebrow and burst into laughter. Your words hold merit. After a few exchanges, silence enveloped the City Lordess mansion. Within the Chen family, sensing the powerful aura within their ranks, everyone was taken aback, their faces glowing with uncontainable joy. If a core formation cultivator could safeguard themselves in Dream River City, then a nascent soul cultivator could truly dominate the area. Chen Daozhen spoke, Chen Wenj, please seek out Chen Yun and have him assist you in managing the affairs of the Chen family. It would indeed be a waste to keep a talent like you merely as a guard. Moreover, the summoned individuals are guaranteed to be loyal, allowing him to rest assured. Chen Wenj respectfully bowed and said, as you command. Chen Daozhen then retrieved 9 million low-grade spiritual stones, filling several bags. At your convenience, please visit the Tungfei Merchant Association to purchase all the cleansing elixirs. The Chen family's aptitude is too poor, and the effects of the cleansing elixirs will be significantly beneficial for them. With 9 million low-grade spiritual stones, one could acquire 300 cleansing elixirs, which should suffice in the short term. Chen Wenj accepted the bags and clasped his hands, saying, please be at ease, clan leader. Chen Daozhen nodded in satisfaction, entrusting the matter to Chen Wenj, for he felt assured the latter was meticulous and not one to act carelessly. With him around, Chen Yun would also be relieved of considerable burdens. Chapter 18, 4th Rank Alchemist. What? Huang Qingwen abruptly stood, a terrifying aura erupting from his being, his eyes filled with disbelief. Are you certain this is from the Chen family? The Huang family's subordinate knelt, trembling with fear. Clan leader, I absolutely did not misjudge. A chilling and bone-piercing murderous intent emanated from Huang Qingwen, causing the surrounding air to turn frigid, making the subordinate shudder involuntarily. The Chen family. Very well. Huang Qingwen murmured while seated on a stone bench. This means that Qingqing must also be in peril. The 3 perfected golden core cultivators will undoubtedly not escape either. Upon this realization, his fist clenched, shattering the stone table into pieces. Damn it. This has dealt a severe blow to the Huang family. Not only has Huang Qingqing perished, but also 3 perfected golden core cultivators, whose cultivation demanded countless resources. Contemplating this, Huang Qingwen's gaze turned icy. Chen Qin. The information regarding the Chen family was provided by Chen Qin, and Huang Qingwen had previously sent people to eliminate that group from the Chen family. Has Chen Qin betrayed me? Perhaps not. He had no reason to do so, and according to the information I received, it seems Chen Qin was also wronged by the Chen family, which is why he harbored grudges against them. Regardless, Chen Qin had no need to deceive me. It is possible he is unaware of the Chen family's situation. Huang Qingwen rubbed his temples and waved his hand. You may leave. The subordinate, feeling as if granted a great reprieve, hurriedly rose and exited. Everything has gone awry. If the Chen family indeed possessed a nascent soul cultivator, then it all makes sense. The Chen family has no true treasures. They merely concealed a nascent soul cultivator, of which Chen Qin and his foolish companions were oblivious. How infuriating. Chen Qin. Had he not already taken action to eliminate him, he would have dearly liked to capture Chen Qin and subject him to severe torment for providing him with erroneous information, leading to the demise of 3 perfected golden core cultivators from the Huang family. Furthermore, an irreparable enmity had formed, with no possibility of reconciliation. Yet, it matters little now. Huang Qingwen produced a jade talisman and murmured, there are matters within the clan that require your return, post-haste. Having spoken, he crushed the jade talisman. The jade talisman transformed into a streak of flowing light, vanishing instantaneously into the horizon. This was the 1,000-mile messenger talisman, a treasure of considerable worth, with each piece valued at nearly 400,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Under ordinary circumstances, Huang Qingwen would never resort to its use unless absolutely necessary. Given the enmity that had now blossomed, it would be far simpler to eliminate you outright. The glint in Huang Qingwen's eyes was laden with a chilling intent to kill. The following day, after the demise of Huang Qingqing and her companions, the Huang family made no moves. Yet, this was precisely what Chen Daozhen had anticipated. After all, they were all at the nascent soul stage. Even if one were to genuinely harbor murderous intent, preparation would inevitably require time. Every day, the lottery refresh time for Chen Daozhen's system occurred at 6:30 in the morning. Lottery success, acquired summon character, a 4th-rank senior alchemist. Lottery success, acquired an intermediate defensive artifact of the Xian tier. Lottery success, acquired 300 low-rank pills, spirit recovery pills. Chen Daozhen beamed with delight upon reviewing the rewards of the day. Not only had he summoned a character, but it was also an alchemist of the 4th rank. This alchemist possessed cultivation comparable to that of the nascent soul stage and had the capability to refine pills, which would greatly benefit the current state of the Chen family. Chen Daozhen also aspired to enhance the direction of the Chen family's development, and this 4th-rank alchemist could provide guidance to the younger generation, enabling the family to cultivate its own alchemists. With the addition of this newly summoned individual, the Chen family now boasted 2 nascent soul practitioners. Next, he turned his attention to the second reward, the intermediate defensive artifact of the Xian tier. In terms of value, it was the most precious item he had ever drawn. Such artifacts had never before appeared in Minghe City, making it difficult for Chen Daozhen to ascertain its exact worth. With a gentle wave of his hand, a frosty bracelet materialized in his grasp, exuding an aura of the extraordinary. This defensive artifact required active activation and could withstand 3 attacks from an average transformation stage practitioner, making it a commendable protective charm for the present time. After all, if it could endure 3 strikes from a transformation stage practitioner, one could only imagine its efficacy against a nascent soul stage adversary. Taking a deep breath, Chen Daozhen murmured, "Summon." In an instant, the air shimmered, and a figure gracefully emerged. He appeared elderly, with hair as white as snow, yet his face bore no wrinkles. His demeanor was calm and composed, suffused with a subtle fragrance of herbs, imparting an extraordinarily comforting sensation to those around him. Chen Daozhen studied him for a moment, unable to suppress a thought. How is it possible to exude an aura of age while simultaneously appearing youthful? "Chen Lu, greet the family head," the young elder intoned, kneeling before Chen Daozhen with deep respect etched upon his features. Upon the summoning of Chen Lu, the family's luck value surged to 210. "Rise," Chen Daozhen said coolly. Chen Lu slowly stood, yet maintained a slight bow, only able to glimpse the mouth of Chen Daozhen. embodying the humility expected of a subordinate in the presence of one in authority. Curiosity piqued, Chen Daozhen inquired, "Chen Lu, what is your cultivation level?" Chen Lu promptly replied, "Reporting to the family head, I am a fully realized practitioner at the nascent soul stage." A flicker of joy crossed Chen Daozhen's countenance. "And what is your combat prowess? How do you compare to an ordinary fully realized nascent soul practitioner?" The inquiry arose from past influences, where alchemists were often depicted as utterly engrossed in their craft, notoriously inept in combat, rendering their fighting prowess considerably inferior to others of the same realm. Chen Lu exhibited a contemplative expression before responding. "If it is merely a single, ordinary, perfected nascent soul cultivator, I could effortlessly slay them. Even 2 would pose no threat to me. At least 3 would be required to subdue me." "Ah." Chen Daozhen was momentarily taken aback. "Are you truly an alchemist? Why is your combat strength so formidable?" Perceiving the confusion in his eyes, Chen Lu replied with dignified composure, "Master, alchemists are generally classified into 2 categories, professional alchemists and semi-professionals. A professional alchemist, devoted wholly to the art of alchemy, would naturally be unversed in combat and thus lack strength. However, I belong to the semi-professional category, which allows me to place significant importance on martial skills. Being an alchemist grants me superior control over spiritual energy, making most cultivators of the same realm incapable of matching me." Upon hearing this, Chen Daozhen's expression relaxed. Indeed, it was true that while alchemists may not excel in combat, it does not imply their weakness. Such formidable combat prowess was precisely what he desired, enabling him to swiftly address the matters concerning the Huang family. The thought of a nascent soul cultivator eyeing the Chen family with malice left Chen Daozhen with an uneasy feeling, fearing an ambush. However, it appeared that he need not worry about that issue any longer. "I shall take the initiative," Chen Daozhen declared. "Chen Wu, summon Chen Wenj and Chen Yun to see me." Outside, Chen Wu promptly responded, "As you command." Chen Wu was the first individual he had summoned. His honest and straightforward nature, combined with his average cultivation, rendered him unsuitable for intricate tasks or strategic thinking. Thus, he was assigned the role of a gatekeeper, handling errands on ordinary days. Chapter 19. Annihilation of the Huang family. Deep within the Chen family's inner courtyard, Chen Daozhen sipped tea, exuding the demeanor of a strategist. This was true empowerment. He need not lift a finger. Those he summoned would resolve all his issues. Before long, Chen Yun and Chen Wenj arrived at the chamber. "We pay our respects to the master." Both greeted him with a bow. Chen Daozhen nodded, gesturing to Chen Lu beside him. "Allow me to introduce this individual. Chen Lu, a 4th-tier alchemist. From now on, he shall serve as our esteemed alchemy elder and guide the disciples of our clan in their alchemical training." A 4th-tier alchemist. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun was utterly stunned. Alchemists were exceedingly rare, and within the entirety of Menghe City, the highest tier was merely a 3rd-tier alchemist. A 4th-tier alchemist was beyond imagination. Chen Lu's aura was unmasked, undeniably a nascent soul cultivator, and coupled with the faint fragrance of medicinal herbs surrounding him, Chen Yun, despite his lingering doubts, could not help but accept the reality. Yet, curiosity gnawed at him. Why had the Chen family suddenly produced 2 nascent soul cultivators? First, there was Chen Wenj, and now, a 4th-tier alchemist. It was utterly outrageous. Chen Yun cast a glance at Chen Daozhen, fully aware that all of this was orchestrated by the patriarch before him. He had underestimated him. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yun respectfully stated, "Chen Yun is at your service." Chen Lu turned to him, wearing a benevolent smile. Chen Yun responded with a smile of his own. Though he was quite puzzled as to how this 4th-tier alchemist could possess white hair yet maintain such a youthful appearance. "How do you manage to exude an aura of age while appearing so young?" Chen Daozhen continued with his instructions. "Chen Yun, take Chen Guang and Chen Wu, and eradicate the Su family. Our Chen family has held a long-standing grudge against them. Even if we were to force their submission, they would never be at peace. It is far more prudent to eliminate these potential traitors outright." Chen Yun promptly nodded yes. A sudden glint of murderous intent flashed in Chen Daozhen's eyes as he coldly commanded, "Chen Lu and Chen Wenj, you shall accompany me to the Huang family shortly. Having already forged an enmity with them, I have no intention of sparing them. Now that we possess the strength, we must first annihilate this foe. Although the Huang family is currently inactive, I am certain they are merely biding their time, waiting for the opportune moment to strike." Understood. Chen Lu and Chen Wenj nodded in agreement. Chen Daozhen preferred to tackle such matters with straightforwardness, eschewing complex strategies. Sometimes, the most effective solution to a problem is sheer force. Soon, the members of the Chen family began to mobilize. Led by Chen Yun and Chen Guang, they swiftly made their way to the Su family, each face etched with ferocity. The Su family had long been adversaries of the Chen family, persistently undermining them both overtly and covertly. At last, an opportunity for vengeance had arrived. Meanwhile, Chen Daozhen, accompanied by Chen Lu and Chen Wenj, proceeded directly towards the Huang family. Upon arriving at the gates of the Huang family, Chen Lu spoke up, "Patriarch. It seems the Huang family possesses only one mid-stage nascent soul practitioner. He is an alchemist with an incredibly powerful spirit, and given his perfected nascent soul stage, a mid-stage practitioner is utterly inconsequential in his eyes." Chen Daozhen gazed up at the grand entrance of the Huang family. From this day forth, one of the three prominent nascent soul forces in Menghe City would be diminished. He then surveyed the surroundings, noticing that passers-by appeared to harbor an intense fear of the Huang family, hardly daring to linger near the entrance, with many opting to take a detour. "What are you doing? Get lost." A guard stationed at the Huang family gate suddenly pointed at Chen Daozhen and berated him, exuding arrogance. Chen Daozhen did not respond. He had no desire to engage in dialogue with the Huang family. Instead, he coolly declared, "Destroy them." Chen Lu and Chen Wenj exchanged glances, then promptly advanced into the Huang family premises. "What are you two doing? Get out of here." The guards, witnessing Chen Lu and Chen Wenj's approach, shouted once more. Yet, they remained silent, resolutely pressing forward. Seeing this, the guards' faces darkened with murderous intent. "You seek death." With that, they drew their long knives, charging menacingly toward the two. Suddenly the figure of Chen Wenj vanished from sight, and in an instant, two guards fell into a pool of blood, their lives extinguished effortlessly. Merely two Foundation establishment cultivators. Eliminating them required no significant effort. The two formidable nascent soul practitioners struck with lethal precision, and the Huang family's guards barely had time to utter a cry before being silently obliterated. Chen Daozhen remained taciturn, casually choosing a nearby noodle shop close to the Huang residence, where he ordered a bowl of beef noodles. To his surprise, this world also boasted beef noodles, and they were remarkably delectable. The noodles were chewy, and the beef was exquisitely tender, devoid of any artificial enhancements. However, the price was steep, each bowl costing 10 low-grade spirit stones, a considerable expense indeed. Chen Daozhen quickly polished off 3 bowls, relishing every bite. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the noodle shop. "Look! What has happened to the Huang family?" People immediately turned their gaze toward the entrance of the Huang residence, where 2 guards lay lifeless in a pool of blood, crimson flowing onto the street. Accompanied by the gasps, an increasing number of onlookers began to take notice of the situation at the Huang family estate. Who could have done this? So audacious as to slay the guards of the Huang family, do they not fear for their lives? This is the Huang family we are speaking of. Who in Menghe City would dare act so recklessly? The murmurs of astonishment filled the air as they processed the unfolding scene. Many locals, having never witnessed such an event, were astounded that someone would dare to provoke the Huang family. They speculated that it was perhaps a reckless young fool, eagerly awaiting the inevitable display of retribution that would see the bodies hung at the Huang family's gate as a warning to others. To dare kill the guards of the Huang family. In all my years living in Menghe City, this is the first time I have encountered such folly. Sarcastic remarks echoed throughout the noodle shop. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated, unleashing 3 overwhelming auras that swept across the entirety of Menghe City. Instantly, everyone within the city turned their attention toward the source of the powerful energy. The convergence of 3 nascent soul cultivators was no trivial matter. "Who are you to attack my Huang family?" Huang Qingwen's furious roar reverberated through the air. The patrons in the noodle shop were taken aback. No one had anticipated that the assailants would be 2 nascent soul practitioners. However, they were left baffled, pondering which force could possibly possess 2 nascent soul cultivators. Could it be a coalition between the city lord's mansion and the Qi family? One speculated. It seems quite plausible, but why would they join forces against the Huang family? I have heard that the Huang family's eldest son is a disciple of the 7-Star Valley. Would they risk offending the 7-Star Valley to annihilate the Huang family? Not necessarily. Didn't Menghe City recently gain another nascent soul practitioner? Perhaps there is someone allied with him. Chapter 20. The threat of the 7-Star Valley. As the furious shouts erupted, blinding flames and arcs of lightning surged from the Huang residence, igniting a fierce blaze. Within the city lord's mansion, Gongsun Yan's eyes widened in horror at the presence of 2 unfamiliar nascent soul auras. When had Menghe City acquired 2 more nascent soul practitioners? Moreover, these 2 auras were concentrated at the Huang family estate, indicating they were working in concert. How formidable! One of them is at least in the late stage of nascent soul. What forces do these 2 individuals hail from, targeting the Huang family so relentlessly? Are they not afraid of incurring the wrath of Qixing Valley? The presence of these 2 nascent soul cultivators has thoroughly disrupted his plans. Initially, he intended to wait for Gongsun Yu to advance to the nascent soul stage, then annihilate the Qi family and forge an alliance with the Huang family, thereby achieving true unification of the entire Menghe City. However, It now appears that this objective may not be so readily attainable. Even with 2 nascent soul cultivators in their city lord's mansion, they can only match the strength of this formidable force boasting 2 nascent soul cultivators. Yet, a cold smirk flashed across Gong Sun Yang's eyes. These newly arrived nascent soul cultivators likely lack an understanding of the Huang family and are unaware of their backing by Qixing Valley. Once the Huang family is eradicated, and Qixing Valley comes seeking vengeance, he would eliminate this newly risen power, leaving the Qi family, which poses no threat. At that point, Menghe City would be his dominion. The conflict between the clam and the heron would ultimately benefit the fishermen. Meanwhile, outside the Huang family, Chen Daozhen was leisurely enjoying a bowl of noodles. Since his arrival in this world, he had not partaken in a proper meal, having consumed only a bit of fruit during his stay at the Chen family. Generally, cultivators in the Qi refinement stage can go weeks without food, let alone those in the foundation building or core formation stages. Perhaps this was why the noodles tasted exceptionally delightful. "Shopkeeper, another bowl, please," Chen Daozhen called out. However, the shopkeeper remained fixated on the Huang family. Chen Daozhen repeated his request, and only then did the shopkeeper snap back to reality, quickly responding, "Of course, just a moment." The surrounding patrons found themselves at a loss for words. With such a significant calamity befalling the Huang family, was it not a bit lacking in sensitivity to dine here, instead of witnessing the unfolding drama? Yet soon, no one paid further attention to Chen Daozhen. Their gazes drawn toward the Huang family, a murmur of discussion rising among them. No one had anticipated that the Huang family would encounter such an imminent disaster today. Before long, 2 figures emerged from the Huang family, dragging a bloodied and mangled individual, the family head himself. The onlookers gasped in horror, their eyes widening in disbelief. The Huang family had indeed been decimated, and Huang Qingwen had been captured alive. The crowd looked on with incredulity, as if the scene before them were a surreal nightmare. Those who had come to observe quickly distanced themselves, wary of provoking the 2 nascent soul cultivators, who could easily obliterate the Huang family. Chen Lu and his companion surveyed the area before striding directly toward the noodle shop. The patrons within were taken aback, retreating in alarm, nearly cowering in the corners. Eyes filled with trepidation, the 2 approached a young man who was happily slurping his noodles. "Master, shall we execute Huang Qingwen directly?" Chen Lu's respectful voice rang out. Upon hearing this, the patrons of the noodle shop stared dumbfounded at Chen Daozhen, realizing that he was their master. A chill swept through their hearts. What kind of power did a master with 2 nascent soul cultivators possess? Thankfully, they had not offended him earlier. Chen Daozhen cast a glance at the nearly lifeless Huang Qingwen, poised to issue the command for his execution when a faint voice interjected. "You are members of the Chen family. My son is a direct disciple of the 7-Star Valley's master. Do you not fear the retribution of the 7-Star Valley should you dare to kill me?" Upon hearing these words, Chen Daozhen's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that the Huang family harbored such a significant figure. He had assumed Huang Qingwen was merely an ordinary disciple. This revelation posed a considerable complication. The current Chen family lacked the combat strength of the transformation stage, and a direct assault from the 7-Star Valley at this juncture would undoubtedly spell catastrophic consequences for them. Seeing Chen Daozhen's expression, Huang Qingwen spoke again. "I have already sent word to my son. He will return shortly." Chen Daozhen inquired, "What did you convey in your message?" Huang Qingwen appeared momentarily taken aback, unsure of why Chen Daozhen asked such a question, but quickly regained his composure. "I informed him of your attack on the Huang family." Chen Daozhen immediately discerned the implication, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. "What you conveyed is of little consequence. What matters is that your Huang family has been extinguished, a fact your son is likely unaware of. No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot possess the strength of the transformation stage. Should he dare to return to Dream River City, I shall eliminate him as well." With that, as terror filled Huang Qingwen's eyes, Chen Daozhen waved his hand, and Chen Lu executed him without hesitation. A lifeless body crumpled to the ground, leaving the patrons of the noodle shop in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. When they regained their senses, the table was strewn with glistening spirit stones. Chen Daozhen and his companions had long departed. Upon returning to the Chen family, Chen Yun happened to arrive as well. Chen Guang and Chen Wu had easily dealt with the Su family, a task as simple as child's play. The Su family's strength was comparable to the former Chen family, with their patriarch at the initial stage of the core formation, rendering their combat prowess rather mediocre. Chen Yun inquired, "Patriarch, what shall we do with the Su family's assets?" Chen Daozhen had already contemplated this matter and replied directly, "There is no need to concern ourselves with them. The Chen family has no need for such trifling enterprises. Presently, we do not lack spirit stones, and it would be a waste of manpower to manage them." He envisioned a grand blueprint for the Chen family, one with vast potential, and wished to prevent them from being mired in such trivial matters. The Su family's holdings were cumbersome and numerous, their management exceedingly complex, yielding minimal profit, approximately 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in net profit every 2 to 3 years. Such returns were pathetically meager. When his fortune value was just over 100, a single lottery draw could yield over 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Now, with it exceeding 200, a draw yielding 20 million low-grade spirit stones seemed entirely reasonable. Chen Yun furrowed his brow. From his perspective, he did not entirely agree with Chen Daozhen's stance. Although the Su family's assets were many and intricate, they still provided some annual revenue for the Chen family. Something was better than nothing. However, as Chen Daozhen was the patriarch, and Chen Yun trusted that this decision was made with careful consideration, he refrained from voicing his dissent. Chen Daozhen continued, during this period, what progress has been made in the cultivation of the Chen family members? At this query, a look of joy blossomed on Chen Yun's face. The master noted with satisfaction that the recent progress in cultivation had been remarkable. Chen Xiang had broken through to the 4th layer of foundation establishment, while Chen Yi achieved her breakthrough just last night. Chen Jin had also advanced to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. The dominant body technique you bestowed upon me has been imparted to the 3 of them. Additionally, Chen Yuan and Chen Bo, among the younger generation, are nearing completion of the Qi refinement stage, just a step away from foundation establishment. Furthermore, after consuming the cleansing essence pill, the progress of Chen Shan and the others has accelerated significantly. Chapter 21. Chen Yi's thoughts upon hearing this. Chen Daozhen nodded in agreement. With his substantial support, the Chen family had been swiftly advancing in strength. Elder Chen Yun remarked that the essence of cultivation lies in practical experience, suggesting they should take the younger members out for training. After a brief respite, they would begin to subdue the foundation establishment forces within the city, adhering to a singular principle, either submit or perish. Chen Yun's face was alight with excitement, eager to witness the rise of the Chen family. However, he soon furrowed his brow and inquired about the Qi family and the forces under the city lord's manor. As the words left his lips, he met Chen Daozhen's gaze and quickly realized the implications. With 2 individuals at the nascent soul stage within the Chen family, was there any need to fear the Qi family or the city lord's forces? Moreover, with the Huang family having been eradicated, it was likely these 2 factions would hesitate to oppose the Chen family. Understanding dawned on Chen Yun, and he promptly stated, Master, I comprehend your intentions. Chen Daozhen nodded and continued, please gather the members of the Chen family and inquire if they have any aspirations for development, such as establishing a trading association, forming a new faction, or pursuing other goals. The family will fully support these endeavors. Unlike sects, where disciples are often restricted from creating factions, a family possesses greater flexibility. Thus, Chen Daozhen aspired for the Chen family to develop in multiple dimensions, hoping each descendant would achieve greatness. Chen Yun, with a serious expression, nodded in agreement. In truth, the rapid development and multifaceted aspirations of Chen Daozhen were somewhat overwhelming for him. Nevertheless, these concerns were trivial. As long as the master issued commands, he would dutifully comply. With the Huang family annihilated and bolstered by the presence of 2 nascent soul experts, the Chen family had undeniably become the preeminent force within Dream River City. The trio's return from the Huang family to the Chen family had not gone unnoticed, leading to widespread discussions about the family's affairs throughout Dream River City. This once obscure clan now boasted 2 figures at the nascent soul stage. Chen Daozhen turned to Chen Lu and Chen Wenj, reiterating, you both are no exception. Should you have any ideas, feel free to share them with me. Although they were summoned beings, he regarded them not as mere automatons, but as living individuals. However, it seemed they were not particularly interested. For them, Chen Daozhen's commands clearly took precedence over their personal desires. Unless directed by Chen Daozhen, they exhibited little interest. In the aftermath of the Huang family's downfall, while Dream River City appeared tranquil on the surface, turbulent currents swirled beneath. Many families were rife with trepidation, especially those under the Huang family's influence, now caught in an exceedingly awkward position. On one hand, the Huang family has a prominent young master, who is the true heir of the 7 Stars Valley, a position of considerable significance. However, the looming threat posed by the 2 nascent soul experts from the Chen family is undeniable. If they attempt to hold out until Huang Yu returns to Minghe City, they might very well face annihilation at the hands of the Chen family. Conversely, should they choose to submit to the Chen family now, they risk incurring Huang Yu's wrath upon his return, which could lead to their demise as well. It seems they are trapped in a predicament with no escape. Ultimately, they resolve to adopt a wait-and-see approach. If the Chen family forces their submission, they would comply temporarily and later assert that it was not of their own volition upon Huang Yu's return. Within the Chen family, a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted, causing Chen Daozhen to shudder. He had reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage. How swift! Chen Daozhen could not help but marvel. With a hundredfold return on investment and the multitude of members within the Chen family, the speed of cultivation was astonishingly rapid. Furthermore, with everyone consuming marrow-cleansing pills in recent days, the efficiency of their training had significantly improved, yielding even better results for Chen Daozhen. Excellent. He nodded in satisfaction. With no pressing matters at hand, Chen Daozhen continued to cultivate the body dominance technique in the courtyard. Presently, with Chen Wenj and Chen Yun managing the various affairs of the family adeptly, alongside the assistance of Chen Shan and others, he found himself free from the minutiae of daily operations. For trivial matters, he need not concern himself, while for significant decisions, he merely needed to nod or shake his head. Life was indeed effortless. By the afternoon, nearly 10 core formation factions within Menghe City had willingly pledged their allegiance to the Chen family, becoming vassals. This arrangement bore the advantage of relieving them from the burdens of managing numerous enterprises, as vassals were required to pay an annual protection fee to the Chen family. However, Chen Daozhen had never considered relying on these fees to sustain the family. Such a strategy would lead to their downfall. Menghe City was divided into 5 regions: southeast, southwest, northwest, northeast, and central. Among these, the southern region was the least prosperous, while the central and northwest regions flourished. The Chen family resided in the northern district, where they had nearly unified the entire area and were steadily advancing toward the western district. Consequently, the Chen family was engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. By evening, the entire western district had been firmly brought under the Chen family's control. Yet, they refrained from further expansion, despite possessing 2 nascent soul experts. Their mid to low-tier combat strength remained severely lacking. In the residence of the family head, Chen Yun reported on the day's events and added, "Head of the family, my suggestion is that if the Chen family wishes to continue its expansion, we should wait until more individuals break through to the core formation stage before proceeding. Otherwise, management will become cumbersome." Upon hearing this, Chen Daozhen nodded in agreement. To unify all of Menghe City and exert complete control over it could not be accomplished solely with a few high-tier combatants. The support of their subordinates was essential. Thus, it was prudent to exercise patience for the time being and avoid hasty expansion. Since his arrival, only a few days had passed, yet in this brief span, he had already initiated profound changes within the Chen family. The results were commendable. Suddenly, Chen Daozhen took a deep breath, realizing, yes, it had only been a matter of days. Perhaps it is due to the sanguine nature of this world that Chen Daozhen feels an urgent need to enhance his strength. Yet he neglects whether the disciples of the Chen family can keep pace. It may be time to temper his ambitions. After annihilating the Huang family, the only entity that poses a threat to the Chen family is the Qixing Valley. However, Chen Daozhen harbors no regrets regarding his decision to eradicate the Huang family. Once enmity is established, a peaceful resolution becomes impossible, and it is likely that Huang Qingwen is awaiting support from the Qixing Valley. Suddenly, Chen Yun interjected, "By the way, Master, there is another matter. Chen Yi mentioned that she has a direction she wishes to pursue, but she wants to tell you in private." Chen Daozhen raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the mystery. "Have her come to see me." Chen Yun nodded and turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, a graceful figure appeared outside the courtyard. Dressed in a light green attire, Chen Yi exuded a fresh and charming aura, her appearance reminiscent of a lovely neighborly sister. With a demure smile, she greeted, "Greetings, Master." Chen Daozhen glanced sideways. "Come in." Chen Yi promptly entered the courtyard, yet remained silent, gazing intently at Chen Daozhen. He sighed, "You must know why I called you here. Please don't make me ask. Just tell me what you wish to do." Chapter 22. Wind Spirit Chen Yi's expression grew somewhat bashful, her demeanor shy and hesitant. This scene only intensified the peculiarity of Chen Daozhen's expression. After a considerable pause, she decisively stated, "Master, I wish to establish a trading association." Chen Daozhen was momentarily speechless, expecting a more audacious proposition, yet was met with this. Nevertheless, he was somewhat surprised. Chen Yi, who appeared so gentle and demure, harbored an interest in commerce. "Are you certain?" In response to Chen Daozhen's skepticism, Chen Yi blushed and affirmed, "I am certain." Her fervent reply and demeanor left Chen Daozhen at a loss for words. Why the excitement? However, he could comprehend her feelings. Although this world is one of cultivation, gender distinctions remain, and women tend to be more reserved. Engaging in the public sphere of running a trading association presents a considerable challenge for women, especially since Chen Yi has lived a sheltered life within the Chen family. For her, making such a decision requires considerable courage. Curious, Chen Daozhen inquired, "What do you primarily wish to trade? How do you plan to start?" While he had no objections to Chen Yi managing a trading association, he needed to ascertain her capabilities. She need not be an expert in business. But a basic understanding of trade logic was essential. It would be unwise to establish an association that incurs substantial losses. Chen Yi appeared to have prepared for this moment. Responding directly, initially, I aim to sell medicinal pills, specifically first-grade pills. I have consulted several low-tier alchemists, and if they were to work for me, I would need to pay them 100,000 low-grade spirit stones annually as compensation. There are many trading associations in Mingha City, ranging from large ones like the Tungfei Association to smaller ones such as the Dong family and Shilin associations. If a newly established association wishes to thrive, it must adopt a strategy of low profits and high sales to survive. Within the confines of Dream River City, the majority are cultivators in the qi refinement stage. Although there are numerous trading associations, the demand for low-tier medicinal pills remains unsaturated. Initially, Chen Daozhen was merely listening casually, but upon witnessing Chen Yi's earnest demeanor, he adjusted his attitude. The more he listened, the more he felt there was substance to her proposal. Following her approach, starting by selling only low-tier medicinal pills seemed promising. Regardless of the potential for success, survival was certainly assured. Moreover, her vision for the future appeared to possess a degree of feasibility. After Chen Yi finished speaking, she gazed unwaveringly at Chen Daozhen, her face brimming with anticipation. In contrast, Chen Daozhen looked at her with astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected entrepreneurial talent of the usually reclusive Chen Yi. How much initial capital do you require? Although Chen Yi had never heard the term initial capital, she grasped its general meaning and promptly replied, 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Sensing his potential disapproval, she quickly amended her request. No. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones should suffice. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Chen Daozhen couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Is our Chen family truly so impoverished? 500,000 low-grade spirit stones for rent, materials, and hiring alchemists. Are you certain that will be sufficient? Hearing this, Chen Yi's face once again flushed with embarrassment. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones was indeed far too little, merely enough to barely initiate operations. The reality was that she had no prior experience, and many aspects remained theoretical. Chen Yi herself felt a twinge of anxiety regarding potential failure, fearing the loss of her family's spirit stones would weigh heavily on her conscience. Regardless of whether it was 500,000 or 1 million spirit stones, it was not an insignificant sum. Chen Daozhen tossed her 2 Qiancoin bags, encouragingly stating, "Our family needs individuals like you, who possess innovative thinking. Go ahead and pursue your ambitions. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to the family." A look of disbelief flickered across Chen Yi's face. Really? She had not anticipated that Chen Daozhen would directly provide her with 1 million low-grade spirit stones to launch her trading association, especially considering her lack of experience and the high risk of incurring losses. With a gentle smile, Chen Daozhen reassured her, "Is there any doubt? When I say I will support you wholeheartedly, I mean it in tangible terms, not merely as words." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's face blossomed with a flush of excitement. "Master, you are truly wonderful." Chen Daozhen smiled back. "Go on." Chen Yi nodded emphatically. "Rest assured, Master, I will not let you down." With that, she dashed off, eager to commence her preparations. Chen Daozhen watched her leave with a smile, shaking his head at the spirited girl. The following morning, as dawn broke, Chen Daozhen opened his eyes and accessed the system panel, commencing the repetitive lottery draws. Draw successful. Obtained a 5th-tier low-level demon beast, the Wind Spirit Dog. Draw successful. Obtained 2,100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Draw successful. Obtained a mid-level puppet, the Purple Gold Mad Lion. Upon seeing these rewards, Chen Daozhen realized that the system had not disappointed him. The items he obtained were never without value. The 5th-tier low-level demon beast was comparable to an initial stage god transformation strength. Such prowess ensures that even in the face of the 7-star valley, one possesses the means of self-preservation. The spirit stones are of little consequence, yet the purpose of this mysterious puppet of the Xian rank eludes him. Chen Daozhen proceeded to delve into the detailed description of the item. Purple Gold Mad Lion, comparable to a mid-stage transformation god strength. Its body is forged from purple gold mysterious iron, exhibiting formidable resilience. It is equipped with an internal energy core, capable of employing metal attribute techniques, the Golden Blade, and sound wave techniques, the Roar of the Mad Lion. It can enter a standby mode, wherein the puppet remains in a semi-dormant state, activating automatically upon detecting hostility. While in standby, its energy consumption is significantly reduced, averaging 300 low-grade spirit stones per day. Upon concluding the detailed description of this puppet, a notion swiftly arose within Chen Daozhen's mind. He resolved to employ the Purple Gold Mad Lion as a guardian. What sort of power could afford to have a puppet on par with a 5th-tier demon beast as its sentinel? Certainly, the 7-star valley would not qualify. However, before that, he summoned. In an instant, the space quivered, and a tempest raged within the Chen residence. Moments later, as the wind dissipated, a holy snow-white canine materialized before Chen Daozhen. Its eyes gleamed with sharp intensity, standing half a human height, its muscular limbs exhibiting pronounced lines, presenting an extraordinary visage. An oppressive aura emanated from it, instilling terror among all creatures and demon beasts within Dream River City at that moment. Although Dream River City is the domain of human cultivators, many still keep demon beasts as pets. Within the Chen household, the wind spirit dog immediately lay down, panting adorably. A stark contrast to its previous majestic demeanor. Chen Daozhen could not resist stroking its fur, chuckling, "Since you are indeed a wind spirit dog, henceforth you shall be named Wind Spirit." The creature brimmed with excitement, circling around Chen Daozhen incessantly. Unable to contain himself, Chen Daozhen affectionately tousled its fur once more. The dog was simply too endearing. Chapter 23. The Qi family visits. Before long, Chen Daozhen arrived at the entrance of the Chen family estate. "Greetings, family head." The two guards at the door, upon seeing Chen Daozhen, immediately offered respectful bows. They were acutely aware of the recent events surrounding the Chen family and harbored nothing but reverence for this enigmatic family head. Chen Daozhen nodded lightly, then summoned the two stone lions stationed before the entrance. The guards exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of their family head's intentions. Chen Daozhen then produced a nearly 2-meter-tall, 3-meter-long purple-gold lion and placed it in the former position of the stone lions. Now, as he gazed upon the Chen family gate, it appeared far more imposing than before. The purple-gold mad lion elevated the grandeur of the entrance significantly. After completing this task, Chen Daozhen nodded in satisfaction. With both the purple-gold mad lion and the wind spirit dog, the Chen family in Dream River City faced virtually no threats. This region was already among the strongest of the Seven-Star Valley, yet even the Seven-Star Valley possessed but a single transformation god stage cultivator. Now, the Chen family boasted two such powers. Should the Seven-Star Valley dare to approach, it would only be courting death. In a short span, Chen Daozhen will not expand the Chen family on a grand scale. Rather, he intends to wait until the cultivation levels of the current members improve before considering further expansion. He is not in a hurry. Last night, he successfully reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage. And though he is still a slight distance from the nascent soul stage, he anticipates a breakthrough within 2 days at most. This delay is primarily due to the low cultivation levels of the Chen family members. Even with a 100-fold return on resources, it remains insufficient to expedite his advancement. Furthermore, Chen Daozhen is somewhat indolent and does not wish to cultivate himself. Naturally, there is no necessity for him to do so. It would be truly foolish to neglect such resources when a 100-fold return is available. He has absorbed 10 million low-grade spirit stones, which in isolation is merely 10 million. However, if utilized by the disciples of the Chen family, the resultant value could reach 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. With his own breakthrough in cultivation, along with the wind spirit and the purple-gold mad lion, the fortune of the Chen family has now increased to 460. Just as Chen Daozhen returned to the inner courtyard, Chen Yuan approached him respectfully, saying, "Patriarch, the head of the Qi family seeks an audience." Chen Daozhen furrowed his brow and replied while walking outside, "Take him to the parlor." He could surmise the visitor's intentions, likely to curry favor. Among the 3 major forces at the nascent soul stage, Qi Xiaohe possesses the weakest strength. After the Chen family eliminated the Huang family, it is only natural for the Qi family to be concerned about their own safety and to come forth to gauge the situation. In the parlor of the Chen family, Qi Xiaohe approached with a smile, looking at the young man seated at the head of the table, and immediately cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "I am Qi Xiaohe, here to meet the head of the Chen family." As he spoke, his demeanor was humble, his posture exceedingly low. In this brutal world, it is far too easy for the strong to annihilate those weaker than themselves, allowing them to plunder resources and simultaneously enhance their own power, a double benefit. Qi Xiaohe, being relatively weak in the presence of the Chen family, is acutely aware of his position. Moreover, adopting a humble stance could ensure his survival. What harm is there in that? Chen Daozhen inquired nonchalantly. Does the head of the Qi family have business here? Qi Xiaohe's expression turned awkward, taken aback by Chen Daozhen's directness, who seemed disinterested in pleasantries. After a brief silence in the parlor, Qi Xiaohe decisively stated, "Patriarch Chen, since that is the case, I shall not beat around the bush. If the Chen family can resolve the troubles of the Seven-Star Valley, I am willing to lead the Qi family to pledge allegiance to the Chen family. With 2 powerful forces at the nascent soul stage, such strength is sufficient to unify the entire Ming city, since unification does not necessitate the annihilation of all." Qi Xiaohe's visit was to convey an attitude of compliance. "I am well behaved and understanding, so do not target me." The true motivation behind his decision to submit lies in the Chen family's previous actions of subduing several forces at the core formation stage without undue difficulty. Submitting to such a force means that each year, they would only need to pay a certain tribute to receive protection, a rather favorable arrangement. Over the years, the Qi family has faced pressure from both the city lord's office and the Huang family, and Qi Xiaohe has a persistent intuition that these two powers will eventually turn against them. After comprehensive consideration from multiple perspectives, Qi Xiaohe found himself contemplating the prospect of submitting to the Chen family. Chen Daozhen raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, not anticipating that the Qi family would express a willingness to align with the Chen family. With a smile, Chen Daozhen remarked, "It is merely the 7 Stars Valley. The Qi family may take their time to ponder their decision." Upon hearing Chen Daozhen's words, Qi Xiaohe furrowed his brow, his mind racing to decipher the implications behind them. The first statement conveyed utter disdain towards the 7 Stars Valley, suggesting that the Chen family harbored no fear of it. Yet, with only 2 nascent soul cultivators, was it possible that the Chen family possessed other formidable practitioners, perhaps even those at the transformation stage? What troubled Qi Xiaohe further was the second statement. Was waiting tantamount to awaiting death, or something else? Should he submit immediately? Or should he wait until the Chen family dealt with the 7 Stars Valley before pledging allegiance? With a face full of trepidation, Qi Xiaohe addressed Chen Daozhen, "Master Chen, it is not that the Qi family is unwilling to align with you. Rather, the lives of my entire clan rest in my hands, necessitating a cautious approach. I genuinely fear that submitting to the Chen family now might provoke retaliation from the 7 Stars Valley." Chen Daozhen waved his hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly, "Do not overthink it, Master Qi. You and my Chen family have no enmity. As long as you comply, there is no need for me to annihilate your clan. Once I have resolved matters with the 7 Stars Valley, you may come to the Chen family at your convenience." Upon hearing these words, Qi Xiaohe exhaled a sigh of relief, having unconsciously perspired profusely, his palms clammy with sweat. However, there was little he could do. The Chen family had just annihilated the Huang family, leaving him in a state of acute anxiety, fearing that his own family might be next. Nonetheless, from Chen Daozhen's words, it appeared that the Chen family had grievances with the Huang family, which had prompted their destruction. Regardless, the absence of hostility from the Chen family towards the Qi family was sufficient reassurance. Qi Xiaohe humbly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding, Master Chen. In that case, I will not impose any further." Chen Daozhen rose from his seat, saying, "You are free to go." This exchange left Qi Xiaohe with a favorable impression. Based on previous information, the Chen family had not exerted undue pressure on those lower-tier forces they had subdued, merely requesting an annual tribute of a reasonable quantity of spirit stones. Coupled with Chen Daozhen's earlier remarks, Qi Xiaohe felt reassured that the Chen family was not composed of tyrants. As Qi Xiaohe exited the Chen residence, he felt a newfound lightness. Following the Chen family's destruction of the Huang family, he had been engulfed in anxiety, his mind troubled. Now, with his worries alleviated, he felt an unparalleled sense of ease, even walking with a newfound buoyancy. Chapter 24, Zhiyuan Commerce Association, Fengxing Street. Located just 2 blocks away from the Chen family, this street is the most bustling thoroughfare in the northern district, bustling with a ceaseless flow of people daily. Yes, just like that. Chen Yi directed the 2 individuals as they hung a sign on the storefront, emblazoned with the words Zhiyuan Commerce Association. The rental fee for a storefront on Fengxing Street was quite reasonable, merely 60,000 low-grade spirit stones per year. Larger establishments only cost 100,000. And the most expensive was a mere 150,000 spirit stones. He had engaged 5 first-tier alchemists in one fell swoop. After all, the Zhiyuan Chamber of Commerce primarily targets the lower end of the market, and the demand for low-grade elixirs, particularly the Qi gathering pill, is substantial throughout the Dream River City. Even 5 low-grade alchemists may not suffice. Soon, the signboard was erected, and Chen Yi placed a small sign outside announcing the Qi gathering pill for sale at the remarkably low price of 400 low-grade spirit stones. The Qi gathering pill is the most sought-after elixir in Dream River City and offers the greatest enhancement for ordinary cultivators upon consumption. In other locations, this elixir typically costs nearly 500 low-grade spirit stones. However, at Zhiyuan Chamber of Commerce, it is available for only 400. This pricing strategy, however, comes with a consequence. There is little profit margin, as after deducting costs, each pill yields merely over 20 low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, alchemists do not guarantee 100% success. Failures can occur, which can render the endeavor unprofitable. Nevertheless, Chen Yi does not intend to amass wealth immediately. Rather, she aims to build a reputation through this approach, maintaining the price of the Qi gathering pill while subsequently selling other elixirs. The other elixirs will be priced normally, allowing her to earn spirit stones through them. And once her reputation flourishes, she can gradually raise the price of the qi-gathering pill. In front of the Ji Yuan Chamber of Commerce, the low prices quickly drew in a considerable number of passers-by. 400 low-grade spirit stones for a qi-gathering pill. Are you certain there is no mistake? This cannot be a joke. Chen Yi promptly replied, we promise honesty. You can purchase a qi-gathering pill for just 400 low-grade spirit stones. This is our grand opening discount, so do not miss out. However, due to limited stock, only 70 pills were available for purchase today. Despite her youth, Chen Yi exuded confidence and charisma in her interactions, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned proprietor. Such a bargain. I shall take one. I would like one as well. People immediately expressed their interest, recognizing that 400 low-grade spirit stones is indeed an attractive price, allowing them to save 100 spirit stones. In no time, 30 pills were sold, and the crowd around the Ji Yuan Chamber of Commerce grew increasingly dense, causing the street to become somewhat congested. Many had come merely to witness the excitement. The small Ji Yuan Chamber of Commerce quickly became packed, in stark contrast to the other establishments along the street, which appeared rather desolate. Observing the bustling crowd, Chen Yi's face radiated with excitement, reflecting her expectations. This pricing truly captivated numerous individuals. At that moment, a few mocking voices emerged. Ji Yuan Chamber of Commerce? TSK, how audacious for such a small shop to claim the title of chamber. Indeed. Do you dare to purchase a qi-gathering pill for 400 low-grade spirit stones? Are you not afraid of being poisoned? There must be something wrong with these pills. Upon hearing these remarks, those who initially intended to purchase began to hesitate. Indeed, 400 low-grade spirit stones is alarmingly cheap. One could hardly find another seller in all of Dream River City offering such a price. The initial buyers, hearing these comments, began to look displeased and retorted in defense. The elixir appears to possess an appealing hue, strikingly similar to the qi-gathering pills I previously acquired elsewhere. On what grounds do you assert that there is an issue? Do you truly consider us to be fools? Are we incapable of discerning the authenticity of the elixirs? In circumstances such as this, there is no need for Chen Yi to defend herself. The initial purchasers would rush to her aid, unwilling to admit they have fallen prey to counterfeit pills. Furthermore, they genuinely believe that the qi-gathering pills sold by the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce are indeed legitimate. Once again, mocking voices emerged. Some elixirs may simply appear flawless, yet they are merely superficial, possibly yielding no effect whatsoever upon consumption. A mere child dares to run a chamber of commerce? How laughable. I too believe that the demand for qi-gathering pills is substantial. Even if they are priced 20 spirit stones lower than usual, they would undoubtedly vanish in an instant. Why the need for such a low price? The ridicule intensified, and many in the crowd regarded Chen Yi with disdain. Those who initially came to observe the spectacle joined in the derision, relishing the chaos. Moreover, the proprietor of the Ziyuan Chamber is indeed exceedingly young, resembling nothing more than a girl, imparting an impression of unreliability. 400 spirit stones is no trifling sum for many, especially in the predominantly ordinary populace of Minghe City. As previously stated, the demand for qi-gathering pills is immense. Even with a 20 spirit stone discount, many would still seek to purchase them. Why then such a drastic reduction in price? Hearing these remarks, Chen Yi's face flushed with urgency, and she immediately retorted, does age have any bearing on running a chamber of commerce? My elixirs are genuine. How could they possibly be counterfeit? Her intention was merely to establish a reputation, utilizing the low-priced qi-gathering pills to create awareness for the Ziyuan Chamber, akin to a promotional strategy. Little did she know that this would become a weapon for others to malign her. Upon hearing her words, a middle-aged man of somewhat dubious appearance sneered once more. How can we ascertain authenticity based solely on your words? Elixirs are a matter of value. Everyone is aware of the market price of qi-gathering pills, and many likely know the cost of the ingredients as well. With your costs nearing 400 spirit stones, how can you sell them for the same price? Are you here to engage in charity? Who would have thought such a benevolent soul would emerge in Minghe City? The mocking continued, the gaunt man's tone dripping with contempt. This rhetoric caused the original buyers to reconsider their purchases. In a place like Minghe City, one ought to count themselves fortunate to avoid being swindled. Who would expect altruism? 400 spirit stones for a single qi-gathering pill does indeed seem implausible. I want a refund. I no longer wish to keep this elixir. Me too. I want to return it. Refund. The initial purchasers of the qi-gathering pills began to vocally demand their refunds from the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce, prompting immediate concern from Chen Yi. The elixir I possess is undoubtedly authentic. Do not heed his baseless claims. Should any issues arise following its consumption, the Ziyuan Commerce Association will assuredly provide a refund. Presently, discontent has arisen. Despite Chen Yi's assurances, the customers remain unconvinced. We must initiate a return. Who can ascertain whether this elixir contains any adulterants? If we consume it, and it proves ineffective. What recourse do we have if you refuse to acknowledge our grievances? Precisely, a return is imperative. For the average individual, 400 spirit stones is no trifling sum. They would prefer to invest 500 spirit stones in a genuine qi-gathering pill rather than settle for a counterfeit. Chen endeavored to explain, yet the customers remained resolute in their insistence on a return. Chapter 25. The disruption observing the agitated crowd. Chen Yi's expression reflected a sense of helplessness. Though she was young, she understood that someone was deliberately sowing discord. The market environment was disrupted by 400 inferior spirit stones, inevitably inciting dissatisfaction among other commerce associations. The simplest remedy would be to reveal the Chen family's identity, thereby deterring other associations from engaging in underhanded tactics. However, despite being a woman, Chen Yi was fiercely independent. She preferred to resolve these issues through her own capabilities rather than relying on her family's influence, unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, Chen Yi declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you suspect the authenticity of the elixir, how about this? Those who purchase the elixir may consume it here on site, absorbing and refining its essence to ascertain its true nature. Subsequently, I shall bestow another elixir upon you free of charge. Who is willing to partake?" Upon hearing Chen Yi's confident proposition, several individuals in the crowd fell silent. After all, they were merely spectators. The truth mattered little compared to the thrill of attention. "Very well, I shall," proclaimed a modestly attired middle-aged man, immediately taking his seat on the ground to consume the elixir. Within moments, spiritual energy enveloped him, and those nearby could distinctly sense the enhancement of his internal energy. The gaunt man who had initially spoken now bore a darkened expression. As a first-tier alchemist, he could discern the elixir's authenticity at a glance. His intent in causing trouble was merely to issue a warning. Merchants adhered to their own codes of conduct. Discounts were permissible, yet such tactics were unacceptable. Having conducted business for many years, he understood the motivations behind Chen Yi's discounting strategy, merely an attempt to gain notoriety. However, such methods were not sanctioned by the established norms of commerce associations across various regions. To his astonishment, Chen Yi persisted in her obstinacy. He cast a cold glance at Chen Yi before turning to leave, prompting several others beside him to follow suit. "Wang Zhonggui, will we simply let this slide?" one individual queried, a tone of indignation evident in his voice. Wang Xian scoffed, "Let it slide? Impossible, since he fails to recognize the gravity of the situation. Let him learn his lesson. If every commerce association in Menghe City conducts itself in such a manner, chaos would ensue." Behind him, gasps soon erupted. The qi-gathering pill was indeed genuine, not a counterfeit. At the outset of the experiment, a middle-aged man consuming the elixir abruptly rose to his feet, his face alight with excitement. He had just acquired a qi-gathering pill without any cost. Upon hearing this, those surrounding him gasped in astonishment, and even those who had initially contemplated a return remained silent. After all, where could one find a qi-gathering pill priced at 400 spirit stones? Meanwhile, a growing crowd flocked to the scene, and the 70 qi-gathering pills were swiftly snatched up. On the streets, several merchants stood at their doorways, their eyes coldly observing the unfolding commotion. In the Chen family, Chen Yi returned, her face brimming with enthusiasm, and hurriedly dashed into the inner courtyard. At that moment, Chen Daozhen was leisurely petting his dog, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility, free from the burdens of cultivation or the relentless pursuit of resources. Upon entering, Chen Yi's eyes lit up at the sight of the wind spirit dog. What a magnificent creature, she thought, suppressing the urge to rush over and pet it. Instead, she excitedly proclaimed, "Master, I have come to report today's achievements." Chen Daozhen turned to her, intrigued by her animated demeanor. "Do tell," he prompted. Chen Yi immediately responded, her tone brimming with exhilaration. "My approach has proven successful. By lowering the price of the qi-gathering pills to 400 inferior spirit stones, business has flourished. 70 pills were snatched up in no time. The thrill was not merely in the sales, which would yield minimal profit, but in the validation of her strategy, which had indeed proven feasible." However, Chen Daozhen's expression turned serious as he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the normal price for a qi-gathering pill?" Chen Yi promptly replied, "It typically hovers around 500 spirit stones, fluctuating slightly, but never exceeding 20 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Chen Daozhen shook his head with a bemused smile. "If you reduce the price to 400 spirit stones, how will other merchants survive?" Chen Yi paused, momentarily taken aback. This was an aspect she had not considered. It was not that she had failed to contemplate it, but rather that she assumed prices would eventually normalize, leading her to underestimate the seriousness of the situation. Chen Daozhen continued, "Rules are essential in any marketplace. If everyone lowers their prices, business will become untenable." Immediately, Chen Yi proposed a new strategy. I could impose certain restrictions, such as offering only the first 100 chi gathering pills at 400 inferior spirit stones each day, after which prices would revert to normal. Chen Daozhen did not argue but countered with a question. Have you seen any other merchants implement such a tactic? Chen Yi hesitated again, realizing that during her time in Dream River City, she had not encountered any merchants engaging in such practices. Initially, she had thought this clever scheme was unique to her, but upon reflection, it seemed otherwise. Chen Daozhen shook his head, while Chen Yi possessed a certain talent for commerce. Her inexperience was evident. You aspire to elevate your reputation through substantial discounts, yet you must also consider the practical implications. The price of chi gathering pills is established and represents a significant demand. Such a steep discount will inevitably disrupt the business of others, and it is certain that someone will retaliate. If you desire to elevate your reputation, consider a different approach, such as enhancing the prestige of your trading association. The family possesses a fourth-grade alchemist. Perhaps you could have him concoct a fourth-grade elixir to showcase in your establishment. Would not a single fourth-grade elixir render your trading association renowned throughout Dream River City? Furthermore, you might directly leverage the name of the Chen family. With the current influence of the Chen family, it could swiftly bring your Ji Yuan Trading Association into the limelight of Dream Fantasy City. Did I not mention that any difficulties should be addressed with the family? To ignore such an advantage would be foolish. In the realm of commerce, one must utilize all available resources. Relying on family is also a form of capability. After listening to Chen Daozhen's remarks, Chen Yi fell into contemplative silence. Reflecting on her previous considerations, she realized she had indeed been short-sighted, focusing solely on her own actions without contemplating the broader context. The profit margins on chi gathering pills are inherently slim, primarily driven by significant demand. By drastically lowering the prices at Ji Yuan Trading Association, she would inevitably carve out a small segment of the market, prompting others to either follow suit or suppress her detrimental practices before they could take root. Clearly, the latter outcome was far more likely. As everyone follows the trend of price reduction, the ultimate result will be that no one profits. Chen Yi gazed at Chen Daozhen with newfound admiration. The head of the family is remarkable. Not only does he possess extraordinary talent, but he also understands the intricacies of commerce and commands a multitude of formidable individuals. Master, I comprehend now. Chen Yi nodded emphatically, realizing that her initial thoughts were indeed flawed and required reevaluation. Chen Daozhen shook his head with a smile. Do not grasp the concept so swiftly. If you wish to expand this trading association, be prepared to incite envy in others, who may even resort to underhanded tactics. Remember, if you encounter trouble, seek assistance from the family. At this juncture, a sudden chill emanated from Chen Daozhen's being. The family will resolve all your troubles. Chapter 26. The Wang family. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's face radiated with emotion, her heart brimming with a sense of security. After all these years, she experienced this feeling for the first time. Although the Chen family had once provided warmth, they did not instill this sense of safety. She often worried about the family's demise. After all, the Chen family had been exceedingly weak at that time, yet now everything was entirely different. Chen Daozhen retrieved several Qianquan bags and chuckled lightly. These contained 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Since you wish to pursue this endeavor, do it thoroughly. 5 million. Chen Yi gasped, her rosy lips parting in astonishment at Chen Daozhen's generosity in providing her such a substantial sum. She hesitated to accept, feeling overwhelmed by the quantity of spirit stones. Chen Daozhen, slightly exasperated, urged, take it. Hesitantly, Chen Yi responded, Master, are you not concerned that I might incur losses? With a gentle smile, Chen Daozhen replied, merely 5 million spirit stones. If they are lost, they are lost. It is of little consequence. Chen Yi paused, taken aback. After all, 5 million low-grade spirit stones constituted a vast fortune in the previous iteration of the Chen family. Taking a deep breath, she declared with resolute determination, Master, I shall not disappoint you. No sooner had she spoken than the voice of a guard resounded from outside the courtyard. The head of the family was approached by a member of the Ji Yuan Chamber of Commerce, who urgently sought Ms. Chen Yi, claiming that their establishment had been vandalized and imploring her to come at once. Chen Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Realizing that the situation her family head had spoken of had indeed transpired, someone had turned over tables. She promptly rose and departed from the inner courtyard of the Chen residence. Chen Daozhen shook his head with a smile, then casually instructed, Chen Wu, you should accompany her. Chen Wu outside the courtyard immediately bowed in acknowledgement, responding, yes. After this, Chen Daozhen returned to his leisurely activity of petting his dog, while Feng Ling, like a loyal hound, remained docile and content. Outside the Chen residence, a weathered old man, upon seeing Chen Yi emerge, was struck with astonishment. Initially, when Chen Yi had claimed to be a member of the Chen family, no one had believed her. He had approached the Chen household with a sense of tentative hope, but now his doubts were dispelled. However, he found himself curious. Why was a chamber established by the Chen family operating in such a discreet manner? As Chun-Yi stepped out, she immediately inquired, "Old one, what exactly transpired?" When Sun shook his head in exasperation and explained, "Master, the apothecary shop was supposed to close after selling out the medicinal herbs today. The other 4 alchemists and I were hastily preparing more elixirs. Yet, when I passed by the shop earlier, I discovered our Ji Yuan Chamber of Commerce utterly wrecked. The door had been pried open and not a single area inside remained intact. I hurried here to inform you." "What?" Chun-Yi exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. When Sun subtly shook his head, he had previously advised against such actions, fearing negative repercussions. Unfortunately, Chun-Yi, brimming with confidence at the time, had dismissed his concerns. She quickened her pace and hurried towards the Ji Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Upon arriving, she found a crowd gathered, spectators indulging in the unfolding drama. The condition of the chamber inside mirrored when Sun's description. Nearly every corner was in disarray. If they wished to continue their business, a significant renovation was imperative. Observing this scene, Chun-Yi did not outwardly exhibit excessive anger. Instead, she stepped inside the establishment, hoping to salvage something usable. However, after searching thoroughly, she found nothing intact. "So this is what it means to turn over tables," she murmured softly, contemplating the swift elimination of her disruptive enterprise. "Is this truly the Ji Yuan Chamber of Commerce that sold a spirit-gathering pill for 400 spirit stones? Just a while ago, everything was fine. And now it lies in ruins. A young girl, oblivious to market dynamics, had her store destroyed, and it was fortunate she wasn't harmed. Persisting in her misguided venture could threaten her very existence. Selling a spirit-gathering pill for 400 spirit stones, how could others survive? It was no wonder she faced such destruction, it was deserved. The audacity of a young girl attempting to emulate others in business was, indeed, laughable. Many gathered outside, discussing the situation, their tones rife with mockery. Hearing their derisive remarks, Chun-Yi could not suppress a sigh. Although she had anticipated potential troubles, the reality of the Ji Yuan chamber being vandalized left her somewhat disheartened. Yet, her despair stemmed not from the destruction of her shop, but from her own misjudgment. Initially, she had been filled with unwavering confidence. Yet reality informed her that this approach was futile. At that moment, a young man clad in opulent attire approached, exuding an air of significance, while Wang Xian followed closely beside him, his face a mask of humility and obsequiousness. The elegantly dressed youth spoke in a nonchalant tone. "Is this the esteemed Ji Yuan Chamber of Commerce you mentioned?" Wang Xian immediately affirmed, "Yes, precisely this one." The young man then let out a cold scoff and rebuked, "What nonsense is this? Selling a Qi gathering pill for 400 spirit stones? Are you unaware of the market conditions?" Chun-Yi turned her head, her gaze icy as she inquired, "So it was you who vandalized my store?" Wang Fu, with an arrogant expression, replied, "And what of it?" The Wang family, once the most powerful clan in the North District, had now become the second most formidable after the Qin family, thus affording them the audacity to act with such arrogance. A sinister smile suddenly crept across Wang Fu's lips as he gazed at Chun-Yi with a fervent intensity. "What business does a young lady like you have? Why not spend a night with this young master? You would certainly earn more than running a chamber of commerce." As the eldest son of the Wang family, he had known many women, yet Chun-Yi possessed an aura of purity and grace that stirred an unsettling desire within him. Indeed, a night with our young master could yield considerable spirit stones. By winning his favor, you might even marry into the Wang family, and in the future, who would dare to bully you in Dream River City? Upon hearing such brazen words, Chun-Yi's face flushed with fury, her fists clenched tightly, trembling with anger. No one had ever insulted her so profoundly throughout her life. Unable to tolerate the scene any longer, when Sun interjected sternly, "This lady hails from the Qin family. You should choose your words carefully." Wang Fu erupted with laughter at this remark. "The Qin family? Don't make me laugh. The state of your chamber resembles anything but the Qin family's. Do you not fear the Qin family's wrath?" Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Chun-Yi fixed Wang Fu with a frigid stare. In the next instant, she transformed into a blur, launching herself at Wang Fu with ferocity. Before he could react, a fist was barreling toward his forehead. Bang! Wang Fu stumbled back several paces, his nose shattered, blood streaming forth. "Ah, it hurts. It hurts," he howled, clutching his nose in agony, rolling on the ground in distress. Foundation establishment stage. Gasps echoed around them as bystanders regarded Chun-Yi with astonishment. Such a young practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage was indeed a rarity even in the entirety of Dream River City. Could it be that she truly hailed from the Qin family? Wang Fu screeched, "You wretched girl. How dare you strike me? Dispose of her. I will make you suffer dearly in bed later. You filthy wretch." At this moment, his guards finally sprang into action. One middle-aged man, his eyes cold as ice, emanated an even more formidable aura. Foundation Establishment 7th Layer. To dare harm my young master is to seek death. Chapter 27. The Perilous Predicament of the Wang Family. Bang! With a resounding crash, Chen Yi stood her ground, unwavering. As the crowd regained their senses and beheld the unfolding scene, a chill ran down their spines. Before them lay the grotesque scene of a 7th-tier Foundation guard, his body severed and sprawled in a pool of crimson. Standing before Chen Yi was a tall figure, imposing and formidable. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, filled with dread. It's Chen Wu of the Chen family. Chen Yi seldom ventured out, and given the Chen family's prior insignificance, few could recall having seen her. Yet, Chen Wu, a cultivator at the core formation stage who had made his mark by annihilating the Sun and Su families, was well known. This young lady is truly of the Chen lineage, murmured the onlookers, their expressions shifting to one of schadenfreude. The Wang family was doomed for having provoked the Chens and vandalized another's establishment. Moreover, Wang Fu's brazen harassment of others would now spell his ruin. Many harbored disdain for Wang Fu, a notorious bully in the North District, known for his violent antics and even street-level assaults on women. As Chen Wu turned, bloodied blade in hand, he advanced towards Wang Fu. The latter's face drained of color as he screamed in terror, "You cannot kill me. I am the young master of the Wang family." The crowd could hardly contain their disbelief. Even at such a dire moment, Wang Fu clung to his family's status in a misguided hope for salvation. A sharp sound cut through the air. Wang Fu collapsed into the blood-soaked ground, his expression forever frozen in fear. The crowd collectively gasped, astonished by Chen Wu's ruthless action, which sent a chill through many hearts. With a smile, Chen Wu turned to Chen Yi, asking, "Are you unharmed, Miss Chen Yi?" She promptly replied, "I am fine. Thank you, Brother Chen Wu." The surrounding spectators were once again struck dumb. To be addressed so familiarly by a core formation cultivator indicated her high status within the Chen family. Wang Fu's demise was justly deserved for provoking a direct descendant of the Chens. Among the throng, Wang Xian retreated, terror etched across his face. It was over. Everything was lost. With Wang Fu dead, escape was impossible, regardless of whether the Chen family would spare the Wang family. He knew full well that he would not be spared. After all, it was he who had reported to Wang Fu about the Ji Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Initially, such trivial matters would have been dismissed by Wang Fu, but he had specifically mentioned Chen Yi, describing her as a charming beauty, thus piquing Wang Fu's interest. In essence, he had unwittingly been the catalyst for the downfall of both Wang Fu and Wang Li, the Foundation tier guard. A chill settled deep within him. Chen Wu made no further moves, instead surveying the crowd. Those caught in his gaze quickly averted their eyes, unable to meet his stare. This was the oppressive aura that the Chen family wielded. Meanwhile, other servants of the Wang family, faces awash with terror, fled towards their clan in frantic haste. Although the Wang family possessed some influence, they were merely at the core formation stage, while the Chen family boasted too at the nascent soul stage and had eradicated the formidable Huang family. 10 Wang families would not suffice to withstand the wrath that could befall them. After addressing the matters concerning Wang Fu, Chen Yi proceeded to rearrange the storefront. The previous words of Chen Daozhen enlightened her significantly. She resolved to broaden her avenues, thereby distinguishing her business association from others. With the advantageous support of the Chen family, such as the sale of 4th-grade elixirs, she aimed to swiftly elevate the Ziyuan Association to become the second largest in Minghe City. No, if she truly commenced the sale of 4th-grade elixirs, its influence might even surpass that of the Tongfei Association. As this thought crossed her mind, a surge of excitement illuminated Chen Yi's face, bringing a rosy hue to her cheeks. She now understood that showing off was of no consequence. Harnessing all her advantages to vanquish her competitors was indeed one of the principles of commerce. Chen Wu followed closely behind her, primarily to demonstrate to others that Chen Yi was a valued member of the Chen family, thereby alleviating many potential troubles for her future endeavors in establishing a business association. As evening fell, the entire Minghe city remained ablaze with lights. In such a realm, day and night held no significance for cultivators. Meanwhile, within the Chen family, many bore expressions of uncertainty. Have you noticed something different within the Chen family? You sensed it too? Today, after I left the Chen family for business, I distinctly felt a decrease in spiritual energy concentration. Upon returning, however, I noticed it was nearly 60% denser than outside. What could be the cause? Many, eager to validate their suspicions, continuously entered and exited the Chen residence, ultimately arriving at the conclusion that the spiritual energy within the Chen family was indeed much more abundant than outside. Could this be another feat of the family head? The concentration of spiritual energy does not change easily unless influenced by external factors. and only that mysterious family head could alter the density of spiritual energy within the Chen family. Beyond this possibility, they could not conceive of any other explanations. Suddenly, the spiritual energy within the Chen family erupted, startling everyone present. Chen Daozhen smiled slightly. Elder Chen Yun, you have finally broken through. The surge of spiritual energy within him skyrocketed, returning 100-fold, as he was already close to the Yuaning stage. Chen Yun's breakthrough immediately heralded signs of reaching the Yuaning stage. With a calm demeanor, Chen Daozhen declared, in that case, I shall break through as well. As his words fell, the spiritual energy within him erupted, and compared to Chen Yun's breakthrough, Chen Daozhen's was evidently far more explosive. The fluctuations of spiritual energy reverberated throughout Minghe City. Anyone with even a modicum of strength sensed the anomaly. Someone has reached the Yuaning stage. Who could it be? In that direction, the North District. Again, the North District. Could it be related to the Chen family? Surely not. The Chen family already has 2 at the Yuaning stage. If another were to emerge, they would be invincible within Minghe City. This is the Yuaning stage. Even 2 are already unrivaled, let alone 3. Stop standing there in shock. Hurry and see what is happening. At this moment, numerous Jedon stage powers in the North District wore expressions of terror, others, being further away, could sense the fluctuations of the Yuaning stage but could not accurately determine who had achieved this breakthrough. However, they found themselves in close proximity to the Chen family, acutely sensing the powerful aura of the nascent soul stage emanating from within. Another nascent soul had emerged from the Chen family. How could this family, once on the brink of annihilation, suddenly gain such strength in such a short time? Who could this breakthrough practitioner be? It couldn't possibly be Chen Yun, at most. He would have only advanced to the core formation stage during this period. Could it be the family head? Speculations ran rampant as the heads of various factions pondered the circumstances within the Chen clan. Chapter 28. Breakthrough to nascent soul. At this moment, Chen Xiang stared wide-eyed. Disbelief etched across his face as he sensed that aura emanating from the depths of the inner courtyard. He was all too familiar with it. It belonged to the family head. The family head had broken through to the nascent soul stage. Chen Xiang's expression became somewhat dazed, and he instinctively raised his hand to slap himself, the sharp sting affirming the reality of the situation. But why? Hadn't he, the family head, only recently advanced to the core formation stage? How could he have achieved the nascent soul stage so soon? This was indeed the pinnacle of power in the entire Minghe City. What left him breathless was the fact that the family head and he belonged to the same generation. While he was still far from the core formation stage, yet the other had already ascended to the nascent soul stage. Was the gap between individuals truly so vast? Chen Xiang could scarcely imagine the immense power that a Chen family with 3 nascent soul cultivators would wield. Who would dare provoke the Chen family in Minghe City now? Not only Chen Xiang, but even Chen Jin, Chen Yuan, and the younger generation, as well as the elders like Chen Shan and Chen Yun, were all filled with disbelief at this moment. The family head had indeed broken through to the nascent soul stage. The initial joy over Chen Daozhen's breakthrough to the core formation stage had dissipated, leaving only an overwhelming silence. They were all so stunned that words escaped them. Yet, some speculated that Chen Daozhen had concealed his true cultivation level, but such a theory appeared even more far-fetched. If that were the case, wouldn't that imply that Chen Daozhen had long ago achieved nascent soul? That would be utterly extraordinary. Chen Yun, who had just celebrated his own advancement to the core formation stage, found it impossible to smile now. Recalling the words Chen Daozhen had once shared with him, that he would elevate the entire Chen family to an unattainable height, it seemed he had indeed fulfilled that promise. 3 nascent soul cultivators. This was a realm the Chen family had once deemed unreachable. Father, you truly have a remarkable grandson. During the most challenging times for the Chen family, you bore the weight of its future, and now, as the family rises, you are no longer present. Chen Yun sighed deeply, his usually steadfast gaze reddening. He had not displayed such emotion even when Chen Qin departed. But the memory of that towering figure stirred feelings within him, causing even this grown man to feel a pang of sorrow. After a long while, Chen Yun reined in his emotions, a smile gracing his lips. With 3 nascent soul cultivators, he believed the Chen family would soon unify Minghe City. It was time to encourage the younger generation to diligently pursue their cultivation. In truth, they didn't even need his encouragement. The entire younger generation of the Chen family had already begun to fervently cultivate. Even Chen Yi, who had intended to immerse herself in commerce to stabilize the Ziyuan Trading Association, now found that plan thwarted. She certainly did not wish to fall behind her peers. The development of the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce must be slightly adjusted, focusing initially on constructing its rudimentary form while ensuring that it does not incur losses. Gradually, with a modest daily investment of time, improvements can be made. In the Chen family, Chen Daozhen took a deep breath his formidable aura gradually retracting. Within his dantian, a small, golden, transparent figure sat cross-legged in meditation, resembling him to a remarkable degree. This was Chen Daozhen's primordial infant. As long as the primordial infant endures, Chen Daozhen can resurrect himself through it, akin to possessing two lives. Furthermore, the primordial infant can cultivate independently, effectively allowing two entities to engage in cultivation. In the next moment, a powerful surge of spiritual consciousness erupted from Chen Daozhen's body, extending outward. He could perceive the entirety of the Chen family estate, and then continued to expand his awareness, nearly encompassing the majority of the northern district. After all, he had just broken through to the primordial infant stage, and his spiritual consciousness had yet to reach full strength. Ah, the primordial infant stage is truly wonderful. Chen Daozhen couldn't help but exclaim, rising to his feet and floating gracefully in midair. He soared through the skies. Although this was achievable in the dance stage, the energy consumption was exorbitant, rendering it virtually useless in combat. The primordial infant stage, however, was different. With the support of the primordial infant, the energy consumed was astonishingly minimal, and the control was far more agile than that of the dance stage. Chen Daozhen ascended rapidly, soon hovering at an altitude of hundreds of meters, continuing to rise higher. 500 meters, 800 meters, 1,000 meters. His face radiated with delight. Is this the exquisite beauty of the cultivation world? To soar through the heavens is indeed indescribably marvelous. As he gazed down, the entirety of Menghe City unfolded before him. No wonder it is said that only upon entering the primordial infant stage does one barely qualify as a formidable force. The disparity with the dance stage is profoundly vast, a chasm indeed. After soaring for a considerable time, Chen Daozhen finally descended back to the Chen family estate. His aura completely subdued. Having entered the primordial infant stage, I now possess a degree of self-protection. After savoring this moment, Chen Daozhen turned his attention to his system panel. His luck value had risen to 540, an increase of 80 from the previous 460, bolstered by Chen Yun's breakthrough. Chen Daozhen surmised that the addition of a primordial infant would yield an increase of several dozen points in luck value. However, the precise increment was difficult to determine due to considerable fluctuations. The Chen family's atmosphere was electrified by Chen Daozhen's breakthrough, a sentiment echoed throughout the outside world. For an entire night, discussions in Menghe City revolved around this newly ascended primordial infant. Soon, news spread that these newly minted primordial infants hailed from the Chen family, igniting a fervor throughout Menghe City, leaving many wide-eyed in disbelief. 3 primordial infants from a single family. Menghe City is on the brink of transformation. A palpable sense of impending change pervaded the air, as the Chen family's newfound strength, coupled with their annihilation of the Huang family, raised questions about the survival of the city lord's mansion and the Qi family. Upon receiving the news, Gong Sunyang of the city lord's mansion appeared utterly dejected, a shadow of his former self, a trifling nascent soul, such formidable prowess. Even if Gong Sun Yu were to ascend, he would find himself utterly incapable of contending with it. This is a complete disaster. Yet, Gong Sunyang is perplexed as to why the Chen family possesses such immense strength. Why had they previously chosen to remain so discreet? His only hope now lies with the Seven-Star Valley, yearning for them to eradicate the Chen family outright. In the present day, with the Huang family annihilated, should the Chen family also meet the same fate, the city lord's mansion would truly become the undisputed sovereign. Rather than bowing to the Chen family, Gong Sunyang would much prefer to submit to the Seven-Star Valley, for the latter would not contest his territory. However, the Chen family is different. They have firmly established themselves within Dream River City. Their ascension undoubtedly stems from the oppression of other factions. Would there still be any room for the city lord's mansion to survive then? Gong Sunyang furrowed his brow. Huang Yu is a direct disciple of the Seven-Star Valley's leader and the future successor. Surely the valley would be inclined to obliterate the Chen family for his sake. His sole concern now is that the Seven-Star Valley, upon witnessing the Chen family's might simply opt to court them instead of destroying them, and the Chen family may very well be amenable to serving the Seven-Star Valley. That would spell utter doom. The city lord's mansion would inevitably become a mere subordinate of the Chen family. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Gong Sunyang became exceedingly agitated, kicking the table before him in half and pacing restlessly within the confines of the room. As Gong Sun Yu neared his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, the influence of the city lord's mansion within Dream River City would surely swell once again, only to be thwarted by the unexpected emergence of the Chen family. Infuriating. Chapter 29. Annihilation of the city lord's mansion. The following day, in the early morning, Chen Daozhen opened his eyes. Throughout the night, he had been acclimating to the power within him and had commenced his training in the overbearing body technique during the latter half of the night. Although his cultivation had increased, Chen Daozhen fervently wished for his combat prowess to rise in tandem. Lottery result. Successfully acquired 300 mid-grade spirit gathering pills. Lottery result. Successfully acquired a spirit pool. Lottery result. Successfully acquired 50,000 low-grade chi gathering pills. Upon witnessing the results of today's lottery, Chen Daozhen was left utterly dumbfounded. Two types of pills, spirit gathering pills and chi gathering pills, belong to the same category, with the former being of a higher grade. He could begrudgingly accept this. At the very least, these pills could be distributed among the members of the Chen family to aid in their cultivation. However, with such an overwhelming quantity, it would likely lead to a significant surge in their cultivation levels in a short span. What, then, is this spirit pool? Chen Daozhen wore a perplexed expression. He understood the uses of the spirit gathering pills and chi gathering pills. Yet he was entirely unfamiliar with the purpose of the spirit pool. He promptly opened the detailed description to investigate further. Spirit pool, ordinary grade. Capable of continuously generating spiritual energy, producing approximately 30,000 low-grade spirit stones daily. Upon reading this, Chen Daozhen was momentarily taken aback. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones daily? While not an excessive amount, it would undoubtedly enhance the cultivation environment for the Chen family, far surpassing the efficacy of the spirit gathering array. The most astonishing aspect of this spirit pool is its ability to produce energy ceaselessly, without any limitations. Chen Daozhen made his way to the backyard, where a small pond once thrived. After determining the optimal position, he placed the spirit spring eye at the highest point of the pond. In an instant, a gentle stream of spiritual liquid flowed from the spring eye, cascading into the pond, and a rich aura of spiritual energy permeated the air. The primary function of this spirit spring eye was to enhance the cultivation environment. After all, he was not lacking in spirit stones, as the daily yield of 30,000 low-grade spirit stones held little significance for him. However, possessing only a single spirit spring eye seemed insufficient. Acquiring more in the future would undoubtedly be beneficial. As the spirit spring eye settled into place, the energy swiftly spread throughout the entire backyard, then enveloped the courtyard, and began to extend outward. At that moment, a surge of spiritual energy erupted within the Chen family estate. Chen Daozhen gazed into the distance, a smile gracing his lips. Another individual had broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Given the current pace, it was likely that within 10 days, the entire direct lineage of the family would collectively reach this stage. Slowing down the pace, Chen Daozhen felt quite at ease and instructed, Chen Wu, summon either Chen Yun or Chen Wenj to come to me. Upon hearing his command, Chen Wu promptly responded, yes. He quickly departed the courtyard, and shortly thereafter returned with Chen Wenj by his side. Chen Wenj approached with a respectful bow, saying, greetings, head of the family. Chen Daozhen tossed him a chinquan bag and spoke slowly. Inside are 1,000 gathering spirit pills and 20,000 gathering chi pills. Distribute them to the disciples of the Chen family for their cultivation. Chen Wenj accepted the bag and bowed once more, replying, as you command. Chen Daozhen chose not to continue speaking, merely gesturing for Chen Wenj to leave. Just as he was about to exit the courtyard, Chen Daozhen suddenly called out to him. Wait, here is another chinquan bag. Take it to that little girl, Chen Yi. These pills should assist her in her business endeavors. Chen Daozhen had always been fully supportive of the pursuits of the Chen family's youth. After receiving the second chinquan bag and bowing again, Chen Wenj departed. Watching his retreating figure, Chen Daozhen began to pet his dog, having completed all necessary tasks. Now, he merely awaited the progression of the Chen family's development. Currently, within Minghe City, only the city lord's mansion and the Qi family remained. The Qi family had already demonstrated their subservience, but the city lord's mansion had not shown any response. It was evident they did not wish to submit. Moreover, the city lord's mansion remained quiet, evoking a sense of watching a tiger fight from the mountains. Were they waiting for the Qixing Valley to retaliate against the Chen family? Chen Daozhen shook his head, his eyes filled with cold determination. If they refused to submit, then they deserved their demise. Resolute in his decision, he summoned Chen Lu. Soon, the young man with white hair stepped out of the courtyard, respectfully proclaiming, I pay my respects to the head of the family. Chen Daozhen replied nonchalantly, Chen Lu, go with Feng Ling and destroy the city lord's mansion. Eliminate the Yuanying stage cultivators and those who have perfected the Jiedan stage. The rest need not be concerned. Chen Lu was momentarily taken aback. Feng Ling. At that moment, the snow-white beast beside Chen Daozhen stood up, and Chen Lu immediately understood, bowing once more and stating, as you command. Chen Lu swiftly departed from the Chen residence, accompanied by Feng Ling, making their way towards the city lord's mansion. By eliminating this stronghold, the Chen family would secure unrivaled dominance in Dream River City. Chen Daozhen, although he bore no personal grudge against the city lord's mansion, was undeterred from taking lethal action. The rationale was straightforward. He envisioned Dream River City as the future stronghold of the Chen family, a place where all forces must submit to their authority. Even the slightest hint of dissent would be extinguished without hesitation, while he might overlook minor transgressions from those at the core formation stage. The City Lord's mansion represented a different caliber of power. It was the mightiest faction within Dream River City and exuded an air of restlessness, harboring its own ambitions and schemes. Such a faction could either vacate the city or face obliteration. Chen Daozhen had no inclination to expel a rival only to have them become his adversary outside. It was far more efficient to eliminate them outright. Soon, a tempest swept through Dream River City, compelling all demonic beasts to prostrate in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Then, two formidable presences of the nascent soul stage erupted, exuding an overwhelming aura. Why does the Chen family seek to annihilate my City Lord's mansion? A furious voice echoed throughout Dream River City. Yet, it was not long before one of the two nascent soul auras vanished. Upon realizing this, terror gripped the faces of all within the city. The City Lord's mansion had indeed been vanquished by the Chen family. Was the Chen family truly this tyrannical? Just days prior, they had obliterated the Huang family, and now they had swiftly dispatched the City Lord's mansion. Such ferocity was unprecedented. Have you noticed? There seems to be another presence emanating from the City Lord's mansion. A wind attribute cultivator. While their aura is faint, it exudes an intense pressure. Could the Chen family be concealing yet another nascent soul expert? The utterance sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. This was inconceivable. The Chen family already possessed 3 formidable nascent soul cultivators. How could there be another? Perhaps it was the one who had recently broken through. But no, the aura of that newly ascended nascent soul was not this terrifying. I estimate that this wind attribute nascent soul is at least at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The 2 nascent soul cultivators who had previously destroyed the Huang family did not seem to practice wind attribute techniques, did they? By your reasoning, could it possibly be a spirit transformation expert? In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the scene, their eyes filled with dread. It cannot be possible. Chapter 30. Opening Spirit Pill, Early Stage Sword Cultivator of Spirit Transformation. Within the Chen family, Wang Zhong perspired profusely, his voice laced with trepidation. Elder Chen Yun. I truly had no knowledge of Wang Fu's actions. Wang Zhong, the head of the Wang family, nearly fainted upon learning that Wang Fu had offended Chen family's Miss Chen Yi. This was mere moments after the obliteration of the Huang family's influence. He immediately ordered the dismemberment of Wang Xian. Subsequently, he prepared lavish gifts and went to the Chen family to apologize. Although Wang Fu was his son, he had several others, and this particular son was the least satisfactory, indulging in a life of excess and contributing nothing to the Wang family. Compared to this worthless son, the Wang family is undoubtedly of far greater significance. Most alarming was that as soon as he stepped through the door, a major incident erupted in the city. The Chen family had once again annihilated the Lord's residence, which sent chills down his spine. He feared that the Wang family might be next. Even those with nascent soul stage powers could not withstand such force, and the Wang family was even less capable of resisting. Chen Yun stared blankly at Wang Zhong, perplexed by his words. The incident involving Chen Yi was known to only a select few and had circulated within a limited circle. Chen Yun had been preoccupied with either cultivation or other matters, leaving him no leisure to concern himself with such events. Observing his confusion, a servant from the Chen family promptly approached and whispered a few words into his ear. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun's gaze sharpened, his eyes gleaming with a cold intensity as he regarded Wang Zhong. The vendetta for slaying a son. Wang Zhong instinctively sensed the chill emanating from Chen Yun and trembled, dropping to his knees. Elder Chen Yun, I assure you, should that wretched son be killed, I will not seek vengeance. I implore you, please do not hold my family accountable for his actions. As he spoke, his voice quivered, a mixture of fear for his own life and concern for the fate of the Wang family evident in his demeanor. After all, they were a family of kin. The thought gnawed at him. That wretched son truly deserved to perish. Even if he were to survive, Wang Zhong wished to crush him himself. Fearing the potential threat, he posed to the Wang family in the future. Seeing Wang Zhong's demeanor, Chen Yun's icy gaze softened slightly. It was sufficient for him to ascertain that the Wang family would not particularly object to Wang Fu's demise, nor would they insist on pursuing the matter further. However, Chen Yun's eyes flickered. Even if the Chen family did not need to eliminate the Wang family, they must ensure that they were marginalized. In the future, should they cultivate a subordinate force, the Wang family would not be among their choices. Bring tea for the head of the Wang family, Chen Yun said calmly. A servant stepped forward to pour a cup for Wang Zhong. At this moment, Chen Yun added, in that case, let this matter rest. Wang Zhong, trembling with trepidation, lifted the teacup, his hands quaking uncontrollably. His face was a mask of gratitude as he said, thank you, Elder Chen Yun. A sigh of relief washed over him. At least this matter had reached resolution. As long as the Chen family chose not to pursue it, all would be manageable. In Minghe City, following the destruction of the Lord's residence, there were few changes. Although the Lord's residence was ostensibly the seat of power, it wielded little actual control over Minghe City. Even acts of murder in broad daylight elicited no response from the Lord's residence. Their absence made no difference. The city's order was primarily maintained through mutual restraint among the various factions. Soon, a message emanated from the Chen family. All forces of the core formation stage and above were invited to a meeting at the Chen family the following day. When the invitations were delivered to the various factions, with the exception of those in the western district of core formation powers, the others felt a palpable sense of trepidation. Everyone understood that this was a banquet of peril, yet they had no choice but to attend, unless they wished to pack their belongings and depart. Never to return to Minghe City. Such an option, however, was clearly not feasible. No one is willing to relinquish their foundation in the Dream River City. Presently, the most anxious party is the Qi family, with the Huang family and the City Lord's manor both annihilated. The once formidable trio of nascent soul powers in Dream River City now stands reduced to just him. Qi Xiaohe is filled with trepidation, fearing that the Chen family might come for them next. Simultaneously, he feels a sense of relief. Had they not expressed their stance to the Chen family in a timely manner, the Qi family might have met the same fate as the City Lord's manor, facing complete destruction. Though not an absolute certainty, this possibility looms large. The power of the Chen family is utterly terrifying, while others may not sense it clearly. As a nascent soul cultivator, he distinctly perceives that among those who obliterated the City Lord's manor, one presence is extraordinarily powerful, likely at the peak of the nascent soul stage, if not at the transformation stage. Contemplating this, Qi Xiaohe swallowed hard, gripped by fear. What exactly is the situation with the Chen family? He is beginning to believe Chen Daozhen's earlier claims that the Chen family could indeed resolve the troubles posed by the Seven Stars Valley. Qi Xiaohe shook his head in resignation. How could anyone capable of commanding the nascent soul stage be foolish? Such disdain for the Seven Stars Valley could not possibly be feigned. With a resolute glint in his eyes, Qi Xiaohe resolved to submit to the Chen family the following day. If his gamble pays off, the Qi family would flourish alongside the Chen family. If he miscalculates and the Chen family proves to be no match for the Seven Stars Valley, then the Qi family would face annihilation. The next day, Chen Daozhen opened his eyes, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that rendered the air palpably oppressive. The body dominance technique has reached fruition. I should possess the standard combat power of the nascent soul stage now, he thought, brimming with excitement. Indeed, the Chen family requires development, as does he, primarily. His combat prowess has been woefully inadequate. Should he engage in battle against someone of equal standing, he would likely face defeat. While others ascend to the nascent soul stage through a path paved with conflict, accumulating extensive combat experience, he possesses virtually none. Chen Daozhen shook his head. It seems he must find a suitable time to practice with Chen Wenj, lest he squander this cultivation. Lottery success. Obtained a spiritual pool spring. Lottery success. 103rd grade high-level spirit opening pills. Lottery success. Summoned a character, an early-stage transformation swordsman. Chen Daozhen furrowed his brow. Why was the summoned character merely an early-stage transformation cultivator? It should be noted that when his luck value surpassed 400, he had already summoned a 5th-tier early-stage wind spirit hound. Now that his luck value exceeds 500, it should not still be early-stage. Could it be that this swordsman possesses an enhancement? Typically, the value of items obtained through the lottery is determined by luck value. Perhaps this swordsman is only in the early stage, but possesses combat capabilities akin to the mid or late stages. Yes, that must be it. He then turned his attention to another lottery item, 100 spirit opening pills. Chen Daozhen was somewhat astonished. These pills are indeed valuable and exceedingly rare, with hardly a few to be found in the entirety of Dream River City. Spirit opening pills can bypass barriers and directly break through realms. Even a core formation stage cultivator, upon consumption, can elevate their cultivation by a significant margin. During the foundational period, one can effortlessly break through several realms. This opportunity is particularly suitable for the Chun family at present, allowing for a swift elevation of their cultivation levels. In Chapter 31, titled Spirit Awakening Pill, Chen Daozhen approached the backyard, once again placing the spiritual pool spring by the side of the pond. The spiritual energy within the entire courtyard began to grow increasingly dense. The 2 spiritual pool springs are equivalent to generating 60,000 low-grade spirit stones daily, which is quite impressive. The primary value of the spiritual pool springs lies in their boundless capacity to produce spiritual energy. Otherwise, Chen Daozhen might feel that acquiring such an item was a loss. Nevertheless, he still sensed a slight deficiency, as shattering spirit stones could also yield an enhancement in spiritual energy. Within the Chen family, There exists a gathering formation that not only concentrates spiritual energy, but also isolates the internal from the external, preventing any leakage. Summon. Chen Daozhen called softly, and a stern-faced figure appeared beside him, wielding a long sword that exuded a chivalrous spirit. Chen Xian, greeting the family head. Chen Xian respectfully knelt before Chen Daozhen. Chen Daozhen glanced at him and then revealed a look of relief. Noticing the sword on his back, it was evident that it was at least a mid-level mystic weapon. To draw forth a being at the initial stage of the transformation stage, and also provide a weapon of the same caliber, was quite commendable. Moreover, Chen Daozhen felt that Chen Xian's strength far surpassed that of Feng Ling currently. The Chen families might consist of two formidable beings in the transformation stage, complemented by the purple-gold mad lion at the entrance, resulting in a total of 3 combatants at that level. Additionally, there are 3 others at the nascent soul stage. This level of strength is already exceedingly powerful. Furthermore, Chen Xian's arrival is timely, as the Lord's mansion in Menghe City has been destroyed and remains unattended, leaving the Chen family without a suitable candidate for the position. After all, the city lord must possess considerable strength. Chen Yun and Chen Wench primarily manage the family's affairs, but the rest are too weak. Even Chen Yun lacks the necessary power to take on the role of city lord, while Chen Lu is a pill alchemist. Thus, Chen Xian perfectly fills this vacancy. Rise, Chen Daozhen instructed. Chen Xian stood up, and with a wave of Chen Daozhen's hand, he promptly turned and exited the courtyard. Standing outside with Chen Wu to undertake the duties of a guard, Chen Daozhen let out a resigned sigh. The family is developing far too rapidly. No, it is he who is advancing at an extraordinary pace. Currently, the strongest among the Chen family is merely at the core formation stage, with an uncertain timeline for breaking into the nascent soul stage. Chen Daozhen does not wish for them to rely solely on pills to elevate their realms, as this would result in diminished combat prowess, leaving them with mere superficial cultivation. Yet, as long as their realms improve swiftly enough, sheer strength can surpass that of lower realm cultivators. Shaking his head, Chen Daozhen chose not to dwell on these matters. Since the Chen family is struggling to keep pace, he shall take his time, diligently practicing various techniques and learning the art of alchemy, aspiring to become a versatile master. Initially, Chen Daozhen intended to develop gradually, waiting for the Chen disciples to mature before unifying Menghe City. However, after the destruction of the city lord's mansion, Chen Daozhen's perspective underwent a transformation. Following the unification of Dream River City, it was no longer imperative for members of the Chun family to manage affairs. Others could take on such responsibilities as well. For instance, the Qi family, whom Chen Daozhen found rather obedient. Regardless of their loyalty, they demonstrated a commendable understanding and could serve as loyal hounds for the Chen family, executing their orders. Furthermore, it was possible to recruit formidable individuals or prodigies into the Chen family, allowing them to contribute to its interests. After all, the family roster did not only include direct descendants. Even a mere servant could be considered part of the Chen lineage, yielding significant returns for Chen Daozhen. Nevertheless, he had no intention of indiscriminately accepting anyone. He sought only the finest. Even a lowly maid would undergo rigorous selection. Once admitted into the Chen family, she would not be treated as an outsider, and resources would be allocated for her development. Thus, Chen Daozhen maintained stringent standards for anyone entering the family. Chen Daozhen accessed the system panel, noting that the family's personnel count had not significantly changed since the departure of Chen Qin and others. The total number of members remained at 199, reflecting minimal fluctuation. He then commanded, Chen Wu, summon Chen Yun to see me. Outside the courtyard, Chen Wu promptly responded, as you command. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed outside, and Chen Yun approached swiftly. Upon reaching the courtyard, Chen Yun caught sight of an unfamiliar figure and halted momentarily. Could this be yet another formidable individual from the nascent soul stage? Offering a slight smile and a respectful nod to Chen Xian, Chen Yun received a gentle smile in return. Regardless of the stranger's status, it was prudent to adopt a cordial demeanor. Anyone in proximity to the family head could not possibly be ordinary. Entering the courtyard, Chen Yun inquired with curiosity, Master, what do you require of me? Chen Daozhen presented a Qiankuan pouch and remarked, inside are 100 opening spirit pills. Distribute most of them among the family members to enhance their cultivation speed. Reserve a few for that little girl, Chenyi. She has recently founded a Ji Yuan Merchants Association, and these pills will aid her rapid progress. Chen Yun glanced at the Qiankuan pouch, momentarily taken aback. 100 opening spirit pills. Regaining his composure, he inhaled sharply. 100. These were opening spirit pills, each valued at nearly 30,000 low-grade spirit stones on the market. 100 would amount to almost 30 million low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, such pills were often scarce, sometimes unattainable even for those willing to pay. Just how wealthy was the family head? Each encounter with Chen Daozhen continually reshaped his understanding of wealth. Fortunately, after facing numerous astonishing revelations, Chen Yun's resilience had strengthened, preventing him from succumbing to shock as he had previously. Soon, Chen Yun's expression transformed to one of excitement. With these 100 opening spirit pills, the family's strength would experience a significant surge in a short span of time. Chen Daozhen then pointed to the entrance of the courtyard, indicating Chen Xian, and said, "This individual, known as Chen Xian, shall be the future lord of Menghe City. Once all the Jedon forces in Menghe City arrive today, I will announce this matter. He will subsequently be responsible for the various affairs within Menghe City, and you may collaborate with one another. Also, please inform Chen Wench to ensure that the Chun family cooperates well in managing Menghe City." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun felt a sudden chill in his heart. Indeed, anyone who could stand by the family head's side was certainly not an ordinary individual. Being appointed as the lord of Menghe City undoubtedly implied extraordinary strength, at least at the Yuanying stage. Chen Yun was greatly puzzled, wondering where the family head had acquired so many Yuanying cultivators, as if they appeared like magic, suddenly emerging one after another. 1,000 miles away from Menghe City, within a foreboding mountain range, a middle-aged man at the forefront inquired, his eyes filled with confusion, "Disciple, what has transpired in the past few days? You seem somewhat out of sorts." He was none other than Yu Huahan, the master of Qixing Valley, a formidable figure at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Huang Yu took a deep breath, then performed a respectful salute, saying, "I do not wish to conceal it from my esteemed master. A few days ago, my father sent word, indicating that our family was encountering trouble and required my return to resolve it. Since then, I have been in a state of unease, fearing that something unfortunate may occur." Yu Huahan furrowed his brow. "As my disciple, is there truly anyone bold enough to trouble your Huang family?" Huang Yu shook his head. "I do not know." "Very well," Yu Huahan sighed. "You have nearly prepared all that is needed for your breakthrough to the Yuanying stage. Let us conclude this training session for now and return to Menghe City to assess the situation." Upon hearing this, Huang Yu instantly felt elated. "Thank you, master." Without delay, Yu Huahan enveloped Huang Yu in his aura and soared toward Menghe City. Chapter 32, Convergence in Unity. Menghe City, Chen Family. Today, the reception hall was filled with many unfamiliar faces, representing various prominent families within Menghe City. Many appeared restless, their anxiety palpable. The Chen family had swiftly annihilated several clans, causing considerable concern. It was one thing for the Sun and Su families, both of which were Jedon forces, to be eliminated. However, the Huang family and the city lord's manor, both at the Yuanying stage, had also met the same fate. This was indeed terrifying. In the expansive reception hall, no one dared to whisper. At most, they exchanged fleeting glances, quietly awaiting the proceedings. After a lengthy pause, Chun Wenj and Chun Yun entered together. Chun Yun laughed heartily and said, "My apologies for keeping everyone waiting." Upon hearing this, the crowd could no longer remain seated, quickly rising to offer smiles and saying, "You are too kind. We have only waited a short while. It is of no consequence." Chun Yun inclined his body slightly in acknowledgement. "I appreciate your patience. Today, the family head has important matters to address." Observing Chun Yun's humble demeanor, many felt a sense of relief. At least, it appeared that the Chun family was not the type to act unreasonably. As long as their attitude remained moderate, it suggested that this meeting would not lead to any significant upheaval. However, curiosity soon enveloped the assembly, as they regarded the newly appointed family head of the Chen family with intrigue. According to the intelligence gathered, all the changes within the Chen family seem to be closely related to the current head of the family, who appears to be merely a junior member. Despite his youth, none of the attendees dared to regard him as such, lest they invite peril upon themselves. Shortly thereafter, Chen Daozhen gracefully entered the reception hall, followed closely by Chen Xian and Chen Wu. In an instant, all eyes converged upon him. Qi Shaohe, upon observing Chen Daozhen, was filled with astonishment. Indeed, he was in the nascent soul stage. The aura exuded by Chen Daozhen was unmistakably genuine. A nascent soul at such a tender age was truly terrifying. However, while he discerned Chen Daozhen's cultivation level, he could not perceive Chen Xian's prowess. Qi Shaohe immediately stood, his demeanor respectful as he proclaimed, "I pay my respects to the head of the Chen family." The others, upon hearing this, promptly rose to their feet, clasping their hands in salute, echoing, "We pay our respects to the head of the Chen family." No one dared to show disrespect to Chen Daozhen at that moment. All exhibited a posture of submission. Chen Daozhen responded with a mild smile and a polite gesture before taking his seat at the head of the table. After surveying the room, he spoke directly. "Esteemed family heads, I shall refrain from idle chatter, as I am aware you are all quite busy." After a brief silence, he continued, "From this day forth, Menghe City shall belong to the Chen family. Do any of you have objections? Upon hearing this proclamation, the hall fell into an eerie silence. The attendees were enveloped in contemplation, occasionally casting glances at Chen Daozhen. His tone left little room for inquiry. It was more akin to a declaration. Should anyone voice dissent, would it not result in immediate bloodshed? Confronted with Chen Daozhen's words, the assembly was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Qi Xiaohe stepped forward once more, stating, "Head of the Chen family, from this day forth, the Qi family shall regard the Chen family with utmost respect. If the Chen family claims Menghe City as their own, then it is theirs, and I harbor no objections. Should anyone else disagree, they shall be considered enemies of the Qi family." Upon hearing this, Chen Daozhen regarded Qi Xiaohe with a hint of appreciation. "Well done, young man," he thought. Others in the room quickly followed suit, some expressing their willingness to submit to the Chen family, while others displayed signs of hesitation, particularly those affiliated with the Huang family's forces. Those who had initially pledged allegiance to the Chen family, as well as the forces under the Qi family and the city lord's office, were the first to voice their support. The hesitant individuals were wary of the Seven-Star Valley. After all, the eldest son of the Huang family was a direct disciple of the valley's master, a faction that boasted genuine transformation stage cultivators. While the strength of the Chen family was undeniable, the presence of multiple nascent soul practitioners did not equate to a match for those at the transformation stage, especially considering that the Seven-Star Valley also possessed several nascent soul experts. It was apparent that the Chen family was not in a position to withstand such opposition. Chen Daozhen scanned the room, noting that 15 individuals remained silent. He committed their faces to memory. These individuals, upon meeting Chen Daozhen's gaze, awkwardly sipped their drinks. Unwilling to make eye contact, they were reluctant to make a swift decision, preferring to await the outcome of the conflict between the Seven-Star Valley and the Chen family before committing to a choice. Certainly, their bravado is merely superficial. Should the Chen family exert pressure, they would undoubtedly capitulate without hesitation. They merely seek to gauge the Chen family's resolve through this approach. Chen Daozhen chose not to delve further into this subject, disregarding those who remained silent. He simply nodded lightly and gestured towards Chen Xian beside him, stating, "This gentleman, known as Chen Xian, will soon assume the position of City Lord of Menghe City. I kindly ask that all of you cooperate with the governance of the City Lord's mansion and refrain from overstepping your bounds." Qi Xiaohe promptly replied, "Of course." The others echoed his sentiment. In the Grand Hall, aside from the elder generations such as Chen Yun and Chen Shan, several younger members were also present, including Chen Xiang and Chen Yi. Notably, Chen Yi gazed at Chen Daozhen with an expression of deep admiration, captivated by his calm demeanor. It is a natural inclination for people, especially women, to idolize the strong. A rosy blush spread across Chen Yi's fair cheeks as she whispered, "Head of the family, you are so handsome." Chen Xiang, standing nearby, shook his head in mild exasperation, yet his gaze mirrored Chen Yi's admiration. The Chen family of your lacked such influence, instilling fear in so many factions, compelling even the Qi family to seek their favor. Taking a deep breath, a thought blossomed within Chen Xiang's mind. If Chen Yi can establish a business association, why cannot he forge a power of his own? Inspired by Chen Daozhen's presence, his blood surged with fervor and ambition. He too yearned to become a formidable figure, akin to the family head. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Daozhen had already become a paragon in the hearts of all present, a figure to aspire to surpass. In the reception hall, Chen Daozhen reiterated, "The purpose of this gathering is to announce these two matters. The head of the Qi family will remain, the others may take their leave." The intent behind their presence was not merely to negotiate, but to impress upon them that Menghe City is now under the dominion of the Chen family. True to his direct nature, Chen Daozhen made it clear, should anyone dare to oppose him, they would face dire consequences. Hearing Chen Daozhen's words, Qi Xiaohe felt a tremor in his heart. Although he understood that being retained might not bode ill, a sense of trepidation lingered, an instinctive fear of the powerful. "Then we shall take our leave," the others in the hall remarked, rising and bowing as they departed. In the end, only Qi Xiaohe and an outsider remained in the Grand Hall. Qi Xiaohe swallowed hard and inquired, "Might I ask if the head of the Chen family has any further instructions?" Chapter 33. The submission of the Qi family. Chen Daozhen gestured, "Please, take a seat." Qi Xiaohe, upon hearing this, did not decline but obediently settled beside him, awaiting Chen Daozhen's next words in silence. Chen Daozhen continued, "Bring tea for the head of the Qi family." A maid from the Chen family promptly approached and filled the cup for Qi Xiaohe. He was taken aback by such attentiveness, utterly unprepared for Chen Daozhen's cordial demeanor towards him. Chen Daozhen slowly began, "The reason for retaining you, Qi family head, is actually for a singular purpose. In the Chen family, there are not many capable individuals, thus assistance is required. Are you willing to lend us your support, Qi?" Chen Daozhen spoke with remarkable candor, devoid of any circumlocution. Qi Shaohe comprehended the essence of Chen Daozhen's proposition. However, he had long resolved to submit to the Chen family. He rose promptly, knelt on one knee, and with a bowed head declared, "I am willing to serve the Chen family faithfully." Upon hearing these words, Chen Yun felt a chill run down his spine, as did all the members of the Chen family present in the hall, their bodies trembling with exhilaration. The Chen family had indeed managed to subjugate a force of the nascent soul stage. Qi Shaohe's allegiance was fundamentally different from that of other families. He had truly become half a member of the Chen family. The allegiance of those other families merely rendered them vassals of the Chen family, nothing more. Chen Daozhen astutely observed that the number of his family members on his system panel had increased from 206 to 207. This indicated that Qi Shaohe was now considered a subordinate of the Chen family. Chen Daozhen remarked softly, "Master Qi, in the future you shall be grateful for the choice you have made today." Qi Shaohe offered no reply, merely bowing his head once more in respectful demeanor. Chen Daozhen then turned to Chen Yun and instructed, "Elder Chen Yun, please retrieve 15 opening spirit pills from the supply I provided you from Master Qi." Without any hesitation, Chen Yun produced a Qiankuan bag, revealing the 15 opening spirit pills within. Qi Shaohe gazed at the bag before him, as well as the words spoken by Chen Daozhen, and was momentarily taken aback. Opening spirit pills. Such elixirs were not even stocked by the Qi family. They were exclusively sold by the Tongfei Chamber of Commerce in Menghe City, and even then, only in limited quantities, auctioned off each time. At times, the price could soar to 1 million low-grade spirit stones per pill, and at the very least, they would cost around 300,000. Though the opening spirit pill is merely a high-tier third-grade elixir, it could only be crafted by a fourth-grade alchemist, of whom there were none in Menghe City. Consequently, many forces, despite possessing spirit stones, were unable to procure them. Qi Shaohe's astonishment, however, did not stem from the pill itself, but from the Chen family's ability to produce such a quantity at once, prompting him to question whether the Chen family had a fourth-grade alchemist. It was worth noting that the Tongfei Chamber had not auctioned any opening spirit pills recently. The mere thought of such a possibility was daunting. While the opening spirit pill was not inherently terrifying, a fourth-grade alchemist was indeed a formidable presence. Suddenly, Chen Daozhen appeared to recall something, turning to remark, "By the way, ISN teach in lieu a fourth-grade alchemist? Let him refine more of these pills. We can procure the materials directly. If we cannot find them, we shall hire a mercenary group and offer a generous sum for their assistance." The Chen family is not lacking in wealth. The key is to swiftly enhance the strength of the Chen family. Chen Yun immediately responded, realizing they had another fourth-grade alchemist in the family. How could he have forgotten? With his presence, the supply of opening spirit pills would be ample. Upon hearing this, Qi Shaohe's heart trembled violently. The Chen family truly possessed a fourth-grade alchemist? My heavens, this was indeed a fourth-grade alchemist. The alchemist stands as one of the most precious and rare professions among all. For the elixirs they concoct possess the remarkable ability to perpetually forge powerful beings. Take, for instance, a fourth-tier alchemist. They can produce the Spirit Awakening Pill, which aids nascent cultivators in achieving a seamless breakthrough into the perfected stage of their realm, and can even craft fourth-tier pills that facilitate a direct ascension to the nascent soul stage. Moreover, within the realm of fourth-tier elixirs, there exist those capable of propelling one beyond their current boundaries. Therefore, the presence of an alchemist signifies the existence of a veritable treasure trove, a mechanism for the infinite generation of formidable individuals. The sole consequence of elevating one's realm through elixirs is the potential for an illusory foundation. But this can be remedied with a period of adaptation. Elixirs are distilled from the essence of various materials, devoid of impurities, thus having no detrimental impact on one's foundational strength, unless, of course, the alchemist's skills falter, resulting in inferior products, or if the materials themselves are flawed. A fourth-tier alchemist. Qi Shaohe felt a surge of excitement, his breath quickening. Even for those at the nascent soul stage, the assistance would be monumental, and Qi Shaohe was immensely invigorated. It seemed that his decision to align with the Chen family was indeed fortuitous. He recalled the day the Chen family was annihilated. The formidable aura that had appeared at the city lord's estate, likely belonging to a god transformation stage practitioner, albeit with a somewhat peculiar essence that did not entirely resemble that of humanity. Yet, such details were of little consequence now. A family that boasts a fourth-tier alchemist would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. It appeared he had wagered wisely this time. With fervor gleaming in his eyes, Qi Shaohe considered the prospect of seizing this opportunity to elevate the Qi family to unprecedented heights. Taking a deep breath, he quelled his excitement and, eschewing any pretense, directly accepted the Qiankuan bag. "Thank you, my lord, for the bestowed treasure. Upon hearing this address, the attendees were taken aback once more. In that moment, they truly realized that the Qi family had indeed submitted to the Chen family. Yet, despite this revelation, they felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. Once the dream dissipated, the Chen family would revert to their previous dismal state. The transformation of the Chen family had occurred merely days prior, leaving many with a lingering sense of unreality. For a power like the Qi family, many still viewed them as a towering presence of the nascent soul stage. It was akin to an unattainable goddess, once indifferent, suddenly expressing a desire to embark on a romantic relationship. Who would not be bewildered? Observing the respectful Qi Xiaohe, Chen Daozhen nodded with satisfaction. The Chen family required individuals who could genuinely assist them, and the Qi family was exceptionally well suited for this role. Consequently, he was willing to invest a considerable cost to cultivate the Qi family. The 15 spirit awakening pills were but a mere beginning. As long as the Qi family remained steadfastly loyal, the Chen family would feast, and they too would partake in the broth. Chen Daozhen reiterated, Master Qi, focus on your tasks diligently. The realm of God transformation is not as distant as it may seem. His words served to inspire Qi Xiaohe with grand aspirations, while simultaneously stabilizing his emotions, subtly conveying that the Chen family possessed the combat prowess of the God transformation stage. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaohe's resolve solidified even further. His abilities are exceedingly mediocre. His breakthrough to the nascent soul stage was merely a stroke of luck. No matter how the Qi family transforms in the future, it seems it will remain the same. However, the Chen family has instilled in him a glimmer of hope, a hope for further advancement. Suddenly, at the entrance of the hall, Feng Ling rose, her aura shifting dramatically as she gazed intently into the distance, emitting a series of low growls. Qi Xiao was taken aback. This aura felt so familiar, reminiscent of the one from the city lord's mansion. As he focused his senses, his heart jolted again in disbelief as he beheld the large white dog at the doorway. A fifth-tier demon beast. He never anticipated that the Chen family's combat power in the transformation stage would be embodied in a fifth-tier demon beast. At that moment, another voice broke the silence. Chen Xian spoke up. Master, 4 individuals are approaching the Chen family. 1 in the mid-transformation stage, 2 in the late nascent soul stage, and 1 at the peak of the core formation stage. Chapter 34. The mere Chen family. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Chen Yun urgently inquired, Master, could they be from the 7-Star Valley? Although they were not very familiar with the Huang family, after its destruction, rumors had spread throughout Minghe City that their eldest young master was a direct disciple of the 7-Star Valley's leader, and naturally, the Chen family was aware of this. Chen Daozhen nodded. Given that they possess someone in the transformation stage and are headed for the Chen family, they must indeed be from the 7-Star Valley. With this confirmation, the hall fell into a profound silence, especially among the servants of the Chen family, whose faces betrayed their panic. Despite the Chen family's newfound strength, they still believed they could not contend with the 7-Star Valley. After all, the other side possessed a being in the transformation stage. The fluctuations emanating from Feng Ling were not strong, leading everyone to underestimate her as a mere 5th-tier demon beast. Chen Xiang, Chen Yi, and others were all fixated on Chen Daozhen, fully believing that this formidable patriarch would devise a solution. Even the elder generation, including Chen Shan, shared this sentiment. The patriarch has always been capable of creating miracles, and this time would be no exception. Chen Yun, while confident in Chen Daozhen, still wore a grave expression as he asked, Master, how shall we resolve this? The 2 in the nascent soul stage are manageable, but I have no idea how to contend with that 1 in the transformation stage given the current strength of the Chen family. Chen Daozhen did not respond directly. Instead, he calmly inquired, Chen Xian, do you have confidence in facing that individual in the transformation stage? At this question, everyone in the hall gasped, turning their gazes toward Chen Xian. Chen Daozhen's inquiry clearly indicated his belief that Chen Xian possessed the strength to confront someone in the transformation stage. Chen Yun's eyes widened. He had known that those who accompanied the patriarch were certainly not ordinary individuals. Could it be that he was in the transformation stage? Chen Xian closed his eyes briefly, then spoke again. It's merely an ordinary mid-transformation stage opponent. With a single strike, I can dispatch him. As he declared this, his eyes shimmered with pride. In an instant, the entire hall was enveloped in silence. Everyone inhaled sharply, their expressions revealing disbelief. To defeat a mid-transformation stage opponent with a single strike? Are you certain of what you were saying? The hall was enveloped in a profound silence, where even the faintest sound of a falling needle could be heard, and the rhythm of one's heartbeat resonated in the stillness. Particularly, Qi Xiaohe wore an expression of exhilaration. With 2 formidable forces in the realm of transformation, 1 a 5th-tier demon beast, and the other a transformation realm cultivator, what was there to fear from the 7-Star Valley or the 4th-tier alchemist? Qi Xiaohe's heart brimmed with joy, He never anticipated that this rare gamble in his life would yield such fortune. He found himself admiring his own courage, determination, and decisiveness. Chen Daozhen, upon hearing this, nodded in satisfaction. Although he was merely at the initial stage of transformation, the ability to annihilate a mid-transformation opponent with a single strike indicated a battle prowess that likely exceeded even that of the late-stage transformation. Quite commendable. At that moment, a furious voice erupted, "Chen family, come forth." Even from several streets away, Huang Yu's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He had sensed an unsettling disturbance prior, and upon returning to Dream River City, he was shocked to discover the complete annihilation of the Huang family, inciting an unparalleled rage within him. Hearing this, Chen Daozhen gave a faint smile. "Let us go out and meet them." Immediately, a throng emerged from the Chen family estate. Upon stepping outside, they beheld 4 figures approaching. The leading youth's face contorted with fury. Additionally, Chen Daozhen noticed several other figures converging on the Chen family, those who had remained silent in the reception room earlier. He had chosen to ignore them then, aware that they were merely a group of nascent soul cultivators likely seeking their demise, thus deeming it unnecessary to confront them in that moment. Now, upon seeing the return of the Huang family's young master, they seemed poised to join in the fray against the Chen family. As Huang Yu approached the entrance of the Chen family, he surveyed the group before him. His eyes annihilated the Huang family? Sensing the murderous intent, the golden lion slowly rose, its crimson eyes fixated on the 4 intruders. Yu Huahan furrowed his brow, regarding the golden lion with a hint of confusion. Being merely a puppet and not fully activated, Yu Huahan could not ascertain its true strength, but sensed it was formidable nonetheless. The members of the Chen family, witnessing the golden lion's movement, displayed expressions of surprise. They had assumed it was merely a decorative piece, unaware of its capability for action. Just as Chen Daozhen was about to speak, a voice resonated from the side. "Young Master Huang, they are the Chen family. They are the ones who obliterated the Huang family." A middle-aged man stepped forward, his face reflecting obsequiousness. He was one of those who had previously visited the Chen family reception, the head of the Zhou family. At that moment, another individual arrived, his visage etched with rage. "Young Master Huang, we have remained loyal to the Huang family, yet after the Chen family's massacre of our kin, they have the audacity to coerce us into submission. It is utterly despicable. Moreover, the Qi family has colluded with the Chen family. We have endured tremendous hardship these days. Thankfully, you have returned." As he spoke, his voice trembled with emotion, appearing genuinely distressed, while several nascent soul factions around him joined in condemning the Chen family. Now, with Huang Yu's return, the factions of the Chen and Qi families in Menghe City stand as the only 2 powers at the nascent soul stage. They are fervently stoking the flames, hoping that Huang Yu will annihilate the Chen family, while conveniently eradicating the Qi family as well. In such a scenario, their subservience to the Huang family will enable them to continue relying on the Qixing Valley, emerging as the ultimate victors in Menghe City. "Young Master Huang, you have finally returned. After the Huang family's downfall, we have lived in constant trepidation, fearing that the Chen family might extinguish us alongside them." Some lamented, feigning unwavering loyalty. Upon witnessing this scene, Huang Yu's fury intensified. "You are all doomed," he bellowed, ready to charge forth and wreak havoc. Yu Huahan, with a cold gaze, restrained him and remarked, "They possess the nascent soul stage. Leave this to me." Huang Yu, being the most prodigious talent of Qixing Valley, had achieved perfection at the core formation stage at a tender age, and his ascension to the god transformation stage was a foregone conclusion. Yu Huahan harbored great expectations for him, although he bore no personal animosity towards the Chen family. Assisting Huang Yu in his quest for vengeance would bolster his allegiance to Qixing Valley. This was evidently a lucrative arrangement. Mere nascent soul practitioners were no match for him. Taking a deep breath, Huang Yu cast a cold glance at the members of the Chen family. Although he had only recently returned to Menghe City, he had gleaned a general understanding of the prevailing circumstances, including the presence of several nascent soul practitioners, and was resolute in maintaining his composure. He fixed his icy gaze on Chen Daozhen and, with a respectful bow, declared, "Master, this individual is the mastermind behind the destruction of my Huang family. I implore you to spare him. I wish to slay him with my own hands. Furthermore, I would appreciate it if you could eliminate the nascent soul practitioners and leave the others for me to torment to death." Huang Yu's words were laced with murderous intent and rage, longing to see the Chen family members suffer. Yu Huahan nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to the Chen family members, scoffing. 3 nascent soul practitioners. Their strength is indeed commendable. However, that is where it ends. Chapter 35. The sword drawn. Upon finishing his statement, Yu Huahuan's aura surged, and the entire Menghe City felt an overwhelming pressure. A god transformation practitioner. Instantly, exclamations erupted. The disparity between the nascent soul and God transformation stages is vast and easily discernible. If one were to liken the nascent soul stage to a small stream, then the God transformation stage would be a mighty river. The gulf between them is immeasurable. In the northern district, could it be that the Chen family had produced a God transformation practitioner? What a thought! Quickly, let us witness the spectacle. The young master of the Huang family has returned to Menghe City seeking vengeance, and this aura of God transformation emanates from the leader of Qixing Valley. Is this true? There can be no doubt. The Chen family's few nascent soul practitioners are already a remarkable anomaly. How could they possibly possess a God transformation entity? One could easily deduce that. Many were stirred into action, heading towards the Chen family's stronghold in the northern district. While others prospered, the collective sentiment was one of discomfort. Yet the sight of a once mighty family facing calamity brought immense joy to the onlookers. Such is human nature. When you are akin to others, or even worse off, they may pity you. However, when you find yourself in a more comfortable position than others, they often hope for your downfall. The Chen family stands on the sidelines, with many spectators casting mocking glances in their direction. Among them are several individuals whose expressions reveal concern. These are the families that have recently departed and once bowed to the Chen family. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Seven Stars Valley seeking revenge, they fear they too may suffer repercussions. Yu Huahan gazes coldly at the members of the Chen family, his eyes frigid. You may all engage, he declares, referring specifically to the three nascent soul practitioners of the Chen family. In truth, aside from Huang Yu, the other two members of the Seven Stars Valley are also of nascent soul strength, one at the late stage and the other at the peak. Even without Yu Huahuan's intervention, the Chen family would struggle to withstand these two formidable opponents, yet he is eager to demonstrate his prowess. This not only showcases the might of the Seven Stars Valley, but also serves to establish his authority. Chen Daozhen wears a derisive expression, yet he remains silent. Nearby, Chen Xian, sword resting on his back, steps forward slowly. The sight of the Chen family sending forth someone who is not even at the nascent soul stage evokes a sense of incredulity among the onlookers. Wasn't he the head of the Chen family supposed to be astute? Why does it seem so foolish to confront a transformation stage expert without going all out from the outset, sending someone to their demise instead? Surely he doesn't believe a mere ant could gauge the depths of a transformation stage powerhouse? Mockery echoes around them. Perhaps sensing the imminent destruction of the Chen family has emboldened them to speak freely, their voices carrying to many ears nearby. Others join in the derision, furiously ridiculing the Chen family. Qi Shao, upon realizing it is Chen Xian who stands against the foe, adopts a grave expression as he observes the confrontation. The claim of a single strike to annihilate a mid-transformation stage opponent piques his interest in the unfolding battle. Chen Xian, a seemingly ordinary individual, maintains a subdued yet commanding presence. He slowly raises his hand, gripping the hilt of his sword, and coldly states, I favor a fair fight. So allow me to forewarn you. I am a sword cultivator, nurturing the sword of might. Take heed. Yu Huahan, upon hearing this, glances at the sword behind Chen Xian, his face a mask of scorn. A sword cultivator, you say? As for your so-called nurturing of might, you are nothing but an insignificant insect. How much can you possibly cultivate? In his perception, Chen Xian appears merely ordinary, and within him, he senses an exceedingly faint trace of spiritual energy. Such a person likely has yet to formally embark on the path of cultivation, rendering any techniques he might possess inconsequential. Chen Xian refrains from further words, merely fixing Yu Huahan with a cold stare. In the next moment, the sword is drawn. The air is instantly suffused with a piercing, intimidating sword light, accompanied by a terrifying aura as it arcs towards Yu Huahan. Those in proximity feel as if they have been sliced by blades, an unbearable sensation washing over them. At that moment, Yu Huahan too senses the overwhelming pressure emanating from Chen Xian. His eyes widen in disbelief as he roars, You are at the transformation stage. I have underestimated you. Feeling the ominous threat of death emanating from the sword light, Yu Huahan trembled all over, his heart gripped by an unparalleled fear. It was too swift, so swift that he could not even muster a reaction. He could only watch in horror as the overwhelming sword light swept toward him. The sword of cultivation, when still, is inconspicuous. When unleashed, it can obliterate the heavens and the earth. Among the sword cultivators, those who cultivate the sword of accumulation are entities that no one dares to provoke. For a single strike, they might spend years or even decades honing their power. The moment they draw their sword signifies that they are expending their utmost strength. Those sword cultivators embody relentless determination, wielding only one strike, one sword. If you do not perish, then it must be they who fall. At this moment, regret flooded Yu Huahuan's heart. Assisting Huang Yu in avenging his family was of great importance, yet his own life held greater significance. How could 3 families with Yuaning stage powers be so easily underestimated? Why had he not considered this sooner? The sword cultivator had clearly warned him that he practiced the sword of accumulation. Why had he remained so careless? Cultivating the sword of accumulation required pouring all one's strength into the blade, leaving little spiritual energy within. In that instant, thoughts raced through Yu Huahuan's mind. He was filled with remorse. Yet, Chen Xian would not grant him a second chance. Boom. A tremendous roar erupted, the sword light flashing fleetingly. The ground was cleaved open, creating a nearly 3-meter-deep pit that pierced through 3 streets. The sight was utterly horrifying. Not only was Yu Huahan cleaved in 2, but another Yuan Ing stage cultivator from the 7-star valley, as well as a foundation establishment stage head of a family who had previously joined Huang Yu in denouncing the Chen family, fell into a pool of blood. Had it not been for the wall in that direction, it was likely that more spectators would have perished. In an instant, the world fell into a profound silence. Everyone gazed in sheer terror at the unfolding scene. A transformational stage cultivator from the 7-star valley had been slain, and by a single strike at that. This individual possessed the ability to annihilate a transformational stage cultivator in an instant. Not only outsiders, but even members of the Chen family gasped in disbelief. Their eyes filled with astonishment. It was utterly shocking. Chen Yi's mouth hung agape. A look of incredulity etched upon her face, unable to regain her composure. Is this the current state of the Chen family? Qi Xiao and he swallowed repeatedly. Though merely spectators, they were equally petrified by Chen Xian's strike. Such formidable might. Even if 10 of them formed a line, they would be mere fodder, swiftly dispatched. A single strike to kill a mid-transformation stage cultivator. This was no mere boast. At this moment, Huang Yu and another Yuan Ing stage cultivator from the 7-star valley stood frozen, their eyes wide with terror. Huang Yu trembled uncontrollably, completely stunned. His master was dead. A transformational stage cultivator had been annihilated in a single blow. What was the true origin of the Chen family? Possessing such formidable strength that it had never been mentioned before? Faced with the Chen family, he no longer bore the fierce demeanor he had previously displayed. He even contemplated kneeling in supplication. Was the vendetta against the Huang family significant? Indeed. Yet, no matter the circumstances, one's life is of paramount importance. Chapter 36. The crowd in shock. Chen Daozhen cast a fleeting glance, then turned away, coldly uttering, "Kill him." He held little interest in the remaining small fry. However, Chen Xian's sword strike had indeed left him astonished. It was incredibly formidable. Upon hearing Chen Daozhen's words, Feng Ling's aura surged dramatically, a bloodthirsty essence erupting from him. Accompanied by an overwhelming presence, he vanished from his original position, and when he reappeared, he stood before Huang Yu. With a swift motion, his claws struck, cleaving Huang Yu into 3 parts, leaving him sprawled in a pool of blood. Behind him, the elder from the 7-star valley, witnessing this scene, was filled with terror and wasted no time fleeing. Yet, as he lifted his foot to escape, Feng Ling materialized before him, his claws stained with Huang Yu's blood. The physical prowess of demonic beasts surpassed that of human cultivators, and with Feng Ling's wind attribute, his speed was unparalleled. "Spare me," came the desperate plea. "Ah!" A shriek followed, and the man fell lifelessly. The onlookers were once again left in stunned silence, the Chen family members wide-eyed in disbelief. A 5th-tier demonic beast? This great white hound is a 5th-tier demonic beast? Chen Yi, who had just regained her composure, felt her heart race anew. She had thought it merely an ordinary dog, even finding it rather adorable, only to discover it was a 5th-tier demon. A shiver ran down her spine. Why was the Chen family head so exceptionally formidable? A 5th-tier demonic beast, a transformation stage swordsman. The Chen family possessed 2 formidable forces at the transformation stage, yet no one had the slightest inkling. The entire Chen clan fell into a profound silence, pondering the depths of their patriarch's capabilities. First, there were Chen Wu and Chen Guang in the core formation stage. Then Chen Wenj and Chen Lu, and now Chen Xian alongside this 5th-tier beast. Would another transformation stage cultivator emerge in a few days? Upon this thought, the Chen family members felt a chill sweep over them. Chen Yun sighed in resignation, realizing why the patriarch treated the Huang family and the city lord's mansion with such nonchalance. He would eradicate them without hesitation. Even the 7-star valley evoked no fear. It became clear that the Chen family's strength was exceedingly robust. He had spent an entire night restless after learning that Huang Yu was the true disciple of the 7-star valley, fearing retribution. However, it seemed the opposition had not come for vengeance, but rather to meet their demise. Meanwhile, the spectators surrounding the Chen family were now filled with terror, their eyes reflecting disbelief. The presence of a transformation stage cultivator was already shocking, and now a 5th-tier demonic beast appeared. With such might, who would dare provoke them? They had initially come to witness the Chen family's downfall, but their naivety was glaringly evident. Now, The most frightened individuals were those core formation family heads who had stood beside Huang Yu, disparaging the Chen and Qi families. They regretted their words deeply, never anticipating that the Chen family possessed not just one, but multiple forces at the transformation stage. The head of the Zhou family knelt on the ground, his voice trembling with fear as he implored, "Master Chen, spare my life. I was momentarily blinded by folly. I shall never dare again." However, Chen Daozhen entered the Chen residence without a glance back, leaving the ensuing matters to others. Chen Wenj slowly advanced, raising his hand to unleash a burst of lightning, incinerating a core formation practitioner to mere ash. In the presence of a nascent soul cultivator, the core formation stage was as insignificant as an ant. The other family heads, witnessing this grim spectacle, hastily fled into the distance. The plight of the Zhou patriarch demonstrated that escape was their only hope for survival. Begging for mercy was a death sentence, for the Chen family would show no compassion. Yet, the speed of a core formation practitioner paled in comparison to that of a nascent soul cultivator, and with Chen Wen's divine sense locked onto them, escape was impossible. Upon seeing this, Qi Xiaohua transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging toward a core formation practitioner. This presented a splendid opportunity to showcase his prowess. With the combined efforts of two nascent soul cultivators, the core formation practitioners were swiftly eradicated. When the ordeal concluded, many were still in a state of shock, their expressions blank as they absorbed the unfolding events. The demise of the three foremost combatants of the Seven Stars Valley rendered it nearly defunct. The atmosphere shifted to one of profound reverence for the Chen family, as no one dared to exhibit a hint of disrespect. Those who had previously mocked the Chen family discreetly vacated the scene, fearful of retribution. The family heads who had once expressed fealty to the Chen family found their emotions navigating a tumultuous path. Initially, they had panicked when the Seven Stars Valley sought trouble, worrying about being entangled in the Chen family strife. Yet now, with the Seven Stars Valley's threat neutralized, they were engulfed in melancholy, casting envious glances at Qi Xiaohua. They realized they had squandered a golden opportunity for ascendance. Had they shown greater loyalty earlier, they might have garnered the Chen family's favor and potentially basked in future benefits. After all, for the Chen family to thrive, they could not dominate alone. A portion of their fortunes would inevitably be shared with subordinate forces. It was evident that the Qi family occupied that role. Previously, when at the Chen residence, they had reveled in Qi Xiaohua being retained, believing the Chen family would impose pressure on him. Now it dawned on them that the Chen family had embraced Qi Xiaohua as one of their own, invoking immense regret. They could only hope for a chance to redeem themselves and regain the Chen family's favor in the future. Taking a deep breath to calm the tumult within, Qi Xiaohua addressed Elder Chen Yun. "Elder Chen, I shall return to the Qi family to make arrangements. Should you have any instructions, please feel free to summon me directly." Having endured the recent events, Qi Xiaohua resolved to align himself with the Chen family, silently committing that from this day forth, the affairs of the Chen family would be intertwined with those of the Qi family. Chen Yun responded with utmost courtesy, "Master Qi, you are too kind. Please, go ahead." He did not adopt an imperious demeanor now that Qi Xiaohua had pledged loyalty to the Chen family. Rather, his attitude remained exceedingly amiable. To truly win someone's unwavering allegiance, it is paramount to grant them dignity, making them feel valued and respected. The saying "a scholar is willing to die for a confidant" holds profound significance. Chen Yun's courteous demeanor greatly uplifted Qi Xiao's spirits, prompting him to clasp his hands in gratitude before turning to depart. The members of the Chen family gradually returned to their clan, their expressions radiating uncontainable excitement. Chen Yi bounced with joy, incessantly extolling Chen Daozhen, her admiration unmistakable in her tone. Chen Shan shook his head, sighing, "The tides are turning. This Chen family feels utterly unfamiliar." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun beside him couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head in amusement. However, it was indeed a new era for the Chen family, leaving them feeling foreign in their own home. Who could have predicted that under Chen Daozhen's leadership, such profound transformations would occur in such a short span? Reflecting on this, Chen Yun's expression turned serious. The Chen family was in a constant state of evolution, and they must swiftly strengthen themselves. The head of the family had provided abundant resources, and the intent to nurture was glaringly apparent. They needed to prove themselves, ensuring they did not disappoint their leader. Chapter 37. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion, the news of the death of Yu Huahan, the leader of the Seven-Star Valley, along with the revelation that the Chen family possessed a god transformation stage swordsman and a fifth-tier demon beast, spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys of Dream River City. Mere moments ago, many had been discussing the Seven-Star Valley stirring up trouble for the Chen family, only to be taken aback by this startling news. How could the Chen family possibly have two combatants at the god transformation stage? Surely, this news must be false. I too find it implausible. What gives the Chen family the right to boast such power? Doubts echoed among the crowd. I swear on my honor. What I speak is the truth. The leader of the Seven-Star Valley was slain in an instant by the Chen family's god transformation swordsman, witnessed by hundreds present at the scene. The speaker's tone was resolute and compelling, instilling a measure of belief in the others. Yet, they struggled to comprehend how the Chen family could possess two beings of such extraordinary strength. It was simply outrageous. If they had concealed a few in the nascent soul stage, one might accept it, but to hide god transformation stage power was an entirely different matter. Moreover, as the Chen family came into the limelight, their previous foundation became the talk of the town in Dream River City. How could an ordinary faction that had only reached the core formation stage undergo such a drastic change in such a short time? If they already possessed such formidable combat prowess, why had they been so low-key previously? What was their true intent? However, these questions were now of little consequence. The Chen family had firmly established itself as the dominant power in Dream River City, an undeniable fact. The night sky was as dark as ink, adorned with twinkling stars that created a breathtaking spectacle. Within the Chen family, Chen Daozhen felt a surge of energy within him, enhancing his cultivation and bringing him closer to the mid-nascent soul stage. Following the events involving the Seven-Star Valley, the younger generations of the Chen family had engaged in fervent cultivation, and he had reaped significant rewards. In his perception, Chen Xiang had already broken through to the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, all the direct descendants of the Chen family had reached the foundation establishment stage. Currently, Chen Xiang and others were directly consuming enlightenment pills for their cultivation, and according to Chen Daozhen's estimation, they would likely break through to the core formation stage by tomorrow. After calming the spiritual energy within him, Chen Daozhen summoned Chen Wenj, and the two proceeded directly outside the city of Menghe. Their objective was simple, to exchange a few blows. Since his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, Chen Daozhen had yet to engage in a full-force battle and was eager to ascertain his own capabilities. 10 miles from Menghe City, Chen Daozhen and Chen Wenj stood facing each other. A gentle breeze swept through the heavens and earth, rustling their garments in a refreshing manner. Chen Daozhen's eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming aura erupted forth. In an instant, he transformed into a blur and charged toward Chen Wenj. Given the life-and-death nature of their duel and the disparity in their realms, surprising his opponent was his only opportunity for victory. To achieve this, he could either display his utmost strength right from the start, catching Chen Wenj off guard, or feign weakness to lower his opponent's vigilance. However, it was evident that the latter did not align with Chen Daozhen's style. As Chen Daozhen charged, Chen Wenj's expression remained calm. He met the oncoming strike with his fist. A resounding crash echoed as Chen Daozhen's energy erupted once more, sending powerful winds swirling. Chen Wenj, caught off guard, was propelled backward, feeling excruciating pain radiating from his arm. He realized the formidable strength of Chen Daozhen's physique. He had assumed that, as a mid-nascent soul cultivator, he would easily handle the family head. But he found himself at a disadvantage after just one exchange. Nonetheless, Chen Wenj had no intention of unleashing his full strength. This bout was primarily for the family head to acclimate to his newfound power, and injuring him would not be ideal. Summoning his strength, Chen Wenj launched another attack at Chen Daozhen. In an instant, the two were locked in fierce combat. A powerful aura surged through the forest, resonating with their clash. Initially, Chen Wenj appeared somewhat at ease, but as Chen Daozhen gradually mastered his internal power, his expression grew increasingly serious. Bolts of lightning erupted from Chen Wenj as he engaged Chen Daozhen in battle. Despite his higher cultivation realm, the gap between early and mid-nascent soul stages was not insurmountable, preventing him from overwhelming his opponent entirely. Furthermore, Chen Daozhen's physical prowess was remarkable. Should Chen Wenj abandon his lightning techniques to grapple physically, he lacked the confidence to prevail and feared he might be decisively overpowered. In the sky, arcs of lightning crackled, accompanied by continuous thunderous roars. Although Chen Daozhen felt a tingling sensation coursing through him from the electric shocks, his heart swelled with exhilaration. Is this the essence of a cultivator? He shouted with fervor and charged forward once more. With each battle, he grew more adept at harnessing his internal power and adapting to the combat dynamics among cultivators. While he could not defeat enemies of higher realms like those prodigies could, he was still able to manifest the full extent of his nascent soul strength. The two fought for several hours. At first, it was manageable, but as Chen Daozhen increasingly grasped his power, the fluctuations of their battle intensified. Many within Menghe City sensed the disturbances. What was transpiring over there? Which formidable cultivator was engaged in combat? Judging by the fluctuations in spiritual energy, the source did not seem far away, yet a golden core cultivator could not achieve such feats. Could it be a battle between nascent soul practitioners? A group of individuals wore furrowed brows. Typically, the emergence of nascent soul practitioners was a rarity in Dream River City. However, ever since the rise of the Chen family, such appearances had become increasingly frequent. Qi Xiao, also with a furrowed brow, gazed in the direction of the fluctuating aura, sensing a peculiar familiarity. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it belonged to Chen Daozhen, accompanied by another presence from the Chen family. Qi Xiao quickly dismissed the matter, presuming it to be merely a standard sparring session. In the desolate region, there lay Songlin City, an immensely prosperous metropolis located far from Dream River City, boasting a scale tenfold that of the latter. The city was teeming with formidable beings, with nascent soul energies permeating the air, and even several instances of divine transformation auras residing within. Songlin City ranked among the finest within the entire desolate realm, its power unparalleled. At the heart of the city stood a towering edifice, majestic and reaching for the heavens. At its pinnacle, a myriad of stars twinkled, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This structure was known as the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, the emblematic building of Songlin City and the headquarters of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Indeed, the entire Songlin City was under the aegis of this illustrious pavilion. At this moment, atop the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, an elderly man with a round visage sat in deep meditation. Abruptly, he opened his eyes wide and turned his gaze towards the stars above. Aside from the small stars scattered outside, there existed 10 orbs of varying colors within the chamber, one of which, a red orb, pulsed incessantly. Moments later, a large character, Chun, materialized within the red orb. The elder was taken aback, his expression filled with gravity. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion could monitor the fortunes of the entire desolate realm, and the red orb signified the emergence or imminent arrival of the most formidable individual. It might also indicate an entire faction. What could Chen possibly signify? In Chapter 38, The 5 Great Nascent Souls, the elder's expression grew exceedingly grave as he pondered the top-tier forces within the desolate realm. He was well aware that neither individuals bearing the Chen surname nor their familial powers met the criteria for supremacy. Could it be the Chen family from Qingyu City? No. Their strength was too meager, and they had not undergone any significant changes recently. It could not be them. Who, then, could it be? Suddenly, a realization struck the elder. Could it be a minor faction that had obtained extraordinary fortune? A glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. If the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion could deduce fortunes, they could also seize them. If the individual was indeed powerful and favored by fortune, he would not dare entertain such thoughts. Those blessed by fortune could turn misfortune into opportunity. Thus, even if a faction were weaker than the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, he would refrain from any predatory intentions, fearing repercussions. However, if it were a small faction, the situation would be markedly different. Caution was still warranted. The elder's brow furrowed deeply, his expression somber. The future leading force of the desolate realm would undoubtedly possess immense fortune. Should he contemplate seizing from them, he must not afford them a single opportunity. They must be eradicated swiftly and thoroughly, leaving no trace behind. Yet, he remained perplexed as to the reason for this sudden surge in their fortune. Fortune is a most enigmatic force, intangible and elusive, yet undeniably existent. It is often intertwined with martial arts and treasures. For instance, acquiring a formidable artifact or witnessing the emergence of a prodigious talent within a clan can significantly amplify the power and fortune of that lineage. In the former case, one need only seize the treasure, but in the latter, complications abound. A glimmer of greed flickered in the old man's eyes, regardless of the reason. One must seize the opportunity, for such chances may not present themselves again. Summon someone. The old man's voice resonated through the air. Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in a starry robe entered, kneeling respectfully before him. The elder spoke with a calm demeanor. Instruct a thorough investigation into all individuals or factions bearing the surname Chun within the wild domain, particularly those who have recently made remarkable advancements in their cultivation. Ensure this is completed swiftly. I require definitive results within 10 days. The young man's eyes displayed a hint of confusion. The wild domain is vast, and conducting a comprehensive investigation within such a short time frame, even with the influence of their Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, would be a monumental undertaking. He could not fathom the reason behind the Pavilion Master's insistence on this matter. Understood. Despite his uncertainty, he recognized his obligation to obey the Pavilion Master's command. The old man offered no further words, merely gesturing for him to depart. If you accomplish this task well, the position of fourth elder, vacant in our Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, shall be yours. Upon hearing this, fervor ignited in the young man's gaze. The role of fourth elder is one of considerable prestige within the pavilion. He had not anticipated such a reward from the Pavilion Master. Bowing his head even lower, his tone filled with utmost respect, he vowed, "Rest assured, Pavilion Master, I shall thoroughly scour the wild domain and not disappoint your trust." The elder nodded faintly. You may go. As the young man exited, silence enveloped the room once more. The elder approached a chair and seated himself, although his expression remained tranquil. The rapidity of his breath betrayed an inner turmoil. Under the blazing sun, the world basked in heat. Dream River City. The Chen family. Lottery successful. Summon characters. 5 cultivators of the nascent soul stage. Lottery successful. Advanced Xian-tier martial art. Spirit shadow step. Lottery successful. 130 spirit awakening pills. Chen Daozhen raised an eyebrow. Astonishment etched across his features. To draw multiple nascent soul cultivators at once was extraordinary. In the current circumstances, 5 nascent soul cultivators would undoubtedly prove more advantageous than a single transformation stage practitioner. With Chun Xian assuming control of Dream River City, he would surely revamp the area. Establishing rules and having several nascent soul cultivators to assist would undoubtedly facilitate matters. While rules must be established, they should not be overly intricate, nor should they contradict the natural order of this world. Initially, Chen Daozhen intended to impose strict regulations in Dream River City to prevent occurrences of violence in the streets. However, upon deeper reflection, he deemed this approach unwise. The laws of this realm are fundamentally predatory, and such a nature cannot be altered nor needs to be. It suffices to maintain control within reasonable limits. Thus, preserving the existing state of Dream River City would be sufficient. Chen Daozhen harbored no grand aspirations for universal equality. In such a world, such thoughts were utterly foolish. Upholding the rights of the weak brought no benefits in this realm. Shaking his head, Chen Daozhen cast aside these reflections. Summon. With his voice resonating, 5 figures materialized before him, immediately kneeling. Chen Ji, paying my respects to the patriarch. Chen Qi, paying my respects to the patriarch. Chen Sheng, paying my respects to the patriarch. Chen Jinghao, paying my respects to the patriarch. Chen Heguang, paying my respects to the patriarch. One by one, they introduced themselves. Their expressions filled with utmost respect. Chen Daozhen carefully sensed their cultivation levels. All 5 were at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, a strength that would have made them formidable rulers within the Dream River City. The 2 closest cities to Dream River City were Baiyun City and Wuyue City, both possessing comparable strength, each guarded by 3 or 4 nascent soul cultivators. Once Dream River City was adequately settled, Chen Daozhen planned to conquer these 2 cities as well. Observing the 5 before him, a bold idea took root. Why not establish a dynasty? A contemplative expression graced Chen Daozhen's face. He could position the dynasty as a visible power, controlled by his family, while remaining the unseen hand behind the scenes. A most appealing notion indeed. It seemed plausible. The wild domain had never witnessed a unified force. Although numerous empires had emerged, they ultimately faded into the annals of history. Cultivators were among the most challenging to govern. Without absolute strength, it was difficult to subdue them. The power dynamics in the wild domain were intricate, with many formidable factions, none possessing absolute dominion. Taking a deep breath, Chen Daozhen resolved that if such unification had never occurred, let his family be the first. Ambition flickered fiercely in his eyes. However, declaring himself king at this juncture was impractical. Merely possessing one city felt rather meager. He deemed it necessary to wait until he had captured Baiyun City and Wuyue City, ensuring the Chen family had sufficient strength before claiming kingship. Establishing a dynasty would undoubtedly provoke discontent among various factions. Lacking adequate power, self-preservation would become exceedingly difficult. Chen Daozhen addressed the assembled. Chen Ji, Chen Sheng, and Chen Heguang. You 3 shall proceed to the city lord's mansion to assist Chen Xian in managing the affairs of Dream River City. The 3 immediately rose, responding with utmost respect. As you command. They then turned and departed. Chen Daozhen continued. You 2 shall remain with the Chen family for the time being, responsible for guiding the younger generation and assisting elder Chen Yun with family matters. Chapter 39. Mid-nascent soul. No sooner had the others departed the courtyard than the spiritual energy within the Chen family began to surge. Within the inner courtyard, 2 auras erupted, signaling breakthroughs. Yet, this was not the end. 3 more auras of breakthrough emanated from the inner courtyard. Chen Daozhen surveyed the scene with a smile. Chen Xiang, Chen Jing. He then turned his gaze in another direction. Chen Shan, Chen Kuei, Chen Sun. To his astonishment, this time, 5 individuals had successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. It seemed the efficacy of the spirit opening pill was indeed remarkable. Along with Chen Yun and Chen Wu, the Chen family now boasted a total of 8 members in the foundation establishment stage. At that moment, the aura within Chen Daozhen surged violently, as his formidable spiritual power swept across the entirety of the Chen family. With 5 individuals breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and the tremendous return of their cultivation, he too ascended to the mid-Yuan Ying stage in an instant. However, It was unfortunate that the Yuan-Ing stage and the Foundation Establishment stage were not comparable. Despite the Hundredfold return, it merely facilitated his elevation to the mid-Yuan-Ing stage. Fortunately, the summoned figures could also provide him with a Hundredfold return. Otherwise, with the cultivation return from the direct descendants of the Chen family, it would be challenging to enhance his cultivation in a short span of time. Among the direct descendants of the Chen family, none had reached the Foundation Establishment stage before, and they were merely a group of Qi refinement stage cultivators. Even with the Hundredfold return, his cultivation growth was sluggish, primarily due to the returns granted by the summoned figures. Observing the gradual growth of the Chen family filled Chen Daozhen with immense satisfaction. He opened the system panel, and the fortune value of the Chen family had risen to 1132. There was also another piece of data on his panel, the lottery level, which had previously been 1, now elevated to 2. Chen Daozhen had yet to discern the significance of this level or the method of its enhancement, as the system provided no explanation. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. It was ultimately a positive development. The lottery level was certainly correlated to the items obtained from the lottery. A rise to level 2 should imply a significant upgrade in the quality of the lottery items. At least, that was Chen Daozhen's belief. In the inner courtyard of the Chen family, those who had recently broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage wore expressions of helplessness as they sensed the aura of the mid-Yuan-Ing stage enveloping them, plunging them into silence. The family head had reached the mid-Yuan-Ing stage. If memory served correctly, he had just broken through to the Yuan-Ing stage a couple of days prior. In merely 2 days, he had made yet another breakthrough. The older generation, including Chen Shan and the others, remained relatively composed. After all, their aptitude had always been average, and their mindset bore a hint of resignation. Being able to progress further was already a stroke of fortune, leaving no room for greater aspirations. However, for the younger generation, represented by Chun Xiang and Chen Jin, who were vibrant and full of life, it was a source of discomfort. They had initially aspired to chase after the family head's footsteps, but now it felt as though he was becoming increasingly distant. The speed of his breakthroughs was simply too rapid. The joy of their own recent breakthroughs to the Foundation Establishment stage had dissipated entirely. Having believed that their youth would allow them to reach the same realm as the venerable family head, they had felt a sense of secret delight. Now, they were left with nothing but endless silence. After a long pause, Chen Xiang let out a sigh. What was the point of comparing myself to the family head? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? In his heart, the family head stood like an imposing mountain, an insurmountable peak with a chasm of difference. When one draws nearer to this mountain, they soon realize it looms even further away, grander than before. Nevertheless, Chen Xiang had come to terms with this. If he could not overcome it, then taking a moment to appreciate the view was also permissible. After vanquishing the 2 formidable nascent soul forces within the 7 Stars Valley and Dream River City, the Chen family found itself enveloped in tranquility. Chen Daozhen diligently practiced the techniques acquired through his recent lottery win, the ghostly concealment step. This was a method of movement, seemingly tailored for assassination techniques. Once mastered, even formidable beings above the God transformation stage would find it exceedingly difficult to detect, while significantly enhancing one's speed. Such a technique proved invaluable, whether in direct combat or stealthy ambushes. In truth, the Chen family was not lacking in techniques. The summoned figures inherently possessed their own abilities, which they could impart to the Chen descendants. Hence, the most cost-effective approach remained the summoning of characters. Fortunately, the probability of summoning such figures was quite high. Salutations, Patriarch. Suddenly, the voice of Chen Yun resonated from outside the courtyard. Come in, replied Chen Daozhen. As Chen Yun entered the courtyard, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. The spiritual energy here was so dense, it was nearly 3 times that of the Chen family's own. Given that the Chen family's spiritual energy was already more potent than that of the outside world, this courtyard's energy was at least 6 or 7 times more concentrated. Regaining his composure, Chen Yun respectfully stated, Congratulations on your breakthrough to the mid-nascent soul stage, Patriarch. Chen Daozhen shook his head dismissively. It is merely the mid-nascent soul stage. There is nothing to celebrate. With that, he waved his hand, and over 20 exquisite small vials appeared on the stone table, filled with awakening spirit pills. Alongside an ancient-looking tome, this comprises 130 awakening spirit pills, along with a high-level mysterious technique. You may arrange the specifics of their usage as you see fit, Chen Daozhen instructed. Chen Yun was taken aback once more. Another 130 awakening spirit pills. Even a 4th-tier alchemist could scarcely manage such a feat in such a brief period. He had previously enlisted Chun Lu's assistance in crafting awakening spirit pills. Yet only 10 had been produced from yesterday until now. Moreover, he had exhausted the materials within the Tungfei Merchant Association for their creation. The materials required for awakening spirit pills were exceedingly stringent, and the major merchant associations in Dream River City had limited reserves. Chen Yun estimated that even if he depleted all the association supplies, he could only produce around 30 pills. Yet here was the patriarch casually presenting 130. What astonished him further was the high-level mysterious technique. Such artifacts were priceless and rarely available for purchase, even with ample wealth. Chen Yun inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement. The patriarch had always been a person of miraculous achievements. Understood, Chen Yun replied. Chen Daozhen nodded. Go ahead. After arranging all matters, Chen Daozhen resumed his practice of the ghostly concealment step, with nothing pressing on his agenda. He could afford to be a hands-off steward while others managed the affairs of the Chen family in Dream River City. The following day, Chen Daozhen emerged from the shadows, a look of elation gracing his features. The ghostly concealment step had reached a minor accomplishment. His comprehension was rather commendable. In just a day, he had made discernible progress. Although he had only scratched the surface, there were indeed results. In the next moment, he opened the system to initiate today's lottery. Lottery success. Acquired 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Lottery success. 5 spirit pool springs. Successful draw. Acquired thorn tree seed. Chapter 40. Trials. Chen Daozhen's eyes widened in astonishment. The rewards from this draw were unexpectedly bountiful. Based on previous estimations of luck values, it was improbable to receive such a substantial yield. The acquisition of spirit stones should reasonably amount to around 70 to 80 million. Moreover, it was unlikely to possess more than 3 spirit pool springs. Yet he had directly obtained 5. This must be an additional bounty resulting from the elevation of the draw's level. With 5 spirit pool springs, alongside the 2 previously acquired, he now possessed a total of 7, yielding a daily production of 210,000 low-grade spirit stones. Not too shabby. Chen Daozhen mused as he cast another glance at the spirit stones. 100 million. His brow furrowed slightly. It seemed rather modest. The spirit pool springs were somewhat redundant for him, offering minimal assistance. Only when their numbers increased would they begin to show their worth. However, what was this thorn tree? As Chen Daozhen opened its detailed description, a series of lines appeared before his eyes. Thorn tree, a plant-type demon beast, possessing limitless growth potential, yet requiring substantial spiritual energy for sustenance. Once planted, it cannot be transplanted. This demon beast requires a master. Upon summoning by the host, it will automatically recognize its master. Realization dawned upon Chen Daozhen. It appeared that the thorn tree was intended for home defense. Nevertheless, its limitless growth potential was rather extraordinary, according to the system's explanation. As long as it continually received spiritual energy, it could perpetually thrive. Furthermore, the thorn tree was remarkably easy to care for, needing only a place rich in spiritual energy. Given his ample supply of spirit stones and the 7 spirit pool springs, he should have more than enough. Chen Daozhen proceeded to the backyard, arranging the 5 spirit pool springs neatly by the edge of the pool. Soon, the crystalline spirit liquid began to drip from the springs, and the dense spiritual energy quickly permeated the air. He then retrieved the thorn tree seed, initially expecting a diminutive seed, but was taken aback to find it as large as a basketball. The seed resembled a bundle of slender branches, adorned with numerous tiny thorns. He knelt down and planted it beside the pool. Upon making contact with the ground, the thorn tree seed unfurled like petals, its slender branches spreading outward, with several extending towards the spirit pool. Upon encountering the spirit liquid, the thorn tree began to grow at an astonishing rate, reaching a height of 2 to 3 meters within moments. Observing the thorn tree before him, Chen Daozhen felt an inexplicable connection. He realized he could directly control the thorn tree. Its numerous branches continuously absorbed spiritual energy, growing nearly a centimeter with each passing moment, spreading outward. First tier demon beast. Chen Daozhen attentively sensed the aura of the thorn tree. It was quite weak. However, he could also perceive that the thorn tree was growing rapidly, with its energy fluctuations steadily increasing. At this pace, it would likely advance to a second-tier demon beast within a day or two. In no more than 2 or 3 months, one could evolve into a 5th-tier demon beast. 3 months. Chen Daozhen fell into a sudden silence. The grand conclusion would arrive in merely 3 months. At his current pace, he could hardly fathom the level he would attain by then. The thorn tree seemed rather inconsequential. Yet, it mattered little, for in the long run, both the spirit pool and the thorn tree held significant promise. However, he was taken aback to discover that the thorn tree was considered a member of the Chen family. The count of family members had risen from 211 to 212. At this moment, a surge of spiritual energy resonated within the Chen family. Chen Yi closely followed Chen Xiang and Chen Jing, finally breaking through to the core formation stage a day late. She often had to dedicate time to managing affairs of the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce. And given her cultivation was slightly inferior to Chen Xiang's, it was only natural for her to achieve her breakthrough a step later. Nonetheless, in recent days, the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce had garnered quite a reputation throughout Dream River City. Chen Yi capitalized on the 5 spirit opening pills bestowed by Chen Yun to orchestrate a unique event. Anyone purchasing items from her chamber would have the chance to obtain the right to buy a spirit opening pill, priced at a mere 250,000. This strategy immediately attracted a multitude of patrons, particularly those at the core formation level, who flocked to her establishment. As a direct descendant of the Chen family, no one questioned her ability to procure spirit opening pills for the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce. However, the chamber had only recently been established, and with an inadequate supply chain, its inventory was quickly depleted. To bolster her reputation, Chen Yi decided to release 2 spirit opening pills into the market before promptly closing the shop to replenish her stock. After her breakthrough to the core formation stage, Chen Yi sat in her chamber, her brow furrowed in contemplation about how to resolve the supply issues. The Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce was not lacking in funds. The path ahead was straightforward. Establish a logistics team consisting of alchemists and mercenary groups, gradually expanding the chamber's scale. Yet, this required time and could not immediately rectify the current scarcity of inventory. With her large, expressive eyes turned skyward, she found solace in gazing above while pondering her predicament. It seemed that immediate assistance was unnecessary. The chamber's fame stemmed from its ability to offer spirit-opening pills. As long as they possessed this elixir, the public would continue to remember their establishment. However, Chen Yi frowned. The current state of the Ziyuan chamber was far from perfect, and the logistics were lagging significantly. It appeared that a visit to the Black Mountain camp was in order to procure supplies. The Black Mountain camp, located outside the Dark Forest, served as a gathering place for mercenary groups. The Dark Forest, in turn, was the domain of demon beasts. Many mercenaries would sell the rare treasures they obtained from the forest at the Black Mountain camp. Various chambers in Dream River City sourced their materials from this location. Yet, this area was lawless, frequented by those who thrived on the edge of danger. Venturing there as a core formation cultivator might not guarantee safety. However, it was imperative to go, for only at the Black Mountain camp could she acquire goods below market price, ensuring a profit for the Ziyuan chamber. Should she seek protection from the family head? In an instant, Chen Yi thought of Chen Daozhen, but she quickly shook her head. A greenhouse cannot nurture vibrant flowers. Without enduring trials, how can one grow? She could no longer be timid. After all, she was a cultivator at the core formation stage. How could she allow herself to be so cowardly? Taking a deep breath, Chen Yi's expression turned resolute as she ordered her servants to prepare a black robe for her journey to the Black Mountain camp. Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard of the Chen family, Chen Daozhen raised an eyebrow, glancing at Chen Xiang and Chen Jin before asking in surprise, "Leaving the Chen family?" Chen Xiang nodded firmly. "We cannot always live under the protection of the Chen family, so we have decided to venture out and establish our own power. Both Chen Jin and I are at the core formation stage and possess a certain level of self-defense. Moreover, we have trained in the ghostly stealth technique. As long as we do not provoke powerful cultivators, we should remain safe." Upon hearing this, Chen Daozhen nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in their decision. Remaining within the Chen family was indeed overly secure, devoid of the necessary trials and crises. In this world, to survive well, one must endure the trials of life and death. Of course, that does not apply to me. I do not require such trials. Chapter 41, Bloodwolf Mercenary Group. Chen Daozhen replied, "If you wish to establish a force, you may do so, but do not stray too far from Dream River City. Return every fortnight to collect your cultivation resources." Chen Xiang immediately agreed, understood. A background itself is an advantage. Completely abandoning it to compete fairly with others would be foolish. Although they possessed 2 cultivators at the core formation stage, such strength was still rather ordinary. Truly growing and achieving complete independence would be exceedingly difficult. Chen Daozhen continued, "If you wish to pursue this, do so diligently and achieve something noteworthy. Do not disappoint me." Chen Xiang's expression grew serious as he vowed, "Rest assured, head of the family, we will not bring shame to the Chen name." Chen Daozhen nodded. "Go then." Exchanging glances, Chen Xiang and Chen Jin bowed once more to Chen Daozhen before turning to depart. Once outside the Chen family, they quickly left Dream River City. Chen Daozhen spoke slowly. "Feng Ling, you will watch over them. If they encounter any life-threatening danger, intervene." Feng Ling stood up, nodding in a human-like manner before vanishing in an instant. Though Chen Daozhen was indifferent to their need for experience, he disliked the thought of his kin meeting an untimely end. The direct lineage of the Chen family was limited. Losing one would mean one less. Chen Daozhen began to feel anticipation, hoping to witness their future prowess shaking the wilderness region. He then turned his gaze in another direction, helplessly remarking, "That little girl, Chen Yi, is quite determined." After breaking through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, his spiritual sense had expanded significantly. encompassing the entirety of North City. He saw Chen leaving North City, clad in night attire, heading towards the Black Forest. Connecting this with her recent establishment of the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce, it was easy to infer her intentions. Black Mountain Camp. Well, since there is nothing else to do, I might as well take a stroll. Chen Daozhen rose to his feet, his figure vanishing in an instant as he pursued Chen Yi's direction. Now he feels akin to an old father, while the younger members of the Chen family resemble wayward children. Chen Daozhen shook his head. After all, as the family head, it is only natural to be concerned. At the Black Mountain Camp, although Chen Yi had seldom ventured beyond Dream River City, she was no fool. She understood the survival rules of this world and was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked in a lawless place like the Black Mountain Camp. Thus, she donned a loose-fitting night attire that concealed her figure, and she deliberately smeared her face with a bit of ash, further obscuring her features. Her caution was commendable to the utmost degree. Even Chen Daozhen, who was secretly observing, couldn't help but give her a thumbs up for her steadiness. As Chen Daozhen surveyed the Black Mountain Camp, he noted the presence of a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, albeit only in its early phase. With his mastery of the ghostly step and his own superior cultivation, the other party was utterly oblivious to his presence. At the entrance of the Black Mountain Camp, two muscular men, bare-chested, halted Chen Yi's progress. Stop. Entry costs 10 low-grade spirit stones. Do you understand the rules? You lack awareness, one of them barked. Chen Yi, her voice rough yet tinged with curiosity and apology, replied, I apologize, this is my first visit, and I am unfamiliar with the rules. With that, she handed over 10 low-grade spirit stones, her fingers expertly wrapped in black cloth, demonstrating her attention to detail. Chen Yi was self-aware. Although she could not claim to be a breathtaking beauty, she possessed a certain charm. In a place like the Black Mountain Camp, it was wise to avoid unnecessary trouble whenever possible. The muscular man scoffed, with that getup, you hardly look like a novice. Don't play innocent. They had seen all sorts while serving as guards at the camp, and they could easily identify fresh faces. Yet, this individual, with such seasoned behavior, seemed far from a mere youth. Upon hearing his words, Chen Yi said nothing further. She merely cupped her hands in acknowledgement before turning to enter the Black Mountain Camp. The camp lived up to its notorious reputation. Upon stepping inside, a faint scent of blood pervaded the air. Chen Yi felt a flicker of nervousness, but she focused on deep breathing to steady her emotions. After all, it was her first journey far from home, especially to a place like the Black Mountain Camp, and it would be impossible not to feel anxious. After gathering some information, Chen Yi made her way towards the market within the camp. Initially, the market offered only the treasures and parts harvested from the dark forest and magical beasts, but it had since evolved to encompass a wide array of goods, population, elixirs, weapons, and various natural treasures. Many would bring stolen artifacts to sell here. High above, Chen Daozhen shook his head. Despite her caution, it was still not quite perfect. It was evident that Chen Yi had already attracted unwanted attention. The source of this scrutiny was the individual to whom she had inquired for directions. From his vantage point, Chen Daozhen observed that after asking for directions, that person did not leave. Instead, they stealthily followed Chen Yi at a distance of about 100 meters. It appears that there is a group, with individuals changing frequently to continue their pursuit. Within the Black Mountain Camp, a faction survives through acts of robbery. Wandering about the area to select suitable prey, Chen Yi, with a singular determination, directly inquired about the marketplace's location, revealing her intent to procure goods, subsequently wrapping her purchases securely. Such behavior suggests that the items she intended to acquire held considerable value. Otherwise, there would be no necessity for such caution. Even from Chen Dao's perspective, these concerns are apparent, so it is unlikely that the wolves and beasts that roam this area daily could remain oblivious. Soon, Chen Yi began her selection at the marketplace. The entirety of the marketplace featured only around 10 shops, while the remaining vendors displayed their wares on the ground. Seated nearby to sell, Chen Yi was exceedingly prudent. She never bought in bulk nor lingered in one spot for too long, striving to evade unwanted attention. Hello. How much for the blood spirit mushroom and blood net jade? She inquired. A middle-aged man opened his eyes and replied nonchalantly. The blood spirit mushroom is 300 inferior spirit stones, and the blood net jade is 1,100 inferior spirit stones. Chen Yi nodded promptly. I will take them both. The man nodded in return and retrieved a piece of black cloth to cover their hands. This was an unspoken rule at the Black Mountain Camp's marketplace, serving as a means to protect the buyer. Beneath the cloth, Chen Yi exchanged her spirit stones, and the man handed her the items. Once the transaction was complete, the middle-aged man whispered, Be careful, friend, you have caught the attention of wolves. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication of his words. With a grave expression, she pondered the fact that despite her caution, she was still being observed. However, She did not fully trust the man before her. She merely stood and said, "Thank you for the warning." As she prepared to leave, the middle-aged man transmitted another message. "Friend, I am Su Kuei, the leader of the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps, at the peak of the Corps formation stage. I have noticed you purchasing items 5 times along this street. Changing locations with such vigilance suggests you are acquiring something of significance. Why not hire our mercenary corps to ensure your safety within the Black Mountain camp?" Chapter 42. Collaboration. Upon hearing Su Kuei's transmission, Chen Yi felt a jolt of surprise. Despite her carefulness, she had still been perceived by this man. Were those who frequented this place truly so astute? The Black Mountain camp was indeed perilous. Nevertheless, she discerned from his message that the leader of the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps did not seem to harbor ill intentions. Instead of departing, she transmitted a question. "What is your name?" Su Kuei's voice resonated in her mind. Su Kuei. She then surveyed her surroundings, finding no familiar auras following her. Exercising caution, she inquired further. "How many spirit stones would be required for your protection?" Not entirely convinced of Su Kuei's word, she sought to gauge the situation. Su Kuei promptly replied, "Our Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps ranks among the top 3 in the entire Black Mountain camp. Hiring us would cost 100,000 inferior spirit stones per day. Although the price is not inexpensive, it offers a guarantee, and it paves the way for a long-term partnership. Should you require purchases or materials in the future, the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps can assist you. Of course, this service comes at a cost. In the Black Mountain camp, not everyone engages in underhanded dealings. Some conduct legitimate businesses. For instance, the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps has undertaken numerous tasks within Dream River City, earning a substantial amount of spirit stones each month, thereby establishing formidable strength. While legitimate business may not yield profits as swiftly as robbery, it provides a stable long-term income, far preferable to the risks of thievery. Given the might of the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps, few dare to offend them, allowing them to navigate these endeavors with ease. Chen Yi furrowed her brow, uncertain of the veracity of Su Kuei's claims. What if he were also involved in unscrupulous activities? Lacking survival experience, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Unsure of how to proceed, a single misjudgment could indeed endanger her life. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired again, "Have you previously assisted others as you mentioned?" Su Kuei replied, "Of course." Chen Yi continued, "Then, have you heard of the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce?" Su Kuei maintained a calm demeanor. It was only sensible to be cautious in such circumstances, and he displayed no impatience in response to her questions. He was well aware that Chen Yi hailed from the esteemed Chen family. Chen Yi pressed on, "Have you collaborated with the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce?" At this, Su Kuei responded with a hint of disbelief. That is a chamber of commerce belonging to the Chen family. Their influence is so vast that they would not engage with someone of my humble caliber. Rumors regarding the Chen family had circulated throughout Dream River City recently. Given the proximity of the Black Mountain camp to the city and his occasional visits there, it was impossible for him to remain oblivious to such matters. The Chen family boasts a transformation stage expert and several nascent soul cultivators. Would anyone dare to rob them if they sought to purchase goods at the Black Mountain camp? It would be tantamount to courting death. Even if the Chen family were to seek collaboration, it would be with a nascent soul expert from the Black Mountain camp. Not with him. Chen Yi turned her gaze, her tone returning to normal. "Well, you have an opportunity now." Upon hearing that soft, tender voice echoing in his mind, Su Kuei's eyes widened in realization. He turned to stare intently at Chen Yi. "Friend, are you jesting? Are you truly affiliated with the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce?" Chen Yi's voice rang out once more. "I am certainly not joking." Su Kuei's expression grew serious as he scrutinized her. The Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce was indeed established by the Chen family. If they were to venture to the Black Mountain camp for purchases, there would be no need for such caution. They could simply send someone to ensure their safety. Su Kuei inquired, "What name do you go by?" Chen Yi replied slowly, "I am Chen Yi." Choosing to reveal her identity directly stemmed from her uncertainty about whether this individual might engage in unscrupulous dealings. Thus, she sought to leverage the Chen family's reputation to intimidate him. Moreover, the future development of the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce hinges on either cultivating a mercenary group or collaborating with an existing one. However, the time required for training is considerable, making the latter option evidently more convenient. Su Kuei's strength is barely adequate, rendering him a suitable partner for such an alliance. Su Kuei's heart jolted, and disbelief flickered in his gaze, as he struggled to accept that the individual before him was none other than Chen Yi, the legitimate heir of the Chen family and the proprietor of the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce. Impersonating Chen Yi serves no purpose. After all, if you seek my assistance, simply provide me with spirit stones. Yet, he could not fathom why this person would venture to the Black Mountain camp. Previously, there was an intriguing rumor in Menghe City that when Chen Yi initially established the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce, her identity remained a mystery, resulting in her shop being vandalized. However, that individual is now deceased. Could it be that she possesses an innate desire for strength and refuses assistance from her family? Su Kuei could only attribute it to this reasoning. Otherwise, this individual would merely be impersonating Chen Yi. Chen Yi spoke again. I can offer you 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, with an initial payment of 150,000, and upon my return to Mingha City, I shall provide the remaining 150,000. However, I require your unwavering protection regardless of any circumstances. How does that sound? Initially, Chen Daozhen had bestowed a considerable amount of spirit stones upon her, followed by numerous elixirs for the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce. After selling all the goods, her current fortune in spirit stones neared 7 to 8 million. 300,000 low-grade spirit stones is but a trifling sum. Observing her generous offer, Su Kuei, unconcerned about her true identity, promptly assured her, rest assured, with my blood wolf mercenary corps, no one in this Black Mountain camp will dare to lay a finger on you. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi immediately turned and tossed a Chinquan bag. Su Kuei received it, and, glancing inside, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Indeed, it contained 150,000 spirit stones. Without further ado, he gathered the items from the stall and retrieved a copper bell, gently shaking it. This was a means of communication. There were 2 bells, and with just a touch of spiritual energy, one could activate them. Once activated, the other bell would emit sound. This method of communication is limited to short distances and cannot convey messages, but it is remarkably cost-effective. Soon, 4 figures emerged, each exuding an imposing aura. There were 4 cultivators at the core formation stage, 1 in the late stage, 1 in the mid-stage, and 2 in the early stage. Chen Yi narrowed her eyes. Indeed, those who thrive in the Black Mountain camp possess formidable strength. The leader, a rugged man, approached Su Kuei and inquired, "Boss, what is the matter?" Su Kuei replied with a smile, "We have a guest." He then relayed Chen Yi's proposal to the 4 individuals. Upon hearing it, the rugged man raised an eyebrow. 300,000 low-grade spirit stones is no insignificant amount. However, he did not succumb to greed. The 5 brothers of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps had engaged in legitimate business in the Black Mountain camp for many years, reaping substantial benefits, with numerous long-term clients. Some families having collaborated with them for a decade. There was no need to forsake greater interests for mere trifles. Su Kuei introduced, "This is our second-in-command, Yu Chang." Chen Yi, upon hearing this, offered a respectful nod. In a light-hearted manner, Yu Chang reassured, "Rest assured, fellow cultivator, as long as we are here, no one in the Black Mountain camp can harm you." Chapter 43 Manager Li and Su Kuei, with smiles gracing their faces, agreed, "Since the remuneration has been settled, we shall accompany you. Should any peril arise, we will lend our assistance." Chen Yi nodded and then turned to depart. Su Kuei followed closely behind, while the remaining 4 concealed themselves in the shadows. In truth, their asking price of 15 spirit stones was quite reasonable, considering there were 5 of them at the core formation stage, one of whom had reached full completion. However, the task was merely to procure some items from the Black Mountain camp within a day. This sum of 15,000 spirit stones was virtually like picking money off the ground. As long as they avoided trouble, the profit was indeed substantial. As they walked, Su Kuei discreetly transmitted a message. "Are you truly Chen Yi of the Ziyuan Merchants Association?" Chen Yi's voice returned, raspy yet profound. "You will know whether I am when you escort me back to Dream River City." Upon hearing this, Su Kuei's doubts dissipated. Given the context, it seemed evident that she was indeed a member of the Chen family. However, he remained perplexed with her status. She could have simply revealed her identity and boldly entered the Black Mountain camp without fear. With the current strength of the Chen family, who would dare harbor ill intentions towards her? A direct descendant of the Chen clan coming to a place like Black Mountain camp to procure goods was something few would believe. Surely, there were unseen guardians watching over her. Casting a suspicious glance around, Su Kuei pondered whether anyone truly lurked in the shadows. Shaking his head, he resolved to keep his greed in check, for with such a formidable entity as the Chen family, harboring any negative thoughts could lead to misfortune. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps began as merely 5 Foundation establishment cultivators, and during those early days, they had navigated the Black Mountain camp, gradually rising through diligence and prudence. Sighing at this realization, Su Kuei reflected on the vast chasm between the nascent soul and core formation stages. Progressing steadily would take an indeterminate amount of time. Not long after their departure, a gaunt man lurked behind them. His eyes narrowed as he observed coldly. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps is indeed a plump target. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. Cloaked meticulously, their frequent purchases and constant changes of location indicated a fear of being discovered. Typically, those with strength would disdain such caution. The extreme vigilance suggested that their acquisitions were of significant value, and the fact that the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps offered protection only reinforced their sound judgment. not merely a target, but rather a vulnerable one. Robbing such individuals posed the lowest risk. Suddenly, a flicker of trepidation crossed the gaunt man's gaze. The 5 from the Bloodwolf mercenary corps were formidable, making it challenging to subdue them. What should we do, fourth brother? A corpulent middle-aged man approached, his expression one of displeasure. We have followed them for so long, only to see them escorted away by the Bloodwolf mercenary corps. The corpulent man once again lamented, the Bloodwolf mercenary corps is perpetually engaging in such antics. Now, many at the Black Mountain camp have begun to imitate them, leaving us with no opportunities for profit. It has been 2 months since we last managed to prey upon a substantial target. We are left with mere trifles. If this continues, how shall we survive in the future? A glint of coldness flickered in Zhao Laoxi's eyes. With a disdainful snort, he turned and declared, report this matter to Stewardly. I wish to see how long the Bloodwolf mercenary corps can revel in their arrogance. The corpulent man looked alarmed and hastily replied, fourth brother, after reporting to Stewardly, we might find ourselves deprived of even a morsel of soup. Steward Li was the overseer of the Black Mountain camp and a genuine nascent soul cultivator. Should he choose to intervene, the Bloodwolf corps would undoubtedly falter. Zhao Laoxi retorted coldly, if we cannot reap the rewards, so be it. If the Bloodwolf mercenary corps refuses to let us thrive, then they should not expect to flourish either. The corpulent man fell silent, recognizing the truth in Zhao Laoxi's words. Several mercenary groups had begun to employ similar tactics, rendering their own attempts at robbery futile. The cost of failure would be steep, for those who frequented this realm were seasoned warriors, adept at dancing upon the edge of a blade. Even a confrontation between 2 nascent soul cultivators and one could result in the loss of a life. Being under the protection of a mercenary group left them in a most uncomfortable position. Meanwhile, with Su Kuei's protection, Chen Yi grew bolder in her endeavors. When she spotted suitable items, she purchased them directly. In less than half an hour, she had acquired goods worth nearly 2 million low-grade spirit stones. These items were merely raw materials, typically refined into pills or magical artifacts for resale. If they were low-tier pills, such as first-grade elixirs, the profit margin would be considerably lower, around 30%. However, for second-grade and above pills, the profits would soar to at least 50%, with third-grade yielding even more. Su Kuei followed closely behind, unable to suppress his astonishment at the wealth displayed. The spirit stones flowed like water. It was said that the Ziyuan commerce had only recently been established, and with Chen Yi as the manager, she ventured alone to the Black Mountain camp to procure materials. It was likely that she had yet to ally with any mercenary group. How splendid it would be if they could collaborate. However, given the formidable strength of the Chen family, they might not deign to consider a mere nascent soul cultivator like him. Before long, Chen Yi had swept through, amassing close to 4 million low-grade spirit stones worth of goods. Many observed her from the shadows, yet upon seeing Su Kuei at her side, they shook their heads and departed. The Bloodwolf mercenary corps was too powerful and had long established their presence here. There was no need to provoke them. Nevertheless, some gazes were filled with avarice, lurking in the shadows for an opportunity. As Chen Yi realized that no one dared to challenge her, her confidence began to swell. Whenever she encountered suitable items, she made her purchases without hesitation. This time, her aim was to acquire 5 million low-grade spirit stones worth of goods, ensuring she wouldn't need to return for quite some time. Please wrap up those items I just pointed out, Chen Yi instructed, gesturing towards several objects ahead. The vendor, wearing a smile, proceeded to package the items and handed them forward. As the transaction between the 2 individuals concluded, they were poised to move towards the next destination. Suddenly, the crowd parted, revealing a rather refined middle-aged man strolling forward with his hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by 2 others, one of whom was Zhao Laoxi, and the other, a man with single eyelids. Su Kuei felt an instinctive urge to turn around. Li Shan, upon recognizing the newcomer, an unsettling sensation gripped his heart. His concern intensified upon noticing Zhao Laoxi by his side, a figure notorious for his treachery at the Black Mountain camp. As Li Shan approached them directly, Su Kuei swiftly positioned himself in front and, with a courteous gesture, inquired, "Greetings, Manager Li. Might I ask if there is a matter at hand?" Li Shan offered a faint smile, casting a glance at Chen Yi behind Su Kuei, and then addressed the man beside him. "Is he the one who attempted to purchase goods with counterfeit spirit stones?" "Indeed," the single-eyed man replied immediately, his gaze darkening as he directed his attention to Chen Yi. "My friend, engaging in small transactions is one thing, but using counterfeit spirit stones for payment is rather unscrupulous." A crowd began to gather, intrigued by the unfolding drama, as people often revel in the spectacle of conflict. Chapter 44. Despair of Chen Yi. Su Kuei's expression turned cold upon hearing this. Clearly, Li Shan was prepared to engage in a blackmail scheme. Su Kuei replied ominously, "Sun Bin, is it? I remember you well. In a place like the Black Mountain camp, One must refrain from speaking recklessly. Fear flickered across Sun Bin's face at Su Kuei's words. As a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, offending a force like the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps could spell his doom. Hesitation crept into Sun Bin's demeanor. Chen Yi, sensing the aura emanating from Li Shan, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. A nascent soul cultivator. She had never anticipated that she would attract the attention of someone at that level. She had been overly complacent, believing that Su Kuei's presence would ensure her safety, forgetting that the Black Mountain camp harbored a nascent soul cultivator. Li Shan spoke suddenly. The truth will reveal itself after my investigation. He began to advance towards Chen Yi, but Su Kuei remained resolute, a smile gracing his face as he interjected, managerly. This is evidently a misunderstanding. I have been by my friend's side throughout, and I can vouch that she would never resort to using counterfeit spirit stones for purchases. Su Kuei was acutely aware of Li Shan's intentions. Engaging in a blackmail would tarnish their reputation, and if they surrendered Chen Yi today, who would dare to seek their services in the future? Even if some did, the repercussions would be substantial. Li Shan narrowed his eyes at Su Kuei's defiance, growing impatient. Su Kuei, I have stated that if my investigation reveals no wrongdoing, I shall naturally allow her to leave. Do not make me repeat myself a third time. With his voice growing cold, Li Shan's patience for further discussion with Su Kuei had waned. He was the true authority at the Black Mountain camp, and his initial willingness to explain himself to Su Kuei stemmed from a desire to preserve the camp's reputation, allowing others to perceive him as the overseer here. Leading the way in clandestine dealings would undoubtedly instill a sense of insecurity among the rest. Although the current atmosphere is already fraught with danger, Li Shan's original intention in establishing the Black Mountain camp was to create a sanctuary beyond the Black Forest, thereby attracting others and accumulating wealth and resources. Now that this goal has been achieved, maintaining the status quo is of utmost benefit to him. Su Kuei, observing Li Shan's icy visage, felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. The pressure of confronting someone at the nascent soul stage was immense. Although he was merely a step away from that level himself, it felt like an insurmountable distance. At this moment, Chen Yi was engulfed in anxiety, deeply concerned that Su Kuei might abandon her, leaving her, being merely at the core formation stage, in a perilous predicament. She found herself regretting her earlier bravado. Had she known better, she would have requested the head of her family to send someone to escort her. This was her first time venturing out alone for a task. And while she was aware of the dangers of this world, she had never truly experienced them. Indeed, relying on her family was the wisest choice. Abandoning her own advantages was an exceedingly foolish decision. Su Kuei, unwilling to concede, proposed, Li, how about this? Sun Bin, you mentioned that my friend has paid you a certain sum in counterfeit spirit stones. We can provide that amount. Shall we consider this matter settled? He was acutely aware that without making some sacrifice, Li Shan would never relent. To expose Chen Yi's identity would be tantamount to courting disaster. Li Shan was ruthless. If he were to discover Chen Yi's true background, he would likely strike her down mercilessly and depart from the Black Mountain camp without a second thought. The Chen family's methods were notoriously domineering. They had obliterated both of the major nascent soul forces in Menghe City. Should the Chen family learn of Li Shan's bullying of Chen Yi, they would undoubtedly come knocking, intent on retribution. Li Shan was well aware of this straightforward logic. Sun Bin glanced at Li Shan, noting his impassive demeanor, then turned to Su Kuei and gritted his teeth, stating, 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Li Shan's lack of reaction indicated his unwillingness to let Chen Yi off the hook so easily. Su Kuei understood this, his expression darkening considerably. Should the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps engage in a confrontation with Li Shan, their defeat would be inevitable. Among the onlookers, many regarded Su Kuei with cold disdain. Their eyes filled with mockery. The Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps had lingered at the Black Mountain camp for quite some time, accumulating numerous enemies. These individuals relished the prospect of Su Kuei's downfall, but were deterred from causing trouble due to his formidable strength. If Su Kuei were to abandon Chen Yi, they could spread the word, ensuring the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps would find it increasingly difficult to secure future contracts. Naturally, it would be preferable for him not to abandon her, as that would lead to immediate peril. After Sun Bin declared the sum of 10 million low-grade spirit stones, Su Kuei realized that Li Shan was determined to claim Chen Yi, with no possibility of reconciliation. Su Kuei turned to transmit a message to the rear, inquiring, Miss Chen Yi, if you are indeed a member of the Chen family, do you have any guardians, or could you send a message to your family for assistance? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's expression grew somewhat awkward. She had sneaked out alone, with no one to protect her. As for how she managed to send word to the Chen family, she had no idea where such means came from. Seeing Chen Yi silent, Su Kuei felt a chill run down his spine. He had initially thought he stumbled upon 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. But little did he know he might have to risk his life instead. Su Kuei sighed, Miss Chen Yi, I shall do my utmost to help you escape. If you should unfortunately meet your demise, there is little I can do. After all, Li Shan was at the nascent soul stage, and Su Kuei could not withstand him. He could only act to the best of his abilities. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes flashed with surprise. Even in such dire circumstances, Su Kuei was still willing to honor his promise. He truly was a man of integrity. Li Shan's gaze grew increasingly cold as he spoke ominously. Su Kuei, do you still intend to meddle in this matter? Do not blame me for not warning you. Do not forget your own identity. His hesitation to strike was merely a reflection of his fear of the negative repercussions it might bring to the Black Mountain camp, compounded by Su Kuei's considerable strength. So close to the nascent soul stage, there was no deep-seated enmity between them, thus there was no need to escalate the situation further. Su Kuei took a deep breath and discreetly communicated with the four brothers hidden in the shadows, instructing them to leave immediately and not to sacrifice their lives unnecessarily. Seeing the situation unfold, despair filled Chen Yi's heart. Where are you, family head? In that moment, the first person that came to her mind was Chen Daozhen. In her eyes, Chen Daozhen was an omnipotent figure, capable of creating miracles. Could he perhaps conjure one more miracle and appear before me? Just then, a light laugh resonated. The Black Mountain camp is rather impressive. We of the Chen family shall accept it. Chen Yi's body trembled at the sound of that familiar voice, disbelief washing over her. He truly has come? She turned to the side and saw two figures emerging from the crowd. Instantly, her eyes brimmed with tears, reflecting her overwhelming emotion. Chapter 44. Taking charge. Chen Daozhen's silhouette slowly emerged from the throng, accompanied by Chen Qi. He had initially intended to handle the matter alone. But the nascent soul practitioners of the Black Mountain camp were unlike those from other regions. They were combat-hardened warriors. In contrast, he was a mid-stage nascent soul with little battle experience. Although slightly more powerful, it was uncertain if he could manage the situation alone. Thus, Chen Daozhen decided to bring Chen Qi along. If he couldn't fight solo, he could at least rally support. Chen Yi immediately shed her disguise and rushed towards Chen Daozhen, tears glistening in her eyes as she cried out, "Family head." The onlookers were taken aback upon witnessing her true appearance, having assumed she was a man due to her voice. Su Kuei, upon hearing her address, felt a jolt of surprise. The only person she could refer to as family head was the renowned Chen Daozhen of Meng'e City. Li Shan squinted as he observed, unable to discern Chen Daozhen's cultivation level. The ghostly concealment step also possessed a passive ability to obscure one's cultivation. A murderous intent ignited in Li Shan's eyes. Previously it had been Su Kuei, and now another unexpected figure had emerged, completely exhausting his patience. Since cooperation was not forthcoming, the matter would be forcibly dealt with first, and only after ascertaining the facts would a judgment be made. With that, he lunged towards Chen Yi, an overwhelming aura erupting from his being. The onlookers were taken aback and instinctively withdrew. Just as he was about to seize Chen Yi, a hand suddenly emerged, grasping his wrist. Li Shan turned to see a cold gaze fixed upon him. It was Chen Qi, standing beside Chen Daozhen. Chen Daozhen said calmly, "Eliminate him." With a crisp snap, Li Shan's hand was severed. In an instant, a more ferocious aura surged forth as Chen Qi raised his hand to strike Li Shan once more. His fist descended like Mount Tai, oppressive beyond measure. Chen Qi, being in the late stage of the nascent soul realm and a practitioner of body cultivation, possessed combat capabilities that significantly surpassed those of his peers, creating a vast chasm between him and Chen Daozhen, a cultivator who lacked dedication to his training. Li Shan's eyes widened in terror, momentarily forgetting the excruciating pain in his hand as he screamed, "You are in the late nascent soul stage." Yet, instead of retreating, he drew a short sword and charged at Chen Qi, prepared to fight to the death. In such dire circumstances, escape was impossible. Only a life-for-life struggle remained. While an ordinary cultivator might have panicked, Li Shan's experience in battle allowed him to retaliate fiercely. Chen Qi's eyes brimmed with derision as he was enveloped in searing flames. Resembling a god of fire, the temperature around him soared, creating an atmosphere akin to being inside a furnace. Before Li Shan's short sword could even make contact, it had already been rendered useless. Ultimately, when it struck Chen Qi, it failed to inflict any harm. Li Shan's gaze was filled with dread. "Who are you?" he implored. However, the answer came in the form of a fist as formidable as a mountain. Boom! Li Shan's head exploded, his aura dissipating in an instant. A profound silence engulfed the crowd, who stood transfixed, their expressions reflecting disbelief. In less than a breath, Li Shan was dead. They turned their attention to Chen Qi and Chen Daozhen, and a singular question emerged in their minds. Who are these two? The power of the late nascent soul stage was a rarity in the vicinity of the Black Mountain camp, possessed only by the Chen family within Dream River City. The sound of swallowed breaths echoed as everyone remained stunned by the spectacle before them. Chen Daozhen merely cast a casual glance before turning to Chen Yi, reproaching her. You little girl, why did you venture alone into such a perilous place? Chen Yi lowered her head, pouting, her eyes reddened, observing her near tears. Chen Daozhen chose not to berate her further. Instead, he gently patted her head and said, Remember, you are a member of the Chen family. Do not act recklessly again. I do not wish for any member of the Chen family to come to harm. Hearing Chen Daozhen's voice, Chen Yi felt a tremor in her heart, realizing how much the family head valued them. Sniffling, she resolutely replied, Family head, I shall never do so again. Chen Daozhen nodded with a smile and remarked, Now that is more like it. Although Chen Daozhen was merely a few years her senior, his tone bore a certain gravitas, which, to Chen Yi, rendered him indistinguishable from an elder. Those around them, upon overhearing their exchange, were struck with astonishment. The Chen family. Is this truly a member of the Chen clan? Li Shan's demise was hardly unjust. One could hardly overlook the rampant backstabbing that transpired in these parts. After all, the daily collection of protection fees and stall rents at the marketplace constituted a significant resource. There was no need for such treacherous dealings. Yet, when they finally attempted it, they encountered formidable opposition. Not only did they fail, but they also found themselves with broken teeth. Su Kuei was equally shocked, realizing that she was indeed Chen Yi. Although he had previously confirmed this, the lack of direct contact had left him with lingering doubts. Now, however, that certainty brought a sense of awe. He had encountered a true powerhouse. Zhao Laosi and Sun Bin, witnessing this, were filled with terror and were just about to flee when two figures emerged from the shadows, swiftly severing their heads. Both were members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group, and with Li Shan dead, these lackeys were not to be spared. Zhao Laosi, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, was not weak by any means, but ambushed and in a panic, he was utterly defenseless. Chen Daozhen paid little heed to these trivial matters and instead addressed Chen Qi, saying, Chen Qi, take over the Black Mountain camp. All rules shall remain unchanged. Chen Qi immediately nodded in respectful compliance. As you command. Chen Daozhen then soared into the sky, heading toward Dream River City. The Black Mountain camp was uniquely perilous, rife with treachery, murder, and plunder, an environment that Chen Daozhen relished. Indeed, he preferred to reign supreme in such darkness, instilling fear in all. As Chen Daozhen's figure receded, admiration shone in Chen Yi's eyes, tinged with fervor, akin to a devoted fan encountering their beloved star. Our master is so dashing. Chen Qi inquired. Who wields the greatest authority in the Black Mountain camp, aside from the overseer? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, hesitant to respond. Soon, however, three figures emerged from the throng. The foremost being a gaunt man with a somewhat lecherous and cunning demeanor. This lean individual respectfully introduced himself. My lord, I am Yang Fu, the steward of the Black Mountain camp, and I typically manage the camp in place of stewardly. With that, he knelt before Chen Qi. We are willing to submit to you. The two men behind him immediately followed suit, trembling with fear, uncertain of how Chen Qi would choose to deal with them. Upon glancing at Yang Fu, Chen Qi raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of violent spiritual energy, which engulfed him in an instant. Yang Fu exploded, blood splattering everywhere. The two remaining kneeling figures quaked uncontrollably, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. Chen Qi coldly pointed to the man on his left, addressing him with a tone of authority. From this day forth, you shall be the steward of the Heishan camp. Chapter 45, The Breaking Infant Pill. Witnessing Chen Qi's decisive demeanor, a chill ran through the hearts of those present. The elegantly dressed man trembled and replied, I shall obey. Fear gripped him to his core, as if death had narrowly passed him by, sending shivers down his spine. Chen Qi's voice resonated once more. From now on, the Heishan camp belongs to the Chen family. Everything will proceed as usual. You are to adhere to the established rules. As long as you do not disrupt the order, I shall not interfere. And do not worry about me robbing you. Given your pitiful state, the Chen family has no interest in your meager gains. His words were blunt and left many feeling somewhat embarrassed. In the eyes of the formidable Chen family, they were indeed impoverished, a fact that was irrefutable. After all, a group of those at the foundation and core formation stages, regardless of their wealth or resources, could only muster so much. Furthermore, those who frequented the Heishan camp typically did not hoard resources. They utilized them as needed, striving to convert every bit into cultivation. They were, indeed, destitute. Upon concluding his remarks, Chen Qi kindly nodded toward Chen Yi before turning to depart. With Chen Qi's presence, no one dared to touch Chen Yi at the Heishan camp, unless they were seeking their own demise and wished to reincarnate into a different life. Chen Yi glanced at Su Kuei and said, We have purchased enough items. Please escort me back to Mingha City. Su Kuei's spirits lifted at her words. He had assumed she would no longer require his escort, especially with the remaining sum of 150,000. Yes, Chen Yi then turned and walked away, with Su Kuan hastily following suit, and several others from the Bloodwolf mercenary corps trailing behind. Based on his previous conjectures, Su Kuan believed that Chun Yi's trading company had not collaborated with the mercenary corps. With its backing from the Chen family, the Ziyuan Trading Company would undoubtedly become one of the leading firms in Minghe City, perhaps even rivaling the Tungfei Trading Company. Should they manage to forge a partnership with Ziyuan, it would be a significant client, promising boundless benefits. Yet, he pondered whether she would regard their small mercenary group favorably. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Su Kuan stole a glance at Chen Yi. The Heishan camp was not far from Minghe City, and with 6 of them moving at a swift pace, they arrived promptly. Throughout the journey, Chen Yi contemplated how she might win over the man beside her. Su Kuan possessed commendable character, upheld principles, and demonstrated considerable strength at the perfected core formation stage. Securing such an individual would greatly aid her Ziyuan Trading Company. However, the notion of winning someone over was far simpler said than done. To earn a person's unwavering loyalty, one must discern their vital interests or needs. Chun Yi's mind replayed Su Kuan's earlier remarks, seeking insights into his character through these nuances. Initially, when she was followed, Su Kuan had warned her. He displayed integrity and commendable conduct. Later, when faced with danger, he did not abandon her. He was trustworthy and kept his promises. However, these are not the crux of the matter. Suddenly, Chun Yi's eyes brightened. She realized what Su Kuan truly needed: cultivation. This might be the desire of every cultivator. Yet Su Kuan was different. For others, if you offered them cultivation, they might not genuinely pledge their loyalty. At most, it would be a transaction of mutual benefit. However, Su Kuan was likely to devote himself to her. She could sense his deep yearning for power, his fervent desire to grow stronger. Furthermore, he also valued the other 4 brothers of the Bloodwolf mercenary corps. Recalling the moment when Chen Daozhen subdued Qi Shaohe, excitement flickered in Chen Yi's eyes. If I could also recruit a strong ally, it would certainly garner the head of the family's admiration. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yi slowed her pace. Not in haste to return to the Dream City, and with an expression of calmness, she inquired, "Captain Su, what are your plans for the future?" Su Kuan shook his head with a rueful smile. "What else can I do? I shall continue with my old profession. If Miss Chen has any business in the future, please do not hesitate to call upon me, and I shall exert myself to assist you." Emulating Chen Daozhen's composed demeanor, Chen Yi turned calmly to Su Kuan. For some reason, Su Kuan felt a twinge of unease at the sight of her, his heart racing involuntarily. Chen Yi halted her steps and softly asked, "Have you never considered pursuing something different? Perhaps serving my Ziyuan Trading Company?" At her words, Su Kuan's heart skipped a beat. He had not anticipated such a notion from Chen Yi. His brows furrowed, revealing his hesitation. The other 4 brothers behind Su Kuan exchanged glances, their expressions remarkably indifferent, showing no signs of interest. The Chen family's power was overwhelming. As cultivators in the core formation stage, they would not receive due recognition, and it was preferable to remain carefree in the Black Mountain camp. After all, they earned considerable resources each month there. Serving the Chen family would mean becoming subservient, doing whatever they were commanded. If Chen Yi proposed a collaboration, allowing the Bloodwolf mercenary corps to partner with the Ziyuan Trading Company, that might be acceptable. But serving was out of the question. Su Kuan, with a face full of regret, replied, "I apologize, Miss Chen, but my brothers and I have grown accustomed to our freedom and are unwilling to be beholden to anyone." Chen Yi's expression remained unchanged as she praised, "Captain Su, I see commendable qualities in you, which is why I present you with this opportunity. To serve under me is an honor for you. Establishing a connection with the Chun family is a blessing that could take 8 lifetimes of cultivation." Su Kuan's face showed signs of displeasure. Such words felt somewhat condescending. Listening to her, it seemed she was belittling them. Chen Yi continued, "As for the other members of your Bloodwolf mercenary corps, let us set them aside for now. You, Su Kuan, how long until you can break through to the nascent soul stage?" Su Kuan's brows knitted together at her inquiry, uncertain of her intent, yet he responded, "With a decade or 2 of accumulation, I might have a chance to attempt the breakthrough." "Attempt?" Chen Yi chuckled lightly. "If you were to submit to me, I could assist you in transcending to the nascent soul stage. Not only you, but your brothers could also benefit." At her words, Su Kuan's eyes sharpened, and his breath quickened noticeably. He must accumulate at least another 10 to 20 years to break through to the nascent soul stage, and even then, it is merely an attempt, with no guarantee of success. Should he fail, he would have to start accumulating once more. Some individuals struggle their entire lives without achieving a breakthrough. The 5 brothers, relying solely on their business endeavors in the Black Mountain camp, would not know how much time it would take to attain such a breakthrough. "Is this true?" Su Kuan immediately inquired. Chen Yi proudly responded, "In my Chen family, we possess a 4th-grade alchemist. Is it so difficult for a few who have reached the core formation stage to break through?" Surely, Captain Su has heard of the breaking infant pill? With your current cultivation level, all you need to do to break through to the nascent soul stage is consume one of these pills. Chapter 46. Breaking through the nascent soul stage. The mention of the breaking infant pill startled Su Kuei. He had not anticipated that the Chen family possessed a fourth-grade alchemist. No wonder they had so many at the nascent soul stage. A fourth-grade alchemist, given sufficient materials, can continuously refine pills and produce formidable individuals. Su Kuei suddenly recalled Chen Qi, his eyes flickering with doubt. This individual, possessing terrifying strength at the late nascent soul stage, clearly did not seem to have ascended through the use of pills. Su Kuei asked, "Can we also acquire this pill?" He found it hard to believe that Chen Yi would be willing to part with such a precious item. The breaking infant pill, being a fourth-grade concoction, is of unimaginable value. If it were cast into Dream River City, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless cultivators. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage is not merely a matter of resources. The process of condensing the nascent soul requires immense vitality and spiritual power, along with a high risk of failure. Many individuals, even after attempting 10 times, may still not succeed. If Su Kuei were to attempt 10 times, it would require at least 200 years to accumulate the necessary resources. This is a conservative estimate. If one were to falter during the condensation of the nascent soul, there is a possibility of regression in their cultivation, potentially leading to an eternal inability to form the soul. There is even a risk of demise. In short, forming the nascent soul is exceedingly difficult. With a gentle smile, Chen Yi produced a delicate small box containing a blood-red pill. As the box was revealed, a faint medicinal fragrance enveloped the surroundings. Chen Yi continued, "Captain Su, I have stated that I admire your character, which is why I offer you this opportunity to submit to me. I can give this breaking infant pill to others, or it can be yours." This pill had been crafted by Chen Lu at her request, initially intended for the promotion of the Ji Yuan Chamber of Commerce to enhance its reputation. However, later, Chen Daozhen provided her with an opening spirit pill, prompting her to set the breaking infant pill aside in favor of the latter. Upon the emergence of the breaking infant pill, Su Kuei's breath quickened, his gaze ablaze with fervor. With this pill, he could directly break through to the nascent soul stage. Su Kuei stared intently at the pill before him, unable to suppress a gulp, and uncertainly asked, "Miss Chen Yi, can this breaking infant pill truly be given to me?" He could hardly believe that Chen Yi would offer him such a precious item. Were she to merely announce her possession of the breaking infant pill, countless core formation cultivators would swarm to her, eager to curry favor and offer their service. Certainly, he harbored no ill intentions, for the proximity to Dream River City implied that their every move might be under scrutiny. Chen Yi nodded, her expression composed. This is only natural. Were it anyone else, she would certainly hesitate to grant the breaking infant pill. However, despite her brief acquaintance with Su Kuei, she found him trustworthy. As a businesswoman, aligning with the side with a higher probability of success held significance. Should Su Kuei indeed break through and abscond, it would merely indicate a misjudgment on her part. Chen Yi would not be paralyzed by fear. True strength lies in the ability to confront challenges without succumbing to the dread of potential failure. Strong individuals rise to meet adversity. Su Kuei swallowed hard, inhaling deeply. After a moment's hesitation, he knelt before Chen Yi, respectfully declaring, "From this day forth, I, Su Kuei, shall follow my master and heed your commands." The other four behind him immediately knelt as well. "I, Yu Chong, pledge my allegiance." "I, Zhang Xian." They each proclaimed in turn. The five brothers had joined the Black Mountain camp with the aspiration of one day breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Before them lay a splendid opportunity. To forsake it would indeed be sheer folly. Chen Yi nodded, clearing her throat lightly, and then imitating Chen Daozhen's tone, she said, "Very well, the future you will undoubtedly be grateful for the decision made today." With that, she handed over the pill. "This breaking infant pill is now yours." Su Kuei was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend such direct generosity. Was there no precaution? Did she not fear he might abscond with the pill? Swallowing again, he asked incredulously, "You truly give this to me?" Chen Yi replied, "I have faith in you. A mere breaking infant pill is inconsequential. Accompany me, and greater rewards will await you. You shall not lack benefits for your service. In addition to the pill, you will receive a monthly remuneration that may even surpass your earnings at the Black Mountain camp." She then addressed Yu Chong and the other four. "You too shall receive the breaking infant pill in due course." Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, Su Kuei's eyes suddenly brimmed with unwavering determination. He silently vowed to serve his mistress earnestly. The unimaginable benefits and trust she bestowed upon him moved him deeply. Who does not yearn for their worth to be acknowledged? Su Kuei, shedding any pretense, accepted the breaking infant pill and said, "Thank you, my lady." Chen Yi waved her hand dismissively. "There is no need to call me my lady. It sounds awkward." You may call me shopkeeper or miss, whichever you prefer. My lady is rather old-fashioned and more suitable for a man. I am but a refined young woman, and that title does not suit me. Sukue scratched his head and corrected himself. Understood, miss. Chen-yi nodded approvingly, and then promptly turned to walk towards Dream River City. As she turned her back, a look of excitement lit her face, starkly contrasting her previous calm demeanor. I have truly managed to recruit a perfect nascent soul. The Chen family's rise from ruin to prosperity has occurred in less than 10 days, yet Chen-yi's mindset remains anchored in the past. Thus, after successfully subduing a fully realized golden core stage practitioner, her heart swells with exhilaration. Such a formidable being was once beyond the reach of the Chen family. Yet now he addresses her as miss. The gleam of pride radiates from Chen-yi's eyes. With the acquisition of a broken infant pill, Sukue will soon ascend to the nascent soul stage, and at that moment, she will possess a practitioner of that caliber among her subordinates. Merely contemplating it fills Chen-yi with uncontainable excitement. Upon returning to Dream River City, Chen-yi first arranged accommodations for Sukue and his 4 companions. Situated not far from the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce, and conveniently close to the Chen residence. You are free to act as you wish. Should you require anything, I shall summon you, she declared before turning on her heel and making her way toward the Chamber of Commerce. Sukue nodded respectfully, and once Chen-yi departed, he hurried into the house, eager to experiment with the broken infant pill, prompting Yu Chang and the others to follow suit. As evening descended, the dimly lit room was filled with an air of solemnity. Although the room lacked illumination, for cultivators at the Golden Core stage, the darkness posed no hindrance. Their vision remained as clear as daylight. The 4 of them gazed intently at Sukue, who sat cross-legged upon the bed, feeling the growing intensity of his aura. Their expressions were filled with exuberance. Our elder brother is about to break through to the nascent soul stage. Within Sukue, a blood-red nascent soul was swirling, becoming increasingly solid. The primary function of the broken infant pill is to allow the user to form a nascent soul embryo within their body, thereby bypassing the most challenging aspect of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. The remaining task is merely to fully consolidate the nascent soul, a step that requires little technical skill, underscoring the pill's extraordinary value. As the nascent soul within Sukue continued to solidify, his aura grew ever more formidable. By midnight, the streets were much less crowded. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted, sweeping across half of Dream River City. Sukue opened his eyes, his expression unable to conceal the joy within. The tumult in his chest indicated his inner turbulence. I have broken through to the nascent soul stage. Yu Chang and the others sprang to their feet, their faces brimming with envy. This represented the pinnacle of power in their vicinity, the very realm they had longed for. At last, one among them had achieved this breakthrough. They felt no jealousy towards Sukue's success. Instead, their hearts were filled with admiration and congratulations. With the presence of a nascent soul practitioner, their future paths seemed to widen significantly. Sukue could lead them forward, and with Yu Chang, the strongest among them at the late Golden Core stage, it would not be long before he too could attain a breakthrough. Filled with admiration, Yu Chang resolved to diligently serve their miss, aspiring to one day obtain a broken infant pill and achieve the nascent soul stage himself. He stepped forward and said, "Congratulations, elder brother. You have finally realized your aspiration and broken through to the nascent soul stage." The other 3 followed suit, expressing their heartfelt congratulations. Sukue's face radiated joy as he rose to his feet, patting Yu Chang on the shoulder, saying, "All of this is bestowed upon us by the young lady. I have now transcended to the nascent soul stage and will strive to secure greater benefits for all of you, enabling your own breakthroughs." "Thank you, elder brother," Yu Chang and the others replied, their faces adorned with smiles. The atmosphere within their abode was electric. Yet the people of Dream River City found themselves in a tumult of emotions. Once again, from the northern district, could it be that another member of the Chun family has achieved a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage? That direction lies perilously close to the Chen family. It must be them once more. How could the Chen family be so extraordinary, producing so many nascent soul cultivators in such a brief span? It is simply unfathomable. The envy for the Chen family is palpable, whispers echoing throughout Dream River City, where only awe and admiration remain for the Chen clan. Within the Chen family, Chen Yun sensed the unfamiliar aura and immediately furrowed his brow. Without hesitation, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, departing from the Chun residence toward the source of the energy. This presence was entirely foreign to him, one he had never encountered before, yet it was alarmingly close to their domain. Upon arriving on that street, he found numerous individuals gathered, all curious about the identity of the one who had achieved the breakthrough. Chen Yun surveyed the crowd and, cupping his hands, announced, "I am Chen Yun of the Chen family. May I inquire who has accomplished this breakthrough?" Upon hearing his words, curiosity spread among the onlookers. Wasn't he the breakthrough supposed to be a member of the Chen family? Su Kuei stepped forward, followed closely by Yu Chong and the others. Chen Yun's eyes narrowed in realization. It was none other than Su Kuei, the leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps was well known within the Black Mountain camp and frequently frequented Dream River City. Although Chen Yun had not personally interacted with Su Kuei, he recognized him nonetheless. Su Kuei approached with a beaming smile, respectfully "Greetings, Elder Chen Yun." Chen Yun returned the gesture, acknowledging, "You are too kind." Chen Yun was somewhat taken aback. Su Kuei had indeed broken through to the nascent soul stage, and to do so in proximity to the Chen family felt somewhat provocative. In these times, who among the Chen family did not regard him with trepidation? Yet here he was, deliberately choosing this place to achieve his advancement. Nevertheless, since fate had brought them together, Chen Yun resolved to have a word with him. "Since you are here, why not join us at the Chen residence?" Upon hearing Chen Yun's tone, Su Kuei sensed impending misfortune and hastily clarified, "Elder Chen Yun, I am currently serving the young lady Chen Yi and am affiliated with the Ziyuan Commerce." The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Chen Yi could command a cultivator of the nascent soul stage. Although Su Kuei was not a true member of the Chen family, he was certainly considered an ally. Chen Yun's brow furrowed further. Is this truly the case? In his mind, Chen Yi was still merely a young girl. He found it hard to believe she could wield such authority over a powerful figure. Su Kuei promptly affirmed, "Not only I, but the entire Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps now serves the young lady as our leader." Witnessing Su Kuei's earnest demeanor, Chen Yun's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Chen Yi had indeed managed to recruit a nascent soul cultivator. How formidable! Su Kuei had no reason to deceive him. The Chen family was not a force the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps could afford to provoke. Moreover, the reverence reflected in his demeanor was not feigned. It was unmistakably genuine. Su Kuei had indeed succumbed to Chen Yi's influence. When did the Chen family become so formidable? Even a junior exudes such terror. Hiss! Chen Yun inhaled sharply, choosing silence as he turned to depart. Truth be told, he felt somewhat disheartened. The fact that even this young girl, Chen Yi, had managed to enlist the service of a formidable Yuanying stage cultivator was astonishing. Although the Chen family was on the rise, which ought to be a cause for celebration, he found himself unable to rejoice. It rendered him feeling somewhat ineffectual. Su Kuei observed Chen Yun's despondent figure, a look of confusion crossing his face as he pondered why Chen Yun had left so abruptly. The following morning, in the Chen family estate, within the patriarch's courtyard, the thorny tree continued to flourish, nearly engulfing the entire yard in its vibrant greenery. Its main trunk had reached approximately 10 meters in height, standing tall in the backyard. Initially, the thorny tree was covered in sharp thorns, but Chen Daozhen had instructed it to retract them, only to be unleashed during combat. He was now not far from becoming a second-tier monster, and with continued growth, his progress appeared promising. Congratulations! You have successfully drawn a character, one early-stage returning void cultivator. Congratulations! You have successfully drawn 400 opening spirit pills. Congratulations! You have successfully drawn 7 late-stage transformation cultivators. Upon witnessing the rewards from the lottery, Chen Daozhen's face lit up with joy. Remarkably, he had drawn 2 characters in succession, 7 late-stage transformation cultivators and 1 early-stage returning void cultivator. Wasn't this tantamount to invincibility? The opening spirit pills would facilitate rapid advancement for core formation stage cultivators, while summoned characters would bolster the Chen family's elite combat strength. A splendid outcome indeed. Chen Daozhen did not rush to summon them. Instead, he contemplated what tasks to assign, as they could not simply remain idle at home. If the Chen family aspired to become a dominant force, it must continually expand its influence and assert its power. With a faint smile, Chen Daozhen seemed unfazed by the details, deciding to first seize Wuyue City and Baiyun City in a few days. After controlling these 3 major cities, he would declare himself king and swiftly commence a campaign to sweep through the entire wasteland. Thus, the stage was set for the next chapter, the surge of power. Summoning. In an instant, 8 figures materialized before Chen Daozhen, each exuding an aura of immense strength, with the foremost figure imposing an extraordinary sense of pressure upon Chen Daozhen himself. Though his appearance was rather unremarkable, his eyes seemed capable of pulling one in. "Duan Xiaohua, at your service, master." The man knelt, his expression one of utmost deference. Chen Daozhen felt a flicker of confusion. Previously, he had drawn individuals with the surname Chen, yet this time, it was Duan. A glance into the system space revealed an enhancement among the Chen family personnel. He shook his head. The surname was inconsequential, as long as loyalty was assured. Following Duan Xiaohua's introduction, the other 7 late-stage transformation cultivators also knelt, respectfully proclaiming, "Chen Yuan Liang, at your service, master. Chen Xiao, at your service, master. One after another. Their voices rang out, each face reflecting profound respect. Chen Daozhen cast several communication jade stones into the air, then spoke softly, "Everyone, please rise." With the Chen family having no pressing matters in the short term, Duan Xiaohua remained by my side, while the others were free to pursue their own endeavors. Provided they did not stray too far from Dream River City. Should the need arise, I shall summon you. Although we aspire to conquer Five Mountains City and White Cloud City, we must first ensure stability in Dream River City. It is imperative to seek progress while maintaining stability, lest our foundation remains unsteady. However, within 3 days, once Qin Xian has fully taken control of Dream River City, we shall be poised to expand the Chun family's influence. Understood, replied Chun Yuanliang and the other 6 as they accepted the communication jade stones, their figures immediately vanishing from sight. Despite being summoned individuals, they were living beings with their own passions and thoughts. Thus, Chen Daozhen preferred not to impose excessive restrictions upon them. Moreover, the current Qin family truly had no need for so many powerful beings. Presently, the family's fortune had surged from 1150 to 2439, more than doubling in value. By this estimation, the fortune derived from the transformation stage was at least over 100, while that from the void return stage exceeded 300. Yet, Chen Daozhen could not accurately calculate or comprehend the logic behind this fortune. He merely recognized that a higher fortune yielded superior rewards in lotteries. Nevertheless, this mattered little to him, as he was not one to delve deeply into such matters. In the days that followed, Chen Daozhen dedicated himself to cultivating within the Chun family courtyard, and in the evenings, he practiced with Chun Wenj. With the addition of 7 individuals in the transformation stage and 1 in the void return stage, the speed of spiritual energy accumulation within Chen Daozhen accelerated significantly. In roughly 2 days, he anticipated achieving a breakthrough to the late Yuanying stage. Such rapid progress left Chen Daozhen astounded. It was astonishingly swift. The following day, Chen Daozhen opened his eyes, realizing it was time for the lottery draw. Congratulations. You have successfully drawn 12 spirit pool springs. Congratulations. You have successfully drawn 10 random attribute heavenly roots. Congratulations. You have successfully drawn 12 spirit pool springs. Upon witnessing the multitude of spirit pool springs, Chen Daozhen was rendered speechless. The quantity was staggering. A total of 24, combined with the previous 7 spirit pool springs, amounted to 31 in total. The daily output of spirit stones approached 1 million. This was indeed outrageous. With such a substantial amount, even the most desolate places could transform into sacred realms for cultivation, let alone the Chen family. Within a month or 2, the spiritual energy within the Chen estate would become incredibly dense. It must be said that the increase in the number of spirit pool springs had indeed yielded remarkable effects. Next, Chen Daozhen turned his attention to the heavenly roots. According to the description, these roots could be utilized directly and even bestowed upon others aside from the host, directly enhancing their innate qualities. Heavenly roots were truly a treasure. Chen Daozhen was filled with delight. The roots were categorized into inferior, average, superior, heavenly, and exceptional classes. The most gifted among the Chen family's younger generation, such as Chen Xiang and Chen Yi, possessed only average roots. Without encountering significant opportunities, it was likely that the Yuanying stage would be their utmost limit. With a stroke of misfortune, even reaching the nascent soul stage seemed a distant dream for Chen Daozhen, whose aptitude was so woefully inadequate that it fell below that of even inferior spiritual stones, rendering him almost devoid of potential. Upon using the celestial spiritual root, he first endeavored to grasp its essence himself. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from within him, radiating an intense and piercing energy that transformed his eyes into a striking golden hue, exuding an extraordinary aura. Simultaneously, his internal momentum surged dramatically. As dark mud enveloped his form, it became evident that the celestial spiritual root was purging his very marrow and refining his essence. The system's hundredfold return merely restored his cultivation, whereas the celestial root provided a far more potent cleansing. Is this the true nature of a celestial spiritual root? With a flick of his wrist, a stream of golden spiritual energy manifested from his hand, imbued with an inherent sharpness, even without invoking any techniques. The spiritual power carried its own formidable might. Golden in nature, the celestial spiritual root filled Chen Daozhen with elation. In the Dream River City, possessing a superior spiritual root was a rarity, akin to encountering a genius once in a century. The esteemed Huang Yu once wielded a top-tier superior spiritual root. Yet now, he had ascended to the realm of celestial roots. These roots not only elevated one's potential, but also significantly enhanced combat prowess at the same level compared to ordinary roots. His golden celestial root would facilitate the practice of gold-based techniques with unprecedented ease, and the innate power of his spiritual energy would amplify the potency of his attacks manifold. If such celestial roots were bestowed upon the disciples of the Chen family, it would undoubtedly elevate their strength to new heights. Chen Wu, Chen Daozhen commanded, summon Chen Yun. At the entrance of the courtyard, Chen Wu promptly responded with deference. Yes, master. Before long, Chen Yun appeared, immediately abandoning his previous tasks at Chen Daozhen's behest. Chen Yun paused upon seeing Duan Xiaohua, momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar face. Unlike his initial encounter with Chen Xian, Duan Xiaohua emanated an overwhelming pressure, akin to the weight of a mountain bearing down upon him, rendering his breaths labored. How formidable! Chen Yun swallowed hard. Such an intense sense of pressure. What level of cultivation did this individual possess? When Chen Xian had revealed his power, it had not instilled such a profound sense of intimidation. Did this imply that the person before him surpassed Chen Xian? Another being at the transformation stage, with a gaze filled with reverence. Chen Yun clasped his hands toward Duan Xiaohua, who returned the gesture with a smile. After this exchange, Chen Yun stepped into the courtyard. However, upon entering, he was momentarily stunned. The courtyard was now overrun with vines. In the backyard stood a tree nearly 15 meters tall, adorned with lush green leaves. The scene before him evoked the sensation of stepping into a forest, and the spiritual energy here was markedly more potent than before. What transpired here? Chapter 49. The invitation in the family head's courtyard. Chen Yun entered and immediately bowed respectfully, exclaiming, I pay my respects to the family head. After speaking, Chen Yun cast a curious glance around the courtyard, observing the vines and foliage, and inquired, Master, what is this? Chen Daozhen responded with a gentle smile. Just a little pet I've been nurturing. Returning to the main topic, he continued. The reason I summoned you here is to ask you to relay a message to Chen Xiang and Chen Jin, instructing them to return at once. He listed Chen Xiang, Chen Jin, Chen Yi, Chen Shan, Chen Kuei, Chen Sun, Chen Bo, Chen Yuan, and you. The 9 of you are to visit me the day after tomorrow without fail. These 9 individuals, chosen by Chen Daozhen, are the foremost practitioners of spiritual roots within the Chen family, while the remaining members are not the optimal choice. Should they be drawn later, they may receive the elixirs subsequently. Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback. Although uncertain of the master's intentions, he respectfully replied, As you command. Chen Daozhen then handed him a bag of holding, saying, Inside are 400 opening spirit elixirs. Please distribute them among the members of the Chen family. Do not neglect the collateral branches and servants, as they remain steadfast during the family's most trying times and deserve due recognition now that the family is recovering. Chen Yun was astonished by the quantity of 400 elixirs. He then solemnly assured, Rest assured, Master, I shall treat all those who stayed behind with the utmost seriousness. Chen Daozhen nodded in acknowledgement and waved his hand, signaling the end of their discussion. Chen Yun promptly nodded, accepted the bag, and took his leave after bowing. Once Chen Yun departed, Chen Daozhen rose to prepare for the placement of the spiritual spring eyes. It was clear that he could not confine them all to his courtyard. Equitable distribution was necessary. As the quantity increased, he even contemplated placing some within Dream River City. After all, the Chen family intended to establish their foundation there, and weakness would not suffice for their ambitions. In the future, Chen Daozhen envisioned establishing a sovereign presence, with the imperial capital potentially situated in Dream River City. However, the name of the city was rather unappealing, and he contemplated renaming it to something more imposing. Chen Daozhen had meticulously arranged his short-term plans. He first proceeded to the backyard, where he positioned 5 spiritual spring eyes beside the pond. Fortunately, the pond in his backyard was sufficiently large to accommodate nearly 30 spring eyes, alleviating concerns regarding space. He then exited the courtyard and installed a spring eye at various locations throughout the Chen residence. Once all 24 spring eyes were in place, the density of spiritual energy within the Chen family began to rise dramatically, becoming palpably more concentrated. What is this, installed by the master? Upon Chen Daozhen's departure, individuals within the Chen family rushed to investigate. However, upon witnessing the pure spiritual energy emanating from within, their faces instantly reflected shock. Is this spiritual liquid? Am I not mistaken? I recently observed the family head placing several of these peculiar objects. Surely, not each one can yield spiritual liquid, can it? However, what exactly are these things? Does anyone here recognize them? Why do they exude spiritual liquid, and at such a rapid pace? Instantly, someone queried. Yet they all wore bewildered expressions, utterly ignorant of the spiritual pool spring. Not only them, but even Chen Daozhen was unaware of it. How is the spiritual liquid from the spring produced? Although Chen Daozhen was in the dark, there must be a logical explanation. It likely pertains to some kind of law or force which he would understand once he ascends in rank. Once the spiritual pool's spring was properly positioned, Chen Daozhen returned to the family head's courtyard. This courtyard has a name, albeit rarely invoked, Qingxin Courtyard, symbolizing that the family head should maintain a tranquil and modest heart, wholly devoted to the family. This notion, however, was not articulated by Chen Daozhen, but rather by the old family head, his grandfather. The old family head had devoted nearly his entire life to the Chen family, earning profound respect. "Greetings, family head, I have matters to report." Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside, as a guard of the Chen family stood respectfully at the entrance. Following the family's resurgence, the strength of these servants and collateral branches had risen. Even the two guards had progressed from the qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage. Chen Daozhen gestured. "Come in." The guard entered with a slight bow, and upon reaching Chen Daozhen, he immediately saluted. "Greetings, family head. A representative from the Tungfei Chamber of Commerce has sent word that there will be an auction tomorrow, inviting the family head to attend." After relaying the message, the guard presented the invitation with both hands. "An auction? Does the Chen family still lack for anything? Could it possibly be a sale of those inferior spirit-opening pills?" In Menghe City, the strongest individuals only reached the nascent soul stage, and the quality of the pills could hardly be of high caliber. Upon receiving the invitation, Chen Daozhen waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave." Although he had no particular desire to acquire anything, it was fortunate that there was no pressing matter at hand, so he thought he might as well observe. However, the concept of an auction intrigued him. Perhaps the Chen family could host some in the future, as their current affairs felt rather monotonous. Suddenly, a thought ignited in Chen Daozhen's mind. Given the multitude of summoned individuals at his disposal, could he not establish a faction or multiple factions for them to be part of, and subsequently serve the Chen family? A contemplative expression crossed his face. What does the Chen family currently have? In terms of commerce, there was Chen Yi, who could assist him. If the scale of the commerce expanded in the future, it would be reassuring to have their own people managing it. The greatest advantage of summoned individuals is their loyalty. What else could he consider? After pondering for a while, an idea suddenly illuminated his eyes. Intelligence. Assassination. He could create a faction divided into intelligence and assassination, dedicated to conducting the clandestine affairs of the Chen family. Furthermore, intelligence would allow him to grasp the broader world events without ever leaving his residence. Chen Daozhen currently lacked information, particularly regarding the specific circumstances of Baiyun City and Wuyue City, of which he knew very little. Such an organization precisely fills the existing void. Once established, it may engage external assassins or cultivate its own. In due course, a bounty could be arranged, wherein the organization could issue tasks, and outsiders could also propose rewards, which the assassins would then undertake. Of course, this endeavor bears no tangible benefits. It is merely a source of amusement for Chen Daozhen. Excellent, let us proceed. Chen Daozhen decisively shattered the previous communication jade stone, summoning back those who had reached the late stage of the transformation realm, yet he could only afford to shatter 5, leaving 2 intact. After all, the Chen family still required personnel. If all were dedicated to this organization, it would lead to an awkward situation when the family needed capable individuals. Before long, 5 figures appeared in the Qingxin courtyard. "We pay our respects to the head of the family." The 5 had not strayed far from the Chen family, and promptly arrived upon receiving the message. "Do you 5 understand assassination and intelligence?" Chen Daozhen inquired. As for assassination, it suffices to possess the requisite skills and strength. However, intelligence gathering necessitates a certain aptitude. Without expertise in this domain, one might struggle to execute the task effectively. The 5 exchanged glances, and one youth, distinguished in appearance and bearing the demeanor of a young master, spoke up. "Head of the family, I possess considerable knowledge pertaining to intelligence, and I practice rather insidious techniques, which should enable me to eliminate others as well." Chen Daozhen immediately turned his gaze towards him. Chen Yuanliang. This name sounds quite honorable, and by appearance, he seems a paragon of virtue. Yet, he cultivates rather devious arts. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Chen Daozhen could not help but marvel. Nevertheless, Chen Yuanliang is indeed well suited for this line of work. His deceptive charm is profound. Chen Daozhen nodded and promptly declared, "Very well. I intend to establish an organization primarily focused on intelligence and assassination. This organization shall be named Wanxiang. Within Wanxiang, there shall be 3 divisions: human realm, responsible for intelligence gathering; hell, tasked with training assassins or recruiting external ones; and heaven, also comprising assassins, but exclusively appointed by the head of the family, with a requisite level of strength. Chen Yuanliang, you shall temporarily lead Wanxiang, while the other 4 will collaborate closely. Hell may be set aside for now. Our immediate priority is human realm. I need you to swiftly expand the intelligence network. Report to me daily with the critical information you uncover." The 5 responded respectfully, "As you command." They had no hesitation in adhering to Chen Daozhen's orders. Chen Daozhen nodded in affirmation. "I have faith in you. Do not let me down. Should you have any requests, seek out Chen Yun. He will provide assistance." Establishing such an organization will undoubtedly require substantial financial resources. Yet, the most crucial factor remains strength. Chen Daozhen had nearly allocated all the items from the lottery to Chen Yun, as he found it tedious to oversee the distribution of family resources. Rather than being perpetually busy, he preferred the role of a hands-off manager. "Now go." Chen Daozhen bestowed upon them the Ghost Shadow Step, an assassination technique of considerable caliber that would also benefit the Wanxiang organization. However, these matters are of little consequence. Assassination, after all, only requires the elimination of the target. There is no need to cultivate those insidious techniques of stealthy ambush. As long as all who lay eyes upon me are dead, the assassination is deemed a success. Understood. The 5 individuals once again bowed respectfully before turning to depart. With 5 late-stage transformation realm practitioners, they had not only paved a wide path from the outset, but had also completely seized control over the region encompassing 5 Peak City, Baiyin City, and Dream River City. The Quiet Heart Courtyard returned to a state of tranquility. With the emergence of the myriad forms, Chen Daozhen could now allocate the summoned figures he had drawn. He hurried to the rear courtyard, manipulating the thorn tree to shape its vines into the semblance of a bed. He then entered his dwelling, retrieved a mat, and laid it upon the makeshift bed before reclining onto it. Comfort enveloped him, and a look of pure enjoyment graced Chen Daozhen's face. What a divine life this is. This is the experience a transmigrator ought to indulge in. Compared to the perilous endeavors of battling and leveling up, Chen Daozhen found this lifestyle far more appealing. Yet, he felt something was still missing. What could it be? A contemplative expression crossed his face, and soon he raised an eyebrow. A maidservant. He needed a maid to attend to his needs, perhaps feeding him grapes or the like. That would constitute the pinnacle of indulgence. However, the criteria for becoming his maid were exceedingly high. First and foremost, beauty and figure must be of the finest caliber. If one were to remain by his side, they must be pleasing to the eye, bringing comfort to both body and mind. Furthermore, a vivacious personality was essential, with at least a heavenly root aptitude. Anything less would render them unworthy of being his personal maid. With this in mind, Chen Daozhen couldn't help but shake his head. Individuals meeting such standards were exceedingly rare. In Dream River City, even those with a superior spiritual root were a rarity, appearing only once in a century, and heavenly roots were even more elusive. Perhaps it would be prudent to lower his expectations. The requirements for aptitude need not be excessively stringent. What truly mattered was the person, primarily their beauty and allure. Yet, such individuals remained a rare find. He resolved to address this matter when the opportunity arose in the future. As Chen Daozhen pondered, he drifted into slumber, only awakening after nightfall. As a Yuanying stage cultivator, he had no need for sleep, yet he found it easy to indulge in it when he desired. Being a hands-off manager had its drawbacks, namely the tedium of idleness. While he had gained happiness, he had also relinquished his worries. Chen Daozhen glanced upward. The thorn tree had grown increasingly taller, now standing just over 20 meters. As it ascended, its growth rate evidently slowed. But this was not due to a lack of progress. Rather, the thorn tree was channeling more energy into enhancing its quality rather than its appearance. Although the thorn tree possessed combat potential, it was, for him at this stage, rather superfluous. However, as a decorative element, it seemed quite suitable, lending the courtyard a refreshing aesthetic. The following day, at dawn, Chen Daozhen slowly awoke, with his first order of business being the lottery draw. The draw was successful, and he received a congratulatory message announcing the acquisition of 270 million low-grade spirit stones. The draw was successful again, and he was congratulated for winning a spirit energy secret realm. The lottery has concluded successfully, and congratulations are in order for the summoning of characters, specifically those at the late stage of the transformation realm, totaling 16. The emergence of 16 individuals at this advanced stage left Chen Daozhen momentarily stunned. The system was evolving in a direction increasingly beyond belief. The transformation realm is already regarded as a rarity among formidable practitioners. Yet the Chen family now found themselves with an abundance of such individuals, coupled with the previously summoned practitioners of the transformation realm. The total count within the Chen family exceeded 20. However, Chen Daozhen found himself troubled by this surplus. Managing so many individuals was proving to be a daunting task. It was impractical to simply place them all within the Wuxiang organization. Thus, he declared, "Summon." Instantly, 16 figures materialized in the courtyard. And had it not been for the ample space of Qingxin Courtyard, they would scarcely have fit. "I am Chen Feiwen, paying respects to the family. I am Chen Kong, paying respects to the family head." One by one, they knelt upon the ground, their expressions filled with reverence. Chen Daozhen surveyed them briefly before inquiring, "Is there anyone among you versed in commerce?" At once, two individuals stepped forward. "We greet the family head. I possess considerable knowledge in business." Chen Daozhen nodded. "In that case, you two shall assist Chun Yi in managing the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce, and inform them that I have sent you." The summoned individuals were indeed real, as if they had always existed in this realm. From the moment of their summoning, they possessed an innate understanding of many matters, requiring no explanation from Chen Daozhen. After concluding his instructions, he presented them with a token of his own, to prevent Chun Yi from doubting their identities and seeking clarification later. With the assistance of two practitioners at the late stage of the transformation realm, the development of the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce would be exceedingly straightforward. Although it was already quite effortless, he inquired of the remaining individuals, "Are there any who understand assassination and intelligence?" Upon hearing Chen Daozhen's words, 8 individuals responded simultaneously. "Family head, I excel in martial combat, which is akin to assassination. I am skilled in gathering intelligence. I also specialize in assassination." Chen Daozhen nodded. Then produced a communication talisman, a more precious item than standard communication jade, capable of multiple transmissions and costly to procure. However, for the Chen family at present, it was merely an ordinary artifact. Chen Yuanliang, return to the Chen family. Soon, a voice resonated within the talisman, "As you command." The speed of a practitioner at the transformation realm is remarkably swift. Before long, Chen Yuanliang's figure appeared outside Qingxin courtyard. "I pay my respects to the family head." Chen Daozhen instructed, "Enter." As Chen Yuanliang stepped inside, he knelt before Chen Daozhen, awaiting further directives. Chen Daozhen gestured towards the 8 individuals who had spoken earlier, saying, "They shall also join the Wuxiang organization, operating as assassins within the heavenly realm. You may arrange their tasks as you see fit." With 8 additional practitioners at the late stage of the transformation realm, the efficiency of the Wuxiang organization's operations would undoubtedly surpass previous efforts. Chen Yuanliang promptly nodded. "As you command." With a wave of his hand, the 9 individuals transformed into fleeting shadows, departing from Qingxin courtyard. The remaining 6 were not assigned to leave. They would remain within the Chen family to assist Chen Yun. After arranging the 16 individuals at the transformation stage, Chen Daozhen could not help but exhale in relief. The number of summoned figures was increasing, and he was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Once the 16 at the later stages of transformation were summoned, the Chen family's fortune value soared to 4770. The family's fortune seemed to change dramatically almost every day, progressing at an astonishing pace. Chen Daozhen then turned his attention to another reward acquired through the lottery, a spiritual energy secret realm. He had heard of such places before, wherein certain powerful factions provide secret realms for their disciples to cultivate, facilitating rapid growth. Typically, these realms are established by formidable beings and are exceedingly rare, often deemed unattainable. However, the spiritual energy secret realm that Chen Daozhen drew appeared to be somewhat unique. From the description, the space within was not particularly large, accommodating only about 10 individuals at a time. Within this realm, spiritual energy would continuously manifest, akin to an enhanced version of a spiritual pool or spring, producing nearly 300,000 low-grade spirit stones worth of energy daily. However, this energy would be stored within the realm and would not dissipate, continuously accumulating. The description did not indicate whether this accumulation had any limits. This spiritual energy secret realm could serve as a reward for the collateral disciples, while the direct lineage needed only to apply in advance. Every faction possesses a group of individuals who can enjoy numerous benefits without any sacrifice. Furthermore, the Chen family is united, with all members devoted to the clan, making it worthwhile for Chen Daozhen to cultivate them selflessly. With a wave of his hand, a massive stone inscribed with mysterious runes appeared before him. This was the entrance to the spiritual energy secret realm. Chen Daozhen placed his hand upon the stone, and his figure immediately vanished from sight. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a special space. This independent realm could only be achieved by powerful cultivators at the void return stage or above. Sensing the incredibly rich spiritual energy within, Chen Daozhen nodded in satisfaction. Such an environment would be beneficial even for those at the nascent soul stage. However, if someone at the nascent soul stage were to cultivate here, the rapid absorption of spiritual energy would likely mean that only 2 individuals at that stage could practice simultaneously. Nonetheless, it should suffice for the younger members of the Chen family. He decided to assign this spiritual pool secret realm to Chen Sun, who was responsible for the collateral disciples, making it appropriate for him to oversee. At that moment, in the Chen family's conference hall, Chen Wu led the 6 late-stage transformation cultivators. Meanwhile, Chen Yun was still in discussion with Qi Xiao, deliberating on how to manage the forces in Meng'a's city, including which factions should be eradicated and which could be nurtured. Upon seeing Elder Chen Yun, Chen Wu stood at the door and called out. Chen Yun paused, glanced toward the entrance, and upon recognizing Chen Wu, immediately said, "Please enter." Did the family head issue any orders? Chen Wu stepped inside, followed closely by the 6 individuals behind him. Chen Yun noticed the unfamiliar faces among them and felt a slight shock. He had developed a psychological aversion, believing that any stranger within the Chen family was surely a hidden powerhouse. Chen Yun cast a glance at Qi Xiaohe and then inquired, "Is there something of great importance?" After all, Qi Xiaohe was an outsider, and if the matter was significant, it would be prudent to ask him to step aside. Chen Wu immediately shook his head, stating, "It is not a grave matter. The head of the family has instructed that these 6 elders are to be considered members of the Chen family from now on, and he has asked Elder Chen Yun to make the necessary arrangements for them." Elders. Chen Yun felt a jolt in his heart. Indeed, they were not ordinary individuals. To be addressed as elders by Chen Wu, they must at least be at the nascent soul stage, right? He promptly rose to his feet and warmly invited, "Please, take a seat." Witnessing this, Chen Wu performed a respectful bow before turning to leave. Chen Yun quickly called out, "Bring tea." Before long, servants appeared to serve tea. During this time, Chen Yun observed them closely. However, being merely at the core formation stage, and with the 6 individuals at the late stage of transformation concealed their cultivation, he found it impossible to discern their true strength. With a smile, Chen Yun inquired, "May I ask how you all prefer to be addressed?" One of them stood up immediately, smiling as he introduced himself, "Elder Chen Yun, I am Xia Heshu." Following him were Go Lixin, Chen Zhou, and Chen Kong, each introducing themselves in turn. Clearing his throat, Chen Yun feigned indifference and asked, "Might I inquire what your respective cultivation levels are? Did the head of the family assign you any tasks?" Xia Heshu replied with a smile, "My cultivation is rather modest, merely at the late stage of transformation." At that moment, the teacup Qi Xiaohe had just picked up slipped from his hands, shattering on the ground with a crisp sound that echoed in the hall. He turned to Xia Heshu in disbelief. "What cultivation level? Could you repeat that?" Chen Yun nearly crushed the armrest of his chair. Late stage of transformation. How could there be so many formidable individuals surrounding the head of the family? Go Lixin then spoke up, "I am at the same level as Brother Xia, merely at the late stage of transformation." Chen Yun's eyes widened in shock. 2 individuals at the late stage of transformation? He had no doubt about their words, as they were brought by the head of the family and had no reason to deceive him. The remaining 4 individuals also chimed in, stating, "We too are merely at the late stage of transformation." Once they had finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. Deep within Chen Yun's gaze was a profound astonishment. 6 late-stage transformation practitioners. How could this be so extraordinary? These were 6 practitioners at the late stage of transformation. Where on earth had the head of the family found them? Each of them could easily overpower a formidable opponent like Yu Huan. Chapter 52. The auction beside them. Qi Xiaohe was already overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. The Chen family possessed not just 2, but an astounding 6 practitioners at the transformation stage. The scene before him delivered a tremendous shock to his youthful spirit. The strength of the Chen family was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. Who would dare to provoke them now? In that moment, Qi Xiaohe felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The strength of the Chen family was so formidable that had he not acted wisely at the time, the fate of the Qi family would likely have been dire. Taking a deep breath, Qi Xiaohe felt an immense joy. After all, he was now allied with the Chen family. The greater their strength, the more advantageous it would be for him. When a formidable ally is a friend rather than an adversary, one cannot help but feel a surge of joy. After listening to the conversation among several individuals, Chen Yun fell into a profound silence. Although he had contemplated that the head of the family might summon some strong beings, he never anticipated that it would be 6 formidable figures at the late stage of transformation. Who could the Chen family possibly fear now? They are all but inconsequential. However, the matters requiring attention within the Chen family were not numerous. He and Chen Shan, along with a few others, were more than capable of handling them. Yet, Chen Yun found himself in a quandary. The immense strength of these individuals rendered it somewhat excessive to assign them trivial tasks. It felt akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Conversely, their prowess was entirely unnecessary for significant undertakings. Ultimately, Chen Yun could only assign them the role of guardians, responsible for mentoring the younger generation of the Chen family, allowing them the freedom to engage in whatever pursuits they desired during their leisure time. The Chen family did not always have pressing matters, and he often found himself idly enjoying tea at home. In front of the Tungfei auction house, Chen Daozhen glanced upward, accompanied by Duan Xiaohua. At this moment, Duan Xiaohua's aura was restrained, and his unremarkable appearance rendered him exceedingly inconspicuous among the crowd. Chen Daozhen's primary purpose for visiting the Tungfei auction was to observe its operational model, hoping to glean insights that could benefit the Chen family or the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce in the future. Additionally, He sought a reprieve from the monotony of life within the Chen household. As they approached, entry into the auction required either an invitation or a fee of 100 low-grade spirit stones. A guard stationed at the entrance promptly halted Chen Daozhen. Upon hearing the requirement for an invitation, Chen Daozhen furrowed his brow in surprise. He had not anticipated that the invitation would serve such a purpose. After glancing at it yesterday, he had discarded it, leaving him without any means of entry. Noting Chen Daozhen's silence, the guard then scrutinized Duan Xiaohua, his brow furrowing further. He had detected no trace of spiritual energy emanating from Duan Xiaohua, indicating that he was merely an ordinary individual. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he appeared to be nothing more than a servant. In this realm, employing an ordinary person as a guard was utterly ludicrous. The guard slowly spoke. If you possess neither spirit stones nor an invitation, it would be prudent to vacate the premises. Gaining entry into the Tongfei auction house comes at a cost. This is not a place for just anyone. Although his tone was calm, it was laced with unmistakable disdain. Chen Daozhen appeared youthful and likewise exhibited no signs of spiritual power, reinforcing the guard's earlier assumption. He was merely an ordinary person seeking to broaden his horizons. While the servant behind him seemed to be there solely for appearances, Chen Daozhen's brow furrowed further at these words. If this continued, would he not encounter the legendary trope of being publicly humiliated? It felt excessively melodramatic. The arrogance of the gatekeeper was rather amusing. Nevertheless, this was to be expected. As the foremost commercial entity in Menghe City, the Tongfei Chamber of Commerce naturally fostered a sense of superiority among its guards. Furthermore, he and Duan Xiaohua had been so inconspicuous that they resembled ordinary folk without distinction. Although Chen Daozhen was renowned within the Dream River City, few had actually encountered him, which left the guard utterly unaware of his identity. Chen Daozhen shook his head and directly offered 100 low-grade spirit stones. Accepting responsibility for his own mistake, he saw no harm in providing some spirit stones. Why cling to pride and feign superiority? Upon witnessing Chen Daozhen genuinely present 100 low-grade spirit stones, the guard could not restrain himself from mocking him once more. At this, Chen Daozhen's eyes turned icy as he regarded the guard with a cold stare. Such was the tragedy of certain individuals. Despite dwelling at the lowest echelons of existence, they would zealously flaunt their sense of superiority when faced with those even less fortunate. If one seeks destruction, then let it be fulfilled. Chen Daozhen glanced back at Duan Xiaohua before turning his attention back towards the Tongfei Chamber of Commerce. Seeing that Chen Daozhen was ignoring him, a murderous intent flickered in the guard's eyes, prompting him to sneer. What a pauper, pretending to be something he is not. Even bringing a servant for the sake of appearances. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed Duan Xiaohua preparing to enter as well, which led him to bark. 100 spirit stones per person, only one may enter. Without uttering a word, Duan Xiaohua produced 100 low-grade spirit stones and placed them on the table. He then cast a glance at the guard before striding inside. As he turned, the guard suddenly collapsed, blood oozing from all 7 orifices, his face contorted in agony. The piercing scream that erupted sent shivers down the spines of countless onlookers. Before long, the guard's body turned an ominous shade of blue, veins bulging, his eyes filled with blood, and his cries continued to echo. What on earth had transpired? Another guard, witnessing this scene, was filled with terror. He swiftly turned to report to his superiors, certain that the two, Chen Daozhen and Duan Xiaohua, were responsible. The guests gathered for the auction. Upon seeing this spectacle, wore expressions of grave concern. Who was responsible for this? Was it poison or something else? How audacious to dare poison someone from the Tongfei Chamber of Commerce. Whispers of astonishment filled the air as everyone marveled at the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Chen Daozhen paid no heed to the commotion behind him. Upon entering the Tongfei auction house, he casually selected an empty seat, with Duan Xiaohua quietly settling beside him. Once they were both seated, Chen Daozhen finally inquired, "What cultivation technique are you practicing?" Duan Xiaohua respectfully replied, "Esteemed master, I am practicing the art of gu." Gu. Chen Daozhen's interest was immediately piqued. This was a cultivation system he had never encountered. Please elaborate in detail. Duan Xiaohua promptly explained. I primarily practice gu techniques through the manual of 10,000 gu, which records 10 types of gu and 3,000 methods of gu cultivation. Cultivating gu involves altering the form and function of one's spiritual power, akin to traditional cultivation techniques. However, the practice of gu requires exceptionally high standards from the practitioner. Generally, one can only endure one type of gu, such as poison gu, strength gu, spirit gu, or soul-devouring gu, and must choose only one among them. Poison gu is merely a collective term. Upon cultivation, one can raise gu, transform gu with spiritual energy, or master various techniques related to poisonous gu. The method employed by the scoundrel to commit murder earlier was indeed a manifestation of poison gu. In contrast, Other types of strength goo can significantly enhance physical power, sometimes surpassing even certain body cultivators. Chen Daozhen inquired once more, how many types of goo techniques have you cultivated? Duan Xiaohua candidly replied, I am a 10,000 poisons body, hence I have mastered a total of 9 types. Chen Daozhen's expression shifted to one of astonishment. 9 types of goo indicated that the other's strength was formidable indeed. As the two conversed, a clamor erupted at the entrance of the Tongfei auction house. Another guard, leading a large entourage, stormed in, each individual exuding an intimidating presence. Upon entering, the guard scanned the room and quickly spotted Chen Daozhen, pointing and bellowing, second manager. It is him. Su Lin was killed by them. Chapter 53. The Chen family had what transpired here? It seemed someone had just slain a guard of the Tongfei commerce. And that individual had not fled, but remained within. Who would dare to be so audacious as to offend the Tongfei commerce? I know not, came the reply. But it is said to be a young novice, ignorant of the world. Whispers began to circulate within the Tongfei auction house, with many individuals displaying bafflement, clearly unaware of the preceding events. The second manager followed the guard's gaze, observing Chen Daozhen and his companions seated with an air of tranquility, as steadfast as a mountain. His countenance darkened. He had never anticipated that someone would dare to act so brazenly before the Tongfei commerce. Furthermore, after committing murder, they had the audacity to linger. If this matter were not resolved satisfactorily today, the Tongfei commerce would become a laughingstock in Menghe City. On this day of the auction, most of the influential forces in Menghe City were present, and yet such an incident had occurred. The second manager promptly approached, his tone icy as he queried, You too? Is it true that you killed the guard at the entrance? At his utterance, a number of attendees turned to Chen Daozhen, eager to behold the audacious individual who dared to provoke the Tongfei commerce. Yet, soon after, several individuals stood in alarm. The Chen family head, within Menghe City. Most of the significant forces at the core formation stage were familiar with him, though only the heads or core figures of these factions recognized him. However, today's auction was particularly significant, as the Tongfei commerce was auctioning 10 spirit opening pills, thus drawing the attention of various core formation powers in the city. Some recognized Chen Daozhen at a glance. Gasp. The Tongfei commerce was about to confront the Chen family. From the second manager's demeanor, it seemed he did not recognize the Chen family head. Some remained coolly seated, relishing the spectacle, while others sought to curry favor with the Tongfei commerce, dispatching individuals to discreetly convey messages. Such actions would not offend the Chen family, while potentially winning the goodwill of the Tongfei commerce. Chen Daozhen remained silent, while Duan Xiaohua slowly rose, his tone calm as he declared, Indeed, it was I. There is nothing to conceal, nor any need to do so. Gasp. Within the Tongfei auction house, many attendees inhaled sharply, astonished by the audacity of the individual who had slain the guards of the Tongfei Chamber of Commerce. The number of those who truly knew Chen Daozhen was relatively small, while a considerable portion of the crowd remained oblivious to his identity. Upon hearing the bold proclamation, the second manager's eyelids twitched, and his expression turned icy. The air was thick with provocation. To kill a man and brazenly admit to it was akin to delivering a slap to the face of the Tongfei Chamber of Commerce. The second manager felt a mixture of anger and incredulity. He coldly remarked, Well, to murder a member of the Tongfei Chamber and still dare to stride in here with such confidence. Duan Xiaohua remained silent, merely gazing at him with an air of indifference. Observing his calm demeanor, the second manager, despite his seething rage, was instinctively aware, from years of navigating the nuances of commerce, that this individual was far from ordinary. The Tongfei Chamber of Commerce was renowned throughout Menghe City. It was implausible for anyone to be unaware. To walk in with such swagger after committing murder indicated either profound foolishness or remarkable strength. Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, the second manager addressed him. Might I request a reason for the slaying of my Tongfei auction house's guard? If you cannot provide one, I fear today's incident may not conclude amicably. Duan Xiaohua replied, his expression tranquil. Is disliking him a valid reason? Upon hearing this, a collective gasp echoed through the auction house. Such arrogance. To take a life simply because one felt displeased? While such occurrences were not uncommon in this world, the Tongfei Chamber of Commerce was not a mere local force. Its formidable background deterred even those of the transformation stage from provoking it. How could he dare? Unable to contain his fury any longer, the second manager shouted, Seize him. Stop. A commanding voice resounded, and Zhou Qi's figure emerged. The members of the Tongfei Chamber, upon seeing him, quickly bowed in respect. Greetings, Chief Manager. The second manager also hastily offered his respects. However, Zhou Qi disregarded him and swiftly approached Chen Daozhen. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, he clasped his hands and said, Greetings, head of the Chen family. It seems some members of the chamber have caused you inconvenience. Please forgive their transgressions. As for the guard's death, it was merely a guard, nothing of great consequence. Zhou Qi adopted a humble demeanor, his expression exceedingly respectful. The strength of the Chen family was too formidable. There was no need to provoke them over the life of a mere guard. As merchants, the Tongfei chamber aimed for profit, and with two formidable forces of the transformation stage within the Chen family, it was unwise to offend them unnecessarily. It is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Zhou Qi's words immediately astonished many within the Tongfei auction house, their expressions shifting to fear as they regarded Chen Daozhen. So this was the head of the Chen family? No wonder he dared to kill members of the Tongfei chamber and sit there with such confidence. In Minghe City, it seemed that only the Chen family could compel the Tongfei chamber to yield. It is quite surprising that the illustrious head of the Chen family appears to be so youthful. The rumors circulating about him suggest he is a formidable strategist. I had presumed he would at least resemble a middle-aged individual. Upon learning that he is merely in his 20s, his appearance seems quite fitting. To possess such remarkable cultivation at this tender age, while commanding so many powerful figures, is nothing short of extraordinary. Whispers of speculation abound, with everyone discussing Chen Daozhen. Clearly piqued by curiosity about this young patriarch, Chen Daozhen turned his gaze towards Zhou Qi, who wore a friendly expression. There was no need for him to display any displeasure, so he slightly clasped his hands and said, "It is but a trivial matter." Zhou Qi, smiling, responded, "Patriarch Chen, why don't I arrange for a different private room for you?" At that moment, he felt a twinge of confusion. Zhou Qi distinctly remembered that the invitation extended to the Chen family was a golden one, signifying a distinguished guest. Ordinarily, when Chen Daozhen arrived at the Tongfei auction, a servant would inform him. Moreover, possessing a golden invitation allowed for complimentary access to a private room. Why, then, had a guard been slain? Ultimately, Zhou Qi could only surmise that Chen Daozhen had not presented the invitation and was thus mocked by the guards, which led to the ensuing conflict. Having managed Tongfei merchants for many years, he had encountered similar situations numerous times. Some prominent figures preferred to remain low-key, relishing the experience of incognito visits. Chen Daozhen waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. This place is quite bright." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi refrained from further conversation, recognizing that Chen Daozhen seemed disinclined to continue their dialogue. Being a merchant, he possessed a degree of perceptiveness. Chapter 54. Breakthrough. Upon realizing that the individual before him was Chen Daozhen, the second steward was momentarily taken aback. Previously, upon observing Duan Xiaohua, he sensed there was something extraordinary about him. Perhaps out of anger, he had not pondered it further, but upon reflection, a chill crept over him, and he felt a sudden sense of dread. If he were to truly attempt to apprehend the two, would his fate mirror that of the guards outside? The second steward swallowed hard and hurried forward, ready to offer apologies, but was halted by Zhou Qi. Chen Daozhen did not seek retribution, clearly indicating that he had no intention of pursuing the matter. Any goodwill had already dissipated, rendering an apology meaningless. The primary issue was Chen Daozhen's evident lack of desire for conversation. It was prudent not to intrude at this moment. He could only hope to find another opportunity to formally apologize to the Chen family. After news of Chen Daozhen's arrival spread, the auction became noticeably quieter. No one dared to speak loudly, fearful of disturbing him. In this world, the weak tread carefully before the strong. In a realm devoid of law, where murder is as commonplace as daily life, one must exercise extreme caution to survive. As more attendees arrived, the auction commenced in earnest. A strikingly beautiful woman stood at the center of the stage, proclaiming, "The first item for auction is a mid-level Huang-grade Qingfeng sword, with a starting bid of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones." As she concluded her statement, the auction hall erupted with a chorus of bids. 100,000 100 low-grade spirit stones. 100,000 200 low-grade spirit stones. 100,000. Ultimately, the item was purchased for a price of 130,000. Chen Daozhen merely observed, harboring no intention to bid. Such items at the auction were far beneath him, serving no purpose for him or the Chen family. Acquiring it would amount to mere refuse. Moreover, with his identity on display, who would dare to compete should he place a bid? Yet, Chen Daozhen was merely there for leisure, to breathe the fresh air, rather than to procure anything. Suddenly, a youthful maiden of exquisite beauty approached, carrying 2 goblets of vibrant red liquid. She gently lowered herself and spoke, "My lord, this is the fire dragon tea prepared for you. Should you wish for more, please call for me. I shall be just behind." Chen Daozhen nodded in acknowledgement. The maiden delicately placed the fire dragon tea upon a nearby tray, her bright eyes discreetly assessing Chen Daozhen, her cheeks flushed with a slight blush. He is so young, yet immensely powerful. How splendid it would be to wed him. No, even becoming a servant would suffice. Thoughts raced through the maiden's mind, yet alas, Chen Daozhen did not even cast a glance her way, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Soon, as the items at the Tongfei auction grew increasingly exceptional, The atmosphere in the hall intensified, igniting a desire within Chen Daozhen to participate and relish the thrill of bidding. However, such notions were fleeting. He did not enter the fray. When the opening spirit pill was unveiled, the auction hall erupted with fervor, the sounds of bidding echoing incessantly. Chen Daozhen could not help but shake his head. Opening spirit pills? The Chen family had an abundance of such items. With the auction still ongoing, Chen Daozhen decided to depart early, returning to the Chen residence. Remaining there held no allure for him, and he sensed a forthcoming breakthrough. In recent days, the number of people in the Chen family had surged, and his return cultivation was rapidly escalating. Upon his return, the two guards at the entrance immediately greeted him with utmost respect, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the master." Chen Daozhen nodded slightly and entered the Chen family compound. Within the tranquil heart courtyard, as he settled into a meditative posture, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted, startling those who were practicing within the Chen family. Gazes turned towards the depths of the inner courtyard, filled with astonishment. The master has broken through to the late Yuanying stage? My heavens! A breakthrough every 2 or 3 days. Is such abnormality even feasible? The speed of this advancement is truly terrifying. Even the most extraordinary genius could scarcely achieve such effortless progress. The Chen family had never heard of such rapid breakthroughs. If this trend continues, would the master not soon ascend to the transformation stage? Contemplating this, many felt a tingling sensation at the nape of their necks and immediately immersed themselves in rigorous training. Following his cultivation breakthrough, Chen Daozhen wore a smile, feeling a heightened sense of security. As his cultivation level increased, it compensated for his lack of combat experience. In the later stages, quality would utterly overwhelm all opposition. Regardless of how rich one's combat experience may be, it becomes inconsequential in the face of absolute strength and speed. Chen Daozhen took a deep breath, savoring the rich spiritual energy that permeated the air. A smile graced his face, for the Chen family was steadily flourishing. He spoke, "Chen Wu, please summon Chen Sun along with the 3 esteemed elders from the collateral branches to meet me." Chen Wu nodded respectfully, "Yes, master." Before long, 3 figures entered the Qingxin courtyard, with Chen Sun leading the way, followed by the heads of the 3 collateral branches, Chen Huan, Chen Penghai, and Chen Yi. The 4 of them bowed deeply. "We pay our respects to the master of the family." The leaders of the 3 collateral branches appeared somewhat anxious, uncertain of the purpose behind the master's summons. After all, they were merely collateral members. Typically, matters were conveyed to them through Chen Sun. Such a direct invitation to the Qingxin courtyard was indeed a rarity. Chen Daozhen waved his hand, revealing the entrance to the spirit energy secret realm before them. This entrance, known as the spirit energy secret realm, contained an abundance of spiritual energy, ideal for seclusion and cultivation or for breakthroughs. However, it could only accommodate practitioners below the nascent soul stage, allowing 10 individuals at once, while only 2 nascent soul practitioners could enter simultaneously. Chen Sun, this is entrusted to you. The collateral disciples may also make use of it. Chen Sun was taken aback. Such treasures were coveted by the top-tier powers, and he never expected the Chen family to possess one. The heads of the 3 collateral branches displayed expressions of delight, astonished that such a valuable resource was also accessible to them. Chen Daozhen continued, "You may enter and experience it. Simply place your hand upon the stone tablet." Nodding, Chen Sun placed his hand on the tablet. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear shortly thereafter. His eyes were wide with astonishment. The concentration of spiritual power within was extraordinary, making it an unparalleled location for breakthroughs. With this secret realm, the Chen family would surely progress more swiftly. Chen Daozhen nodded appreciatively and turned his gaze towards Chen Huan and the others, speaking slowly. "Has anything significant occurred in the collateral branches recently?" Chen Huan and the others immediately bowed, reporting to the master, "Under Elder Chen Sun's guidance, all is well within the collateral branches." Chen Daozhen nodded slowly, a smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, the collateral branches are also part of the Chen family. As long as you work diligently for the family, I, the master, shall not treat you unfairly. I also hope that some geniuses may arise from the collateral branches." The reason for summoning the 3 heads of the collateral branches was not of great consequence. He merely wished to express his concern for them as the master of the family. Chen Huan was shaken to his core, surprised to find that the master held the collateral branches in his thoughts, which filled him with immense encouragement. He immediately knelt, humbly expressing, "Thank you, master." The other 2 followed suit, mirroring his actions. Chapter 55. Sangshu. The next day, in the early morning, the thorny trees had grown more robust, and nearly half of the Qingxin courtyard was entwined in vines and foliage, evoking a refreshing atmosphere. Chen Daozhen stretched lazily before activating the system to commence the day's lottery. Lottery successful. Congratulations, you have won 540 million low-grade spirit stones. Lottery successful. Congratulations. You have won 25 spirit pool springs. The lottery was a success. Congratulations on summoning a character with late-stage returning void cultivation and the status of a high-level formation master. At last, a character from the returning void stage has emerged, and one with late-stage cultivation at that. This is precisely what Chen Daozhen yearned to draw. The Chen family's approach is rather flamboyant, likely a reflection of his personality. Low-key development? Such a notion is inconceivable. However, flamboyance does not equate to recklessness. He is not foolish enough to provoke formidable adversaries, especially those so powerful that he cannot contend with them in the near term. The wilderness, within the Tianqing realm, does not possess overwhelming strength. Chen Daozhen estimates that the most formidable cultivators there likely only reach the harmonization stage. As for the other two rewards, spirit stones and the spiritual spring, their assistance is not particularly significant for Chen Daozhen. Summoning. In an instant, an elegant middle-aged man appeared before him, promptly kneeling before Chen Daozhen. Sangshu, paying my respects to the family head. Sensing the formidable energy emanating from Sangshu, Chen Daozhen nodded in satisfaction. With late-stage returning void cultivation and the title of formation master, the Chen family has garnered a degree of self-protection in this wilderness. Chen Daozhen instructed, Sangshu, I command you to set up formations within the Chen family. Utilize your utmost capabilities to establish the strongest defensive array. The Dream River City will also require protective formations in due time, but the Chen family shall be prioritized. Sangshu immediately responded, as you command. Just as he finished speaking, a voice resonated from outside the courtyard, reporting to the family head, Chen Yun seeks an audience. Chen Daozhen promptly replied, enter. Soon, Chen Yun walked in, accompanied by Chen Xiang, Chen Shan, and others. Upon entering Qingxin courtyard, they all bowed in unison. We pay our respects to the family head. Afterward, Chen Yun cast a dubious glance at Sangshu, his eyes filled with gravity. Here they come again. Another unfamiliar face. Surely, it is not another high-ranking figure at the transformation stage, is it? As soon as they left, Feng Ling's figure also appeared outside the courtyard, rushing over to Chen Daozhen and affectionately nuzzling against him. Chen Daozhen smiled warmly as he ruffled Feng Ling's fur. Throughout this period of cultivation, the strength of the Chen family disciples has surged remarkably. Chen Xiang stands at the fourth layer of foundation establishment, albeit his spiritual power appears somewhat tenuous, evidently a result of consuming opening spirit pills. Chen Yun is at the sixth layer of foundation establishment. Chen Jin is at the fourth layer. Chen Yi is at the third layer. Chen Shan is at the fifth layer. Chen Kuei is at the fourth layer. After surveying the group, Chen Daozhen nodded in satisfaction. If they continue to develop at this pace, a collective breakthrough to the nascent soul stage should occur swiftly. Although their realms may seem somewhat unstable, the impact is negligible. Chen Daozhen remarked with a smile, very well, it appears you have not been idling during this time. Seeing the family head smile, the Chen family members collectively exhaled in relief, fearing Chen Daozhen's discontent. Chen Daozhen retrieved several Qinquan bags and tossed them towards Chen Yun. Here are 500 million low-grade spirit stones. You may use them for cultivation or procure other resources. Most of the cultivation resources he obtained from the lottery primarily consist of elixirs. However, beyond elixirs, there are numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, all of which are immensely beneficial for cultivation. One can utilize these spirit stones to acquire various cultivation resources. 500 million. Chen Yun felt a wave of dizziness. Such an astonishing quantity of spirit stones was beyond his imagination. However, having recently encountered numerous shocking events, he quickly regained his composure. Understood. Chen Daozhen nodded, reprimanding Tsang Su, stating, this individual, known as Tsang Su, is a high-level formation master of the Xian rank and will henceforth serve the Chen family, arranging formations and the like. Should he have any requests, we shall do our utmost to fulfill them. Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at Tsang Su in disbelief. A high-level formation master of the Xian rank? This was equivalent to the returning void stage. The members of the Chen family were equally stunned, waves of astonishment surging within them. The family head had actually managed to recruit a high-ranking formation master? Before they could fully process this revelation, Chen Daozhen's calm voice resonated once more. By the way, his cultivation is also at the later stage of returning void. If you have any uncertainties in your cultivation, you may seek his guidance. Furthermore, if any of you are interested in formations, you can study under him. Indeed, the later stage of returning void. Chen Daozhen's words struck them like a colossal stone, landing heavily upon their hearts. Chen Yun and the others trembled as disbelief and shock filled their pupils. Returning void. This was indeed returning void. Chen Yun swallowed hard, his expression one of profound astonishment. He had suspected that the unfamiliar faces within the Chen family were certainly not ordinary individuals. Good heavens, just who was the family head? At that moment, Chen Yun felt utterly bewildered, realizing that he had become exceedingly unfamiliar with the family head before him. No, the family head was no longer the original Chen Daozhen. With a returning Void Master in the Chen family, who could they possibly fear in this desolate region? A returning Void Cultivator was considered a top-tier powerhouse in the wasteland. Chen Yun recalled the figure of Duan Xiaohua at the entrance. Could he also be at the returning Void stage? Song Su wore a humble smile. It is an honor. The members of the Chen family immediately returned the gesture, recognizing that this man was a formidable powerhouse of the returning Void stage. Song Su then turned to Chen Daozhen. His expression filled with utmost respect. I shall proceed to arrange the formations. Chen Daozhen nodded indifferently, and in an instant, Song Su's figure vanished from sight. Witnessing a powerhouse of the returning Void exhibit such deference to the family head and refer to himself as a mere subordinate left the Chen family members in a state of bewilderment. This did not resemble the demeanor of someone working for the Chen family. It seemed more akin to a direct subservience to the Chen family. Yet, they could not comprehend why their family head, merely at the nascent soul stage, could command the loyalty of such a powerful entity. Now, onto the matter at hand. Chen Daozhen's voice echoed, drawing their minds back to the present. The crowd suppressed their astonishment, gazing solemnly at Chen Daozhen. He rose to his feet, approached Chen Xiang, and immediately raised his hand, silently reciting a mantra, utilizing the celestial root. In an instant, an incomprehensibly profound power surged into Chen Xiang's body. Soon, transformations began to manifest within him, an intensely scorching sensation emerging. Moments later, this heat intensified dramatically, and flames erupted from Chen Xiang's being, as if he were possessed by the spirit of the fire god. What is happening? The members of the Chen family were taken aback, compared to before. Chen Xiang's aura had intensified tremendously, and the previously ethereal nature of his cultivation had solidified. With a smile gracing his face, Chen Daozhen proclaimed, Fire Attribute. A heavenly spiritual root, quite commendable. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing in the minds of those present. What? Chapter 56, The Hanhuan Sect. Feeling the searing spiritual energy within him, Chen Xiang's face was alight with excitement. As the direct recipient of this transformation, he sensed its authenticity. The changes in him mirrored those of the legendary heavenly spiritual root. Typically, any spiritual root with an attribute could innately harness some semblance of that power. And the fire attribute energy coursing through him was astonishingly potent. Even a top-tier spiritual root would find it arduous to reach this level. Moreover, it wasn't merely the strength of the fire attribute. His physical prowess and the rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy had all experienced remarkable enhancements. Chen Daozhen calmly stated, I have awakened your fire attribute, heavenly spiritual root. As for how I accomplished this, I shall not elaborate. Chen Xiang had no intention of inquiring further. He knelt down, his expression brimming with joy as he expressed, Thank you, esteemed patriarch. Chen Yun, Chen Shan, and the others also wore expressions of elation. The reason the Chen family had previously been so weak in Dream River City was largely due to their lack of talent. Their innate abilities were woefully inadequate, with mid-tier spiritual roots being the pinnacle, leaving no avenue for the family's expansion. However, with a heavenly spiritual root, the potential for reaching the divine transformation stage was assured. What left them even more astounded than Chen Xiang's awakening of a heavenly spiritual root was the patriarch's unprecedented ability to confer such roots upon others. This capability was unheard of. Not even in the entirety of the wasteland had such an occurrence transpired. Enhancing spiritual roots had been documented before, but that required exceedingly rare heavenly materials. Yet, the patriarch had achieved this remarkable feat merely with a wave of his hand, devoid of any such materials. The hearts of Chen Yun and the others were filled with profound shock. The patriarch was shrouded in mystery, capable not only of rapid advancement, but also of continually bringing back formidable allies, and now, bestowing heavenly spiritual roots upon others. Each of these accomplishments was astonishing and hard to fathom. Chen Daozhen paid them no mind, and continued to awaken Chen Jin's heavenly spiritual root. Soon, vitality surged within Chen Jin, revealing a wood attribute. Hiss, another heavenly spiritual root. Chen Daozhen had successfully awakened two individuals' heavenly spiritual roots in succession, instilling both shock and joy within them. Could they also be graced with a heavenly spiritual root? The patriarch had summoned them. Surely, he would not overlook them. Chen Jin beamed with gratitude. Thank you, esteemed patriarch. Chen Daozhen nodded and proceeded to the next individual, commencing the activation for the others. Before long, all 9 individuals had awakened their heavenly spiritual roots. However, Chen Daozhen felt a tinge of regret. They all manifested roots of the 5 elemental attributes and did not awaken any of the more unique roots, such as lightning or wind attributes. In comparison to the 5 elemental roots, the special attribute roots were decidedly more formidable. Nevertheless, it matters little. The awakening of the celestial roots signifies a considerable enhancement compared to the past. Chen Yun and the others exhibited expressions of exhilaration. 9 cultivators with celestial roots. Is the rise of the Chen family not imminent? Although they have already ascended, much of their strength relies on external aid. In Chen Yun's heart, true ascendance is only achieved when the members of the Chen family stand independently. Chen Daozhen spoke up, addressing them. You are all esteemed individuals within our clan. Dedicate yourselves to your cultivation and do not let me down. Chen Yi and Chen Xiang, since you aspire to nurture your own forces, make your presence known. I eagerly anticipate that your factions will gain renown throughout the wild domain and even across the entire celestial star realm. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yi, Chen Xiang, and the others were momentarily taken aback. Renowned throughout the wild domain and the celestial star realm? To be candid, such aspirations had never crossed their minds. Chen Xiang and Chen Jin ventured forth, seeking to establish their own influence, largely motivated by Chen Daozhen's inspiration, yet they lacked a clear direction. Chen Yi, on the other hand, established the Zhiyuan Chamber of Commerce more out of passion than strategy. In this moment, Chen Daozhen's words provided them with a guiding light for their future endeavors. With utmost respect, Chen Yi and Chen Xiang proclaimed in resolute tones, "We shall not disappoint the clan leader's expectations." Chen Daozhen nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Chen Yun. Have Xia Hushu and the others replicate their cultivation techniques, and then establish a scripture repository within the Chen family to house all methods. Our family has a glaring deficiency in this regard, which needs to be addressed. For cultivators, the benefits derived from these techniques are immensely powerful, especially post-Yuaning stage, where battles predominantly revolve around divine abilities and spells. Thus, the significance of techniques is self-evident. Chen Yun immediately nodded respectfully. As you command. At this moment, the entire Chen family held Chen Daozhen in the highest esteem. He was not merely their pillar of support, but also their unwavering faith, as long as Chen Daozhen remained. A profound sense of security enveloped the hearts of the Chen clan members. Chen Daozhen nodded. You may leave. Chen Yun and the others promptly bowed respectfully before turning to depart, their faces alight with excitement. Once they had exited, Chen Daozhen retreated to the back courtyard, reclining on his wooden bed with an expression of sheer enjoyment. It was once again time for leisure. Just as Chen Daozhen began to doze off, the voice of Chen Yuanliang resonated from outside the courtyard. Clan leader, Chen Yuanliang seeks an audience. Chen Daozhen rose and made his way to the front courtyard. Enter. Chen Yuanliang promptly entered and knelt, speaking with utmost reverence. I report to the clan leader that the mortal realm has already set up hidden traps in Baiyun City, Wuyue City, and Minghe City. However, as the scale has yet to fully materialize, they currently only control a portion of the more significant affairs. Chen Daozhen inquired, pray, elaborate. Chen Yuanliang responded without hesitation. In Wuyue City last month, a person named Zhang Chan broke through to the Yuaning stage. Presently, there are 5 major Yuaning forces in Wuyue City. Apart from that, no significant events have transpired. The same holds true for Baiyun City, where nothing of note has occurred. However, there were a few trivial matters. The young lady of the Lin family in Baiyun City awakened a superior water attribute spiritual root. It was said that the Lin family maiden possessed exceptional beauty, a rare gem among women, and thus caught the eye of a venerable elder from the Huan sect. This elder, however, was not in his prime. He resembled an old man, and as a result, the Lin family became the subject of mockery in Baiyun City. Chen Daozhen, the elder of the Huan sect, furrowed his brow. This sect was notorious, known for its dual cultivation techniques. The process of accepting disciples was, in reality, not about mentorship, but rather seeking individuals suitable for dual cultivation. As a disciple practicing these techniques, one inevitably required a partner for dual cultivation. Thus, the master would take it upon himself to fulfill that role. In the Huan sect, the practice was the same for both genders. Chen Daozhen recalled a tale from Minghe City, where a certain individual was taken away by a female elder of the Huan sect, resulting in a master-disciple relationship. Of course, these were merely rumors that reached Minghe City, and Chen Daozhen could not ascertain their veracity. Nevertheless, they likely bore a close resemblance to the truth. Although the Huan sect practiced dual cultivation, it was not akin to the nefarious practices of demonic sects, but leaned towards the righteous path, wherein both parties would enhance their cultivation levels post-practice. Yet, from an ethical standpoint, the reputation of the Huan sect had always been quite disreputable. Chapter 57. The Lin family. Moreover, the Lord of Baiyun City did not appear to be as straightforward as he seemed. It appeared he held ties to other forces. Chen Yuanliang's voice continued to resonate. Chen Daozhen frowned. Do you have any insights into these other forces? Chen Yuanliang respectfully replied, not much is known. But I observed that the communication jade talisman he utilized is specially crafted. Upon saying this, he waved his hand, revealing a diagram of the Tai Chi Bagua. Chen Daozhen furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long while, only to suddenly withdraw his thoughts. Very well, nothing substantial came to mind. He instructed, immediately investigate whether this force resides within the wilderness or beyond it. We are on the verge of taking action against Baiyun City. If they are merely a local force of the wilderness, there is nothing to fear. However, if they originate from outside the wilderness, that could pose a significant challenge. Chen Yuanliang bowed respectfully, at your command. With that, his figure vanished from the spot. Chen Daozhen stretched his body, feeling remarkably at ease. With the establishment of the Wanxiang organization, life had indeed become much more comfortable, as he could stay informed about the happenings in the outside world at any time. He then recalled the first piece of information Chen Yuanliang had shared, the Lin family maiden, possessing a superior spiritual root and extraordinary beauty. If she were to become his maid, it would indeed be quite fitting. Chen Daozhen suddenly felt somewhat speechless. Why did the system not provide any maidens, instead presenting him with robust and brawny men? As the dignified head of the Chen family, he found himself without even a single maid to attend to him. Sighing, Chen Daozhen rose to ascertain the situation. If it turned out well, he would accept her as a maid. Shahua, accompany me. Outside the courtyard, Duan Shahua immediately responded respectfully. At your command. In an instant, the two figures vanished from the Chen residence, heading towards Baiyun City. The distance from Baiyun City to Minghe City is not far. And with Chen Daozhen being in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, the two arrived at Baiyun City in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The scale of Baiyun City is comparable to that of Minghe City, with little difference in strength. Chen Daozhen sensed his surroundings slightly and headed directly in a particular direction. The Lin family, being a clan with members in the nascent soul stage, would not be difficult to locate. At this moment, within the Lin family, Lin Wanqing sat by the pavilion, her complexion pale and her gaze vacant, dressed in a light green gown, cinched at the waist with a silk scarf. Her curvaceous figure was exquisitely displayed. Her innocent eyes were filled with sorrow, and her delicately featured face bore an expression of helplessness and confusion that elicited a deep urge to embrace her tenderly. Beside her stood a middle-aged man, who, upon witnessing Lin Wanqing's distressing state, could not help but sigh, his expression heavy with resignation. Possessing a superior spiritual root, she was considered to have promising talent. Yet her fate had taken a turn as she caught the attention of the Hahuan sect. The Hahuan sect was formidable, home to 3 cultivators in the god transformation stage. The one who sought to take Lin Wanqing as a disciple was the grand elder of the sect, one of the very god transformation masters. Such a powerful individual was far beyond the reach of the Lin family. Thinking of this, Lin Mu could not suppress a sigh. The reputation of the Hahuan sect was notoriously vile. Once Lin Wanqing was accepted as a disciple by that grand elder, the consequences were all too predictable. These past few days had been excruciating for Lin Mu. As a father, he could only watch helplessly as his daughter was led into a perilous situation, utterly powerless to intervene. With so many members of the Lin family present, should they attempt to flee, the Hahuan sect would easily track them down. If Lin Wanqing were to disappear, the Hahuan sect would undoubtedly hold the Lin family accountable. No matter the course of action, they were ensnared in an inescapable deadlock. The only resolution lay in allowing Lin Wanqing to enter the Hahuan sect without disturbance, yet this would mean his daughter becoming a plaything for an elderly man. Lin Wanqing's mother had been inconsolable, weeping to the point of fainting several times. Lin Mu sighed deeply, his gaze filled with sorrow, as he murmured, Wanqing, it is my inadequacy. I cannot protect you. He was merely in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm and had no means to confront the Hahuan sect. To the Lin family, the Hahuan sect loomed like a colossal behemoth, one that they could not provoke. With nearly 1,000 individuals in the Lin family and 300 direct descendants, any confrontation with the Hahuan sect would lead to their annihilation, a consequence they could not bear. Lin Wanqing remained silent, her vacant gaze fixed on the distance, her face ashen. Did she not understand the plight of the Lin family? Yet, why must she sacrifice herself? Each time she envisioned the Grand Elder, she felt a wave of nausea. If anything were to occur with such a person, she would rather die. Many times, Lin Wanqing contemplated being selfish and leaving the Lin family behind. However, seeing the expressions of her parents and numerous relatives, she ultimately restrained herself. If she were to depart, the Lin family would suffer. She could not bear the thought. Lin Wanqing spoke with a dim gaze. Father, you need not blame yourself. Everything is a choice made by Wanqing. I am willing to become a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Hahuan sect. Since the outcome cannot be altered, it It is better for you and mother to find some solace in this. Moreover, although the Hahuan sect has a notorious reputation, at least their practices are not of the demonic path. After dual cultivation, perhaps my own cultivation could greatly increase. Though Lin Wanqing sought to comfort herself with these thoughts, joy eluded her. Every time she recalled the visage of that grand elder, tremors coursed through her body, and her scalp tingled with dread. Crystal-clear tears silently streamed from her eyes. Aside from the tears that fell from her gaze, her expression remained unchanged, portraying an air of despair and helplessness. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mu felt an even greater sense of guilt. His eyes reddened, and his fists clenched tightly. He had always cherished Lin Wanqing as his most beloved treasure, showering her with affection since childhood. Seeing his daughter gradually step into the abyss of suffering was the most painful experience for him. Yet, he felt utterly powerless before the Hahuan sect. A sense of despair engulfed them both, enveloping the atmosphere in a heavy silence. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the courtyard. Lin Mu's body tensed, and his hair stood on end. Who dares to intrude upon the Lin family? As he spoke, his aura erupted, transforming him into a raging lion. Turning to look, he beheld a young man of refined appearance accompanied by an unremarkable middle-aged man, approaching them. The middle-aged man raised a hand, and his overwhelming presence dissipated instantly. Lin Mu froze, as if his throat had been seized, his eyes filled with terror. So powerful, this was the transformation stage. No, it was impossible. A transformation stage being this strong was beyond belief. Lin Mu felt utterly incapable of resisting, as if he faced not a person, but a towering mountain, suffocating him. Chapter 58. Annihilation of the Hahuan sect. Lin Mu's eyes were rife with fear. Above the transformation stage, the return to emptiness stage. Though he was unaware of the exact cultivation level of the person before him, the intensity indicated that he was immensely stronger than any transformation stage practitioner. Even the Grand Elder of the Hahuan sect paled in comparison to such overwhelming power. Only a being of the return to emptiness stage could possess such strength. Lin Mu swallowed hard and hurriedly approached with utmost respect, saying, "I am Lin Mu, the head of the Lin family. I am unaware of the purpose of your visit." Esteemed senior, Duan Xiaohua glanced at him and replied coolly, "I am merely a guard of the family head." Lin Mu's scalp prickled. What kind of force could employ a return to emptiness stage practitioner as a guard? His heart raced with anxiety. Realizing that such a power likely far exceeded the Lin family's comprehension, perhaps even more formidable than the Hahuan sect itself. If the Lin family was rendered so passive by the Hahuan sect, how could they contend with forces even greater? Struggling to suppress his fear, Lin Mu respectfully inquired of Chen Daozhen, "Sir, may I ask if your visit to our Lin family is for a particular matter?" The sudden arrival of such a formidable figure instilled an overwhelming fear in Lin Mu, leaving him anxious about whether the Lin family had inadvertently offended this individual. In that fleeting moment, Lin Mu frantically recalled every person he might have angered. The family. Surely, I have not antagonized any powerful clan. The Lin family often interacted with the influential factions of Baiyun City, and while their relationships were not particularly close, they were certainly not at the level of enmity. Chen Daozhen cast a glance at him before shifting his gaze towards Lin Wanqing, who stood in the distance, lost in a daze. At that moment, Lin Wanqing's eyes were devoid of life. She was consumed by despair, utterly oblivious to her surroundings, or perhaps she simply did not care. To become a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Hahuan sect was tantamount to a death sentence for her spirit. Nothing from the outside world could stir her heart. Seeing Chen Daozhen looking at Lin Wanqing, Lin Mu quickly interjected, "My lord, this is my daughter Lin Wanqing. Recent events have left her in low spirits, and she was unable to pay her respects. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Chen Daozhen slowly spoke, "Lin Wanqing, is she not the Lin family miss who is soon to join the Hahuan sect?" Lin Mu felt a flush of embarrassment at Chen Daozhen's directness. The Lin family was, after all, one of the premier families in Baiyun City, and such a situation was undeniably awkward. Recently, many in Baiyun City had been mocking the Lin family. "I apologize for the inconvenience." He forced a smile, despite his inner discontent. Chen Daozhen scrutinized Lin Wanqing and ultimately nodded in satisfaction. She was indeed a beauty, possessing an exquisite figure and striking features. She was, at least, the most alluring person Chen Daozhen had encountered since his arrival. "Her beauty is commendable," he remarked. With that, he approached her, and Lin Mu hurriedly followed suit. However, he was deeply puzzled. Was he truly captivated by his daughter? If that were the case, it would be an extraordinary stroke of fortune. This man appeared infinitely superior to the Grand Elder of the Hahuan sect, not to mention far more powerful. Should he truly be taken with her, there would be no need for her to marry that old man from the Hahuan sect. Nor would they have to worry about potential retribution against the Lin family. Lin Mu rushed ahead and discreetly communicated to Lin Wanqing. "Wanqing, Quickly rise and pay your respects to this esteemed elder. His strength is unfathomable. Perhaps he can grant you an escape from joining the Hahuan sect." Lin Wanqing was momentarily taken aback by his words, unsure of their meaning. She turned slightly and beheld the unfamiliar faces approaching her. The leading figure was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of composure, accompanied by a formidable presence characteristic of a person of high stature. Seeing that Lin Wanqing had yet to respond, Lin Mu, filled with urgency, urged, "Wanqing, do not delay in greeting this elder." Upon witnessing her father's respectful demeanor and recalling his earlier words, Lin Wanqing's eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope. She promptly rose, respectfully stating, "I am Lin Wanqing, here to pay my respects, my lord." With that, she inclined her body slightly, embodying the grace of a refined lady. The respect shown even to one's father indicates that his power must exceed the nascent soul stage. Should he choose to assist me, perhaps there would be no need to join the Harmony sect as a disciple. Chen Daozhen approached directly, without any preamble, stating, "I am in need of a maidservant. Would you be willing to serve? A maidservant?" Both Lin Mu and Lin Wanqing were taken aback, not expecting that their purpose for coming here would be this. Lin Mu furrowed his brow, having suspected that this esteemed individual had come for Lin Wanqing. But he had not anticipated that it was merely to take her as a maid. This was a position of servitude. Even a concubine, Lin Mu could have accepted, considering the other's formidable power. However, a maidservant? Lin Wanqing glanced at Chen Daozhen, and seeing his directness, a hint of embarrassment crossed her face. She did not refuse but instead smiled wryly, saying, "To be favored by you is indeed an honor. Yet I have already been taken as a disciple by the Grand Elder of the Harmony sect, who is a cultivator of the transformation stage. If I were to leave with you, it might provoke the sect's displeasure, which could endanger my Lin family." For Lin Wanqing, avoiding marriage to that decrepit elder of the Harmony sect was paramount. Everything else was secondary. Moreover, the individual before her was quite handsome, 1,000 times more appealing than that Grand Elder. If he could indeed resolve the issues with the Harmony sect, she would not mind lowering herself to be a maidservant. Chen Daozhen chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "The Harmony sect is merely a swarm of insignificant insects. If you choose to be my maidservant, I shall naturally resolve this predicament for you." His voice brimmed with confidence and authority. Upon hearing Chen Daozhen's words, Lin Wanqing, without hesitation, knelt before him. "I, maidservant Lin Wanqing, pay my respects to my master." Lin Mu sighed as he observed this, realizing that serving this mysterious powerhouse was undoubtedly preferable to marrying the elderly man from the Harmony sect. Chen Daozhen produced a communication jade talisman and directed his voice inward, instructing, "Chen Yuanliang, lead the assassins of heaven and eliminate all cultivators of the Harmony sect at the nascent soul stage and above." Though the Harmony sect was not of the demonic path, their methods were nearly indistinguishable, leaving Chen Daozhen with a sense of revulsion. Eradicating them would not weigh on his conscience. In this world, the strong prey upon the weak, and as a powerful being, there was no issue with slaying a few lesser foes. Understood. Chen Yuanliang's serious voice resonated. Soon after, the assassins of heaven from the Wanxiang organization began to gather silently, heading towards the Harmony sect with remarkable efficiency. This was their first execution of the family head's orders, and Chen Yuanliang felt an immense pressure to ensure its success. Meanwhile, within the Lin family, Chen Daozhen turned to leave, slowly stating, "I give you 3 days to attend to your family matters. In 3 days, come to the Chen family in Dream River City." As his words fell, the figures of Chen Daozhen and Lin Wanqing vanished from sight. Lin Mu's pupils constricted. The Chen family, the same family that had slain the master of Seven Star Valley, Yu Huan. The individual before him was indeed the head of the Chen family. Chen Daozhen. Lin Mu furrowed his brows, recognizing the formidable strength of the Chen family, reputed to possess 2 formidable warriors of the transformation stage. Yet, he pondered, could they truly stand against the Harmony sect? Shaking his head, he recalled the formidable guardian beside Chen Daozhen, a powerful cultivator of the void return stage. The Harmony sect was indeed no match for them. However, a wave of concern washed over Lin Mu as he contemplated whether the Chen family would genuinely resolve the issue with the Harmony sect. How might they accomplish this? A direct confrontation seemed improbable, considering the Harmony sect also boasted 3 warriors of the transformation stage. It was unlikely they would simply eliminate their adversaries outright. Judging by Chen Daozhen's demeanor, he appeared merely intent on acquiring a maidservant and was unlikely to expend significant resources for the Lin family. After all, a maidservant was merely a servant. With a sigh, Lin Mu reflected that as long as the Chen family could prevent retaliation from the Harmony sect, all would be well. Lin Wanqing's expression revealed a hint of confusion. "Father, is this Chen family the one from Dream River City, which has recently gained considerable notoriety?" Lin Mu nodded in affirmation. Given their strength and location in Dream River City, they are indeed the only candidates. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing's countenance shifted to one of concern. While the strength of the Chen family was substantial, she doubted their capacity to deal with the Harmony sect. From her understanding, the Chen family possessed only 2 warriors of the transformation stage, whereas the Harmony sect had 3. Father, will they truly assist me in dealing with the Harmony sect? Now that she had calmed her thoughts, Lin Wanqing found herself increasingly anxious. Earlier, her desire to escape the clutches of the Harmony sect had blinded her to numerous details. Upon reflection, if the Chen family's ally could not resolve the Harmony sect issue, the Lin family would find themselves in a precarious position. Aligning with the Harmony sect would offend Chen Daozhen, while siding with Chen Daozhen would provoke the Harmony sect. Lin Mu's brow furrowed deeply. After a long silence, he spoke softly. The guardian beside Chen Daozhen is likely a cultivator of the void return stage. If they are genuinely willing to assist the Lin family in overcoming the difficulties posed by the Harmony sect, they certainly possess the capability to do so. Lin Wanqing's pale complexion suddenly flushed with astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, clearly taken aback by this revelation. In her understanding, the transformation stage was already exceedingly powerful, let alone the void return stage, which represented an unfathomable level of strength. Excitement surged within her, her cheeks blooming with color. If this were indeed the case, why should she fear the Harmony sect? As long as the head of the Chen family was willing to assist her, the Harmony sect would dare not cause trouble for the Lin family. In that moment, Lin Wanqing recalled Chen Daozhen's handsome visage. Typically, when a master wished to engage with a maidservant, it was considered entirely normal. The thought sent a flurry of sensations through her, her face warming and her legs instinctively drawing closer together. At that instant, her mind raced with myriad thoughts. She had heard tales of the Chen family head's strategic brilliance in youth, and today, he indeed exuded remarkable grace. Throughout all ages, women have invariably revered the strong. Although Lin Wanqing and Chen Daozhen had never crossed paths before, she now harbored a notable admiration for him. However, admiration is not devoid of discernment. Take, for instance, the Grand Elder of the Hahuan sect. Despite his formidable prowess, Lin Wanqing felt nothing but revulsion towards him, an overwhelming disgust. The mere recollection of the Grand Elder's visage caused her brows to furrow slightly, her eyes alight with disdain. From a distance at the Hahuan sect's mountain gate, the entire Wanxiang organization had dispatched 9 formidable assassins, all at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, leaving merely 3 to oversee the mortal realm. The head of the family placed great emphasis on intelligence, hence could not neglect the mortal division merely due to the demise of a few at the transformation stage. Chun Yuanliang addressed the assembly, stating, "Esteemed colleagues, the Hahuan sect boasts 3 individuals at the transformation stage, with the most powerful being the sect leader, who is at the peak of this stage. However, the sect's breakthroughs in cultivation are largely reliant on dual cultivation, rendering their strength somewhat superficial. Therefore, Chen Chao, you shall target the nascent soul cultivators of the Hahuan sect. The remaining 2, along with the Grand Elder and the sect leader, will confront him. Remember, endeavor to eliminate them quietly and without a trace." All present regarded him with solemn expressions. This was the first mission assigned by the head of the family, and they were determined to accomplish it flawlessly, leaving no nascent soul cultivator unscathed. "Let us commence." Chun Yuanliang gazed into the distance before his figure abruptly vanished, followed suit by the other 8. Moments later, a thunderous explosion resounded, obliterating the mountain that housed the Hahuan sect. The overwhelming force unleashed resulted in the deaths of numerous disciples caught in the aftermath. Who dares to challenge the Hahuan sect? The sect leader, his eyes filled with terror, bellowed. Yet, his words were met only with a deluge of divine arts. 2 figures clad in black, their faces obscured, charged towards him. One wielded flames, while the other emanated a fierce blade aura. The sect leader's rage surged. He could not fathom the origins of these assailants or their motives for annihilating the Hahuan sect. 9 at the transformation stage. Such power should be immensely formidable. How could the Hahuan sect have provoked such a potent adversary? Just as the sect leader prepared to evade, he sensed several auras locking onto him. Turning, he was met with the sight of the second elder and the Grand Elder, both lying in pools of blood. One was at the initial stage of transformation, the other at the mid-stage. They stood no chance against the onslaught of those at the peak. Despair etched across his face. The sect leader's aura turned exceedingly violent. "Die!" he roared, ready to perish in a final act of desperation. In that moment, Chen Yuanliang stepped forth, delivering a decisive blow that severed the sect leader's head. The sect leader's aura faltered, and the tumultuous energy within him dissipated, plunging him into an eternal silence. Chen Yuanliang cautiously commanded, "Finish him off, dismember him." 8 individuals nodded in unison, then turned their attention to the deceased Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Hahuan sect, delivering fatal strikes that rendered them into several pieces. Swiftly, they also obliterated the corpses of those in the nascent soul stage, ensuring their demise was absolute before departing with a sense of satisfaction. Chun Yuanliang exhaled deeply, relieved by the flawless execution of the assassination. The assassins of the myriad realms were not all born of the shadows. Only he possessed a deeper understanding, while the others were merely adept in the arts of aggression. Yet, what significance did this hold? As long as all their adversaries lay lifeless, it signified a successful assassination. No one suspected their involvement. Thus their actions remained shrouded in silence. Chapter 61. Chun Qing Hahuan Sect. Many disciples at the foot of the mountain witnessed this scene, their eyes filled with terror. What had transpired? Judging from the earlier circumstances, it appeared that the Hahuan sect had faced an external invasion. But whether they emerged victorious or succumbed to the enemy remained unclear. With 3 formidable beings in the transformation stage, it seemed unlikely that disaster would befall them. Numerous disciples swallowed hard, their expressions heavy with concern. Yet, others bore expressions of anticipation. For them, existence within the Hahuan sect was a torment and a trial. Should the sect be annihilated, it would mean liberation from their suffering. Suddenly, a disciple emerged, his face alight with joy, running down the mountain with a beautiful maiden by his side. He had been engrossed in secluded cultivation within the basement, sheltering himself during the turmoil above. When tranquility finally returned, he discovered that nearly all the upper echelons of the Hahuan sect had perished, reduced to a pulp beyond recognition. Senior Brother Zhang. Could this truly be so? The speaker inquired, his demeanor serious. How could it be false? I just descended from the mountain. The elders in the nascent soul stage, along with the sect leader, are all dead, he replied. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not suppress their anxious gulps. Many erupted in cheers, their eyes betraying uncontainable delight. The disciples of the Hahuan sect yearned to distance themselves from the sect, for few had voluntarily joined its ranks. News of the Hahuan sect's destruction rapidly spread, plunging the surrounding area into shock. Upon receiving the news, disbelief was etched on every face. The Hahuan sect boasted 3 formidable beings in the transformation stage and several powerful nascent soul cultivators. What force could possibly bring about their downfall? Have you heard about the Hahuan sect? Is this truth? Have they truly been extinguished? The rumor spread like wildfire, seemingly too incredible to be false, especially as it came directly from a disciple of the Hahuan sect. Many ventured to the sect's mountain gate to verify the claims, only to find the reports true. My heavens, who could have done this? How could such a powerful sect, with 3 beings in the transformation stage, be annihilated? Uncertainty lingered. No one had witnessed the hand that struck, and all who had seen were now dead. Beside them, someone sneered, remarking, the Hahuan sect has such a notorious reputation, frequently coercing disciples and engaging in dual cultivation with their own students. It's no surprise that they've provoked some formidable forces, leading to their demise. Honestly, they had it coming. The Hahuan sect is nothing but a cancer. Its eradication brings more benefits than drawbacks. Many expressed their approval of the sect's downfall, harboring deep-seated disdain for it. In Baiyun City, Lin Wanqing wore a troubled expression. A day had passed, and she pondered whether the Chen family had addressed the Hahuan sect issue. If the problem remained unresolved, she could not leave the Lin family with peace of mind to travel to Minghe City. Anxiety gnawed at her, fearing that the Chen family's promise was merely lip service, with no genuine intention to assist. Yet, deep down, she still hoped the Chen family would eliminate this nuisance, sparing her from becoming the disciple of that old man. Suddenly, Lin Mu appeared, his face alight with excitement. Wanqing, splendid news. The Hahuan sect has been destroyed. Lin Wanqing was momentarily stunned, then sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with shock. Father, is it true? Lin Mu's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. Of course it is. The news has come from Huangshe City, the closest location to the Hahuan sect, and it has spread like wildfire. It cannot possibly be false. The sect's members above the nascent soul stage have been annihilated. Elder Shi Lin, Elder Zhou Kuan, and the sect master, all 3 of the transformation stage have fallen. The disciples have scattered, and the Hahuan sect has been utterly eradicated. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. She no longer needed to become that old man's disciple. Then, a look of astonishment crossed her face. Father, was this all orchestrated by Chen Daozhen? Lin Mu swallowed hard, pausing for a moment before slowly replying, it could only be him. Beyond Chen Daozhen, I cannot fathom anyone else who would annihilate the Hahuan sect. Lin Mu was taken aback by the swiftness of Chen Daozhen's actions. Just a day prior, he had vowed to resolve the Hahuan sect issue, and within a single day, he fulfilled his promise. But then a thought struck him. The transmission of news from Huangshe City would also require time. Suddenly, Lin Mu felt a chill run down his spine. The The Hahuan sect must have been destroyed yesterday. This meant that the moment Chen Daozhen departed, the sect had already met its end. Lin Mu gasped, realizing that the head of the Chen family was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Previously, news had circulated about the Chen family annihilating the Huang family and the city lord of Menghe City, each strike executed with ruthless precision. Now it was evident that he was decisively formidable. Such a person must never become an enemy. Just the thought of it sent shivers down Lin Mu's spine. Taking a deep breath, he advised, Wanqing, once you enter the Chen family, tread carefully and mind your words. Fulfill your responsibilities. And you may find unexpected opportunities following this Chen family master. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing's expression immediately shifted to one of solemnity. In contrast to her earlier state of despair, she now felt an immense sense of relaxation and contentment. No longer burdened by the thought of becoming a disciple of the Hahuan sect, she had the opportunity to follow a formidable figure. In Menghe City, the Chen family had successfully conducted a lottery, resulting in the acquisition of a nascent Taoist being, as well as 13 billion low-grade spirit stones and 40 spirit pool springs. Chen Daozhen's countenance became serious. A being of nascent Taoist strength was already considered one of the pinnacle powers within the desolate region. With such an ally, Chen Daozhen felt more emboldened in his ambition to reign over the wasteland. As Chen Daozhen called forth the summoned being, a man wielding a broad blade materialized before him, exuding an intimidating aura of murderous intent that instilled fear akin to a malevolent spirit emerging from a mountain of corpses. Before him lay the semblance of countless fallen foes. The man knelt respectfully, stating, Chen Qing pays my respects to the master of the house. As he knelt, his overwhelming presence receded, becoming surprisingly unremarkable, making it difficult to discern that he was, in fact, a nascent Taoist powerhouse. Rise, Chen Daozhen said in a calm manner. Chen Qing bowed his head slightly before vanishing from sight. Chen Daozhen then turned his attention to the other rewards from the lottery, 13 billion low-grade spirit stones and 40 spirit pool springs. He had yet to install the previous 20 springs, and now an additional 40 had arrived. The richness of spiritual energy in the Chen family's domain had reached an unimaginable level, vastly improved compared to the past. Chen Daozhen first placed 10 spirit pool springs beside the thorny tree, then exited the Qingxin courtyard to install springs throughout various locations in the Chen estate. His intention was to position 45 springs within the family grounds, reserving the remaining 20 for Menghe City. Although these 20 springs would only marginally enhance the overall spiritual concentration of the city, they would still provide some benefit, at least improving the local spiritual potency in a limited area. As the 40 spirit pool springs were set in place, the spiritual energy within the Chen family home became even denser, gradually forming ethereal mist that enveloped the estate in a delicate haze. Perfect. With a clap of his hands, Chen Daozhen proceeded to place the remaining 20 spirit pool springs in various locations around Menghe City, establishing protective wards and marking them with the Chen family's unique insignia to deter theft. After setting the wards, it was nearly impossible for anyone without at least nascent infant cultivation to remove the spirit pool springs. Having completed these tasks, Chen Daozhen returned to the Chen family home. Within the Qingxin courtyard, Chen Daozhen reclined on a bed woven from the vines of the thorny tree, his expression contemplative. Although he held a position of ease within the Chen family, many matters still required his consideration. For instance, the question of kingship. The imperial city would undoubtedly be situated in Menghe City, but who would ascend to claim the title of king? Chen Daozhen harbored no desire to elevate the summoned individuals to the rank of emperor, yet the strength of the Chen family was woefully inadequate. At the very least, one ought to possess the prowess of the nascent soul stage. However, it appeared that a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage for the Chen family was not far off. A few more days of respite would not be amiss, as Chen Daozhen himself was not in a great hurry. There was no need to maintain such a frantic pace. A moment of leisure could indeed be beneficial. Chen Daozhen resumed his contemplation of the myriad affairs at hand. An organization such as this could not afford to be too casual. It was imperative to establish a rigorous ranking system for the assassins. Heaven. As an internal faction of the myriad, only accepted members from within, such as the summoned individuals in his charge. The realm of mortals primarily functioned as an intelligence agency, thus lacking the need for a hierarchy. It sufficed to keep the core personnel firmly under his control. In contrast, Hell, the external department for assassins, necessitated a clear distinction of assassin ranks. The Hell department utilized a grading system from 1 to 9, corresponding to the stages from Qi refinement to Tribulation crossing. Chen Daozhen couldn't help but chuckle. The strongest combatant in the Chen family was merely at the Harmony stage. Yet he had already mapped out the future of those at the Tribulation stage. However, the assassins within Heaven could not be categorized so simplistically. The assassins of Heaven were not merely killers. They also served as managers of the Hell Department, thus requiring a more nuanced classification. The Myriad held its own support, and it could potentially evolve into the most formidable assassination organization in the Celestial Star realm. In such a scenario, the assassins of Hell would be dispersed throughout the entire realm, making management of such a multitude imperative. After a moment's reflection, Chen Daozhen retrieved a piece of paper and began to take notes. The assassins of heaven would be divided into two categories: the White Guards, who focused on management, and the Black Guards, who specialized in assassination. Furthermore, the Black Guards would possess the authority to mobilize the assassins of Hell and would also undertake certain managerial responsibilities. As for the ranking, it could be delineated using jade tokens. Before long, Chen Daozhen had crafted a comprehensive outline. The ranking system for heaven would employ jade tokens, categorized into white, black, green, orange, red, and purple. The progression from white to red would correspond to the stages from spirit transformation to tribulation crossing. As for the purple token, that was reserved for him. As the leader of the Myriad, he certainly required some semblance of grandeur. Perfect. Chen Daozhen then began to ponder the emblem of the Myriad. After all, it was a killer organization, and it simply could not lack an impressive insignia. He furrowed his brow in thought, and after considerable deliberation, he could not arrive at a suitable design, ultimately deciding to delegate this formidable task to Chen Yuanliang. At that moment, a guard approached the entrance of Qingxin Courtyard and announced, "Report to the family head. A lady named Lin Wanqing has come to pay her respects." Chen Daozhen raised an eyebrow. Had he not granted her 3 days? Her arrival was rather swift. Let her in. Outside the Chen residence, a graceful woman of exquisite beauty stood, drawing the attention of those nearby. Lin Wanqing gazed at the grand Chen estate, her heart brimming with trepidation, uncertain of what the future held for her. Shortly thereafter, the Chen family guard re-emerged. "This young lady, please follow me." Lin Wanqing nodded slightly, and then followed suit. As she stepped into the Chen family's domain, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped her. Lin Wanqing's beautiful eyes narrowed. Such a dense spiritual energy. It was nearly 15 times stronger than that of the Lin family. My heavens, is this truly the Chen family? In a place like this, advancing in cultivation would likely be as effortless as drinking water. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but swallow hard, her gaze filled with astonishment. Before long, the two arrived at the front of Qingxin Courtyard. The guard spoke, "Report to the master, Lin Wanqing has arrived." As Lin Wanqing looked ahead, a young man with an elegant demeanor and handsome features came into view. Upon seeing Chen Daozhen, Lin Wanqing's complexion flushed with a slight rosy hue, and she fought to suppress her inner shyness before stepping forward, saying, "Wanqing pays her respects to the master." The guard behind her displayed a look of astonishment. Such a beautiful woman was actually a maid of the master? However, he merely cast a glance before bowing and turning to leave. Chen Daozhen glanced at her, and then said, "You will reside in the side courtyard next to Qingxin Courtyard from now on. As for your duties, you shall perform the tasks expected of a maid. Now go and arrange your living quarters." Lin Wanqing immediately responded respectfully, "As you command." She felt a sigh of relief within. At least for now, Chen Daozhen seemed reasonable, not putting her in a difficult position or forcing her to do anything against her will. Nevertheless, Lin Wanqing was quite aware of her role as a servant. She would not refuse any reasonable requests. Lin Wanqing stood up and hurried to the side courtyard to calm her emotions. In Songling City, atop the highest floor of the Tianji Pavilion, the pavilion master furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the reports collected before him, detailing all individuals or factions related to Chen within the desolate domain. He spent the entire afternoon carefully reviewing each document. Ultimately, he pinpointed one faction that exhibited unusual activity: Menghe City, the Chen family. This was a family that merely half a month ago was a lowly faction within Menghe City, on the verge of collapse due to the fall of a core member. Yet, they had suddenly turned their fortunes around, not only annihilating 2 major nascent soul factions within Menghe City, but also eliminating a god transformation practitioner from 7-Star Valley. All evidence pointed to the head of the Chen family, Chen Daozhen. Chapter 63, Master-Servant Contract in the Chen family. Chen Daozhen was the only faction he deemed to have the highest probability of significance. This must be the Chen family at the top of the list. The Tianji Pavilion Master's expression grew grave as he contemplated how to proceed. A child of such fortune, with rapidly increasing strength, could potentially undergo a significant transformation in just a few months. If he wished to seize this fortune, the best course of action would be to eliminate him as swiftly as possible. The Chen family possessed the capability to slay god transformation practitioners. Yet this might not reflect their true strength. They could very well have combatants at the void return stage. The pavilion master understood these fortunate individuals all too well. One could never know how many hidden cards they had up their sleeves. Thus, It is imperative to elevate the displayed prowess of the opponent to ascertain their true combat capability. The master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion found himself in a quandary once more. His personal intervention would undoubtedly yield the most efficient results. As a cultivator at the late stage of the harmonization realm, subduing the Chen family would be well within his means. However, due to his recent investigations into the Chen family, he had inadvertently attracted the attention of other factions, making him wary of acting too hastily for fear of revealing his intentions. This piece of the pie must be consumed solely by him. Furrowing his brow, the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion felt a lingering concern. This unease did not stem from a fear of rival factions intervening, but rather from apprehension regarding the Chen family. According to the monitoring of fortunes, the Chen family had risen to the pinnacle. Although previously unheard of, they now undeniably stood as the foremost power. Who could ascertain whether they were a formidable hidden lineage? Based on his earlier speculation, the Chen family was poised to become the dominant force in the wilderness domain. Yet, upon further reflection, what if they had already achieved that status? Such a possibility could not be dismissed. After a moment of contemplation, the master retrieved a communication talisman. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in black with his features obscured appeared within the chamber. His aura was immensely powerful, far surpassing the realm of returning void, indicating he was a cultivator at the initial stage of harmonization. The master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion conceived a compromise to employ an individual unrelated to the pavilion to handle this matter. Should the Chen family prove to possess formidable strength, it would bear no consequence to them. Conversely, if the Chen family had yet to fully mature, as he had previously surmised, their potential to become the strongest could still be in the future. A cultivator at the initial stage of harmonization would certainly suffice to eradicate them. The master had originally anticipated the Chen family's capabilities to be limited to that of the returning void stage. Greetings, Pavilion Master. The man in black saluted respectfully. The master nodded and proceeded to relay information regarding the Chen family of Menghe City. Capture the direct descendants of the Chen family. Eliminate all collateral branches. Annihilate anyone associated with the Chen family. I will have the brothers Feng Hua and Feng Xiyuan assist you. Upon receiving the details, the man's brow furrowed at the mention of Menghe City. Was that not a remote and insignificant locale? Its strength was exceedingly weak. Why would a cultivator at the harmonization stage be necessary for such a task? Moreover, the brothers Feng Hua and Feng Xiyuan were merely cultivators at the returning void stage. What sort of adversary warranted their collective involvement? Although he was riddled with doubts, he refrained from questioning further, offering a respectful bow before departing. The master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion returned to his armchair, massaging his temples, his gaze clouded with gravity. If the Chen family could consume his fortune, the pavilion might ascend to become the supreme force in the wilderness domain, and he himself could potentially break through to the great ascension stage. The figure in black was a servant he had once subdued, bound by a master-servant contract, ensuring loyalty. Taking a deep breath, the master's eyes gleamed with madness and greed. The Chen family must be devoured. Menghe City. Within the Chen family, Chen Daozhen reclined on a vine-covered wooden bed, his eyes gently closed in a state of serene repose. Not long after, Lin Wanqing approached, carrying a wooden tray adorned with an assortment of fruits. She had donned a delicate lavender gown, markedly simpler than her previous attire. Observing Chen Daozhen in his meditative state, she cautiously approached and knelt beside him, softly inquiring, "Master, would you like to have some fruit?" Uncertain of the duties befitting a maid, she had merely emulated the tasks performed by the maids of the Lin family. Chen Daozhen opened his eyes and regarded Lin Wanqing for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. It must be said that having a beauty by one's side enhances one's spirits immensely. Life felt remarkably fulfilling. On this day, sheer joy enveloped him. Lin Wanqing plucked a grape, meticulously peeling it before gently offering it to Chen Daozhen's lips. As he savored the fruit, he inquired, "If I recall correctly, you possess a superior water attribute spiritual root, do you not?" Lin Wanqing immediately nodded in affirmation. "Yes, master." Chen Daozhen then replied, "There is no need for you to address me as master henceforth, as my maid. You may simply refer to me as House Lord. During your leisure in the evenings, feel free to visit the Scripture Pavilion and select a water attribute technique for your cultivation. As my maid, it would be unbecoming for you to remain weak. It would be a source of embarrassment." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, House Lord. Given the Chen family's formidable strength, surely the techniques in the Scripture Pavilion are exceptional." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Daozhen rose and said, "Extend your hand to me." Lin Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. So soon? On her very first day, something was about to transpire? Although confident in her allure, she felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. However, she did not hesitate. Being a maid, It was only natural for her master to desire some form of connection. She had long prepared herself for such eventualities upon entering the Chen family, and this was certainly preferable to any encounter with that old man from the Hahuan sect. With a flush of crimson gracing her cheeks, Lin Wanqing extended her fair hand. Chen Daozhen, without uttering a word, reached out as well, their fingers intertwining. The touch was exquisite. Her hands were remarkably soft, providing an unparalleled sense of comfort. As Lin Wanqing felt the warmth emanating from his palm, her cheeks deepened in color. Suffused with bashfulness, Chen Daozhen closed his eyes, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted, winding its way toward their clasped hands. Soon, a faint crimson mark appeared on the back of Lin Wanqing's hand. A shiver coursed through her as she felt as though a mark had been imprinted upon her consciousness. In that moment, she realized that she had perhaps overthought the situation. Chen Daozhen did not seek anything untoward. He merely wished to establish a master-servant contract. Lin Wanqing felt no aversion to this contract. Rather, she was filled with elation. Chen Daozhen's actions indicated that he truly intended to regard her as one of his own. To be in the company of such a powerful individual was, in her eyes, an immense fortune. Chen Daozhen released her hand and spoke in a calm tone. You should understand this, Mark. I do not care to explain it. From this day forth, you truly belong to the Chen family. His tone brooked no argument, leaving Lin Wanqing with no option but to comply. As his personal maid, she would inevitably encounter certain clandestine secrets, necessitating some restrictions to prevent her from betraying him. Chapter 64. Threats at Qingxin Courtyard. Chen Daozhen's expression was one of contentment. The spiritual energy in the air enveloped the entire Chen estate in a refreshing fragrance. With the presence of the thorn tree in Qingxin Courtyard, the atmosphere resembled that of a serene forest, instilling a sense of relaxation. As dusk approached, the world was bathed in a golden hue, a truly magnificent sight from above. Chen Daozhen reclined on the wooden bed, while Lin Wanqing tenderly massaged his shoulders. Though her technique was lacking, there was a certain comfort to it. Master, Chen Yuanliang seeks an audience, came a voice from outside the courtyard. Chen Daozhen slowly opened his eyes and walked toward the front courtyard, with Lin Wanqing dutifully following behind. Come in, he beckoned. Upon entering, Chen Yuanliang first glanced at Lin Wanqing. Seeing that the master was unperturbed, he respectfully bowed and reported, Master, I have investigated the emblem. The force behind the Lord of Baiyun City is the Tianji Pavilion of Kangwu City. Tianji Pavilion? Chen Daozhen furrowed his brow, having never heard of such a name. After all, Menghe City was merely a remote town, and given his limited exposure to the outside world, he knew little about these top-tier forces. He had not even heard of Kangwu City, let alone the Tianji Pavilion. Chen Yuanliang continued, I have conducted a brief inquiry into the Tianji Pavilion. It is an exceedingly powerful entity, ranking among the foremost in the entire wilderness region. Under its banner are several cultivators at the harmonization stage, and it is said that the master of Tianji Pavilion is a formidable being at the later stages of harmonization. This information was not difficult to uncover. It was common knowledge in the cities near the northern wilderness region. Chen Daozhen's brow furrowed further upon realizing the formidable strength of the Tianji Pavilion. Several cultivators at the harmonization stage. It seems Baiyun City cannot be disturbed for the time being. Suddenly, Chen Daozhen narrowed his eyes. What message could the Lord of Baiyun City be transmitting? Is it possible to uncover it? Chen Yuanliang immediately responded, the specially crafted communication talisman is too swift. One must at least be at the void return stage to intercept it. However, there is another way to ascertain the information. There are those in the myriad realms skilled in soul-searching techniques who can directly probe the Lord of Baiyun City's mind. Without hesitation, Chen Daozhen commanded, proceed at once. But be sure to do it cleanly. Do not allow him to send any messages. An ominous feeling lingered in Chen Daozhen's heart. He instinctively sensed that the message from the Lord of Baiyun City was linked to their Chen family. After all, how could a mere nascent soul cultivator engage with a force like the Tianji Pavilion? Clearly, there were undisclosed matters at play. After issuing his orders, Chen Daozhen cast aside the paper detailing the previous plans for the myriad realms. Here lies the future development plan for the Wanxiang, which shall be adhered to henceforth. Should you possess any insightful suggestions, do not hesitate to share your thoughts with me. Chen Yuanliang, upon receiving the document, respectfully bowed and replied, yes. You may leave. Chen Daozhen gestured with a wave of his hand. Instantly, Chen Yuanliang vanished from sight. Chen Daozhen harbored a resolute attitude towards the Lord of Baiyun City, believing it better to err on the side of caution than to overlook potential threats to the Chen family. If there were no dangers, then all would indeed rejoice. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing, standing behind Chen Daozhen, was taken aback. The aura emitted by Chen Yuanliang moments ago clearly indicated he was a master at the transformation stage. After all, her father was also a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, and she was intimately familiar with its fluctuations. The strength of the Chen family was truly formidable. Shortly after Chen Yuanliang departed, Chen Daozhen sensed something amiss and promptly seated himself on the ground, closing his eyes. Moments later, an incredibly powerful aura erupted from within him. He had achieved the completion of the nascent soul stage. As the strength of the Chen family continued to grow, coupled with numerous summoned individuals, it took Chen Daozhen only a few days to break through once more. Within a maximum of 5 days, he would ascend to the transformation stage. The Chen family was expanding rapidly, with nearly all of Dream River City now under their control. The boundaries of the Chen family were continuously widening. Once a mere small clan, they were now significantly transformed. It would be utterly shameful to remain confined to their previous narrow street. Thus, Chen Yun dismissed those around them, offering compensation, and proceeded to modify the layout of the Chen family estate, including the streets outside. The overall size of the Chen residence was increased by approximately twofold, still radiating from the central Qingxin courtyard. Anticipating the influx of new members to the Chen family, Chen Yun made preparations in advance. The street in front of the Chen family was expanded to more than double its previous width, appearing exceedingly spacious. They also refurbished the main entrance, enhancing its grandeur. As cultivators, the speed of construction was remarkably swift, and with the Chen family's ample supply of spirit stones, all modifications were completed in less than a day. Before long, Chen Yuanliang reappeared outside Qingxin courtyard. Master, the investigation has yielded results. Chen Daozhen immediately inquired, what is the situation? Upon entering, Chen Yuanliang reported, the message from the Lord of Baiyun City pertains to our Chen family. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion is currently searching for a force or individual associated with Chen, and that Lord has relayed our family's matters to them. The Lord of Baiyun City is merely at the nascent soul stage. It would be a trivial task for someone at the transformation stage to probe his mind. Chen Daozhen's eyes narrowed. Indeed, it was connected to the Chen family. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion. He pondered, as such a force typically engaged in divining secrets. It remained uncertain whether they were friend or foe, or what their intentions toward the Chen family might be. Chen Daozhen's brow furrowed tightly. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion was at the late stage of harmonization. This is not an adversary that the Chen family can currently contend with. If the purpose of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion in seeking out the Chen family is to annihilate them, then the Chen family will undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Sangshu, Chen Daozhen called out. Instantly, a figure appeared within the Qingxin courtyard. I pay my respects to the family head. Chen Daozhen inquired, how is the formation arranged? Sangshu promptly responded, the formation consists of 2 layers, one for defense, capable of withstanding the initial stage of harmonization for no more than an hour, and another for offense, which can eliminate any practitioner below the perfected stage of void return. Even those at the initial stage of harmonization have a certain probability of being killed. Hearing this, Chen Daozhen nodded. The fact that the Heavenly Machine Pavilion was targeting the Chen family left him feeling rather insecure. Although he acted boldly, he was not reckless. At heart, Chen Daozhen was quite cautious. Bold yet meticulous. Chen Daozhen asked, Chen Yuanliang, what about the city lord of Baiyun? Chen Yuanliang immediately replied, he has been imprisoned. Chen Daozhen then said, though we do not know whether the Heavenly Machine Pavilion is friend or foe, we must prepare early. Use the communication talisman from the city lord to send some false information to them. Remember, the situation must closely resemble ours. Give ourselves a few days. We may well be able to summon practitioners at the late stage of harmonization, and by then, we need not fear the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Chapter 65, The Enemy? Listening to the series of commands issued by Chen Daozhen, Lin Wanqing was utterly taken aback. The astonishment in her eyes was palpable. Who was that person earlier? Could they be a formation master? To be able to eliminate those below the perfected stage of void return, and even have a chance to kill practitioners at the harmonization stage. Lin Wanqing realized her understanding of the Chen family was still too superficial. The Chen family was far more terrifying than she had ever imagined. At this moment, Lin Wanqing's heart was completely won over. Although her time with Chen Daozhen had been brief, she could discern that this family head possessed a commendable character and treated his own people exceptionally well. Who could dislike such a powerful, yet gentle family head? Lin Wanqing felt an immense joy. Not only had she escaped from the Joyous Union sect, but she was also following such a formidable individual. This was almost a miraculous opportunity. Perhaps their Lin family could ascend to greater heights by relying on the Chen family. After receiving the order, Chen Yuanliang respectfully replied, understood. With that, he departed to utilize the city lord of Baiyun's communication talisman to send messages to the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, thereby obscuring their vision. The next day, in the early morning, Chen Daozhen sat cross-legged in the rear courtyard. Lin Wanqing had left the previous night to select techniques from the scripture pavilion and then retreated to a remote area for cultivation. Congratulations on successfully drawing a card for summoning a practitioner at the initial stage of harmonization. Congratulations on successfully drawing a mid-tier Earth-grade spirit gathering array. Congratulations on successfully drawing another card for summoning a practitioner at the initial stage of harmonization. Chen Daozhen narrowed his eyes at the two initial stage harmonization cards. In the past, he would have felt elated, but now, with the heavenly machine pavilion lurking ominously, he felt a profound sense of insecurity without a practitioner at the late stage of harmonization. Summon. In an instant, the space rippled, and two figures materialized before him. One of them was a hulking man, exuding a menacing aura from his fierce gaze. His imposing stature reminiscent of an iron tower, unmistakably a practitioner of physical cultivation. The other person appeared cold and distant, cloaked entirely in black robes. Despite standing directly in front of Chen Daozhen, he emanated an aura of near invisibility. Both figures knelt before Chen Daozhen. The stout man respectfully addressed him. Yigo pays homage to the master of the house. The man in black followed suit, stating, He Lin pays homage to the master of the house. Chen Daozhen nodded and inquired, what cultivation techniques do you both practice? Yigo was the first to respond. I practice a body refinement technique known as the Radiant Sun Body Refinement Art. He Lin's raspy voice then chimed in. I primarily specialize in assassination, focusing on blood blades and the shadow step technique. Additionally, I am a 6th-tier advanced artifact craftsman. Though my expertise lies solely in crafting concealed weapons, I am not adept in other areas. Assassination. Chen Daozhen raised an eyebrow, recognizing the formidable nature of such a skill. This was the first time he had summoned an individual with assassination attributes after numerous draws. Moreover, he was a 6th-tier advanced alchemist. In contrast, Yi Ji's capabilities seemed rather simplistic, merely a straightforward physical cultivator. Nevertheless, given that he was also a harmonization stage practitioner, Chen Daozhen did not underestimate him. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing entered the room, carrying a platter of fruit and wearing a smile. As Chen Daozhen's personal bodyguard, she was not required to announce her presence upon entering the Qingxin courtyard, as she frequently came and went. It would be rather tiresome to report each time. Thus, Chen Daozhen granted her this special privilege. Noticing that Chen Daozhen appeared to be in discussion, Lin Wanqing immediately bowed and said, pays homage to the master of the house. Chen Daozhen, unfazed, replied, come closer. Having established a master-servant contract with her, which imposed significant constraints that rendered betrayal nearly impossible, he felt reassured. Lin Wanqing bowed again and gracefully approached him from behind, gently peeling fruit for him. Chen Daozhen withdrew his gaze and slowly spoke. Hey Lin, if tasked with assassinating a practitioner at the late harmonization stage, do you possess any confidence? With a loud thud, the fruit Lin Wanqing had been holding fell once more onto the platter. Her eyes widened in shock. What? Did I hear incorrectly? Assassinate a late harmonization practitioner? Could this person before me truly be a harmonization stage cultivator? Her breath quickened, yet she hurriedly picked up the fallen fruit again. In her eyes, the Chen family seemed to grow increasingly enigmatic. Upon entering the Chen family, she had initially believed it to be merely a clan with one returning to the void stage. But now she sensed that there were likely many at that stage, and perhaps even some at the harmonization stage. Is this the Chen family? How formidable! He Lin pondered for a moment before responding. Master, there is a certain probability of success. However, it largely depends on the cultivation techniques of the opponent. If they are as formidable as Yigo, a fellow harmonization stage practitioner, the difficulty of a successful assassination would be considerably high. Yet, if the opponent is not a physical cultivator, there is a reasonable chance against those below the complete harmonization stage. Chen Daozhen furrowed his brow, for he understood the reasoning behind it. Assassins, after all, are merely fleeting waves, while body cultivators, upon reaching the void return stage, possess extraordinary recuperative abilities, making it exceedingly difficult to vanquish opponents of the same realm. Furthermore, this pertained to a body cultivator at the harmonization stage. One could surmise that even a severed limb would swiftly regenerate. Indeed, assassins are notoriously challenging to eliminate. However, the individual from the Tianji pavilion at the late harmonization stage was likely not a body cultivator, was he? Chen Daozhen cast a glance at the Chen family's fortune value, which had now risen to 8504. Under normal circumstances, the next lottery draw would likely yield a cultivator of the mid-harmonization stage. Yet, such draws do not guarantee that one will summon a character. They may sometimes result in other items. Chen Daozhen's brow tightened slightly. The Tianji pavilion represented a formidable force that posed a threat since his arrival in this world. The primary issue was his inability to discern their true intentions. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The disquiet it caused was akin to having an enemy, even if they were not explicitly so. Chen Daozhen let out a cold snort inwardly. Suddenly, Chen Qing's voice resonated in his ear. Family head, a cultivator at the early harmonization stage has entered Menghe City, accompanied by two at the void return stage. Simultaneously, Hylan whispered, "It seems another early harmonization cultivator has entered Minghe City, alongside two at the void return stage, one at the late stage and the other at the mid stage." Chen Daozhen's brow knitted in concern. Were they from the Tianji Pavilion? Yi Ji's brow slightly furrowed as his deep voice echoed, "Family head. These three do not seem to be overly concealing their presence. My spiritual sense is considerably weaker than Hylan's, yet I can sense them as well. Just early harmonization cultivators?" A cold glint crossed Chen Daozhen's countenance. If that were the case, he was indeed curious to ascertain the purpose of these three individuals. It was evident that they were affiliated with the Tianji Pavilion. Shortly after the news from the Lord of Baiyun City regarding the Tianji Pavilion and the Chen family, three powerful figures appeared in Minghe City. There had to be a connection. Chapter 66. The Quirks of Fang's Minghe City. Three figures slowly made their way into the town. The foremost individual donned a black robe, his mouth bound with black cloth, and his gaze emanated a chilling brilliance. Behind him stood two others, one stout and the other slender. The slender man sported two tufts of goat-like whiskers and frequently cast furtive glances at the young maidens on the streets. In contrast, the stout figure exuded an air of calmness and indifference. Typically, overweight individuals are perceived as jovial, yet this one was a stark exception. Elderly Tua. "What exactly did the pavilion master summon us for?" The black-robed man inquired slowly. The corpulent Feng Hua frowned and reiterated, "Could it be that a powerful family has taken refuge here?" He was perplexed as to why the pavilion master had dispatched the three of them to this remote locale. Minghe City was indeed quite secluded. Even a god transformation cultivator could easily dominate this place. Yet their current assembly comprised two at the void return stage and one at the harmonization stage. Fang Xiyuan's lecherous gaze roamed about, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "What does it matter? Now that we are here, we might as well indulge ourselves before departing. Though it may be remote, there are still plenty of charming young maidens. He is fond of beauty, yet he is unlike others. Fang Xuan does not fancy young married women or innocent maidens. His heart is solely captivated by those tender young girls in their blossoming youth." As he reminisces about the anguished figures beneath him, an expression of unbridled joy graces his face. "Let us expedite this matter. I can hardly contain myself any longer." Dream River City is merely a small town, devoid of any substantial influence, which emboldens Fang Xuan further in his pursuits. Feng Hua furrows his brow and turns, his tone laced with admonition. "Second, your peculiar tastes are none of my concern, but the tasks assigned by the master must be executed with utmost seriousness. Do not confuse the priorities." Fang Xuan, with an air of nonchalance, replies, "I have just scouted Dream River City. It houses only a few at the transformation stage. Consider this. How formidable can those who dwell in such a place truly be? It is likely that some faction has incurred the master's displeasure, prompting our mission to eliminate them. Within Dream River City, only Duan Xiaohua and Sangshu exceed the void return stage, yet both have concealed their cultivation. Given the distance, it is no surprise that even they, at the void return stage, remain oblivious, while Li Tuo, at the initial stage of harmony, is utterly unaware." Feng Hua, hearing this, refrains from further discussion, for the truth is evident. He does not believe that Dream River City harbors any formidable warriors. Li Tuo speaks with gravity. "Since this is the master's directive, let us execute it with elegance and resolve the matter. You may pursue your whims afterward." While Fang Xuan and Feng Hua may not fully grasp the master's nature, Li Tuo is acutely aware. He is exceedingly cautious. In any endeavor, he meticulously considers the myriad possibilities that may arise, subsequently selecting the most optimal solution. Their assignment to deal with the Chen family suggests the master seeks a prudent resolution. Hence their trio is dispatched. This approach carries both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lies in the likelihood of a smooth resolution, minimizing unexpected upheavals. However, the downside is the inherent complications, akin to a battle of wits with the very air around them. Having served the master for many years, Li Tuo has encountered such scenarios repeatedly and is well accustomed to them. He takes a moment before continuing. Yet, there is no rush. The master's caution is for good reason. Let us proceed with care. We shall observe Dream River City for 2 days, confirming there are no issues before we take action." Upon hearing this, Fang Xuan's brow immediately knits in frustration. This is rather cumbersome, he thinks, as his gaze is drawn to a young girl with braids, clutching a skewer of candied fruit. The little girl, holding her mother's hand, beams a charming and innocent smile, her eyes pure and untainted. One can easily surmise that she will grow into a breathtaking beauty. A fervent desire ignites in Fang Xuan's gaze, compelling him to lick his lips in anticipation. "Li Tuo, since we are not in haste, might I attend to a few matters first?" Li Tuo's brow furrows in response, fully aware of Fang Xuan's intentions. After a moment's contemplation, he nods. "Go ahead." According to intelligence, Dream River City currently belongs to the Chen family. Thus, it would be prudent for Fang Xuan to test the waters and observe whether the Chen family exhibits any vigorous reactions. Even the slightest movement could reveal the secrets of the Chen family. The fact that the leader held such significance for him made it hard to believe that he was as ordinary as he appeared. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to indulge in their games. In Li Tuo's eyes, the Chen family was already in his grasp, as the disparity in strength was overwhelmingly vast. Fang Xuan's face suddenly lit up with fervor as he strode directly toward the young girl, his gaze imbued with a sinister charm. His intentions were not merely to toy with the innocent. He relished in their screams and thrived on witnessing their despair. "Little sister," Fang Xuan said, brandishing a string of candies, his expression radiating warmth. Yet, despite his facade, the girl was taken aback, her eyes wide with panic. "Mother," she called out, swiftly dashing to her mother's side, putting more distance between herself and Fang Xuan. The middle-aged woman, upon seeing him, furrowed her brow in concern. She chose silence, grabbing the little girl and preparing to leave. With her cultivation at merely the 7th level of Qi training, her abilities were quite ordinary. If the adversary were powerful, it would only be they who would suffer from any conflict. Fang Xuan's eyes narrowed, and a formidable aura emanated from him, instantly immobilizing the two. The woman's expression morphed into one of terror as she swallowed hard, her voice trembling. "Is there something you require, sir?" Having weathered many storms, she recognized the type Fang Xuan represented, a predatory figure, and her worry began to mount. Fang Xuan's gaze remained fixated on the young girl as he leered. How delightful. The intensity of his stare sent shivers down the girl's spine, and her eyes brimmed with tears. The middle-aged woman, realizing Fang Xuan's intentions, became increasingly frantic. "Sir, she is still so young and naive." "Silence!" Fang Xuan roared, swiftly delivering a slap that sent the woman into unconsciousness. A cultivator at the Qi training stage stood no chance against a strike from someone at the void returning stage. Had Fang Xuan chosen to exert his full strength, she would have perished on the spot. At that moment, onlookers began to take notice of the unfolding situation. Yet, the intensity of Fang Xuan's released aura deterred anyone from intervening, leaving them to watch from a distance. Many were filled with indignation at Fang Xuan's actions. Although this world operated under the law of the jungle, most individuals preferred to maintain civility. Unless provoked, they would not resort to violence. Fang Xuan's brazen bullying of women and children on the streets was something that many could not tolerate. Chapter 67, A Strike. Fang Xuan's gaze was saturated with depravity as he continued to smirk, so tender. As he spoke, he extended his hand, gently caressing the young girl's cheek, feeling her soft skin beneath his fingers. His eyes glowed with fervent anticipation. The girl, already terrified, appeared pale and shaken, her eyes filled with dread. Yet she found herself trapped by Fang Xuan's oppressive aura, utterly unable to move. "Mother," she uttered in a muffled voice, tears streaming from her eyes. Fang Xuan gently caressed her cheek, his gaze imbued with a wicked charm as he looked downward, extending his hand to unfasten her garments. The young girl was filled with terror, pleading, "No, please, don't." Fang Xuan swiftly removed the first layer of her clothing, given her thin attire. A subsequent removal unveiled her undergarments. The girl's eyes were wide with dread. At 14, she was not merely a child, and to be exposed in such a manner before a crowd would render her life unlivable. Many onlookers in the distance turned away, unable to bear the sight. Who is this man, so despicable as to prey upon such a young girl? Does anyone recognize him? His aura was formidable, clearly indicative of someone at the transformation stage, yet not of the Chen family, suggesting he was not a local cultivator of Dream River City. Alas, how pitiable this young girl is. How can such repugnant individuals exist in this world? Whispers of indignation rippled through the crowd, many faces contorted with outrage, yearning to intervene, yet lacking the courage and strength to do so. To act heroically requires power. "Stop!" At that moment, a voice filled with despair erupted. The previously unconscious middle-aged woman, now infused with fury, shouted at Fang Xuan, "She is just a child, you beast." Fang Xuan's eyes instantly turned cold, and he turned to face the woman, a chilling murderous intent emanating from him. "What did you say?" The woman, sensing his ferocity, was overtaken by fear. She glanced at the girl and forced a smile, pleading, "If you wish to vent your anger, I can accommodate you. Please spare my daughter." Fang Xuan remained silent, his expression darkening. In truth, he had no intention of stripping the girl here. He merely sought to relish the sight of her panic and despair. Such a delightful plaything must be enjoyed in private. How could he allow everyone to witness it? With a sinister grin, Fang Xuan declared, "I have changed my mind. I intend for you to watch your daughter as I toy with her until her very demise." His eyes glinted with madness. Ah, the thought alone is exhilarating. Fang Xiyuan's demeanor was grotesquely unsettling, sending shivers down spines. The onlookers clenched their fists, instinctively distancing themselves. They could not bear to witness the horror, yet feared his potential wrath. Fang Xiyuan exuded an aura indistinguishable from that of a demon. How wicked! The woman's eyes were filled with terror. Please, sir, forgive us. Spare my daughter. I shall do whatever you ask. Seeing her despairing visage, Fang Xiyuan laughed heartily. Spare you? That is impossible. How could I part with such exquisite toys? Toys. The woman's eyes were filled with utter hopelessness. In his gaze, were we merely playthings? It is said that there exist certain fiends who derive pleasure from the torment and slaughter of innocents, and the individuals before us bear no distinction from those malevolent beings. Here stand the wife and daughter of Zhang Hao. Among the distant onlookers, someone suddenly lowered their voice, remarking that Zhang Hao is but a servant of the Chen family. One must hasten to inform them. Perhaps there remains a chance for salvation. Come, brother, I shall accompany you. The Chen family possesses cultivators at the transformation stage. Should they choose to intervene, this predicament shall surely be resolved. A group of individuals promptly banded together, stealthily departing towards the Chen residence. Li Tuo and Fang Hua concealed themselves in the shadows, quietly observing the surrounding throng, their interest piqued by the news of the message being sent to the Chen family. A smile crept across Li Tuo's lips. The bait had been cast, and now it remained to be seen whether the fish would take the hook. Fang Hua stood behind him, casting a scrutinizing glance at Li Tuo, his expression rife with incredulity. Was such complexity truly necessary? After spending considerable time with the sect leader, Elder Li Tuo had transformed entirely into his likeness, treating even the most trivial matters with excessive caution. In Fang Hua's view, the Chen family ought to be eradicated outright. There was no need for observation or probing. Such measures were far too laborious. He could not help but shake his head in resignation, turning his gaze towards Fang Xiyuan. He shook his head once more, his eyes filled with disappointment. His discontent was not with Fang Xiyuan's desire to toy with the two lives, for their demise was inconsequential. Rather, it was Fang Xiyuan's peculiar inclinations that left him exasperated. It seemed likely that death would eventually come at the hands of a woman. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to Fang Hua. Fortunately, they were affiliated with the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, and their own strength was not to be underestimated. As long as they remained within the wilderness domain, significant troubles were unlikely to ensue. Thus, Fang Yuan chose to remain indifferent. In the distance, Fang Xiyuan raised his hand, summoning the middle-aged woman to his side. He then unleashed a kick, causing the woman to spew blood, her face contorted in agony. Witnessing this, the young girl burst into tears, crying out, "Mother, you wicked person, do not harm my mother." Fang Xiyuan inhaled deeply, his countenance cold as he retorted, "Silence." With that, he raised his hand, aiming to strike the girl's face. Yet, before contact could be made, his wrist was seized by a powerful grip, rendering him immobile. Fang Xiyuan attempted to shift, but the hand, like a vice, held him fast. "You are truly quite deranged," Yi Gu remarked with a chilling tone. He then turned to glance at Li Tuo in the distance, a smile breaking through his otherwise icy demeanor. "Greetings." Simultaneously, Li Tuo was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding events. What was happening? Who was this person, and why did he smile at him? Just as such thoughts flickered through his mind, a bone-chilling intent to kill enveloped him. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end, and instinctively, he sought to flee, only to find himself ensnared. In an instant, a rift opened in the void, a flash of blood-red light piercing through. Silence reigned supreme. A crimson mark appeared on Li Tuo's neck, his eyes reflecting a profound disbelief. In the desolate realm, the presence of assassin factions was unheard of, particularly those as skilled as the practitioners from the Black Forest. Thus, Li Tuo remained entirely unprepared and fell victim to a lethal strike. His head tumbled to the ground with a thud. Beside him, Fang Hua's gaze was filled with terror. Just as he intended to act, he realized he was ensnared by a chilling aura of murderous intent. Under this oppressive force, Fang Hua felt as though he stood amidst a mountain of corpses, engulfed by a sea of blood. A sense of despair blossomed within him. Chapter 68. Despair. The sudden turn of events caught everyone completely off guard. Li Tuo had perished on the spot. Fang Hua found a blade pressed against his throat, rendering him immobile. At that moment, Fang Xiyuan's face mirrored his own horror. He too sensed the unfolding calamity behind him and comprehended that Li Tuo was no more. Yi Ji's voice abruptly cut through the tension. "Is this amusing?" Fang Xiyuan turned to face the burly figure before him, stammering, "You are at the harmonization stage." With that utterance, Fang Xiyuan's arm was brutally wrenched from his body, unleashing a piercing scream that echoed through the air. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from Yi Gu, causing the young woman beside him to instantly lose consciousness. Though Yi Gu bore a rugged exterior, His thoughts were surprisingly meticulous. The middle-aged woman, upon witnessing this, hurriedly dragged her wounded form towards the young girl, cradling her in her arms. It's all right, mother is here, do not fear. After completing this act, Yi Ji's cold gaze returned to Fang Siyuan, his voice a haunting echo. Is this amusing? With that, he lifted his foot and crushed Fang Siyuan's thigh, resulting in a sickening snap. Fang Siyuan's eyes nearly bled with anguish. His visage contorted in agony as pains surged through him, threatening to unravel his very being. Observing this scene, those around him felt a chilling wave wash over them, their eyes brimming with dread. Well done. A voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Many joined in the chant, kill him, kill him. Clearly, Fang Siyuan's actions had incited public outrage. Fang Siyuan, paralyzed by fear, gazed at Yi Ge, pleading pitifully, spare me. I vow never to offend again. Yi Ge ignored his pleas, lifting his foot to shatter Fang Siyuan's other leg. You seem to enjoy the game. Let me ensure you have ample opportunity to play. Fang Siyuan writhed in agony on the ground. Though the loss of limbs was not fatal for a practitioner at the void return stage, the pain was undeniably real. Fang Siyuan's heart-wrenching screams filled the air, sending chills down the spines of those who listened. Who is this man? Does anyone recognize him? No, who is he? With the power to torment a god transformation practitioner, so? Could he be from the Chen family? Yet, I have never encountered him before. Whispers of speculation filled the air. Curiosity about Yi Ji's identity mounting alongside confusion over the increasing number of formidable forces in Dream River City. Although Fang Siyuan is ostensibly at the void return stage, he has never fully revealed his true strength, leading everyone to believe he is merely a practitioner at the transformation stage. On the bustling street, Yi Ge mockingly remarked, "You certainly act the part. Does it hurt that much?" Essentially, after reaching the void return stage, the destruction of one's physical body poses little threat to a practitioner. As long as the heart and head remain intact, one generally does not suffer fatal injuries. Therefore, Yi Ge was utterly unconvinced that Fang Siyuan could be in such agony. He surmised that Fang Siyuan was merely attempting to lower his guard through this display. Fang Siyuan continued to wail in pain, his face contorted in anguish. Yi Ge let out a cold sneer and raised his fist to strike Fang Siyuan's head. In an instant, Fang Siyuan's expression shifted, his aura suddenly condensed, and he began to flee into the distance. Yet, after only a couple of strides, he found his neck ensnared by a pair of hands. Yi Ji's voice rang out once more, "Where do you think you're going?" With that, he exerted a slight pressure, and Fang Siyuan's neck snapped, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. "Second brother," cried Fang Hua, his voice hoarse with desperation upon witnessing the scene. Fang Siyuan was his younger brother, and despite his numerous shortcomings, he remained his flesh and blood. Fang Hua's aura erupted, his fury reaching a boiling point. This was the void return stage. A gasp of disbelief rippled through the crowd as one individual exclaimed, their eyes wide with incredulity. This person was, in fact, at the void return stage. Fang Hua's aura was astonishingly potent, far exceeding what one would expect from a mere practitioner at the transformation stage. Yet if he were at the transformation stage, what level of cultivation did the person beside him, wielding a knife against him, possess? To suppress a practitioner at the void return stage, could they possibly be at the harmonization stage? The thought sent shivers down the spines of those present. The harmonization stage, such a top-tier powerhouse. What could they possibly be doing in Dream River City? After Fang Hua's furious roar, his aura abruptly shifted, just as he intended to act. An even more violent presence erupted from beside him. Fang Hua collapsed to the ground, utterly powerless beneath the weight of this overwhelming pressure. "Come on, kill me," he bellowed in rage. Chen Qing's eyes were as cold as ice. He swung his blade, severing Fang Hua's dantian. In an instant, Fang Hua's aura surged forth uncontrollably, plummeting from the void return stage to the transformation stage, and finally descending to the nascent soul stage before it ceased. Upon reaching the void return stage, one's body is imbued with power. Even if the dantian is destroyed, the residual cultivation can still sustain one at the nascent soul stage. As Fang Hua felt his cultivation dwindle, the fury on his face was instantly replaced by terror. 3 harmonization stage practitioners. The Chen family actually harbored 3 harmonization stage cultivators. The person who had slain Li Tuo was still unseen. He had only sensed a faint aura at the moment of Li Tuo's demise. How powerful must one be to render Li Tuo completely oblivious until the moment of his death? They must at least be at the late harmonization stage. How infuriating. How could Dream River City possibly harbor harmonization stage practitioners, let alone 3? Moreover, it seemed as though they were targeting them specifically, attacking without hesitation. Did they know we are from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, and that the pavilion is pursuing them? This seems to be the only plausible explanation. However, if that is the case, Why did the pavilion master only send 3 individuals? Surely, a trio of harmonization stage cultivators would necessitate the presence of the master himself. Feng Hua was perplexed. Could it be that the master was unaware of the Chen family's true strength? He slumped to the ground, his expression shrouded in despair. Regardless, today marked his downfall. Even if he managed to escape by chance, how could a mere nascent soul cultivator survive? Over the years, he had amassed countless enemies. And should anyone learn of his diminished cultivation, they would likely pursue him across great distances. As these thoughts engulfed him, despair filled his gaze. It was over. Everything was over. At that moment, the chatter and clamor of the street abruptly ceased. For a young man emerged slowly from the shadows, a figure of legend in Menghe City, Chen Daozhen, the head of the Chen family. Yi Gu and Qin Qing immediately greeted him with utmost respect. We pay our respects to the master. Dark Forest also stepped forth from the void. Bowing reverently, we pay our respects to the master. The sight left everyone gasping in astonishment. They were all members of the Chen family. Based on prior observations, it was evident that these 3 individuals were at least void return stage cultivators. And these 3 formidable beings had all pledged their allegiance to the Chen family. Chapter 69. The reversal of the spirit pool springhead, could it be? All 3 were from the Chen family. The Chen family's strength was astonishingly formidable. I had thought they possessed only spirit transformation cultivators, yet they also had void return cultivators. Moreover, these 3 might not merely be void return. They could very well be harmonization stage powerhouses. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with shock. The Chen family was incredibly powerful. A single spirit transformation cultivator could dominate Menghe City, yet they had void return and even harmonization stage cultivators. Such a force, why would they confine themselves to Menghe City? With such might, they would not be considered weak even in the vast wilderness domain. Should they possess harmonization stage experts, they would undoubtedly rank among the elites in that domain. Chen Daozhen nodded slightly, and Dark Forest vanished from sight once more. Chen Daozhen cast a glance at Feng Hua and slowly approached, scrutinizing the corpulent figure before him. He inquired, "You are from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion?" Feng Hua did not respond. Instead, he raised his gaze momentarily before lowering it once more, his eyes brimming with hopelessness. It was apparent that he believed his demise was imminent. Chen Daozhen remarked calmly, "It seems you are indeed from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion." Upon finishing, he shot a glance at Qin Qing. Without hesitation, Qin Qing drew his sword and severed Feng Hua's head in one swift motion, leaving one alive. Chen Daozhen sought to ascertain whether they were indeed from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. However, it appeared he had not erred in his judgment. Yet, given Feng Hua's previous actions, even if he were not a member of the pavilion, his death would serve as justice in the world. Although Chen Daozhen does not consider himself a virtuous man, he certainly does not identify as wicked either. He is incapable of committing such acts. At that moment, several figures approached from the distance. Zhang Hao moved with great haste, his eyes betraying a palpable sense of panic. Upon entering the scene, he rushed to the middle-aged woman and the young girl, his tone brimming with concern as he inquired, "Xiaoyan, Meng Er, are you both unharmed?" Upon seeing Zhang Hao's arrival, the middle-aged woman's feelings of grievance were instantly alleviated, and she collapsed into his embrace, weeping softly. In the face of adversity, she had refrained from tears and displayed remarkable courage, yet in Zhang Hao's presence, she reverted to being a fragile wife. After confirming that they were safe, Zhang Hao gently patted Sun Xiaoyan's shoulder, reassuring her, "It is well, it is well." He then released his wife and turned to Chen Daozhen, kneeling before him with an expression of deep reverence and gratitude. "Esteemed master, I am profoundly grateful. Had it not been for your timely rescue, my wife and daughter would have faced grave peril." Upon hearing this, a gentle smile graced Chen Daozhen's face. Despite his usual demeanor of cold indifference towards outsiders, he was always warm to his own. "Zhang Hao, if I recall correctly, you have served the Chen family for over 20 years. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to report them to the family." Zhang Hao's face lit up with excitement. He had not anticipated that the master would remember him, and so vividly at that. Recalling the duration of his service to the Chen family, bowing deeply once more, he expressed, "Thank you, master." He then turned to Sun Xiaoyan, urging her, "You should promptly express your gratitude to the master as well." Quickly wiping away her tears, Sun Xiaoyan knelt respectfully, saying, "I, Sun Xiaoyan, am deeply grateful to the master for your rescue." Chen Daozhen nodded with a smile before vanishing from sight. He reappeared at the heart of Menghe City, gazing into the distance with a gaze filled with lethal intent. Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. After the recent battle, Chen Daozhen felt a slight sense of relief, realizing he had underestimated the capabilities of Hylan and his companions. Clearly, the summoned individuals were not mere mortals. They belonged to a realm of invincibility within the same domain. If the 3 of them were to unite, they would not fear even a late-stage harmonization expert. Moreover, Hyland's methods of assassination were exceedingly sinister, befitting an expert in stealth. Despite being at the initial stage of harmonization, Hyland had demonstrated the ability to eliminate foes with a single strike. Such lethal prowess could potentially threaten even those at the late stage of harmonization. With a surge of newfound confidence, Chen Daozhen felt considerably more at ease. A formation disc materialized in his hand, which he promptly cast into the air. Instantly, the disc transformed and vanished into the ether, enveloping the entirety of Menghe City in a protective array. This was a mid-level Earth-tier gathering spirit formation, capable of concentrating spiritual energy within a radius of 100 miles while simultaneously preventing any leakage of that energy. Given that Menghe City was destined to become the future royal city, it could not be overly simplistic. Having completed these preparations, Chen Daozhen's figure returned to the tranquil courtyard. At that moment, Lin Wanqing was tidying up the yard. Upon seeing Chen Daozhen's appearance, she quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, master." Chen Daozhen nodded slightly, and then made his way towards the backyard. Lin Wanqing hurriedly followed him. After Chen Daozhen reclined, she extended her hand to massage him. "Master, have all matters been resolved?" Chen Daozhen replied, partially. After speaking, he turned his head and noticed Lin Wanqing gazing at him with admiration. "What's wrong?" Lin Wanqing's fair cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly replied, "It's nothing. I just think the master is very impressive." Hearing this, Chen Daozhen smiled and turned his head again, closing his eyes. It's only natural for anyone to feel at ease when admired, especially by a beauty like Lin Wanqing. One must admit, having such a stunning companion nearby certainly lifts one's spirits. Chen Daozhen extended his consciousness and found Chen Yun within the Chen family. Directly transmitting his voice, "Elder Chen Yun, I need you to go to Wuyue City and Baiyin City. Bring Xia Heshu and Go Lixin along. The goal is simple, to make all forces at the core formation stage and above in these two cities submit. Those who resist shall die." Chen Yun, who was in the midst of cultivation, immediately opened his eyes and replied, "Understood." Soon, several figures departed from the Chen family, heading toward Wuyue City. Meanwhile, Chen Daozhen remained in Qingxin courtyard, comfortably enjoying Lin Wanqing's massage. In truth, he preferred to stay out of the limelight, rather than basking in public adoration. He relished working behind the scenes. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Lin Wanqing had not returned the previous night. Instead, she remained by Chen Daozhen's side, serving him diligently, fetching tea whenever he needed water, and offering massages at his request. Her service was infinitely more competent than that of a mere maid. Chen Daozhen slowly opened his eyes and accessed the system panel. Lottery successful. Congratulations on obtaining 90 spiritual pool springs. Lottery successful. Congratulations on obtaining 20 teleportation portals. Lottery successful. Congratulations on obtaining 90 spiritual pool springs. Listening to the lottery notifications, Chen Daozhen shook his head. He had not drawn a character summoning card. Speaking of which, the number of spiritual pool springs seemed to be increasing. Each spiritual pool spring generates 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones daily, with 180 springs. That amounts to a staggering daily output of over 5 million stones. Hiss! Chen Daozhen couldn't help but gasp. If all of this were placed within Menghe City, wouldn't it transform dramatically in a short time? Chapter 70. He is an expert in this area from this day forth. Menghe City was renamed Xiantian City. Within the city, flying above 100 meters was strictly prohibited. Violators would be dealt with harshly. A proclamation resonated from the city lord's mansion, reverberating throughout not only Menghe City, but Xiantian City as well. Countless inhabitants of Xiantian City furrowed their brows, their expressions displaying displeasure. The name Menghe City has been used since its inception. Why the sudden change? Moreover, the prohibition on flying above 100 meters seemed excessively tyrannical. It was evident that this decision did not originate from the city lord's mansion. It was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Chen family. Furthermore, the rule regarding flying above 100 meters had little bearing on them. After all, as a Qi refinement stage cultivator, they were incapable of flight. The speaker halted momentarily, taken aback. Indeed, what does it have to do with me? I am merely in the Qi refinement stage. However, this approach is not without its merits. Have you not noticed that the spiritual energy in Dream River City seems to have become slightly more potent? The patrolling of the city lord's residence has also increased in frequency, and there have been no more incidents of public killings lately. Now that you mention it, I also perceive that Dream River City, nay, Xiantian City, appears to be safer than before. Is this what one might call an overbearing sense of security? The regulations imposed by Xiantian City have naturally sparked discontent among many, yet the might of the city lord's residence proves formidable. To be precise, it is the Chen family, which stands behind the city lord's residence, that is overwhelmingly powerful. Just yesterday, news circulated that the Chen family boasts a returning void stage expert and even a harmonization stage powerhouse. In this world, strength reigns supreme. And the Chen family does not resort to the ruthless exploitation of others as certain factions do. Thus most people harbor no objections. Of course, even if they did, their grievances would be of little consequence, merely bottled up within. In the skies above Xintian City, Chen Daozhen soared through the air, with Duan Xiaohua by his side. This is the place. Duan Xiaohua stepped forward, grasped at the void, and a fissure in the air abruptly appeared, soon coalescing into a small internal space. Chen Daozhen retrieved 10 spiritual pools and placed them within, laying down a layer of restrictions to compress the spiritual liquid flowing from the pools into ethereal mist. Almost instantaneously, an outpouring of pure spiritual energy surged forth from the space's exit. Presently, Xintian City is enveloped in a gathering formation, alleviating any concerns of energy overflow. With 180 spiritual pools, it would take but a few days to instigate a monumental transformation throughout Xintian City. The two swiftly proceeded in another direction to repeat the earlier process. Before long, all 180 spiritual pools had been positioned. Countless streams of spiritual energy cascaded from the heavens, ultimately permeating the entirety of Xintian City. What was once deemed a trifling asset now reveals itself to be immensely beneficial, significantly altering the environment. Given that the Chen family resides in Xintian City, it is certain that this city will emerge as the epicenter of the world. And the spiritual pools conveniently address the issue of spiritual barrenness here. After positioning the spiritual pools, Chen Daozhen returned to the serene confines of Qingxin Courtyard, where Lin Wanqing quietly cultivated in her side courtyard. In Kangwu City, at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Pavilion Master's countenance was laden with gravity. The master-servant contract he had established with Li Tuo had vanished. Li Tuo was dead. This was entirely unanticipated. Judging by the timeline, Li Tuo and his companions must have only just arrived in Dream River City. How could they have perished so swiftly? Could it be that the Chen family has sensed his intentions and struck preemptively? That is implausible. He had never even met them before, having only come to know of the Chen family through celestial divination. Yet, these details are no longer pertinent. The crux of the matter is that the Chen family possesses the capability to slay harmonization stage experts. The Pavilion Master's gaze was fraught with concern. If that were indeed the case, then the strength of the Chen family may be unfathomable. An influential force inevitably undergoes a process from inception to establishment. However, the Chen family has emerged rather abruptly. Could it be that they hail from elsewhere? At this moment, the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is beset by a whirlwind of thoughts. What to do? He is deeply concerned that the Chen family has already discerned that he is the one behind Li Tuo. Taking a deep breath, he realizes that they are confronted with only two choices. Either they forge ahead recklessly, confronting the Chen family head-on in hopes of finding an opportunity to eradicate them, or they make a hasty retreat from the wilderness domain. Clearly, the latter is not an option. The assets of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion are all rooted in the wilderness domain. Leaving is out of the question. Thus, the only viable solution is to eliminate the Chen family. Yet, their current strength remains uncertain. What if they possess power comparable to his own? The master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is lost in contemplation. He has always preferred to outsmart his opponents rather than engage in direct confrontation. However, after extensive deliberation, he finds no feasible plan. The Chen family's strength is too enigmatic for him to ascertain their true capabilities. With thousands of years of cultivation, he does not wish to meet an untimely demise so easily. After a prolonged period of reflection, an absurd thought crosses his mind. What if he were to flee? Though he had previously contemplated seizing the Chen family's fortune, the individual he dispatched was swiftly extinguished before any action could be taken. Surely, that does not constitute a provocation, does it? If so, must they pursue him with such fervor? The master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion wears an exceedingly peculiar expression, baffled by the emergence of such a notion of retreat. Am I truly so weak? In the late stages of harmonization, I am among the apex of power in the wilderness domain. If this is deemed weak, then what of the strong? Yet, he cannot fathom why such thoughts arise within him. Throughout his thousands of years of cultivation, he has remained exceedingly cautious, which has allowed him to survive and evolve from a mere grassroots practitioner to a leader among the foremost powers of the wilderness domain. After a moment of silence, the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion lets out a sigh. So be it. I have succumbed to fear of the Chen family. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion exists through my presence. Without me, it is but a mere shadow. With that, he promptly gathers the celestial artifacts within his chamber and reaches out to the other harmonization stage members within the pavilion. I intend to withdraw from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion for a period of cultivation. Is anyone willing to accompany me? There are 5 harmonization stage members in total within the pavilion, 4 in the early stages and 1 in the mid-stage, with 1 early stage member now deceased. Only 4 remain besides him. Upon receiving the Master's communication, the 4 are momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the sudden announcement of his departure from the pavilion. Nevertheless, without a hint of hesitation, they reply in unison, "We are all willing to follow you, Master." Having followed him from the very beginning, they are acutely aware that his decision to leave signifies something significant, perhaps even impending danger. They are wise in the ways of survival, understanding that to live long, one must exercise caution. However, when it comes to being insidious, one must look towards the Master, who is an expert in this regard. Chapter 71. Lin Wanqing. How have you transformed into this? The matters concerning Wuyue City and Baiyun City were swiftly handled by Chen Yun. By the afternoon, he returned to the Chen residence, with both cities demonstrating a submissive attitude towards the Chen family. Subsequently, Chen Yun promptly dispatched 2 individuals at the transformation stage to oversee Wuyue City and Baiyun City. Despite conquering these 2 cities, Chen Daozhen did not rush to declare himself king. Instead, he intended to bide his time, amassing sufficient strength. Moreover, there remained the enigmatic Tianji Pavilion lurking in the shadows. On the following morning, many within Xiantian City displayed expressions of astonishment. What could account for the unusually dense spiritual energy in Xiantian City? It felt as though it had doubled in intensity compared to before. I too sensed this change. Upon exiting Xiantian City, the disparity in spiritual energy concentration was palpable. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Although Xiantian City is not a large city, it is not insignificant either. The ability to augment the density of spiritual energy throughout the entire city within a single day is a result of the combined efforts of the spiritual pools and the earth-grade gathering formations. However, the surrounding spiritual energy is still rather thin, compounded by the fact that the gathering formations absorb much of it, leading to an even greater scarcity in the vicinity. Within the Qingxin courtyard, Chen Daozhen wore a contented expression as he indulged in Lin Wanqing's massage. Congratulations. You have successfully drawn a mid-stage summoning card. Congratulations. You have successfully drawn 95 spiritual pool springs. Congratulations. You have successfully drawn 3 billion low-grade spirit stones. Hearing the voices echoing in his mind, Chen Daozhen silently intoned, "Summon." In an instant, a figure manifested beside him, a middle-aged man exuding a gentle demeanor. Lin Wanqing, taken aback by the sudden appearance of another person, displayed a look of surprise. Nevertheless, she paid it little mind, as his cultivation was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, rendering it quite normal for him not to sense the presence of those stronger than himself. Lin Wanqing, being slightly younger than Chen Yi, had just turned 18 this year. Originally at the peak of foundation establishment, her cultivation regressed due to the repracticing of a water attribute technique, leading to a loss of her power and a downgrade to the initial stage of foundation establishment. However, the recovery of her lost cultivation was remarkably swift, at least 10 times faster than normal training. Zhao Qingran, at your service, master. The gentle middle-aged man knelt before Chen Daozhen, his expression one of utmost respect. Chen Daozhen spoke directly, report to Chen Yun, and follow his directives. With Lin Wanqing attending to him, Chen Daozhen found himself disinclined to ponder further, entrusting everything to Chen Yun. Why strive when one can simply recline? Chen Daozhen found no motivation to exert himself, having won such a bounty through a single draw. What need was there for toil? He did not require to venture out and fight fiercely for resources, as the Chen family provided him with returns 100-fold. Why not simply relax? Soon, the next day arrived. Chen Daozhen continued his daily ritual of drawing lots. Congratulations. You have successfully drawn 15 mid-stage void return summoning cards. The lottery was a success. Congratulations on acquiring 130 Lingqi springs. Chen Daozhen was momentarily taken aback by such a substantial number of springs. Nevertheless, their abundance would undoubtedly prove beneficial to him. Summon. In an instant, 15 figures materialized before him, each possessing a distinct appearance. Su Qingfeng. I pay my respects to the head of the family. Zhou Yin. I pay my respects to the head of the family. Listening to each of them report in turn, Chen Daozhen scanned them with a discerning eye, memorizing their faces before stating, "You shall seek out Chen Yun. He will make the necessary arrangements for you." Understood. The 15 individuals responded with deep respect. Once they departed, Jiang Ran produced a communication stone and remarked, "Chen Yuanliang, the Wuxiang organization is short-handed. Go directly to the Chen family for personnel." After speaking, he reclined once more, his expression one of sheer contentment. How delightful. There was no need to engage in any laborious tasks. He could simply entrust the troublesome matters to Chen Yun and revel in the ease of it all. Lin Wanqing, observing the constant influx and swift departure of individuals, curiously inquired, "Head of the family, what level of cultivation do these individuals possess? Their speed is astonishing." Chen Daozhen replied nonchalantly, They are at the returning void stage. Oh, Lin Wanqing nodded. But then her hands paused in their massage as she turned to Chen Daozhen with disbelief. Head of the family, is it one person or all of them? Chen Daozhen opened his eyes and smiled. Of course, it is all of them. Lin Wanqing was rendered speechless, her eyes filled with astonishment. Returning void stage. 15 individuals at the returning void stage. My heavens. She could not help but swallow hard. Had the Chen family's influence truly reached such enviable heights? Each time she believed she had grasped the entirety of the Chen family's power, reality would reveal to her that her previous understandings were entirely erroneous. She instinctively asked, and what about the individual from yesterday? Chen Daozhen knew she was referring to Zhao Qingran, merely at the mid-integration stage. Mid-integration stage. Lin Wanqing stood frozen in place, dazed. Just a mere mid-integration. In that moment of astonishment, an overwhelmingly powerful aura emanated from Chen Daozhen. He remarked casually, a breakthrough to the transformation stage. Within moments, his aura underwent a complete metamorphosis, solidifying his status at the transformation stage. Lin Wanqing, whose emotions had yet to stabilize, was once again plunged into shock. I recall the head of the family had only recently broken through to the late Yuanying stage. How could one advance to the transformation stage so swiftly? What extraordinary person is the head of the family, achieving breakthroughs with such ease? Such rapid progress shattered Lin Wanqing's understanding. Not even a fictional tale would dare to depict such a pace. Chen Daozhen cast a glance at her, and then tossed several Qingquan bags her way. There's no need to remain in Qingxin courtyard at all times. You may venture out occasionally to purchase some items. This is a bit of pocket money. Feel free to spend it as you wish. Lin Wanqing opened one of the Qingquan bags and gasped. Phew, it's just 300 million low-grade spirit stones. While this was indeed astonishing, it paled in comparison to the previous events, rendering its impact considerably diminished. The Lin family possesses 300 million low-grade spirit stones, though it constitutes their entire wealth. Yet, what Chen Daozhen bestowed upon him was merely pocket money. In an instant, Lin Wanqing's admiration for Chen Daozhen reached unparalleled heights, and her clear eyes began to harbor some impure thoughts. Upon her initial entry into the Chen household, she did not reject the idea of developing a relationship with Chen Daozhen. However, at this juncture, Lin Wanqing's mind was consumed by a singular thought, to be with him. Alas, it seemed that Chen Daozhen held little interest in her. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wanqing resolved to enhance her appearance, vowing to dress a touch more alluringly within the Qingxin courtyard, hoping to incite an irresistible urge in the family head upon his gaze falling upon her. As she contemplated her intentions, Lin Wanqing's delicate face flushed a rosy hue. Lin Wanqing, oh Lin Wanqing, how have you transformed into this? Chapter 72, Do Not Rush So in the afternoon, Chen Daozhen, accompanied by Shanhua, set about placing the 260 spirit pool springs acquired from the Deus lottery. In a fleeting moment, the spiritual energy within Xiantian City surged to its zenith. This was merely the accumulation of 1 or 2 days. Given a little more time, with the increasing spiritual force generated by the spirit pool springs, the aura in this region would become even more potent. It might even influence the laws of the heavenly Tao. The reason for the spiritual barrenness in the vicinity of Xiantian City primarily stems from the weakness of the heavenly Tao laws here. This phenomenon arose because most of the formidable beings that once thrived in this area have departed for more prosperous lands. Such cycles of departure ultimately weaken the heavenly Tao laws further. However, with the replenishment of the spirit pool springs, this realm would gradually begin to strengthen, albeit at a very slow pace. A contemplative expression crossed Chen Daozhen's face. If I were to directly crush the spirit stones, allowing them to return to the heavens and earth, would it yield a similar effect? It should be the same. Yet, it is unnecessary. The spirit pool springs suffice. The thorny tree has now reached the 2nd rank of demon beasts, and it is merely a matter of days before it ascends to the 3rd rank. Compared to Xiantian City, the increase in spiritual energy within the Chun family is the most significant. The thorny tree's cultivation speed is dictated by its environment, hence its rapid growth in recent days. Greetings, family head. Suddenly, a somewhat bashful voice resounded. Chen Daozhen turned slightly to see a refreshing and ethereal figure before him. It was Lin Wanqing, though her attire today differed from her usual garb. Today, she donned a light purple dress, distinctively thin, as if she were only a single layer. This delicate fabric beautifully accentuated Lin Wanqing's graceful figure, resembling a flawless sculpture. Notably, the lower part of her dress did not fully envelop her form, leaving her calves exposed. Complementing her outfit were a pair of embroidered flats that revealed her dainty, exquisite ankles, provoking boundless imagination. Such attire is considered rather audacious in this world. Coupled with Lin Wanqing's exquisite visage and the charming flush upon her cheeks, she ignites a fervor within those who behold her. At a glance, Lin Wanqing resembles a ripe grape, ready for harvest. In Chen Daozhen's gaze, an unmistakable shift occurs, revealing a different hue of interest. He is, after all, a man of normal inclinations, and Lin Wanqing's beauty ranks among the most extraordinary. Who could resist such allure? Taking a deep breath, Chen Daozhen shook his head and remarked, "Next time, wear a bit more clothing. There are many in the Chen family. Don't let others take advantage." For him, Lin Wanqing's display was inconsequential, as in his eyes, she had already become his personal possession. However, such attire for public view seemed rather inappropriate. Noticing Chen Daozhen's unwavering gaze, Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed with shyness as she replied, "Your servant obeys." Her demeanor was one of complete submission, exuding an aura of being ready for harvest. This stirred a profound desire for conquest within men. A sudden thought crossed Chen Daozhen's mind. Perhaps it was time to conceive a child to inherit the Chen family legacy, allowing him to retreat into the shadows as a hidden power manipulating the world. That notion seemed rather appealing. Yet, such matters could be contemplated later. He had no immediate plans for fatherhood, especially given that he had only recently acquainted himself with Lin Wanqing. With a hint of bashfulness, Lin Wanqing confessed, "Master, this attire was solely for your eyes." Upon uttering those words, she swiftly turned her head, her cheeks aglow. After all, she was merely an innocent maiden. To speak so boldly had required considerable courage. Chen Daozhen fell into silence, observing her with an expression that seemed to say, "I see right through you. You wish to ensnare me." Under his gaze, Lin Wanqing became exceedingly bashful and hurriedly exited the Qingxin courtyard to change her attire. Before long, Lin Wanqing reappeared, this time garbed in more conventional clothing, which at the very least did not evoke an overwhelming sense of longing. Chen Daozhen glanced at her before retracting his gaze and closing his eyes, saying, "Do not rush. There will be ample time in the future." Upon hearing his words, Lin Wanqing felt a surge of excitement within her heart. The implications were manifold, yet one thing was certain. She possessed a certain allure for her master. Delighted with her own thoughts, Lin Wanqing dutifully approached Chen Daozhen to offer him a massage. Thus, time meandered on once more. Following the surge of spiritual energy in Xiantian City, many who had been stagnating at their thresholds began to break through. Chen Yi did not disappoint his mentor. The Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce had successfully opened 3 branches within Xiantian City and 1 in Baiyan City. According to news from the mortal realm, the sect established by Chen Xiang and Chen Jin, originally named Tianqing Sect, had been renamed Xiantian Sect after the change in Xiantian City, and it now possessed a certain scale. However, compared to the rapid development of the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce, their progress appeared considerably slower. Fortunately, thanks to the nurturing of the Chen family, his growth has been remarkably swift. He has successfully drawn prizes. Congratulations on acquiring 330 spirit pool springs, 12 billion low-grade spirit stones, a 7th-grade alchemist, a late-stage summoning entity, and an additional 160 billion low-grade spirit stones. Remarkably, he has won 370 and 410 spirit pool springs on multiple occasions. Today, after his routine lottery, Chen Daozhen was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? He thought he had misread the results, but upon closer inspection, he realized he had indeed drawn the spirit pool springs consecutively 3 times. What extraordinary luck! While the spirit pool springs are undeniably beneficial, he had not wished to draw only that. In recent days, the spiritual energy in Xiantian City has become incredibly dense, approximately 7 times more potent than before, and it continues to surge. Within less than a week, the concentration of spiritual energy has increased 7-fold, making it exceedingly easy to break through the core formation stage, and significantly reducing the difficulty of advancing to the nascent soul stage. If this trend continues, the forces that once struggled at the core formation stage will soon break through to the nascent soul stage. The following morning, a wave of formidable auras erupted from within the Chen family, only to return to tranquility shortly thereafter. Chen Yun's expression was one of astonishment. I have broken through to the nascent soul stage. This was a realm he had once thought unattainable, and he could scarcely believe he had achieved it. However, his joy was fleeting as he recalled the sudden influx of individuals within the Chen family in recent days. The transcending void and harmonization stages. The strength of the Chen family seems increasingly unfathomable. Moreover, the family head had also broken through to the transformation stage just days prior. Such rapid advancement is utterly astounding, unprecedented in his experience. Chen Yun marveled at how the Chen family had risen to such heights, given their previous struggles for mere survival. Now, the Chen family boasts 3 cities and countless formidable figures. In the quiet heart courtyard, Chen Daozhen rose and made his way toward the dark forest. This forest, a realm of the demon race, is home to a 5th-tier beast and possesses a concentration of spiritual energy far exceeding that of ordinary locations. Chen Daozhen's purpose for visiting the dark forest is straightforward, to enhance its environment. He aspires to increase the density of spiritual energy here, thereby allowing for the birth of more treasures. The benefits of such an endeavor are manifold. It could serve as a place for training while also offering opportunities for treasure hunting. Currently, the logistics of the Ziyuan commerce rely heavily on the dark forest. And without the ability to produce superior natural treasures, Ziyuan commerce cannot truly thrive. Chen Daozhen's vision for the future does not involve relocating to more prosperous areas. Rather, the intention is to transform this desolate land into a sanctuary for cultivation. As the future king of the celestial star realm, the dark forest will undoubtedly be his domain, and developing it is of little consequence. Upon reaching the dark forest, Chen Daozhen's figure gradually descended within its depths. The origin of the dark forest lies in the extraordinary nature of its trees, each one remarkably stout, rendering sunlight a scarce commodity once one ventures inside. This is precisely why it is named the dark forest. Chen Daozhen's figure gently settled within, and soon he discovered a secluded spot. He retrieved a piece of array jade, a spatial array stone meticulously prepared in advance by Tsang-Su, ideal for concealing the spiritual pool spring. In total, Chen Daozhen established 500 spiritual pools within the dark forest, which would yield a staggering 15 million low-grade spirit stones daily. It is certain that before long, the dark forest will undergo a dramatic transformation, and the treasures born from it will surely ascend to a higher echelon. Each spiritual pool bears the mark of the Chen family, and with the spatial array obscuring them, even those in the void return stage would be unable to uncover them. Chen Daozhen also placed a sensing stone within. Should the array be breached, the Chen family would receive an alert. While a single spiritual pool may not be particularly precious, Chen Daozhen fears a wholesale theft, thus necessitating precautions to prevent any from being pilfered. Anyone daring enough to act unscrupulously would face dire consequences. After arranging the spiritual pools within the dark forest, Chen Daozhen positioned the remaining pools in the air surrounding Xiantian City. Currently, the spiritual energy in Xiantian City is more than sufficient, with the daily influx of spiritual power surpassing expectations, resulting in an increasingly dense concentration of energy within the city. Therefore, it is time to enhance the external spiritual energy density. However, augmenting the overall spiritual density of the surroundings presents a formidable challenge. The vastness of the world means that even with several hundred spiritual pools dispersed, their influence can only extend to the immediate vicinity and cannot truly affect the entirety of the cosmos. Nevertheless, Chen Daozhen remains unhurried, as he is still in the process of amassing the foundation required to claim kingship. Gradually, Xiantian City is flourishing, drawing many residents from Baiyun City and Wuyue City. It is evident that they recognize the irreversible momentum of Xiantian City. Thus, it is prudent to invest early, as they may rise alongside the Chen family. The strength of the Chen family is rapidly ascending, and so too is the power within Xiantian City. Currently, there is only one individual in the late harmony stage within the Chen family. Chen Daozhen plans to extract a figure from the Great Ascension stage before deciding to claim the throne, for once he ascends to kingship, the Chen family will undoubtedly be thrust into the forefront of the wilderness domain. At that time, numerous forces may arise in opposition, and a single late harmony stage member may not suffice to contend with them. Nevertheless, the affairs of the Chen family in Xiantian City are continuously spreading, and several top-tier forces have already begun to take note of their existence. A successful draw has occurred. Congratulations on obtaining a figure from the late harmony stage. Another successful draw. Congratulations on acquiring 420 spiritual pools. The lottery was a success. Congratulations on obtaining 3 mid-stage Taoist summoning characters. The lottery was a success. Congratulations on acquiring 630 spiritual pools. The lottery was a success. Congratulations on securing 5 mid-stage Taoist summoning characters. The lottery was a success. Congratulations on receiving 10 intermediate spiritual pools. Intermediate? Chen Daozhen raised an eyebrow, gazing with surprise at the items before him. The intermediate spiritual pool, as he read in the description, was merely an upgraded version of the basic spiritual pool. The basic spiritual pool could produce 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones per day, while the intermediate spiritual pool yielded 100 times that amount, generating 300,000 low-grade spiritual stones each day. Thus, 10 of these would produce 30 million low-grade spiritual stones daily. In this calculation, it proved to be more cost-effective than 630 basic spiritual pools. This is quite commendable. Presently, the Chen family's fortune value had risen to 29,318 and continued to grow rapidly each day. Unfortunately, Chen Daozhen sensed that it would still take some time to summon a transcendental being. Judging by his current circumstances, he estimated that it would require at least 60 to 70,000 fortune points before such a summoning could be possible. Chen Daozhen stood up once more, arranging the spiritual pools in Xiantian City and its neighboring areas. His plan was to center around Xiantian City and gradually expand outward. Just as he was engrossed in his tasks, several figures entered Xiantian City. This Xiantian City possesses such dense spiritual energy, the young man leading the group remarked with astonishment. Beside him stood an elder clad in a black robe, who slowly observed, "There exists a gathering array of earth rank within Xiantian City. And it seems there are also heavenly materials capable of producing spiritual energy." The elder's gaze drifted upwards, where the spiritual pools arranged in the void by Duan Xiaohua became fully visible. The young man's eyes brimmed with arrogance as he casually stated, "Heikong, what if we were to seize this Xiantian City and claim it for the Mu family? What would be the outcome?" Upon hearing this, the elder fell into silence. Noticing the elder's lack of response, the young man frowned slightly, expressing his displeasure. "Heikong, I am speaking to you." The elder's expression turned grave, and he finally replied, "Young master, my suggestion is to avoid provoking the Mu family. This Xiantian City possesses formidable strength. I sense no less than 5 presences of mid-stage Taoists, including 2 late-stage Taoists, 3 mid-stage Taoists, and numerous presences at the return to void stage. This is merely the visible strength. I fear our Mu family may not be their match. Moreover, we have already drawn their attention. I advise the young master to proceed with caution, otherwise you may not return to the Mu family." Chapter 74. Mu Chen. The young man turned to Heikong, shock evident in his gaze, as if to say, "You cannot be serious. Heikong, you are not deceiving me, are you?" Detecting the accusatory tone in the young man's voice, Heikong's eyes flashed with displeasure as he coldly replied, "Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you, young master." The young man furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong, cold glance at Heikong before turning away. He naturally harbored skepticism towards the words of the old man in black. The Xiantian City had only recently risen to prominence, and possessing 1 or 2 individuals at the void return stage was already considered remarkable. How could there possibly be formidable beings at the harmony stage? Even if such beings did exist, the numbers would surely be exaggerated. Their Mu family had only a single individual at the late harmony stage. Yet this Xiantian City supposedly boasted 2. Logically deducing, if the Chen family of Xiantian City truly possessed such strength, they would not have been obscure until now. Thus, in his eyes, the old man in black was likely attempting to intimidate him. Detecting Mu Chen's dismissive demeanor, a chill flickered in the old man's gaze. This was not merely directed at Mu Chen, but at the entire Mu family. A family of fools. Mu Chen's father, the head of the Mu family, had sent a harmony stage cultivator to serve as a bodyguard for his son, compromising the dignity that any cultivator at that level held. This situation had already left him extremely displeased, and had Mu Chen shown him the respect he deserved, it might have been tolerable. However, Mu Chen's blatant disregard for him as a subordinate provoked his ire to the utmost. The Mu family could no longer remain in this place. As a cultivator at the harmony stage, he could assert his authority elsewhere. Why should he be relegated to the role of a subordinate in the Mu family? The Chen family's formidable strength promised to position them as a leading force in the wilderness domain. Should he sever ties with the Mu family and align himself with the Chen family, it was likely they would not dare to create trouble. Contemplating this, Mu Chen made his way directly to the Chen residence, with the old man in black following leisurely behind. Before the Chen family's entrance, Mu Chen gazed forward and proclaimed with pride, "I am Mu Chen of the Mu family, here to pay my respects." He did not approach with an air of arrogance, but rather with a courteous demeanor. Although Mu Chen felt a sense of superiority and looked down upon the Chen family, he acknowledged that transforming Xiantian City to its current stature required a degree of strength. Therefore, he refrained from acting rashly before assessing the situation. The reason for Mu Chen's visit was straightforward. If the Chen family were of average strength, he would eliminate them and seize Xiantian City for the Mu family. If they proved to be formidable, he would reconsider. Yet, in his eyes, even the mightiest Chen family could not surpass the Mu family. The environment of Xiantian City was far superior to that of Fog Forest City. Upon returning to report to his father, he could easily call for the annihilation of the Chen family. At the entrance of the Chen family, the guards promptly inquired, without an invitation, "We must ask you to leave." The Chen family did not entertain unsolicited visits unless one bore an invitation. However, the guards were not foolish. They would assess the situation before deciding whether to report it. Generally, with the Chen family's elevated status, familiar visitors would have their presence announced within the clan. Yet, they had never heard of the Mu family nor received prior notice from the clan's elders. Upon hearing their words, Mu Chen's expression turned icy, and he rebuked, "Do you not understand my words? I am a member of the Mu family. Have you not heard of us?" The 2 guards exchanged glances. Recognizing the exceptional nature of the 2 individuals before them, they suppressed their mounting frustration and replied, "We have not heard of your Mu family, as previously stated. Without an invitation, we must ask you to leave." Mu Chen's icy gaze reflected his deep displeasure. Wherever he went, he was invariably treated with utmost courtesy. Yet, the Chen clan exhibited an arrogance that utterly disregarded him, inciting a profound fury within his heart. Truly, the inhabitants of this remote locale possessed a narrow perspective. Having never even heard of the Mu family, Mu Chen did not conceal his scorn, delivering a sardonic laugh as he spoke. At that moment, a figure emerged from the gates of the Chen residence, exuding an aura of unyielding authority, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. This individual was Chen Ming, one of the summoned entities in the mid-stage of harmonization, previously called forth by Chen Daozhen. His cultivation and fire-attributed techniques radiated an explosive energy. In a cold tone, Chen Ming addressed him. "You must be Mu Chen. You have business at the Chen residence?" Upon seeing Chen Ming, Mu Chen recognized he was in the presence of someone capable of exerting influence within the Chen clan. Thus, he responded with haughty pride, "I merely wish to pay my respects, yet your guards failed to recognize even the Mu family. I have heard that the Chen clan boasts a harmonization stage powerhouse. Surely, you ought to enlighten your subordinates on the significance of their observations." This statement was laced with Mu Chen's disdain for the Chen family. Behind him, the elder He was rendered speechless, acknowledging the recklessness of Mu Chen's actions. Such foolishness solidified He's resolve to sever ties with the Mu family. How naive. Mu Chen's final words not only mocked the Chen retainers, but also subtly criticized the Chen clan's lack of insight. Did he truly harbor no fear of inciting their wrath? Having been cradled in privilege since birth, showered with affection and respect, it seemed he regarded the Chen family with utter contempt. He couldn't help but smirk inwardly at the spectacle. Naturally, Mu Chen's words incited Chen Ming's ire. Without further ado, Chen Ming raised his hand, conjuring an invisible, colossal grasp that swiftly tightened around Mu Chen's throat. Instantly, Mu Chen found himself gasping for breath, his neck and face flushed as blood was constricted. Chen Ming coldly remarked, "I admit, I have not heard of the Mu family, but that should not prevent me from terminating your existence. The affairs of the Chen clan are of no concern to the Mu family." Perceiving the murderous intent emanating from Chen Ming, Mu Chen felt as if he were plunged into an icy abyss, an overwhelming sense of impending doom flooding his mind. For the first time in his life, he truly grasped the concept of death. "I am going to die," he thought, struggling to turn his head to cry out, "Hey, save me." Yet all he saw were He's frigid eyes. After casting a chilling glance at him, He addressed Chen Ming directly, "I am Mo He, and I wish to align myself with the Chen clan." With that, He knelt, his demeanor radiating respect. Mu Chen stood in stunned silence at this turn of events. "Mo He, you dare betray the Mu family," he exclaimed. Mo He responded with a derisive laugh. "Silence. You, a mere nascent soul, possess the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Were it not for your status as the Mu family's young master, I would have crushed you like the insignificant insect you are. Your father is a fool, to have sired such a foolish son. A mere cultivator at the initial stage of harmonization, and yet I am summoned to serve as a guardian. You and your family are nothing but self-righteous fools." Chapter 75. Stability. Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback by Mo He's words. These matters had indeed never crossed his mind. However, Chen Ming seemed disinclined to engage in idle chatter or grant him time for reflection. With a slight exertion, Mu Chen's neck appeared as if it had been severed by an immense force, presenting a grotesque sight. Chen Ming then turned his gaze towards Mo He. The initial stage of harmonization possessed commendable strength, yet the notion of joining me. Just as he began to articulate this thought, a voice resonated within his mind, instructing him to take up the role of chief guardian at the Lord's manor. This voice belonged to Chen Daozhen. Mo He's prowess was indeed considerable. Possessing the strength of the initial stage of harmonization, and the Chen family could certainly exert control over him. Although Chen Daozhen found it beneath him to recruit Mo He directly into the Chen family, joining the Lord's manor was still a feasible option. Chen Ming respectfully nodded, and then looked once more at Mo He, his demeanor becoming slightly more cordial. "Daoist Mo, would you be willing to join the Xiantian Lord's manor as the chief guardian?" The title of chief guardian caused Mo He to furrow his brow. While it was an improvement over serving as Mu Chen's guardian, it was still not particularly appealing. After a moment of contemplation, Mo He acquiesced. "I am willing to serve." With Mu Chen dead, the Mu family would undoubtedly seek revenge, either against him or the Chen family. As a cultivator at the initial stage of harmonization, he could defend himself but would inevitably have to tread carefully in the future. If the Mu family were to find him, danger would surely follow. The Xiantian city, under the protection of the Chen family, would provide assistance should the Mu family attempt to cause trouble. This had been Mo He's plan all along. Let Mu Chen, the fool, seal his own fate. Once the Chen family eliminated him, it would create enmity with the Mu family. Subsequently, Mo He would align himself with the Chen family. binding his fate to theirs, thereby ensuring his safety without concern for retaliation from the Mu family. Though the plan had encountered some alterations and he had not successfully joined the Chen family, he had nonetheless become part of the Chen family's influence, achieving a similar outcome. Within the tranquil heart courtyard, Chen Daozhen remained composed, while Lin Wanqing dutifully brewed tea before him. Despite being within the Chen family, his cultivation at the God transformation stage allowed his consciousness to encompass nearly the entirety of Xiantian City. He was well aware when trouble approached. The Mu family had been mentioned in the report relayed by Chun Yuanliang yesterday, a mere force consisting of cultivators at the late stage of harmonization. With a wave of his hand, Chen Daozhen summoned several recording talismans, each containing intelligence gathered by Chun Yuanliang that day. Originally, Chen Yuanliang was required to report daily, but Chen Daozhen found this procedure excessively cumbersome and opted for a change. Unless a matter was particularly urgent, he merely needed to record the information and place it within a hidden space before the tranquil heart courtyard, thus saving considerable time on reports. Lingyang City was regarded as a powerful faction within the wilderness, controlled by the Su family, whose influence extended to 4 harmonization cultivators, 2 at the mid-stage and 2 at the initial stage. The head of the Su family is named Su Yingtian, a mid-stage harmonization practitioner who cultivates an unknown wood attribute technique. The second elder of the Su family is Su Pangshan, also a mid-stage harmonization practitioner, specializing in body refining techniques, the specifics of which remain undisclosed. Within the records of the Black Gauze City, there lie vital pieces of information recently gathered from the mortal realm. Determining the significance of this information is a simple task. One need only assess the strength of the source. If the strength is deemed insufficient, the Chun family naturally finds no need to pay attention, considering such information to be mere refuse, unworthy of reporting. Thus, only the more critical data reaches the hands of Chen Daozhen. Upon absorbing all the information, Chen Daozhen found himself enlightened, gaining a renewed understanding of the dynamics within the desolate domain. He picked up another jade slip, and the information within surged into his mind. Master, the Tianji Pavilion you asked me to inquire about seems to have encountered numerous anomalies recently. Originally, Kangwu City was under the control of the Tianji Pavilion, but in the past 2 days, it has suddenly changed hands, seized by the lord of the city. It is also rumored that the Tianji Pavilion is facing an unprecedented crisis, leading all harmonization practitioners within to depart, though the exact cause remains unclear. My subordinates suspect they are preparing to launch an assault on Xiantian City, yet subsequent reports indicate that those from the Tianji Pavilion have surfaced in the Endless Sea, seemingly preparing to exit the desolate domain altogether. Further inquiries revealed that the harmonization practitioners from the Tianji Pavilion are not only leaving the desolate domain, but are doing so quite ostentatiously, as if eager for all to notice their exit. Upon hearing this news, Chen Daozhen furrowed his brow. What could this imply? A show of weakness? Or perhaps a ruse to mislead, aiming to strike back unexpectedly? If it were a display of weakness, then the leader of the Tianji Pavilion must be rather timid. However, their departure may not solely be due to the Chun family's influence. Other factors could be at play, although the specifics remain unknown. Nevertheless, Chen Daozhen could hardly be bothered with them. A late-stage harmonization practitioner posed no threat. Since they had fled, he found little motivation to pursue them. He would deal with them should the opportunity arise in the future. Taking a deep breath, Chen Daozhen gazed upon Xiantian City. The spiritual energy here was transforming daily. The disparity between the city and its surroundings had grown tenfold. Xiantian City resembled a grand spiritual energy sanctuary. Moreover, the spiritual energy within 3 to 5 li of the city had also intensified significantly compared to before. Sensing the rapid increase in his own cultivation, Chen Daozhen shook his head in resignation. Another breakthrough is imminent. With the growing number of Chun family members, the cultivation resources returned to him had surged, and the abundant spiritual energy within Xiantian City allowed even harmonization practitioners to cultivate normally. Lin Wanqing presented him with a cup of tea and said, "Master, please enjoy your tea." Chen Daozhen nodded, accepting the cup and taking a sip. The Chun family needed to develop, to aspire for dominance. Thus, there was no rush, and a steady approach would suffice. After the incident with the Tianji Pavilion, Chen Daozhen had gleaned much wisdom. There were indeed individuals in this world who could pose a threat to him, provoking entities beyond his capacity to withstand, such as those at the ascension stage or even the tribulation stage, could lead to dire consequences. At that time, the only path awaiting him would be one of demise. Thus, stability becomes a pivotal factor. It is imperative to conduct oneself with utmost discretion, ensuring that one possesses ample trump cards and strength to confront the adversities ahead. The city closest to Xiantian City, aside from Wuyue City and Baiyun City, is Huangshe City. This city boasts a considerable strength, housing two formidable transformation realm cultivators. The next target for the Chen family is none other than Huangshu City. Congratulations. You have successfully drawn a prize, 12 intermediate spiritual pool springs. Congratulations. You have successfully drawn a prize, 2 late-stage Tao integration summoned beings. Congratulations. You have successfully drawn a prize, 10,000 random 5th grade elixirs. Chapter 76. The completion of Tao integration, Misty Forest City. The Mu family. Mu Lin was consumed by fury. What? Chen is dead? His eyes brimmed with disbelief. Utterly unable to accept such devastating news, Mu Chun had always been his treasured beloved, and upon receiving this information, he felt as though he were on the brink of madness. Before him knelt a member of the Mu family, Patriarch. The young master mentioned he was heading to that Shantian city, and then his life token extinguished. However, there was one peculiar detail. The dark life token had not gone out, indicating that only the young master had perished, while the dark token remained intact. Furthermore, the individual attempted to contact the dark token but received no response whatsoever. Mu Lin immediately rose. Mo-He, my Mu family has treated you well. Yet you dare to conspire against my son. Clearly, he believed that Mo-He was responsible for Mu Chen's demise. Yet, he could not fathom why Mo-He would act in such a manner. At that moment, a pale-faced middle-aged woman entered the room, her expression equally grim, though she appeared more composed than the enraged Mu Lin. Patriarch, have you ascertained who exactly killed Chen? Mu Lin's voice was laced with overwhelming rage. Mo-He. To him. Since Mo-He had gone out with Mu Chun and had survived while being unreachable, it could only mean that Mo-He was the perpetrator. Li Qingling shook her head gently, responding, Patriarch, Mo-He lacks the audacity for such treachery. Moreover, he bears no profound enmity with the Mu family. If he truly wished to sever ties, he could have simply left. Why would he resort to murdering Chen? Mu Lin roared, but who else could it be? Li Qingling was unperturbed by Mu Lin's fury. Instead, she turned to the Mu family servant. What place did Chen mention he was going to? The servant respectfully replied, Madam. He spoke of a place called Shantian City. This city has recently risen to prominence, reportedly hosting entities at the Tao integration stage, which piqued the young master's interest. Li Qingling's eyes narrowed, a contemplative glint flashing within. Shantian City. Relate to me everything you know about it. The servant promptly began. It appears that Shantian City has recently undergone a name change. It was formerly known as Dream River City. Originally, it was merely a remote small city with rather ordinary strength, guarded by only a few nascent soul cultivators. However, a new force has suddenly emerged within the city, known as the Chen family. The latest reports indicate that this Chen family recently annihilated several returning void cultivators and has also subdued the surrounding Baiyun City and Wuyue City. In Shantian City, it is rumored that there exist some rare treasures of heaven and earth, capable of generating spiritual energy. Currently, the concentration of spiritual energy in Shantian City is nearly 2 to 3 times more abundant than that in our Mistwood City. Behind all this, it appears to be the machinations of the Chen family. Li Qingling's expression bore a heavy gravity. If this were true, then the Chen family could very well be the principal culprit behind Mu Chen's demise. At that moment, Mu Lin also regained his composure, his countenance marked by a serious demeanor. The Chen family. He was not a fool, although he had previously acquired some knowledge about Shantian City. He had not delved into it deeply. However, upon hearing the events that transpired in Shantian City, Mu Lin began to suspect that Mu Chen's death might not have been orchestrated solely by Mo-He. Suddenly, Mu Lin rose abruptly and made his way outside. Li Qingling quickly inquired, Where are you going? Mu Lin coldly replied, Naturally, I am going to make those who killed my son pay the price. Upon hearing this, Li Qingling immediately interjected, The strength of the Chen family remains unclear. It is best not to act rashly before we have investigated thoroughly. In her view, the Chen family's unhesitating murder of Mu Chun likely stemmed from their awareness of the Mu family, yet they exhibited a blatant disregard for them. Li Qingling even suspected that the Chen family might be colluding with other forces. The Mu family was not without its enemies. If the Chen family were to unite with others to besiege them, they could very well suffer a great downfall. With anger in his tone, Mu Lin exclaimed, What more is there to investigate? Was it not made abundantly clear just moments ago? The one who killed Chen is either Mo-He or this Chen family. Li Qingling gazed at Mu Lin, her eyes filled with disappointment. She lamented her choice in marrying such a man, one not only foolish but also indirectly responsible for Chen's death. Clearly, in her eyes, Mu Chun had been spoiled by Mu Lin since childhood. He was given everything he desired, leading him to completely lose any sense of danger. As a mere woman, she felt constrained to voice her concerns. Mu Chen's arrogance was a product of Mu Lin's indulgence. Suppressing her inner fury, Li Qingling spoke coldly. Chen is already dead. Do you wish to follow him into the abyss? Your life is singular. Do you wish to act carelessly and risk the annihilation of the entire Mu family? Though she did not truly believe that the Chen family could eradicate the Mu family, it was always wise to exercise caution. The Chen family's involvement in the harmonization stage was unprecedented. She had never heard of such a force before, indicating that there must be deception at play. A rising power typically grows gradually, making its presence known over time, yet this Chen family had remained entirely off the radar. Mu Lin halted, turning to face Li Qingling. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from within him. Li Qingling was initially startled, but then filled with joy as she exclaimed, "Have you achieved full mastery of the harmonization stage?" Mu Lin nodded, stating, "Of course. Do you truly think me a fool?" Regardless of whether the Chen family has allied with other forces, the head of the family has achieved full mastery of the harmonization stage. Even against the 5 major powers in the later harmonization stage, I shall not fear. I will annihilate the Chen family. Li Qingling immediately altered her prior stance, while she still harbored some concerns regarding the later harmonization stage. The full mastery of the harmonization stage was an entirely different matter. Upon reaching the harmonization stage, each realm unveils a new sky. A perfected state can engage simultaneously with 5 adversaries at the late harmonization stage. Should there be only 3 at this level, a direct annihilation is achievable. Mu Lin possesses the strength of complete harmonization. Even in the face of an ambush, he could assuredly escape unscathed. Li Qingling, however, cautioned him, "Patriarch, should you encounter a trap, prioritize your survival. With your perfected harmonization prowess, you may yet ascend to the great ascension stage. Although Chener has perished, a fact beyond reversal, we may yet have another. But should you meet misfortune, the Mu clan would face utter ruin." Upon hearing these words, Mu Lin's initial fervor gradually dissipated, yielding to reason. Taking a deep breath, he replied with solemnity, "Rest assured." With that, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing towards the direction of Xiantian City. Regardless of the circumstances, he must avenge Mu Chen. Anyone who dares to slay his son must face death. Moreover, Mu Lin harbored absolute confidence. His perfected harmonization prowess was among the rarest in the entirety of the desolate domain. The Mu clan's adversaries possessed no one of such caliber, and he held no concerns regarding 3 or 5 at the late harmonization stage. Chapter 77, Assassination Failure Xiantian City. Chen family. Lottery successful. Congratulations on summoning 3 late harmonization figures. Lottery successful. Congratulations on acquiring 14 intermediate spiritual pool springs. Lottery successful. Congratulations on acquiring 14 intermediate spiritual pool springs. Listening to the voice echoing within his mind, Chen Daozhen remained unperturbed. Still 3 at the late harmonization stage. When shall I draw a figure of the great ascension stage? As time progressed, summoning more advanced cultivators seemed increasingly arduous. He then gazed towards the city. The forces within Xiantian City had grown ever more intricate. Many individuals from other cities had arrived, not solely from Baiyun City and Wuyue City, but also from several prominent factions that had stealthily settled within Xiantian City. Of course, lurking in the shadows were those with ill intentions towards Xiantian City, potentially unable to gauge the Chen family's strength, thus refraining from reckless action. Suddenly, a formidable aura swept across Xiantian City. "Chen family, come forth." Accompanying this thunderous roar, terror washed over the faces of all present as they looked skyward. There stood a figure, proud above, surveying the entirety of Xiantian City. Mu Lin of the Mu family? What brings him to Xiantian City? However, the more pressing matter was the unmistakable aura emanating from him. This was not that of the late harmonization stage, but rather of perfected harmonization. It was astonishing that the Mu patriarch had also reached this pinnacle. It seemed the balance of power in the desolate domain was destined to shift once more. Perfected harmonization? I recall there are only 3 or 4 such beings in the entire desolate domain. When had the Mu patriarch achieved perfected harmonization? And why had there been no whispers of it? Conversations erupted, with many casting uncertain glances at Mu Lin. Yet, what brought the Mu patriarch to Xiantian City? Directly calling out the Chen family, had he taken an interest in this place? The Xiantian City is indeed remarkable, brimming with spiritual energy. One might even regard it as the foremost city in the desolate region. It is entirely reasonable that it would attract attention. And even if Mu Lin were to refrain from intervening, others would surely take action. However, the Chen family's ability to construct such a fortress suggests that they are not without merit and may yet stand a chance against Mu Lin. How could that be? The Chen family possesses at most one nascent Taoist, lacking the qualifications to confront the fully realized Mu Lin. Such an endeavor would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Indeed, the treasures that can generate spiritual energy are likely mere fortuitous gains for the Chen family. Mu Lin's aura is overwhelmingly powerful, leading no one to believe that the Chen family could withstand him. It is not merely a matter of having one nascent Taoist. Even possessing a late-stage Taoist would not suffice to counter Mu Lin, who is a pinnacle figure in the desolate realm. At that moment, Chen Yun appeared high above Xiantian City, clasping his hands respectfully as he spoke. I am Chen Yun, the Grand Elder of the Chen family. May I inquire if this esteemed elder has business in Xiantian City? The other party emanated a formidable presence, despite a somewhat unfriendly demeanor. Chen Yun intended to avoid a direct confrontation initially. The truth is, he felt quite anxious. Chen Yun believed that the current Chen family was utterly incapable of contending with such a foe. This was a fully realized Taoist. Although the Chen family had some Taoists, they were merely at the nascent and mid-stages, completely unqualified for a conflict with someone of such caliber. Moreover, Mu Lin's attitude indicated he was evidently seeking trouble. Mu Lin let out a cold snort. Chen family, you must be the ones who killed my son, Mu Chun, correct? Upon Mu Lin's voice echoing within Xiantian City, many faces turned to expressions of astonishment. Did you know that Mu Chun was slain by the Chen family? Whether this is true or not, I suspect it is quite plausible. After all, the character of the young master of the Mu family is well understood. He is utterly unruly. If he had offended the Chen family and met his demise, it would not be surprising. I concur with what this brother has said. The Chen family has recently risen to prominence. Although the reasons for their rapid ascent remain unclear, they are relatively unknown in the desolate realm. It is entirely possible that they may not be aware of the Mu family. Thus the likelihood of Mu Chun offending the Chen family and being killed is indeed conceivable. If that is the case, then we are in for quite a show. At this juncture, Chen Yun was utterly bewildered. He had no knowledge of who Mu Chun was. In recent days, he had been traversing between Baiyun City and Wuyue City, attending to external matters, completely unaware of this Mu Chun's existence. Could it be that this individual was merely seeking a pretext to challenge their Chen family? With great confusion, Chen Yun replied, Esteemed elder, have you perhaps made an error? I have never heard of the name Mu Chun. Within Xiantian City, many individuals displayed expressions of incredulity. Initially uncertain, it now appeared that the Chen family might indeed have killed Mu Chun. If they had known the other's background, the chances of committing such an act would have been minimal, especially considering Mu Chun's connections to the Mu family, whose Mu Lin was also a late-stage Taoist. To kill Mu Chun would certainly provoke Mu Lin's wrath. No one would willingly offend a figure of such stature. Upon hearing the words, Mu Lin's expression instantly darkened, revealing a chilling intent to kill. Whether it is true or false, I shall investigate your soul and discern the truth with clarity. With that, he extended his hand. A colossal force surging forth as he grasped towards Chen Yun, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Just as Mu Lin was about to seize Chen Yun, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, a wave of dread coursed through him, his body brimming with a fierce aura. At that very moment, a crimson light materialized before him, imbued with a palpable murderous intent. An assassin. Shock and horror filled Mu Lin's eyes. The bloodlight posed a lethal threat. A resounding hum echoed as golden light erupted from Mu Lin's form, enveloping him completely. Even so, the crimson light seemed capable of slicing through anything, cleaving the golden aura and erupting forth. A gaping wound, deep enough to reveal bone, appeared on Mu Lin's chest. However, the golden light mitigated much of the injury, rendering it a mere superficial wound despite its alarming appearance. Mu Lin's face contorted with fear. Had he reacted just a moment later, he might have been slain. In the next instant, Mu Lin bellowed, "What audacity!" As he spoke, he swung his fist, striking into the void beside him. A figure was immediately thrust from the ether. Black Lin crashing to the ground within Xiantian City, blood spilling from his mouth. Mu Lin resembled a war god, exuding a faint golden glow. A mere initial stage of the harmonization realm dares to assassinate me. Meanwhile, within Xiantian City, Mo Hei's eyes were filled with terror. It's over. All is lost. He had never anticipated that Mu Lin had broken through to the perfected stage of the harmonization realm. With only 2 individuals at the late stage of harmonization in Xiantian City, they were utterly incapable of resisting Mu Lin. What to do? The entirety of Xiantian City was now under Mu Lin's surveillance. He sensed Mu Lin's consciousness fixated upon him, and escape was no longer an option. Gritting his teeth, Mo Hei thought, "Damn it, I shall fight to the end." The Chen family also possessed a considerable number of harmonization realm cultivators. They need not fear their adversary. Even if they could not slay Mu Lin, they could at least ensure their own survival. With this thought, an overwhelming aura erupted within Xiantian City, each emanating from individuals at the late stage of harmonization, numbering 7 in total. Mu Lin, is it? What of the perfected stage of the harmonization realm? Kill him. Chen Daozhen's voice reverberated throughout Xiantian City. The 7 late-stage harmonization energies surged forth, rapidly advancing towards the perfected stage, each figure emanating tremendous power. Mohe was initially taken aback, but soon his face blossomed with ecstasy. The Chen family concealed such strength? 7 late-stage harmonization powerhouses. Even with Mu Lin's breakthrough, they were not to be feared. Besides the 7 late-stage harmonization cultivators, an array of formidable auras erupted within the city, belonging to those at the initial and mid-stages of harmonization. Though the combat prowess of the initial stage paled in comparison to the perfected stage, they still posed a significant threat. With a thunderous roar, the dark figure ascended into the sky, emanating an unmistakable aura of the harmony stage. The guards of the city lord's residence stood wide-eyed, unable to fathom the reality before them. The captain of the guards was actually at the harmony stage. They had presumed him to be merely at the nascent soul or transformation stage. Surely, the Xiantian city was beyond extraordinary. If even a harmony stage cultivator was relegated to the position of a guard captain, it is not merely Xiantian city that is remarkable. It is the Chen family that truly stands out, for they are the powerful force behind Xiantian city. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the entirety of Xiantian city. Is this the might of the Chen family? Such a plethora of late harmony stage cultivators. This formidable power had never been spoken of in the wild domain before. And have you not noticed? These late harmony stage cultivators possess unfamiliar auras, identities that have never been acknowledged before. I too have observed this in the wild domain. Late harmony stage cultivators are regarded as top-tier figures, not easily forgotten. So where do these 7 late harmony stage cultivators hail from? Could they possibly be from the central continent? Whispers of speculation filled the air as everyone discussed the sudden appearance of these 7 late harmony stage cultivators in Xiantian city. In the sky above, Mu Lin's eyes were filled with astonishment. So many at the harmony stage. He had believed that with his own perfected harmony stage cultivation, he would have nothing to fear, even in the face of ambush. Yet the situation before him sent tremors through his heart. Each of these harmony stage cultivators bore unfamiliar faces, indicating they were not former adversaries of the Mu family. A new power boasting such a multitude of late harmony stage cultivators likely possessed perfected harmony stage or even great ascension stage experts. Any formidable faction would have a strong individual to maintain order. The Chen family, capable of commanding such a vast array of powerful beings, undoubtedly surpassed the late harmony stage in strength. Flee. He must escape at once. Panic washed over Mu Lin's features, but just as he turned, a flash of blood erupted once more. Damn it! He cursed inwardly, recognizing it as the same assassin from before. This assassin was exceedingly bizarre, possessing merely the cultivation of the early harmony stage, but employing a technique that was exceptionally strange. One misstep could lead to his immediate demise. A golden light erupted from within him as Mu Lin forcefully withstood the incoming strike. Fortunately, he did not sustain severe injuries. Mu Lin suddenly launched a fierce attack toward the void ahead, but the figure of the dark forest was nowhere to be seen. The assassin, having missed his mark, had already retreated far away. His intention was not to kill Mu Lin, but rather to ensure he remained in Xiantian city. Just as Mu Lin was being thwarted and countered, the 7 late harmony stage cultivators behind him had quietly approached, each emanating an overwhelming aura. At this moment, Mu Lin finally realized the urgency of his situation and hastily began to flee. Damn it! How could these late harmony stage cultivators be so formidable? Up close, he could gauge their battle prowess from the auras they radiated. With his strength, he surmised he could at most contend with 3 of them simultaneously. No, perhaps only 2. These individuals are far from being ordinary late-stage cultivators. How infuriating! When did such a formidable group of practitioners emerge in the wilderness? Why had I never heard of them before? No wonder they dared to kill Chen Daozhen. They must possess no fear of the Mu family, which emboldens their actions. There is no escape. A flash of golden light surged forth, striking Mu Lin unexpectedly, causing him to stagger. Yet, before he could regain his footing, a torrent of ferocious assaults descended upon him. Fear gripped Mu Lin's eyes as he unleashed all his skills in an attempt to withstand the onslaught. But the combined force of 7 late-stage cultivators merely held him momentarily before he was obliterated. In an instant, the world fell into a profound silence, with all present wide-eyed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Numerous outsiders within Xiantian city were astonished, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Mu Lin has perished? A fully realized cultivator, just like that? Is this the extent of Xiantian city's might? It is no wonder that it possesses treasures capable of yielding spiritual energy. Showing no trepidation in the face of covetousness, clearly, they harbor a confidence that is unshakable. Hiss. 7 late-stage cultivators, alongside a multitude of mid- and early-stage practitioners. With such strength, the Chen family has undoubtedly ascended to become the foremost power in the wilderness, has it not? This is utterly terrifying. Why had we never heard of this before? The Chen family is exceedingly formidable. Might it be possible for us to join their ranks? As a nascent stage cultivator, surely I would be deemed worthy of admission. Following Mu Lin's demise, a profound sense of reverence towards the Chen family filled the hearts of all, with many expressing a desire to affiliate with them. As they gazed at Chen Daozhen, suspended in midair, several women exhibited starry-eyed admiration. How has this patriarch of the Chen family managed to command such a multitude of powerful individuals at merely the spirit transformation stage? My friend, seeing is not always believing. Perhaps the other party is a hidden powerhouse, possibly even a fully realized cultivator or beyond. That is a valid point. However, I remain skeptical. It is implausible that a spirit transformation cultivator can wield authority over so many late-stage cultivators, and I doubt even a fully realized cultivator possesses such capability. In the wilderness, a fully realized cultivator commanding even a single late-stage practitioner is considered remarkable, especially in an equal dynamic where no hierarchical relationship is established. Yet in the Chen family, the late-stage cultivators exhibit profound respect for their patriarch, prompting speculation regarding Chen Daozhen's true cultivation level. Not far from Chen Daozhen, Chen Yun was enveloped in silence, his gaze betraying a sense of bewilderment. The Chen family is so powerful? 7 late-stage cultivators? Is the Chen family not somewhat enigmatic? At this moment, Chen Yun was struck dumb. Each time he believed the Chen family had reached its zenith, reality swiftly proved him wrong. 7 late-stage cultivators. What an extraordinary display of power. Chapter 79. A great change in Xiantian City. Upon returning to the tranquil heart courtyard, Lin Wanqing immediately approached, her countenance reflecting sheer astonishment. She had been by Chen Daozhen's side daily, yet had failed to recognize the sheer number of formidable warriors within the Chen family. 7 late-stage cultivators. This is utterly outrageous. As if one were ensnared in a dream. However, she did not inquire further. Instead, she gently approached Chen Daozhen to pour tea, then quietly stood by his side. In stark contrast to Xiantian City, the Mu family in Wulin City was now in complete disarray. Li Qingling gazed at the person before her with a look of utter panic, repeatedly asking, "Are you certain the head of the family is dead?" The servant, trembling in voice, fear evident, replied, "Madam, I assure you, the head's life tablet has been extinguished, which signifies his passing." "Madam, what should we do now for the Mu family?" Li Qingling took a deep breath, her eyes filled with distress, but after a brief moment, she regained her composure. The conclusion was clear: the Mu family was doomed. The entity capable of slaying a perfected harmonization realm cultivator must possess immense power. It had been many years since a perfected harmonization realm practitioner had fallen. Setting aside the true identity of the Chen family, avenging such a loss would be exceedingly difficult for someone at the initial stage of harmonization. After contemplating for a moment, Li Qingling spoke gravely. "Inform the Mu family members to disband immediately. Perhaps this will save a life." With that, her figure vanished from the spot. She intended to leave the Mu family for a place where no one could find her. To her, she was merely an outsider to the Mu family, with no obligation to share their fate. In her eyes, Mu Chun was her only true kin within the Mu household. Mu Lin did not even qualify as such. Had Mu Lin treated her well over the years, Li Qingling might have chosen to remain and guide the Mu family. But Mu Lin had always maintained a rather indifferent attitude towards her. He often feared her potential to take control of the Mu family, deliberately keeping her away from any of its enterprises. Even with Mu Chun, it was primarily Mu Lin providing guidance, often distancing the child from Li Qingling to prevent their bond from growing too strong. Thus, Mu Lin had always regarded her as an outsider. For a family like this, there was no need to sacrifice herself. The servants of the Mu family, witnessing Li Qingling's abrupt departure, were left in a state of shock. The Mu family was finished. After a lengthy pause, one of the servants stammered, still in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had reveled in the head's breakthrough to the perfected harmonization realm, anticipating the Mu family's resurgence. Now, the head had fallen. Following Mu Lin's demise in Xiantian City and the exposure of the 7 perfected harmonization practitioners, the entire wasteland was engulfed in terror. They had not anticipated the Chen family's might to be so formidable. 7 perfected harmonization practitioners. A singular thought permeated the minds of many. The Chen family's power surely extended far beyond this. Those who had once harbored ambitions regarding Xiantian City now dared not entertain such thoughts. With Mu Lin, a perfected harmonization cultivator, having fallen in Xiantian City, any weaker practitioners would merely be offering themselves as sacrifices. Haishan City, one of the premier cities within the wasteland, was governed by the city lord, Xiao Tianran, who was also a perfected harmonization cultivator. Upon receiving the news from Xiantian City, he furrowed his brow, his expression laden with gravity. The landscape of the Chen family and Xiantian City in the desolate realm has remained largely unchanged. The three major entities at the perfected harmony stage dominate the wealthiest cities, while the addition of another perfected harmony stage entity would not be entirely unacceptable to them, as they are of equal standing. Xiao Tianran, however, finds it intolerable that a single force possesses the ability to slay those at the perfected harmony stage. Should such a force compete for resources with them, they would be utterly defenseless. The presence of 7 late-stage harmony practitioners undoubtedly indicates the backing of perfected harmony entities. Contemplating this, Xiao Tianran retrieved a communication jade talisman. Friends Chun and Li, might you come to Haishan City for a discussion? The talisman responded swiftly, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor. Xiao Tianran sought to gather the other 2 perfected harmony practitioners in the desolate realm to visit Xintian City together, hoping to ascertain the Chun family's stance. From the messages received, it appeared that the Chun family was not entirely unreasonable, and perhaps a negotiation could be possible. The death of Mu Lin had sent shockwaves throughout the entire desolate realm. Many who had previously been unaware of Xintian City were now flocking to this newly ascended city, eager to seek opportunities within. In a brief span, Xintian City became exceptionally bustling, with many newcomers utterly astounded. My heavens, is this Xintian City? The density of spiritual energy here surpasses even that of my family's secret realm. Wouldn't cultivation here be as effortless as drinking water? This is simply astounding. I used to be from Haishan City, but the spiritual energy in Xintian City is nearly 4 times more potent than that of Haishan City. In such an environment, I yearn to settle here permanently. However, such a desire might be challenging to fulfill. The conditions for fully residing in Xintian City are stringent, requiring submission to the city lord's authority, and not just anyone can gain entry. If one does not possess at least the void return stage cultivation, it would be futile to hope for admission. Why bother with entering Xintian City? For people like us, sleeping on the roadside is perfectly fine. Just have a thicker skin. Xintian City has not imposed restrictions on entry, allowing many to find a spot to sit and cultivate. The abundance of spiritual energy here is truly overwhelming, making it a veritable sanctuary for cultivators. Breaking news has just arrived. Xintian City will impose entry restrictions in 3 days. Anyone not affiliated with the local forces of Xintian City will be barred from entry. This announcement left many taken aback, their expressions filled with reluctance, as they had planned to continue benefiting from the city's resources without cost. Nevertheless, there is a silver lining. Xintian City will establish an outer city, which will be separated from the inner city. The conditions for residing in the outer city will be considerably easier, permitting forces at the core formation stage and above to settle there directly. Upon hearing this, many people breathed a sigh of relief. They truly did not wish to leave Xintian City, as it was simply too comfortable, even in the outer city. As long as one is in the vicinity of Xintian City, the concentration of spiritual energy remains significantly higher than in other areas. Soon after, waves of energy surged from within the city. Personnel from the city lord's office, accompanied by numerous earth attribute cultivators, commenced the construction of the outer city. The scale of the outer city is indeed colossal, nearly 10 times the size of the inner city. From a bird's eye view, the inner city resembles a small orb. This tenfold measurement is merely a temporary estimate by Chen Daozhen, and it will undoubtedly expand even further in the future. In Chapter 80, The Terror of Xintian City, successful lottery draws have taken place, congratulating the winners on acquiring 3 summon characters of the late harmonization stage, 15 intermediate spirit pool springs, and 1 character of the perfected harmonization stage. Within the serene confines of the Qingxin courtyard, Chen Daozhen enjoys a leisurely existence, while the Chen family appears somewhat preoccupied. With the establishment of the outer city, numerous tasks await attention. After all, it is a city that necessitates a multitude of regulations, including urban planning. However, Chen Daozhen is not burdened with these responsibilities. He merely awaits reports from the Chen family members, at which point he determines the feasibility of their proposals. Often, he allows them to make decisions independently. With such an abundance of summon characters, it seems superfluous to leave them inactive. Recently, numerous factions have expressed a desire to join the inner city of Xintian, and Chen Daozhen has readily accepted almost all who meet the criteria, specifically those of the returning void stage or higher. Meeting this condition grants them residency in the inner city, albeit not without cost, as the superior environment demands a form of rent. Each faction residing in the inner city must annually remit a certain quantity of precious materials to the Chen family. Following the reforms in the inner city, management has become significantly stricter. Acts of violence, including murder, are strictly prohibited, with the city lord's office holding accountability. For instance, if an individual from the outer city were to commit murder within the inner city and flee, the city lord's office would pursue them, akin to a law enforcement agency. Given the inner city's nature, Chen Daozhen is keen to avoid any bloodshed. Conversely, the outer city's regulations are less stringent, much like the former Xintian city. As long as one is not apprehended or excessively reckless, oversight is generally lax. Presently, Xintian city stands as an immensely powerful entity. For factions of the harmonization stage have established themselves within the inner city, comprising 1 mid-stage and 3 early-stage factions. The number of returning void-stage factions is even more substantial, totaling 21. Xintian city has rightfully earned its title as the foremost power in the wilderness domain. At this moment, representatives from Haishan city, Shaotiantian, Qinshin sect, Liwenxin, and Xuanji city, Qinpingwu, have come to pay their respects. Their resonant voices echo throughout Xintian city, eliciting expressions of astonishment from the multitude, as the arrival of these 3 figures simultaneously is unexpected. The wilderness domain is on the brink of transformation. The 3 do not enter Xintian city, instead standing outside, awaiting their turn. Shaotiantian gazes at the towering city walls, unable to restrain an exclamation. It is said that the spiritual energy in Xintian city is abundant, even before entering the outer city. The energy here surpasses that of ordinary locales. Li Wenxin, with a grave expression, adds, the presence of harmonization stage auras within Xintian city is indeed overwhelming. A rough estimate suggests there are at least 15. The crux of the matter lies in the formidable essence that permeates this realm. In the late stage of harmonization, there are 8 distinct auras, not to mention the presence of those who have achieved the pinnacle of harmonization. It appears that the intelligence regarding Xintian city is, indeed, rather one-dimensional. Shortly after they finished speaking, a dark figure emerged from the outer city. He now holds the position of chief guardian of the entire outer city, tasked with overseeing the defensive measures at the city gates. However, his responsibilities are quite limited, primarily involving personnel management and the arrangement of guards, with little authority beyond that. Nevertheless, the dark figure harbors no grievances, being associated with a formidable force like Xintian city, despite the current hardships, promises a brighter future. With a smile, he approached and said, "Gentlemen, this way please." Upon seeing the dark figure, Xiao Tiantian's expression changed instantly. For someone at the initial stage of harmonization to serve as a guardian is quite impressive for Xintian city, is it not? Although Haishan city also boasts some harmonization practitioners, he lacks the confidence to adopt such a stance, as it would seem somewhat disrespectful to assign a harmonization expert to guard duty. Yet, observing the dark figure's natural demeanor, Xiao Tiantian realized he had underestimated the Chen family. The willingness of an early harmonization master to guard the gates speaks volumes, far surpassing the standing of their 3 major factions. As the trio entered the outer city, their faces were instantly filled with astonishment. The richness of the spiritual energy here is remarkable. Just the outer city almost rivals the spiritual density found within Haishan city. Just when Xiao Tiantian thought the outer city was simply like this, he soon discovered, as they ventured deeper, that he was utterly mistaken. With every 20 steps they took, the intensity of the spiritual energy surged significantly. By the time they had traversed a third of the outer city, the spiritual energy had nearly doubled from when they first entered Xintian city. What a concept! Even the outer city surpassed the environment of Haishan city. No wonder so many factions are eager to gain entry here. Upon reaching the entrance to the inner city, the 3 were rendered speechless. The overwhelming wave of spiritual energy left them disoriented. The inner city's spiritual essence is approximately 15 times denser than that of the outer city. Exchanging glances, they could see the profound shock reflected in each other's eyes. How terrifying! Is this truly Xintian city? Xiao Tiantian swallowed hard, acutely aware of the powerful spiritual presences surrounding them. He could guarantee that any hint of insubordination would provoke a swift and collective response against him. After witnessing the environment of Xintian city, Xiao Tiantian began to contemplate settling here. Not just him, the other 2 harbored similar thoughts. The richness of the spiritual energy here is astonishing. To cultivate in such an environment is akin to being immersed daily in a spiritual realm of abundance. Moreover, they felt an intense sense of urgency. Numerous familiar harmonization auras from other factions lingered within the city. Should they continue to cultivate here, there is a distinct possibility that they might surpass their current capabilities. However, the 3 were somewhat reluctant. If they settled in Xintian city, it would be no different from submitting to the Chen family. Soon, they were ushered into the Chen residence, where they were received by Chen Yun. Naturally, Chen Daozhen found such matters beneath his concern and continued with his usual demeanor. The 3, having reached the pinnacle of the harmonization stage, possessed commendable strength. Yet it was merely adequate. Before long, Xiao Tianran and his companions departed Xintian city with solemn expressions. The Chen family, now immensely powerful, faced no rivals in the desolate domain, leading to a tranquil existence in the days that followed. Occasionally, Chen Daozhen would offer insights on governance and share his thoughts on urban development, When boredom struck, he would casually seek out a tavern within the city for a meal, engaging in idle banter with other cultivators. Chapter 81. Zue Xian Pavilion. The lottery was successful. Congratulations on acquiring 27 entities of initial harmonization stage summons. The lottery was successful. Congratulations on obtaining 27 intermediate spiritual pool springs. The lottery was successful. Congratulations on winning 1,000 varieties of random earthly treasures. The lottery was successful. Congratulations on acquiring 7 entities of late harmonization stage summons. The lottery was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the dominant spirit physique. The lottery was successful. Congratulations on acquiring 39 intermediate spiritual pool springs. The dominant spirit physique? What is this? Activate. As Chen Daozhen silently chanted within his heart, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from within him, a formidable aura unfurling instantaneously. A spectral figure clad in golden armor materialized behind him, resembling a deity or demon descending from the heavens. The dominant spirit physique. Chen Daozhen comprehended the essence of this physique. It appeared to be a manifestation that allowed one to channel divine power, significantly enhancing overall combat prowess for a brief period. With his current cultivation at the late transformation stage, utilizing this physique could elevate him momentarily to the void return stage. Upon this realization, Chen Daozhen's aura trembled violently. His energy transcended from the late transformation stage to its pinnacle. Ah, another breakthrough, Chen Daozhen remarked nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing stood beside him, utterly astonished. The setbacks he had faced recently were overwhelming. It seemed like every couple of days brought news of the family head's cultivation breakthroughs, leaving her heart reeling from the impact. He truly embodied the essence of breakthroughs as if they were as effortless as drinking water. Chen Daozhen rose and headed outside, saying, "Come, accompany me for a stroll." Lin Wanqing promptly followed suit. The two soon departed from the Chen residence, making their way towards the outer city. The inner city lacked excitement and vibrancy. To Chen Daozhen, the inner city resembled an elegant Western restaurant, while the outer city felt akin to a bustling night market. In comparison, he favored the lively atmosphere of the night market. After exiting the outer city, they proceeded directly towards a 7-story pavilion at its center. Named Zue Xian Pavilion, this establishment was quite popular in the outer city, offering dining alongside the performances of singing and dancing courtesans, making it an excellent place for relaxation. Whenever Chen Daozhen found himself feeling idle, he would frequent this venue for leisure. Behind him, Lin Wanqing wore an expression of resignation. Despite being by his side, the master still ventured out to see other young ladies, leaving Lin Wanqing heartbroken. However, her sorrow stemmed not from his attention to other women, but from the realization that he showed no inclination towards her. Lin Wanqing felt a profound sadness. On several occasions while giving him a massage, she intentionally brushed against his calf, even eliciting a response, yet the master remained indifferent. Could it be that he preferred men? No, that couldn't possibly be the case. If he were inclined that way, why would he respond at all? And why did he visit the Zue Xian Pavilion daily to admire the young ladies? Surely, my approach must be flawed. Could it be because I am merely a maid? Yet, aren't maids meant to provide warmth for their masters? All I desire is a moment of his affection. Why is it so challenging? Lost in thought, Lin Wanqing followed closely behind Chen Daozhen, her mind racing. Before long, they arrived at the Zue Xian Pavilion. Young Master Chen, you've returned. Please, come in quickly. Your usual spot is reserved for you. Greeted the welcoming lady at the entrance, her face adorned with a warm smile as she led him to a corner table on the first floor. The Zue Xian Pavilion indeed had private rooms, but Chen Daozhen preferred the lively atmosphere of the first floor. Each visit, he ordered an array of expensive dishes, establishing him as a valued patron, and due to his frequent visits, the establishment had set aside this table specifically for him. With a smile, the welcoming lady inquired, "Young master, shall we proceed with the usual arrangement?" Chen Daozhen tossed a bag of coins her way, affirming, "Yes." As she accepted the bag, her smile widened. "Please wait a moment. Your dishes will be served shortly." Little did she know that the person before her was the head of the Chen family, nor did she associate him with the illustrious clan. In her eyes, the Chen family was a formidable entity. If one of them were to visit the Zue Xian Pavilion, they would surely not be so inconspicuous. Even if it were a direct descendant, the pavilion's owner would likely come out to personally greet them. Chen Daozhen gestured towards the table. "Don't just stand there, take a seat." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing promptly sat down across from him. In no time, the dishes were served. To be frank, the fare here was quite ordinary. Although many dishes were rare delicacies, they were merely average in Chen Daozhen's eyes. Observing the abundance of food on his table, others around could not help but glance over, only to compare it with their own modest meals. Truly, there was no pain without comparison. The Zue Xian Pavilion spans 7 levels, with the first floor frequented by those of the lowest purchasing power, mostly common folk. The higher one ascended, the greater the spending capability and the nobler the patrons. At the center of the pavilion, a raised platform showcased a beautifully featured woman who played enchanting melodies, creating a soothing atmosphere. Chen Daozhen relished his meal while basking in the delightful music of the Zue Xian Pavilion. At that moment, a discordant voice pierced through the atmosphere of the Drunken Heart Pavilion, rendering the ambience somewhat tumultuous. How dare you poison the food at this establishment? A middle-aged man stood at the entrance, seething with indignation, accompanied by a frail-looking companion. The weakened man spoke up. This morning, I dined here, only to return home feeling my inner spiritual energy in disarray and my blood surging uncontrollably. Had it not been for my elder brother's timely intervention, I would have surely fallen into chaos. He turned to the pavilion with a resolute demand for accountability regarding the alleged poisoning. Upon hearing this proclamation, the entire Drunken Heart Pavilion fell silent. Those who had been enjoying their meals paused, their expressions now tinged with caution. Poison? Judging by the aura emanating from the man, it was evident he was a nascent soul cultivator, a being of considerable strength who had nearly met his demise. The patrons whispered among themselves, questioning the veracity of the claims. Poisoned food? Is that true? I've dined here several times without issue. Perhaps it is not the food that is toxic, but rather the individuals who are. Clearly, this is a ruse to create trouble, likely born from envy towards the pavilion's burgeoning popularity. Speculation swirled, with some recalling that the Drunken Heart Pavilion was backed by a modest family, the strongest among them merely at the nascent soul stage. Recently, several transformation stage factions had expressed interest in acquiring the pavilion, yet the family had refused to sell. It seemed plausible that the troublemakers were affiliated with one of those factions. The pavilion was rapidly becoming the most sought-after establishment in the outer city, generating substantial revenue daily. A temptation for any envious party. Moreover, being run by a small family with no significant backing, it was presumed that the Drunken Heart Pavilion could not endure such strife. The guests, merely there to partake in the cuisine, were indifferent to who held authority, choosing instead to observe the unfolding drama with a sense of schadenfreude. I recognized those too. I saw them at the elegant Dust residence before. They belong to the Su family. It seems they are indeed here to cause trouble. Personally, I believe the Drunken Heart Pavilion would be better off selling, as their strength is insufficient to withstand this. Indeed, with the rapid development of Xiantian City and the flourishing business of the pavilion, how could it allow a small family to maintain control? Murmured the crowd, concern for the establishment's fate growing. As the murmurs of discontent proliferated within the pavilion, a gaunt middle-aged man descended from the upper floor, his expression grim. The Drunken Heart Pavilion would never serve tainted food, and as for you, a nascent soul cultivator, what manner of substance could possibly affect you so severely? He approached the two men, clasping his hands in greeting. Gentlemen, I am Zhou Ping, the manager of this establishment. Your assertion that our meals are poisoned seems to stem from a misunderstanding. The Drunken Heart Pavilion has always conducted business with integrity. How could we ever resort to such treachery? The pale-faced man exclaimed in anger. This is your concern? What has it to do with me? I have not eaten for several days, and I only came to your Zue Xian Pavilion for a meal. Who else could it be but you? Beside him, another individual shouted furiously, I just took my second brother to see, and he said it was due to some poison that this issue arose. Your Zue Xian Pavilion is of mediocre strength. With so many patrons daily, it is entirely possible that you use some bizarre ingredients to fill your menu. Upon hearing these words, many within the Zue Xian Pavilion were momentarily taken aback. While they understood that the two were there to cause trouble, the assertion contained a kernel of truth. A restaurant with only a foundation establishment background, catering to such a large clientele daily, could hardly possess an abundance of rare delicacies to meet the demands. Zhou Ping's expression darkened considerably. Gentlemen, your words are somewhat excessive. This Zue Xian Pavilion has been in operation for several days without any incidents of food poisoning. Surely you must have consumed something else. Preposterous. Su Lin, the elder brother, retorted angrily. Are you implying that my second brother is lying? The aura of his foundation establishment cultivation erupted suddenly, sweeping toward Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping, merely a core formation practitioner, found himself trembling, as if he might collapse at any moment, utterly unable to withstand the pressure of Su Lin's presence. Su Lin spoke coldly. My brother stated that he has only dined at your Zue Xian Pavilion. Did you not hear him? Or do you think he would jest with his own life? Inside the Zue Xian Pavilion, many shook their heads, recognizing that Zhou Ping was far too weak to protect the establishment. Zhou Ping's face flushed red as he struggled to withstand the pressure emanating from Su Lin. He longed to retort, but under such pressure, even speaking became a challenge. Unexpectedly, a patron on the first floor stood up, abruptly overturning his table and declaring in a domineering tone, "I shall not eat here any longer. Refund my money." Another voice joined in, "I too will not eat. Hurry and return my funds." If that esteemed practitioner of the Foundation establishment nearly succumbed to poison, what fate awaits me? A mere core formation cultivator? I could very well bleed out right here. The atmosphere in the Zue Xian Pavilion quickly devolved into chaos, with nearly 20 individuals rising in unison to denounce Zhou Ping and demand refunds. It was evident that these patrons had been planted there in advance. Many onlookers, observing the food on their tables, began to hesitate. While they believed the likelihood of poisoning was low, caution is the mother of safety. What if the worst were to happen? Just then, a composed middle-aged man approached, and at that moment, the pressure on Zhou Ping dissipated entirely. Zhou Ping promptly bowed. "I pay my respects to the family head." The newcomer was none other than Zhou Xian, the head of the Zhou family and the only Foundation establishment cultivator within the clan. Zhou Xian spoke coldly. "If you claim that the poison originated from the Zue Xian Pavilion, then if you can provide evidence, we shall be willing to offer compensation." Evidence? Su Lin let out a derisive laugh, declaring, "My second brother has only ever partaken of sustenance within your Zue Xian Pavilion. Is this not evidence enough?" Hearing this, Zhou Xian's expression darkened, as he felt that Su Lin and his companion were utterly relentless in their pursuit. He had not anticipated such merciless tactics from the Su family, resorting to such despicable ploys when they could not obtain Zue Xian Pavilion. Moreover, Zhou Xian sensed several familiar auras within the pavilion, individuals from various prominent families who had previously expressed interest in acquiring the Zue Xian Pavilion. Even without the Su family's involvement today, it was likely that other families would apply pressure. With a grim countenance, Zhou Xian inquired, "What is it that you desire?" Zue Xian Pavilion held immense significance for the Zhou family. Its thriving business could very well serve as the foundation for their ascent. To sell it would equate to relinquishing the very future of the Zhou family, a notion Zhou Xian could not entertain. Furthermore, the offers from the other family heads were woefully inadequate, failing to entice him. Should they be willing to invest a substantial sum to secure Zue Xian Pavilion, he might consider it. However, none had proposed a reasonable price, all aiming to acquire it at a pittance. As he contemplated this, Zhou Xian felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Such was the lament of the weak. Su Lin sneered, "My second brother is in such a state. A mere 30 to 50 dragon transformation pills would suffice to restore him." The mention of dragon transformation pills startled many within Zue Xian Pavilion, for these elixirs were exceedingly precious, capable of enabling a direct breakthrough during the god transformation stage without hindrance. 35 pills were clearly intended to ensure that Zue Xian Pavilion would not continue its operations. Given the Zhou family's current strength, it was unlikely they could produce even a single pill. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xian's expression darkened like the depths of a shadow, his heart plummeting. Such a quantity of dragon transformation pills was beyond the reach of the Zhou family. Even the Su family would struggle to procure them. How could he, at the nascent soul stage, possibly conjure such treasures? Infuriated, Zhou Xian cursed inwardly, recognizing that the Zhou family could leverage a Xian Pavilion to rise. Yet they found themselves ensnared in this predicament. Should Zue Xian Pavilion continue its trajectory, within 2 to 3 years, he could leverage it to break into the god transformation stage. Moreover, Xiantian City was continuously expanding. As long as Zue Xian Pavilion established itself as a dominant force in the outer city, profits would surely follow. The Zhou family's cultivation resources would also be sufficient. And perhaps in a few hundred years, the Zhou family could rise to become a force of the Void Return stage, or even the Dao integration stage. Chapter 83. The Chun family token. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Xian asserted, "Esteemed friend, you claim that the food within our Zue Xian Pavilion is poisoned. However, our ingredients are sourced exclusively from the Ziyuan Merchant Association. You cannot possibly suggest that their products are tainted, can you?" The Zhou family, lacking the capacity for self-sufficiency, procured all their materials from the Ziyuan Merchant Association. While this might reduce their profit margin somewhat, it nonetheless represented a significant source of wealth for the Zhou family. Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, Su Lin let out a cold laugh. "The goods acquired through the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce have nothing to do with the toxicity of your food, do they? The Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce merely sells to you. How you handle it is entirely your decision." At that moment, many within the Zue Xian Pavilion also voiced their opinions. Indeed, the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce sells some toxic items. Even if you purchased from them, what difference does it make? Enough of this nonsense. Refund my money immediately. I cannot return to your Zue Xian Pavilion again. Whoever wishes to come, may do so. Naturally, Zhou Xian could not acquiesce to their demands. Should he yield this time, the Su family's subsequent offensives would be even more ferocious, rendering the Zue Xian Pavilion unable to continue its operations in Xiantian City. Suddenly, Zhou Xian's gaze turned icy. A surge of murderous intent swirling within him. The Su family's strength far surpassed theirs, boasting 4 members in the transformation stage. A level of existence altogether beyond the Zhou clan. He found himself unable to adopt a resolute stance. If he truly provoked them, the survival of the Zhou family would be uncertain. Was he truly to relinquish the Zue Xian Pavilion? In Zhou Xian's perspective, the price offered by the Su family was virtually equivalent to giving it away for free. Su Lin's aura surged, and he sneered, Zhou Xian, I have no desire to repeat myself. Either hand over the transformation pill or be prepared to lose a hand. This matter will end here. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Xian's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the Su family had no intention of letting him off the hook. It seemed the Zue Xian Pavilion was doomed. He recalled that this man was Zhou Xian from the Zhou family. A Yuaning stage cultivator foolish enough to offend a force like the Su family. It was utterly reckless. The Zue Xian Pavilion was thriving. How could the Zhou family possibly maintain control here? It had always been quite pleasant, the flavors delightful, and each visit felt like returning home. Yet, it appeared he would have no opportunity to return. Now, not only was the Zue Xian Pavilion in jeopardy, but his own hand was also at risk. Alas, no more wife. Wife? A murmur of lament echoed throughout the Zue Xian Pavilion, with several members of the Su family casting cold smirks at the unfolding scene. Su Lin's demeanor was exceedingly domineering, offering Zhou Xian no opportunity for choice. Many had set their sights on the Zue Xian Pavilion, and the Su family could not possibly consume it all. If the Su family sought to seize the Zue Xian Pavilion, other factions would surely rise in opposition, leaving the Su family surrounded and besieged. Thus, the best outcome would be for everyone to abandon the Zue Xian Pavilion. Zhou Xian's countenance darkened as he spoke. My friend, this is rather excessive, don't you think? Excessive? Su Lin sneered. And what of my second brother's injuries? Is it not excessive that your Zue Xian Pavilion has poisoned him to such a degree? As he spoke, Su Lin's aura grew increasingly turbulent, akin to a volcano poised to erupt, suffusing the Zue Xian Pavilion with a tense atmosphere, saturated with an air of impending conflict. Su Lin's icy voice continued. To spare your life is already an act of great mercy. Do not take it for granted. At that moment, a sharp sound of applause resonated through the Zue Xian Pavilion. How remarkable for a mere Yuan-ing stage cultivator to be so audacious. Many individuals were immediately taken aback, glancing toward the source of the voice, eager to discern who had dared to slight the Su family so brazenly. Before them stood a striking young man, accompanied by an exquisitely beautiful woman. Merely gazing upon their countenances conveyed an air of extraordinary distinction. Does anyone know who this person is? I'm not quite sure. I have never encountered him before, yet from his appearance, it seems he is no ordinary individual. However, to offend the Su family in such a manner could hardly yield favorable outcomes. Su Lin narrowed his eyes, coldly remarking, Esteemed friend, I advise you to refrain from interfering in the Su family's affairs. The Su family boasted not only several individuals in the transformation stage, but also served as a vassal to a formidable void return stage power, making them a considerable force within the outer city. Regardless of the backgrounds of these 2 young individuals, they possessed the audacity to stand their ground. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing sprang to her feet, exclaiming in anger, Impudence. Su Lin was momentarily taken aback, although he could not discern the aura surrounding Chen Daozhen. He clearly recognized Lin Wanqing as merely a waste of the 6th layer of the core formation stage. What audacity did she possess to speak to him in such a manner? Lin Wanqing, undeterred, rose decisively and approached Su Lin. What was her intention? Did she dare to provoke him? She was merely at the core formation stage. Did she believe her beauty would deter Su Lin from acting against her? Strange. There was an unsettling feeling that these 2 young individuals were not quite right. Inside the Drunken Heart Pavilion, numerous patrons began to murmur. Su Lin wore a mocking expression, eager to observe what this young woman intended to do. As Lin Wanqing reached Su Lin, she remained silent, retrieving an identity token from her bag and tossing it before him before turning to leave. Su Lin had intended to tease the girl, but as his gaze caught the token on the ground, his expression shifted dramatically, a chill coursing through him. Emblazoned on the token was a prominent character, Chen. Within the entire Shantian city, only one faction bore such an identity token. You belong to the Chen family. This revelation struck like lightning. Those 2 were indeed members of the Chen family. No wonder they exuded such an extraordinary presence. It appeared they were of the direct lineage. A thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. Direct lineage? Brother, have you ever encountered a purple identity token? Purple? I have indeed never seen one. Could it be that it belongs to an elder of the Chen family? The Su family is in for it now. A myriad of expressions of horror painted the faces of the onlookers. The Chen family currently ruled Xiantian City, boasting numerous formidable beings at the late harmonization stage, having even slain Mu Lin, a consummate harmonization stage powerhouse. Such a faction was a behemoth. Not only the transformation stage powers, but even those of the void return and harmonization stages would refrain from provoking them. Su Lin's forehead began to bead with perspiration as he reflected on his earlier warning to them, a sense of dread washing over him. The pallid man beside him now appeared even more ghostly pale, devoid of color. Su Lin swallowed hard and, without hesitation, knelt upon the ground, respectfully retrieving the token and crawling toward Chen Daozhen. Upon arriving beside Chen Daozhen's table, Su Lin raised the token in his hand and, trembling, implored, "I am but a fool who fails to recognize the eminent. I beseech your forgiveness, noble sir, and spare my wretched life." The Chen family, being the sovereign of Xiantian City, could extinguish a life with utmost ease, and Su Lin was gripped by terror. Chapter 84. From the heart in the presence of Su Lin's earnestness, everyone within the Drunken Heart Pavilion comprehended the gravity of the situation, refraining from mockery. For they were confronted by the formidable Chen family. To resist their will at this juncture would surely lead to a dismal fate. These two individuals from the Chen family were surprisingly unassuming, seated merely on the first level. It would be prudent to maintain a low profile in Xiantian City henceforth. One could unwittingly offend a member of the Chen clan, leading to dire consequences. Indeed, the Chen family was exceptionally powerful, as evidenced by their mere reputation, which had compelled a Yuaning cultivator to kneel in submission. Such a reaction was entirely reasonable. Even a transformation stage practitioner would likely bow unless they wished to court death. Whispers of hushed discussions filled the air. At that moment, Zhou Xian's expression was tinged with excitement. Judging by the demeanor of the Chen family representatives, they appeared poised to intervene in the affairs of the Drunken Heart Pavilion. Should he choose to protect the establishment, who would dare to cast covetous eyes upon them in the future? Chen Daozhen cast a glance at the kneeling Su Lin and remarked indifferently, "Regardless of your reasons, I have taken a liking to this Drunken Heart Pavilion. Henceforth, do not entertain thoughts of disrupting it." Upon hearing this, Su Lin trembled, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fear. It became clear that the Chen family had long set their sights on the pavilion. Had he known sooner, even tenfold courage would not have compelled him to seek trouble with the establishment. Yes, indeed, I was misguided. The Drunken Heart Pavilion is without fault. We were merely slandering it, Su Lin hastily explained, adopting an exceedingly humble posture. "Let us depart," Chen Daozhen said, reclaiming the token he had raised and standing to leave. Lin Wanqing promptly followed suit, and the two exited the Drunken Heart Pavilion. Su Lin, witnessing that Chen Daozhen had not pursued the matter further, breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful for his own restraint in not uttering excessively harsh words, he was fortunate to have knelt upon realizing the identity of his interlocutor. Otherwise, escaping today's predicament would have been far more arduous. Zhou Xian had intended to express his gratitude to Chen Daozhen, but seeing him leave without a word, he relinquished the thought, resolving to investigate the man's identity and extend his thanks in person later. It was rumored that many powerful factions within Xiantian City had submitted to the Chen family. If the Zhou family could likewise gain favor, they would surely ascend the ranks with ease. However, a bitter smile crossed Zhou Xian's face as he reflected on his family's feeble strength. The Chen family would scarcely consider them worthy. Rising, Su Lin donned a smiling countenance and said, "Apologies, Master Zhou. It was merely a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding." With Su Lin's thick skin, Zhou Xian refrained from deriding him, for Su Lin's family, the Su clan, was not one he could afford to offend. With a cold snort, Zhou Xian turned and departed. Su Lin, unfazed, departed from the Drunken Immortal Inn with his companion, heading straight back to report to the Su family. Meanwhile, the others inside the Drunken Heart Pavilion, who had initially clamored for refunds, now found themselves in an awkward predicament. They were indeed part of Su Lin's group, and with his departure, they could hardly continue their ruckus. They promptly set the overturned tables right, settled their bills at the counter, and exited the establishment. The entire process steeped in embarrassment. The expressions of the patrons within the Drunken Heart Pavilion were peculiar. They had not anticipated that this long-concocted scheme would conclude so abruptly. Could it be said that the pavilion now enjoyed the backing of the Chen family? It seemed plausible, considering that the Chen family favored this place. Anyone attempting to disrupt it would inevitably affect the mood of the Chen family member associated with it, thereby incurring their ire. Yet, who was this individual? Why had they never been seen? It was not that they hadn't encountered anyone from the Chen family. Rather, the common folk like us had scarcely laid eyes on any genuine members of the Chen lineage. In the Drunken Heart Pavilion, many from other factions silently finished their meals, preparing to report the events that had transpired here. Within the Su household, the family head, a robust-looking middle-aged man, wore a grave expression. "Are you certain it was a purple jade pendant?" Su Lin replied immediately, Patriarch, I assure you, the color of that pendant was unmistakably purple. Upon hearing this, Su Fangwang's countenance turned ashen. Su Lin, with caution, inquired, Patriarch, what status does this purple jade pendant signify? Su Fangwang inhaled deeply, the head of the Chen family. What? Su Lin's face blanched, his expression rife with dread, his eyes widening in disbelief. This person was none other than Chen Daozhen, the one who wielded power over the Chen family. The realization sent shivers down Su Lin's spine, as if he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Fortunately, he had exercised caution and refrained from speaking recklessly. Otherwise, he might not have seen another day. Moreover, the entire Su family would certainly face repercussions. Su Fangwang's visage was equally grim, his eyes betraying a deep-seated concern. The deeds of the Chen family were well known throughout Xintian City, particularly during its earlier days as Menghe City, where the Chen family was known for their ruthless decisiveness against rival factions. Although Su Lin had not committed any egregious acts, he had certainly confronted them directly. Should the Chen family decide to take offense, it could spell disaster for the Su family. Su Fangwang furrowed his brow, unable to fathom how the Drunken Heart Pavilion had managed to attract the attention of the Chen family, let alone its head. It was utterly absurd, profoundly so. With a deep sigh, Su Fangwang finally comprehended the adage, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. The Su family had insisted on being the one to overturn the table, only to find themselves entangled in this predicament. Any faction could have chosen to assault the Drunken Heart Pavilion, yet he had acted hastily, jumping ahead of all others. And now, the consequence was that he had inadvertently offended the Chen family. However, it could not entirely be deemed an offense against them. It can only be said that it has provoked the dissatisfaction of the Chen family. Fortunately, Su Lin's remedial measures were effective. He bowed his head quickly. Given the current strength of the Chen family, they should not pursue the matter too rigorously. Although Su Fangwang is likely to be assured, Chen Daozhen should not be overly concerned, yet he remains deeply anxious. After much contemplation, Su Fangwang finally rose to his feet and said, Prepare some gifts. Let us venture into the inner city. While the Chen family should not create trouble for them, it is essential to exhibit the proper attitude. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to feel at ease. Su Lin promptly responded, Understood. After a hasty preparation, Su Fangwang and Su Lin proceeded to the Chen residence to offer their apologies. Chapter 85. Ascendancy. In the subsequent period, Xintian City returned to tranquility, with no significant events transpiring. Chen Daozhen continued his routine, often wandering through the Drunken Heart Pavilion, and most of the time, he remained within the Chen residence, indulging in the expert massages from Lin Wanqing. This young lady, having practiced extensively, had refined her skills to an extraordinary level, making the massages increasingly pleasurable. Presently, the thorn tree in the Clear Heart courtyard had grown to nearly 40 meters tall, visible even from outside the Chen residence, a magnificent sight. The spiritual spring continuously generated spiritual energy, and now, the entire Xintian city was saturated with an overwhelming amount of it, accumulating day by day. As Chen Daozhen's spiritual spring was activated almost daily, this persistent accumulation led to noticeable transformations in Xintian city nearly every day. Not only was Xintian city affected, but the surrounding area also saw a significant enhancement in spiritual energy, with occasional appearances of extraordinary treasures from heaven and earth. This signified that the forces of the heavenly Tao were converging in this vicinity. 10 days passed in this manner. Chen Daozhen had drawn a total of 54 figures in the late stage of the harmonization realm, with 11 having reached the pinnacle of the harmonization stage. However, he had yet to summon any formidable beings of the Great Ascension stage. During these 10 days, Chen Daozhen himself had advanced to the Void Return stage. With his cultivation progressing by leaps and bounds each day, time flowed slowly, and another 15 days elapsed. One day, within the Clear Heart courtyard, a woman of ethereal grace and exquisite form appeared before Chen Daozhen. Purple attire, at your service, master of the house, she greeted. Chen Daozhen looked at her in astonishment. It was unexpected that the system could draw a female character. He had assumed that only rugged men would emerge. Moreover, this time, not only was the character female, but she was also a powerful being of the Great Ascension stage. After 25 days, he finally succeeded in summoning someone of that caliber. During these 25 days, Xintian City underwent a dramatic transformation, with the overall spiritual energy increasing nearly tenfold compared to before, becoming so dense that it had formed a misty shroud. While the outer city merely exhibited a light haze, the inner city was extraordinarily thick, rendering the roads nearly invisible. Please rise, Chen Daozhen said gently. Upon hearing this, Purple Attire slowly stood. Her attire, as her name suggested, consisted of a flowing purple gown, her figure proud and alluring, exuding an ethereal charm akin to that of a celestial beauty. Even Lin Wanqing paled in comparison. Chen Daozhen did not linger excessively on Zi, but instead directed his gaze toward the Chen family, slowly uttering, "Elder Chen Yun, the time has come. It is time to make the announcement." The announcement, of course, pertained to the matter of declaring kingship. Within the Chen family, upon hearing the whispers in his mind, Chen Yun's countenance immediately turned grave. Soon, news exploded across the entire wasteland, leaving everyone who heard it utterly astounded. Xiantian City had proclaimed itself a kingdom under the name of the Jiuxiao Divine Dynasty. Such an imposing title instantly instilled fear in countless hearts. A divine dynasty. This evoked a sense of ambition to unify the wasteland. The strength of Xiantian City had grown immensely. Openly, there were several in the perfected unity stage and dozens more in the late unity stage. Such terrifying power, even if it caused some discontent, elicited little opposition. Yet, many wore expressions of cold amusement. To declare oneself a king? Such an endeavor seemed fraught with challenges. The wasteland, in truth, had once been merely a remote corner, with the laws of heaven and earth being rather insipid, hence no top-tier experts deemed it worthy. However, in the present, the area around Xiantian City brimmed with rich heavenly laws, surpassing many regions of Zhongzhou, even with the Chen family boasting a powerful being in the ascendant stage. Unifying the wasteland would prove to be a formidable task, especially with other formidable forces likely aiming for a stake in Xiantian City. Nevertheless, many believed the situation to be manageable. The Chen family likely possessed ascendant strength, which constituted a formidable force within the entire Tianqing realm. While claiming kingship was certainly feasible, the ambition to unify the wasteland was an entirely different challenge. Numerous factions within the wasteland were collateral branches of the ancient clans from Zhongzhou, and to compel their obedience would require the consent of their ancestral clans. Although these collateral branches did not receive protection from their main families, they nonetheless shared a common lineage, and should the time arise, those backing them would undoubtedly intervene. Just as many anticipated the Jiuxiao Divine Dynasty to demonstrate its might, it remained unexpectedly tranquil. The Jiuxiao Divine Dynasty comprised only 3 cities, Xiantian City, Wuyue City, and Baiyun City, with Xiantian City being the imperial capital. Following the announcement of the Jiuxiao Divine Dynasty's establishment, the Chen family began methodically constructing the imperial system, diligently preparing the palace, and subsequently selecting a candidate for the ruler. This individual would undoubtedly be chosen from within the Chen family. However, after much deliberation, none seemed to possess the requisite capabilities. After all, they were merely a group of young individuals, lacking the understanding necessary to govern an empire. If the selection were to be made from summoned individuals, it would undoubtedly favor the most powerful. Only Zi stood out in this regard. An empress, Chen Daozhen mused as he regarded the graceful figure before him, his eyes shimmering with a different hue. Perhaps this was indeed a splendid choice, distinctly unique. Chen Daozhen inquired, "Zi, would you be willing to become the empress of the Jiuxiao Divine Dynasty?" Zi, slightly taken aback, seemed surprised by Chen Daozhen's proposition, but soon nodded in response. "I shall obey the family head's command." Pleased by her reply, Chen Daozhen nodded in satisfaction. With an ascendant stage powerhouse, it signified that there would likely be more ascendant beings to follow. In the celestial realm, as long as one refrains from provoking those in the tribulation phase within a short period, there are generally no significant issues. After the establishment of the Jiuxiao Divine Dynasty, Chen Daozhen continued his leisurely lifestyle, wandering amidst the mountains and rivers, embodying the essence of a carefree overseer. Upon a successful draw, he received an invincibility card. Invincibility card. Once activated, the user becomes invincible for 3 seconds, during which time they cannot perish. Any opponent, regardless of their cultivation level, will be defeated with a single strike. If the user faces a life-threatening situation that cannot be reversed, the card will automatically activate. Another successful draw yielded 113 intermediate spiritual spring wells. Yet another brought forth a heavenly grade treasure, the purple-blue gourd. Purple-blue gourd. When worn, it rapidly restores spiritual energy and allows for 3 instances of feigned death. After the 3rd use, the gourd shatters completely and cannot be repaired. Chen Daozhen stared at the rewards from this draw, utterly astonished. An invincibility card. This was the first time he had drawn such an extraordinary item. 3 seconds of invincibility, during which he could eliminate any foe with a single blow. Was this not the epitome of reckless abandon? The invincibility card not only guaranteed a one-hit kill, it effectively elevated his cultivation to an alarmingly formidable level, one capable of dispatching any adversary in an instant. Chapter 86. Awe-inspiring, might a smile graced Chen Daozhen's face, as the invincibility card bestowed upon him an immense sense of security. Though merely 3 seconds of invulnerable manhood, if he were to encounter an unbeatable opponent, those 3 seconds would surely suffice to annihilate them countless times. Chen Daozhen had been sequestered within the Qingxing courtyard, rarely venturing out. As a lack of security had been a significant concern, fearing encounters with foes he could not hope to defeat. But now, such worries had dissipated. With the added advantage of the purple-blue gourd's feigned death capability, coupled with invincibility, he no longer needed to fret excessively about his safety. The following morning, Ziyi announced her ascension to the throne, becoming the emperor of the Jiuxiao divine dynasty. Almost every notable figure in the vast wilderness came to extend their congratulations. The bustling sounds of the crowd echoed throughout Xuantiang City. Suddenly, a resounding tremor reverberated through Xuantiang City as a resplendent palace began to float upwards from the ground, ultimately anchoring itself atop the inner city. The palace was approximately one-third the size of the inner city itself. Such a formidable wave of formation energy was astonishing. The palace's levitation was orchestrated by a heavenly-grade formation master. The Chen family's might was indeed unfathomable, possessing a heavenly-grade formation master amongst their ranks. What struck me most was the atmosphere within Xuantiang City. The density of spiritual energy was astonishingly extraordinary. Even before entering the inner city, the spiritual energy surpassed that of my family's secret realm. A young man, his eyes filled with astonishment, stood dumbfounded. Indeed, I had heard that gaining entry into Xuantiang City was exceedingly challenging. If only I had discovered the specifics of this place a few days earlier. Previously, I had dismissed the rumors of Xuantiang City's prowess, thinking a newly emerging city could not possibly be that formidable. The reality was utterly beyond belief. Regrettably, I had missed a golden opportunity. What a lamentable oversight. Many shared in this sentiment, their expressions rife with regret. Although Xuantiang City had long been renowned in the wild domain, many did not place much significance on it. However, as they came to witness the establishment of the divine dynasty, they discovered that Xuantiang City was far more formidable than they had ever imagined. In recent days, Chen Daozhen had drawn from the spirit pool to a staggering extent, with the daily influx of spiritual energy in the outer city reaching billions of low-grade spirit stones. This was indeed a monumental sum. The entire Xuantiang City was enveloped by formations, causing only a minimal amount of spiritual energy to escape, which in turn led to a continual accumulation of energy within. Chen Daozhen frequently extracted from the spirit pool, while simultaneously allowing the spiritual energy to build up, making it arduous for the energy not to become dense. After the dynasty was fully established, powerful auras soared into the sky, dispersing in all directions. It had begun. Some observers regarded this scene with grave expressions. The establishment of the Jiuxiao divine dynasty had been marked by silence, undoubtedly a prelude to a grand maneuver. Now, with movements in Xuantiang City, their suspicions were confirmed. The formidable beings departing from Xuantiang City were predominantly at the harmonization stage, venturing into the far reaches of the wild domain. In Huangshe City, an overwhelmingly powerful aura descended, enveloping the entire city. Countless individuals looked up in terror at the figure in the sky, bewildered by the unfolding events. I am the Tianyu Guard of the Jiuxiao divine dynasty. Will Huangshe City submit to me and the Jiuxiao divine dynasty? The thunderous voice reverberated throughout the realm, instilling fear akin to divine authority. Huangshe City's strength was relatively meager, with only 2 cultivators at the transformation stage, while the Tianyu Guard represented the most formidable force under the Jiuxiao divine dynasty, with each member possessing harmonization stage prowess. The city lord of Huangshe immediately knelt, his expression one of reverence as he declared, "This humble one is willing to submit." Given Huangshe City's weak standing, it was evident they could not contend with the Jiuxiao divine dynasty. Thus, submission was the most prudent course of action. Yet, he could not fathom why the Jiuxiao divine dynasty would even consider Huangshe City a place relatively barren and lacking in value, particularly in attracting those above the returning void stage. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Allegiance to the Jiuxiao divine dynasty would yield only benefits for Huangshe City. Similar events unfolded elsewhere. Within a day, nearly a third of the map of the wild domain had come under the auspices of the Jiuxiao divine dynasty, leaving many factions both astonished and terrified. They were reluctant to submit, yet the overwhelming power of the Jiuxiao divine dynasty made refusal perilous, with the specter of annihilation looming over them. In Lingyang City, within the Su family, the core members convened to discuss the affairs concerning the Jiuxiao divine dynasty. Patriarch, the Tianyu Guard is swiftly approaching our Lingyang City. How shall we respond? This Jiuxiao divine dynasty is truly overbearing. Do they truly believe the wild domain belongs to them? Should we inform our clan about the multitude of treasures within the Xuantiang City? Surely, our clan would be intrigued, and perhaps they could assist us in vanquishing the Jiuxiao divine dynasty. Since the rise of Xuantiang City, the entire desolate region has undergone a seismic transformation, significantly weakening Lingyang City, with numerous factions departing to seek fortunes in Xuantiang City. In light of this situation, we find ourselves feeling rather helpless. After all, with our fate tied to others, we cannot simply bind them and prevent their departure. If we allow Xiantian City to continue its development, the survival space for the Su family will undoubtedly be further diminished. Moreover, the Jiuxiao divine dynasty exhibits an ambition to unify the desolate region, a notion that is utterly unacceptable to the members of the Su family. The head of the Su family, seated at the forefront, furrowed his brow and remarked, "It appears we have no choice. The strength of Xiantian City is unfathomable, and there must be powerful beings behind it. If they truly unify the desolate region, what room for survival will remain for families like ours? We were already expelled from the central continent, and now we must face such a predicament." The elder of the Su family spoke up. "I visited Xiantian City a few days ago. The spiritual energy there is astonishingly dense, likely due to the abundance of rare treasures that can generate such energy. We should report this matter to our clan. They will undoubtedly be interested. When the time comes, despite their formidable powers, what can the Chen family do against our Su family, a prestigious lineage from the central continent, with several formidable beings within?" Su Ci's words held merit. Once the Chen family is eradicated, we might even extract some benefits from Xiantian City, which is brimming with treasures. Ha ha ha, indeed. This plan is simply brilliant. Apart from the Su family, several other factions are also quietly reaching out to their respective backers. The existence of the Jiuxiao divine dynasty and Xiantian City has affected the interests of many. Should this situation continue, they may find themselves unable to remain in the desolate region at all. Of course, if the Jiuxiao divine dynasty refrains from expansion, many could endure the circumstances. After all, they too were expelled from the central continent, and the difficulty of mobilizing their clan to confront a powerful entity is not to be underestimated. Xiantian City, Jiuxiao Divine Palace. This is the name of the royal palace of the Jiuxiao divine dynasty, and since its establishment, the Chen family has naturally relocated there, albeit occupying merely a corner of the palace. Within the Qingxin courtyard, Chen Daozhen gazed into the distance. Now, the Chen family, much like the Jiuxiao divine palace, floated in the air, with Qingxin courtyard serving as the core of the Chen family, offering an exceptional view. As he looked out, the breathtaking scenery unfolded before him, a sight of unparalleled beauty. This is the life that cultivators ought to lead. Congratulations on successfully drawing a prize, the Celestial Grade Monitoring Diagram. The monitoring diagram can sense the aura of powerful beings within a radius of 500,000 miles, with no possibility of concealment for those below the ascension stage. It allows for the adjustment of the monitored beings' levels at will. Congratulations on successfully drawing another prize, an ascension stage effect, which can be reused 3 times. During the Tribulation stage special effect, upon usage, the host can mimic the imposing aura of the Tribulation stage, indistinguishable from the real thing. Lottery success. Congratulations on achieving mastery in alchemy. Upon use, one can directly elevate to an 8th grade alchemist. Chen Daozhen stared in astonishment at the reward bestowed by the system's lottery. Could my system truly yield such extraordinary items? He had previously believed that his system was not a lottery mechanism, but rather a summoning system. It was only upon receiving these peculiar rewards that Chen Daozhen recalled the essence of his system as a lottery system. A moment of nostalgia washed over him. In comparison, this Tribulation stage special effect clearly surpassed the outcome of drawing a Great Ascension stage item, and it could be used 3 times. Even encountering top-tier Great Ascension practitioners would merely intimidate them into submission. Quite impressive. Chen Daozhen then turned his gaze towards the Celestial Monitoring Atlas. With a wave of his hand, a faint shimmering curtain of ripples materialized before him. The atlas displayed a comprehensive map spanning 50,000 miles, dotted with numerous markers in white, black, green, and red. According to the manual, these appeared to represent practitioners of varying realms. The white markers indicated those in the Qi refinement stage. On the entire Celestial Monitoring Atlas, the white dots were densely packed, nearly obscuring the other colors. Chen Daozhen opted to eliminate the white markers, choosing to monitor only practitioners in the Foundation Establishment stage and above. Once the Qi refinement stage was excluded, the Celestial Monitoring Atlas became significantly clearer, yet many markers remained. Particularly within Xiantian City, the black markers were still countless, indicating a substantial number of Foundation Establishment practitioners within. Chen Daozhen proceeded to disable the monitoring for the Foundation Establishment stage, continuing this process upwards. The markers dwindled progressively until only a sparse few were visible at the harmonization stage. However, Xiantian City still harbored a considerable number of practitioners, while other regions displayed only occasional gatherings. Upon disabling the monitoring for the harmonization stage, the luminous screen transformed into an impeccably tidy display. The monitoring range of 50,000 miles nearly encompassed the entire wilderness domain. To Chen Daozhen's astonishment, aside from the violet-clad figures in Shantian City. There were indeed other great ascension practitioners in the wilderness domain. The Celestial Monitoring Atlas revealed 2 additional locations within the wilderness domain still emitting light points, one of which appeared faint, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment. This likely indicated a great ascension practitioner approaching demise. The Celestial Monitoring Atlas not only monitored powerful beings, but also assessed their strengths and life forces. This tool was truly remarkable. With it, Chen Daozhen would remain informed of the movements within the wilderness domain, enabling him to promptly detect when formidable entities entered the area. What an exceptional asset! Chen Daozhen expressed his delight, hoping that the system would continue to deliver rather than merely summon characters and provide genuine treasures. With an abundance of summoned figures in the Chen family's harmonization stage, it was high time for something worthwhile. Suddenly, Chen Daozhen's aura erupted, unleashing a tempest in all directions. He had reached the mid-return to void stage. Chen Daozhen paid little heed to his cultivation level. For him, breakthroughs were merely a routine affair. He picked up the recent information reported by the Chen family from the side, which recorded the amusing incidents that had transpired recently. Among them, Chen Yi had already reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce had established a notable presence throughout Shantian City, boasting 7 branches. Additionally, numerous branches of the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce had emerged in various surrounding cities. During this period, the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce had experienced rapid growth, subtly positioning itself to become the foremost commercial entity in the wasteland. Presently, even without the resource support from Chen Daozhen, the Ziyuan Chamber of Commerce could still provide abundant resources to the Chen family. This fact brought a sense of comfort to Chen Daozhen, as Chen Yi had not disappointed his expectations. Chen Xiang and Chen Jin were thriving within the Shantian sect, with nearly 3,000 disciples under their tutelage. Although their overall strength was modest, the future appeared promising. After all, Chen Xiang had only recently attained the peak of the nascent soul realm, which was still acceptable. Were it not for his status as a direct descendant of the Chen family, it was likely that they would not even have 3,000 disciples by now. Many factions aspired to join the Chen family, yet due to the Chen family's indifference, they sent their disciples to cultivate in the Shantian sect instead, effectively joining the Chen family in a roundabout manner. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Daozhen communicated with Zi in the Jiuxiao Divine Palace, saying, Zi, once the Jiuxiao Divine Dynasty has secured approximately half of the wasteland, let us halt our advance. Zi's gentle voice immediately resonated in his mind. As you command. The purpose behind Chen Daozhen's decision was straightforward. He sought to pause, allowing the Jiuxiao Divine Dynasty to stabilize before continuing its expansion. Ideally, he hoped to develop for several years, accumulating numerous hidden cards before fully revealing the Jiuxiao Divine Dynasty in the Tianqing realm. It was indeed feasible. In a few years, he estimated he would be invincible. The thought brought a tinge of excitement. Now that the Chen family was on the right track, and with capable individuals managing the Jiuxiao Divine Dynasty, everything was progressing smoothly, allowing Chen Daozhen to feel relatively at ease. As time gradually passed, 10 days flew by. Chen Daozhen's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the returning void stage, merely a step away from the harmonization stage. Among those he had drawn to the harmonization stage, one had broken through to the Great Ascension stage within these 10 days, and he had also drawn 2 individuals at the initial stage of Great Ascension, effectively granting the Chen family 4 Great Ascension cultivators. The Chen family's fortune had surged to 120,000, having started from 90,000. Following his summoning of Great Ascension individuals, the system's rewards began to diversify, with treasures and elixirs appearing more frequently, while the summoning of characters became a rare occurrence. Chapter 88, Prestige Enhancement Card, Lingyang City. Within the Su family. On this day, the senior members of the Su family gathered once more. The family head inquired eagerly, "What news has come from our main house?" Beside him, the Grand Elder's expression was grim, having opened his mouth several times to speak, but ultimately refraining. The family head pressed again, "Speak freely, do not hold back." After a moment's hesitation, the Grand Elder, with a troubled countenance, reported, "Family head, we received 2 messages from the main house. One was a curt dismissal. The other questioned whether they consider others in the Great Ascension stage to be mere fools. It is merely a treasure capable of producing spiritual energy. However, such energy holds little significance for those above the ascendant stage. Do not provoke others recklessly." As he spoke, the Grand Elder mimicked the tone with vivid expression. Master Su interjected, "Please speak plainly without such dramatic flair. I am beginning to feel angered." The hall was instantly enveloped in silence, leaving everyone at a loss for words. No one anticipated that the clan would respond so decisively, harboring not even a trace of thought regarding the Chen family. Absurd, exceedingly absurd. It appears the clan is reluctant to offend an ascendant cultivator lightly. Perhaps it is due to the paltry allure of that treasure. While items that can generate spiritual energy are indeed rare, they are merely uncommon and do not equate to true value. What utility does spiritual energy possess? Beyond the ascendant stage, the most formidable attacks are derived from the laws of the universe. Thus, spiritual energy is only beneficial to those below the ascendant realm. Even at the harmonization stage, unless in vast quantities, it bears little efficacy. In the ensuing time, Chen Daozhen remained largely within Xiantian City, seldom venturing out. 3 months swiftly elapsed. The entire Xiantian City flourished remarkably, attracting the majority of powerful beings from the wild domain. A month prior, the outer city expanded once more, extending its boundaries to approximately 3 times its original size. This development positioned Xiantian City as the preeminent city within the wild domain. Surrounding cities such as Wuyue City and Baiyin City also experienced significant growth, nearly tripling in size. The Jiuxiao dynasty governs a total of 53 cities, commanding half of the wild domain, teeming with formidable cultivators, with the Tianyu Guards at the forefront and the Xuantian and Tianfu armies behind. The Tianyu Guards primarily serve as personal guards, responsible for defense within Xiantian City while conveying directives from the dynasty. The personnel summoned by Chen Daozhen are among the mightiest, each beginning at the harmonization stage. During these 3 months, Chen Daozhen recruited 61 ascendant cultivators, including 35 in the early stages, 17 in the mid stages, 7 in the late stages, and 2 at the peak. Half of these individuals remained within the Tianyu Guards, while some were dispatched to Wanxiang, with the remainder assigned to the 2 military factions. The Xuantian and Tianfu armies comprise many outsiders, though the majority are still his trusted confidants. Both military factions are stationed externally, primarily tasked with fending off external threats and managing internal strife within the Jiuxiao dynasty. Unfortunately, they have yet to find an opportunity to engage. The cultivators within the Jiuxiao dynasty are exceedingly ordinary. A single ascendant is sufficient to quell any chaos, rendering the need for 2 large armies unnecessary. It would be excessive to deploy such forces for trivial matters. Ultimately, there is no discontent within the wild domain towards the Jiuxiao dynasty, nor any inclination to provoke them. Presently, the outside world remains unaware of the true strength of the Jiuxiao dynasty and the abundance of ascendant cultivators within. Throughout these 3 months, Chen Daozhen has accumulated countless hidden advantages. The walls surrounding the Tranquil Heart courtyard were adorned with treasures of the heavenly rank, a sight that would undoubtedly leave any onlooker utterly astounded. In the outside world, even a single item of such caliber could incite chaos and bloodshed. Yet within the confines of this courtyard, they appeared as mere refuse. Inside the Tranquil Heart courtyard, Chen Daozhen furrowed his brow, his eyes tightly shut. As the rhythms of Tao swirled around him, Lin Wanqing stood at a distance, silently observing. Moments later, a resounding explosion erupted, and Chen Daozhen's aura underwent a profound transformation, becoming ethereal and elusive. An inexplicable force emanated from him, as though seeking to draw the very essence of those nearby into its depths. He had entered the great ascension stage. He had broken through. Slowly, Chen Daozhen opened his eyes, attuning himself to the newfound power within him. His cultivation was not a product of his own efforts, but rather a direct return from what he had gleaned from Z's earlier explanations. It seemed that each practitioner at the great ascension stage possessed their own unique divine abilities, determined by their individual paths. Yet, Chen Daozhen was still uncertain of what his own path entailed, sparking a deep curiosity within him. A profoundly peculiar power manifested, causing Chen Daozhen's eyes to lose their color, becoming void-like. The earlier force that had surged during his breakthrough re-emerged, now amplified in intensity. Lin Wanqing felt as though she might be drawn into the depths of his gaze, her mind unsettled. Before long, Chen Daozhen opened his eyes once more, restoring their normal appearance. Devouring. To his astonishment, this was the nature of his divine ability, a rare and formidable power indeed. Lottery success. Congratulations on obtaining 2 instant kill cards for the Great Ascension stage, capable of defeating any practitioner of this rank. Lottery success. Congratulations on acquiring 900 mid-tier spiritual spring pools. Lottery success. Congratulations on receiving a permanent prestige enhancement card. A prestige enhancement card? Chen Daozhen bore a bewildered expression. Over the past 3 months, he had drawn various items, including over 10 instant kill cards for the Great Ascension stage. Yet, he was genuinely perplexed by this prestige enhancement card. Upon opening the detailed description, he found it exceedingly succinct. Prestige enhancement card significantly elevates your prestige, making you walk with flair and brilliance, assisting you in becoming an illustrious figure, a true king of prestige. Chen Daozhen, how straightforward indeed, regardless of its nature. I shall put it to use. With a decisive thought, he activated the card. Instantly, a monumental transformation enveloped him, radiant light coursed around him, and his form radiated divine luminescence. In that moment, he resembled a deity, noble, sacred, and untouchable. Boom! Dark clouds rolled ominously in the sky, reminiscent of the heavens in fury. Countless individuals in Xiantian City looked up, their expressions filled with bewilderment. What transpired within the inner city? After a brief interval, the storm clouds parted, and brilliant rays of dawn illuminated the earth, revealing an awe-inspiring figure to the onlookers. With eyes that surveyed all, he emanated a celestial glow. Who was this person? Such power could only suggest a practitioner of the great ascension stage behind the scenes of Xiantian City. My heavens, he is extraordinarily handsome. A young girl gazed at Chen Daozhen's silhouette, utterly entranced. By heavens, the head of the Chen family, Chen Daozhen. Could he truly be the one at the great ascension stage? This individual, originally hailing from Dream River City, undoubtedly possesses a deeper understanding of Chen Daozhen than outsiders. However, upon discovering that the other party is a formidable being at the great ascension stage, he was rendered utterly astounded. This man is none other than the patriarch of the Chen family, handsome, captivating, and the object of many a woman's desire, sparking fantasies of matrimony and progeny. Whispers of his conquests among countless women echoed in the air. Chapter 89. The wicked women in the presence of that majestic figure, some were filled with awe, others with admiration, while a few women displayed a smitten demeanor. The recent expansion of the Zhouxiao divine dynasty had attracted many to its royal ranks, and they gazed at this figure with palpable excitement. This was the head of the Chen family, the powerful figure behind the Zhouxiao divine dynasty. Within the serene confines of the Qingxin courtyard, Lin Wanqing gazed at the silhouette in the sky, her eyes ablaze with fervor. When she cast her gaze downward to the patriarch, who stood so close, she felt an overwhelming urge to shed her modesty and embrace him with affection. The allure of Chen Daozhen's handsome visage stirred an impulsive desire within her to caress his face. Yet, it was not merely his countenance that captivated her. Each day of their mundane interactions left her yearning for a more audacious display of affection from him. With this thought, Lin Wanqing's delicate form trembled involuntarily, her eyes brimming with excitement and longing. At that moment, Chen Daozhen withdrew the formidable aura he had exuded, returning to a more unassuming appearance, albeit still radiating an extraordinary presence that inspired awe and caution among those around him. The contrast to his previously reserved demeanor was striking. When he unleashed his aura, it could even evoke various phenomena. As Chen Daozhen opened his eyes, he furrowed his brow upon noticing Lin Wanqing beside him, his tone laced with curiosity as he inquired, "What are you doing?" At this moment, Lin Wanqing trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed, her gaze reminiscent of autumn waves, as if she sensed an approaching tide. Under the intensity of Chen Daozhen's gaze, her complexion deepened in hue. She slowly approached him, kneeling by his side, tenderly offering a massage while murmuring, "It's nothing." As she spoke, her breath quickened, akin to a playful young cat in heat. Chen Daozhen raised an eyebrow, slightly perplexed, while Lin Wanqing appeared to be merely massaging him. Her body was nearly pressed against his, her hands and feet betraying an unruly eagerness. It was as if she yearned to voice her desires aloud. Gently, Chen Daozhen reached out, caressing Lin Wanqing's hair, an act that instantly filled her with profound satisfaction. He pondered when Lin Wanqing's thoughts had begun to veer into strange territories, and how her feelings had intensified. Gazing at the enchanting woman before him ignited his desires, causing his breath to quicken. Seemingly aware of his shifting demeanor, Lin Wanqing's voice became a delicate whisper, "Patriarch." Her soft, tender tone exuded an irresistible allure that beckoned him to succumb. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the door. Reporting to the patriarch, Ze seeks an audience. Lin Wanqing's expression momentarily froze, her eyes brimming with displeasure. There was a clear opportunity within reach. Yet that insufferable woman chose to interrupt me. This was her closest encounter with success, and she arrived at the most inopportune moment. Chen Daozhen withdrew his gaze, striving to compose his turbulent emotions. "Come in," he beckoned. At his words, Lin Wanqing promptly rose. She could afford such familiarity in Chen Daozhen's presence, but not in the company of others. The graceful figure clad in a pale purple robe entered, adorned with a dragon intricately woven in golden thread, exuding an air of both valor and allure. Upon kneeling, she addressed him, "I pay my respects to the family head." Chen Daozhen nodded, and then casually tossed a bracelet towards her. This was a high-grade storage artifact capable of containing living entities. Within the bracelet's internal space lay meticulously arranged intermediate spirit pool springs, over 7,000 in total, accumulated over the past month. Given that each intermediate spirit pool spring produced 3 million low-grade spirit stones daily, 7,000 springs would yield over 70 billion low-grade spirit stones each day. Such an immense quantity would greatly benefit the desolate environment of the wasteland. Chen Daozhen spoke. Manage these spirit pool springs as you see fit, and place them in suitable locations within the Jiuxiao divine dynasty. The current density of spiritual energy in Xiantian City was excessive. If it continued to escalate, mere mortals would struggle to see their way within the city. The spiritual energy had transformed into a fog-like state, particularly in the inner city, where it appeared shrouded in mist from the perspective of Jiuxiao Divine Palace. With such density of spiritual energy, continuing to deploy spirit pool springs in Xiantian City seemed redundant and wasteful. Chen Daozhen contemplated whether to dismantle the gathering formation entirely. Presently, within a 50-mile radius of Xiantian City, the spiritual energy had become exceedingly dense, enhancing the environment and affecting the laws of nature in the area. Previously, those in the void returning stage could easily tear through the fabric of space, yet it was now evident that such feats had become significantly more challenging. This environment could elevate the cultivation limits of practitioners. In the past, in places like Menghe City, reaching the nascent soul stage was seen as the pinnacle, and breaking into the transformation stage was nearly impossible, with no chance for those in the void returning stage. However, in the current Xiantian City, individuals with decent aptitude could break through to the transformation stage, while prodigies or exceptional talents found it relatively easy to advance to the void returning and harmonization stages. At your command, replied Zi, taking the bracelet with a serious tone, yet her demeanor shifted as she playfully inquired, does the family head require anything else from Zi? Chen Daozhen glanced at her, sighing internally. Was there not a single normal woman by my side? They all seem intent on tempting me. Zi was not alone. He had summoned 2 more female figures, both exhibiting blind adoration, as if they wished to consume him whole. Chen Daozhen waved his hand in exasperation. You may leave. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zi's eyes, but she still respectfully responded, as you wish. With that, she turned and departed. Chen Daozhen sighed, then took out a communication stone, capable of directly contacting Chen Yuanliang. Chen Yuanliang had nearly completed the expansion of the human realm into the wilderness, and was now poised to extend further into other regions of the celestial star realm, rapidly deploying scouts throughout the entire domain. It would not be long before Chen Daozhen resumed the expansion of the Jiuxiao divine dynasty, necessitating an advanced understanding of the situation within the celestial star realm. Chen Yuanliang's voice soon resonated. As you command. Presently, Chen Daozhen held little interest in the myriad reports from the wilderness, as they posed no threat to the Jiuxiao divine dynasty, being mere trifles. After Zi departed, Lin Wanqing immediately knelt beside him and gently began to massage Chen Daozhen. He glanced down, then abruptly lifted Lin Wanqing and delivered a sharp slap. Act normally. Lin Wanqing, overwhelmed, collapsed into Chen Daozhen's embrace, shivering with embarrassment before hastily retreating. Chapter 90. The resolute Xiao Tianran. Half a month passed. The Jiuxiao divine dynasty persistently expanded within the wilderness, leaving only 5 cities yet to be subdued: Haishan City, Pingding City, Shiri City, Qingjiao City, and Xianqing City. These 5 cities were once the strongest in the wilderness. In the Lord's mansion of Haishan City, Xiao Tianran furrowed his brow, the hall filled with high-ranking officials. Ladies and gentlemen, the Jiuxiao divine dynasty is an unstoppable force. Is there anyone with a solution? The assembly exchanged glances, remaining silent for a considerable time until the foremost figure on the left finally spoke. My lord, why not submit to them? The Jiuxiao divine dynasty possesses immense strength, with not only a great ascension-level presence, but at least 30 in the harmonious path stage. We, Haishan City, are simply no match. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting full concurrence with this sentiment. Xiao Tianran snorted coldly. You only know how to surrender. I, Xiao Tianran, a full harmonious path cultivator, am I to bow before them? What of my dignity? The hall fell silent once more, and the resolute Xiao Tianran left them at a loss for words. A few individuals even entertained thoughts of leaving Haishan City, for it seemed the city lord was prepared to confront the Jiuxiao divine dynasty, and they had no desire to perish at their hands. After all, it was evident to any discerning observer that the strength of the Jiuxiao divine dynasty was formidable. Not even 3 Haishan cities could contend with them. Seeing their silence, Xiao Tianran could not help but let out a cold snort. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura enveloped Haishan City, causing the faces of those in the hall to change. It's here. Xiao Tianran's expression darkened. At this moment, the atmosphere within Haishan City, far from becoming stifling under this pressure, instead brimmed with excitement. The Jiuxiao divine dynasty had finally arrived. They had awaited this moment for far too long and were eager to join the organization. Soon, I too shall be a citizen of the Jiuxiao divine dynasty. It's perplexing how our city lord lacks such foresight. Why did he not seek the Jiuxiao divine dynasty's allegiance sooner? I heard from a friend that after the early allegiance of Misty Forest City, the spiritual energy within has become exceedingly abundant, far surpassing that of our Haitian city. Indeed, I once regarded the Lord of Haitian City as wise and formidable, but now it seems he is merely a short-sighted individual. I hold a profound love for our organization and our party. Henceforth, anyone who dares to speak ill of the Jiuxiao divine dynasty shall face my wrath. A throng of people exuberantly shouted, collectively proclaiming their love for the motherland and the Jiuxiao divine dynasty. In recent days, the Jiuxiao divine dynasty has consistently established spiritual pools and springs across major cities, resulting in an exceptionally favorable environment in those cities that pledged allegiance early on. With their spiritual energy now remarkably dense, how could the inhabitants of Haitian City not feel envious? Many of them have resided here for a considerable time, and their family businesses are rooted in this place. It is not as simple as departing, or they would have long since sought refuge in Shantian City. If that were not feasible, they might consider Baiyun City or Wuyue City. Who would wish to remain in this desolate Haitian City? Indeed, what was once the pinnacle of Haitian City has now become a place deemed unworthy by all. Above Haitian City, a man clad in white, adorned with a jade pendant shaped like wings at his waist, gazed down below. He spoke slowly. I am Tianyue, Liyun, Haitian City. Do you wish to submit to the Jiuxiao divine dynasty? Within the Lord's manor of Haitian City, Xiao Tianran wore a grave expression, observing the lack of willingness to submit. The steward beside him could not refrain from advising, My lord, the Jiuxiao divine dynasty is not to be trifled with. We must not refuse them. Although Xiao Tianran had reached the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, the aura emanating from Tianyue indicated that he too was at the same level. Furthermore, the Jiuxiao divine dynasty was not limited to a single entity at this realm. How could one contend with them? Just days prior, when Tianyue sought to subdue Lingyang City, the Su family merely asked for time to consider, and their elder was summarily executed on the spot. Had the patriarch of the Su family not knelt quickly, he likely would have met the same fate. While Tianyue appeared amicable in his approach, one should not dare to refuse. Their demeanor could shift in an instant, and they might simply replace the city lord on the spot. Xiao Tianran snorted coldly and strode out of the lord's manor, directing his gaze toward Liyun in the sky. Witnessing this scene, the others could not help but sigh. They had no intention of confronting Tianyue head-on. Should the city lord take action, they would simply kneel in submission. Upon exiting the lord's manor, Xiao Tianran's aura erupted like an enraged lion. Liyun's eyes narrowed, a cold smile gracing his lips. At last, he had encountered someone willing to resist them. In an instant, three formidable presences emerged alongside him, each exuding an overwhelming strength, all at the pinnacle of the harmonization realm. Observing this, everyone in the lord's manor, save for Xiao Tianran, felt a tremor in their hearts, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel. The presence of four individuals at the pinnacle of the harmonization realm was utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, many within Haitian City began to sense the abnormality. The lord's aura seemed off. Could he be preparing to resist? Did he dare to challenge the Jiuxiao divine dynasty? Surely, is the city lord truly so foolish? It is utterly blinding to my eyes. How did I not perceive his true character before? Xiao Tianran actually dares to defy my sovereign, and for this, he must perish. He is utterly unworthy of being the lord of Haitian City. Our city requires a leader of greater wisdom and valor. To eliminate this short-sighted traitor is indeed a matter of disgust. Long live my sovereign. How swiftly your titles change. The entirety of Haitian City has plunged into a fervor. In an instant, countless voices rise in opposition to the Lord's residence, with nearly everyone vocally condemning Xiao Tianran. At this moment, before the city lord's mansion, Xiao Tianran stands resolute in the face of four consummate beings of the harmonization realm, unwavering and undaunted, his aura growing increasingly potent. The presence of 5 harmonization realm masters envelopes the city, rendering the atmosphere within Haitian City overwhelmingly oppressive. In that instant, Xiao Tianran kneels on one knee, his voice resonating like thunder. I, Xiao Tianran, am willing to lead Haitian City in submission to the Jiuxiao divine dynasty. Liyun and the assembled high-ranking officials within the Lord's mansion gaze at Xiao Tianran's solemn demeanor, momentarily taken aback. Where's your defiance? I had expected a confrontation. Yet you choose to kneel? The reversal is so swift that it leaves them utterly confounded. Liyun finds himself at a loss for words, observing Xiao Tianran's formidable stance. It seemed as though he intended to resist them, and he had been prepared to showcase the might of the Tianyu Guard once more. Only for this unexpected turn of events. Xiao Tianran is no fool. He understands that the Jiuxiao divine dynasty is beyond their capability to confront. He would not be foolish enough to engage them directly. However, since submission is inevitable, a more assertive submission appears far more dignified. He has long harbored the desire for the Zhou divine dynasty to take over Haishan City. Since his first visit to Xintian City, he has entertained thoughts of relocating there. Yet, as a consummate being of the harmonization realm, it would be somewhat embarrassing if word of this were to spread, hence he has endured. Previously, the Tianxin sect and the Xuanji city had already established their presence in Xintian City, both being forces of the harmonization realm. He alone has struggled on, suffering the indignity of maintaining appearances. Xiao Tianran had hoped to transfer to Xintian City after the Zhou divine dynasty took control of Haishan City. Yet the dynasty's inaction has left him yearning. Fortunately, he has now joined their ranks. The power of the Zhou divine dynasty is formidable, and their background is equally impressive. The Chen family is particularly inscrutable, reputed to harbor beings of the ascendant realm. And it is rumored that the empress of the Zhou divine dynasty is also of the ascendant realm. Whether this is true or not is uncertain, but even one ascendant being is sufficient. Aligning with such a force does not constitute a loss. As a consummate being of the harmonization realm, Xiao Tianran naturally harbors ambitions of breaking through to the ascendant realm, and joining a force of such caliber may very well afford him guidance, significantly enhancing his chances of breakthrough. In the heights above, Li Yun shakes his head, while the several figures beside him cast a deep glance at Xiao Tunran before vanishing once more into thin air. Li Yun raised his hand, and a mark of the Nine Heavens divine dynasty was instantly inscribed in the void above Haishan City. This signified that from this day forth, the city would belong to the Nine Heavens divine dynasty. Having accomplished this, Li Yun, with no desire for further discourse, vanished from the spot. Soon, the Nine Heavens divine dynasty would dispatch personnel to take control of the city. The occupation of a city is not a trivial matter. Typically, the royal court has two methods of resolution post-occupation. One involves sending officials to oversee the governance, while the other entails appointing a city lord to manage various affairs within. However, given the current circumstances, the former is predominant. Only those cities reluctant to submit would warrant the latter approach. For instance, the Su family of Lingyang City clearly displayed some defiance. Meanwhile, in Qingjiao City, at the Murong family estate, one ventured into the depths of the family's inner sanctum, a forbidden ground where no one is permitted entry, not even the family head, without prior command. Today, however, a multitude of family heads and elders knelt outside, calling out, "Ancestral Elder, the Nine Heavens divine dynasty is an unstoppable force, intent on seizing our Qingjiao city. We beseech your protection." After uttering this plea, they fell silent, awaiting a response. After a prolonged period, a fair-skinned youth emerged, bearing the weight of wisdom far beyond his years. He radiated vitality, his aura unfathomable. Merely standing there exuded an unparalleled pressure that rendered the air thick and stifling. Upon seeing the youth, the members of the Murong family bowed their heads deeply, their expressions filled with reverence. Murong Kuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back and spoke in an even tone. "Did I not instruct you to refrain from disturbing me over trifles? What has transpired?" Although his tone was calm, the family members discerned an undercurrent of displeasure. Had the matter not been grave, the ancestral elder might have expressed anger. Murong Sun swallowed hard and hastily explained, "Ancestral Elder, the situation is as follows. A formidable force has recently emerged from the wilderness, backed by powerful cultivators at the ascendant stage. This force, known as the Nine Heavens divine dynasty, is currently conquering major cities, and nearly the entire wilderness is falling under their dominion. If this continues unchecked, they may soon turn their sights towards our Qingjiao city, which would undoubtedly disrupt your seclusion and cultivation." Upon hearing the term ascendant stage, Murong Kuan's gaze sharpened. If it were merely the harmonization stage, he could easily disregard it. However, the ascendant stage posed a significant challenge, as they might uncover his clandestine activities. Murong Kuan was an ascendant stage cultivator, and his presence in this desolate wilderness was not without purpose. He sought to harness the power of the heavenly Tao. This was the reason for his sojourn here. Many years prior, he had acquired a technique that allowed him to directly absorb the power of the heavenly Tao. Of course, absorb might sound somewhat aggressive. It was more akin to stealing the power of the heavenly Tao. This was also why he had chosen to leave the central continent and venture into the wilderness for development. The laws of the heavenly Tao in Zhongzhou are excessively formidable. Should a cultivator in the great ascension stage be captured, the heavenly Tao would obliterate him without hesitation. However, the situation is markedly different in the wild domain, where the power of the heavenly Tao is significantly diminished. As long as one exercises caution, detection is unlikely. Over the years, he has concealed himself in the wild domain, continually siphoning the power of the heavenly Tao, which has greatly aided his cultivation, far more than if he had remained in Zhongzhou. Yet, should his actions come to the attention of a great ascension cultivator, it would pose a grave threat. The ability to extract the power of the heavenly Tao is an exceedingly transcendent technique. Morong Kuan could scarcely fathom that anyone would remain indifferent to it. Furthermore, once one reaches the Great Ascension stage, killing them becomes exceedingly difficult. Even those of lesser cultivation may still manage to flee. Should news of his technique leak, it would undoubtedly incite envy among countless others. Nevertheless, a chilling murderous intent radiated from Morong Kuan's gaze. To devour a Great Ascension cultivator is far more efficient than slowly draining the power of the heavenly Tao here. Any Great Ascension cultivator who has ventured into the wild domain is unlikely to be excessively powerful. After seizing the opportunity to eliminate one, he might well find himself on the brink of achieving complete mastery in the Great Ascension stage. Over 3 millennia ago, a Great Ascension cultivator had entered the wild domain. He had meticulously devised a plan to absorb a significant portion of their power, only for that individual to fortuitously escape. Fortunately, his technique not only allows him to steal another's strength, but also acts as a marker, enabling him to sense the other's location. Thus, he has refrained from entirely consuming that individual's power over the years, always leaving a fragment behind, apprehensive that he would lose track of them if they departed the wild domain. However, through the residual power yet to be absorbed, Morong Kuan has sensed that the other's life force is waning, clearly indicating that their time is limited. Taking a deep breath, Morong Kuan spoke again. Reveal all that you know. Morong Sun promptly recounted the entire saga of the Jiuxiao divine dynasty and the Chen family. Upon hearing the complete account, the coldness in Morong Kuan's expression intensified. The Chen family must be eradicated, lest they eventually impede his cultivation. From his estimations, the Great Ascension cultivators within the Chen family were likely at the initial stage of Great Ascension and should not pose a significant threat. Otherwise, they would never have ventured into the wild domain. He, being not only in the late stage of Great Ascension but also fortified by his technique and various accumulated means, was resolute in his belief that he could subdue them. Chapter 92. 3 late-stage Great Ascension cultivators. Morong Kuan spoke slowly. Let us proceed to Xiantian City to confront the Chen family. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the Morong family members were alight with joy. Finally, their ancestor was ready to take action. Although their family possessed a Great Ascension cultivator, the ancestor had consistently instructed them to reveal not a word, leading to their somewhat challenging existence in the wild domain, where many forces of comparable strength also resided. With their ancestor's intervention, other factions would undoubtedly hesitate to act so brazenly upon learning of the Morong family's Great Ascension cultivator. Could it be that the Morong family is finally poised to reclaim its stature? Excitement was palpable in Morong Sun's demeanor. Just then, an overwhelmingly powerful aura enveloped the entirety of Qingjiao City, causing the countenances of Morong Sun and the others to shift dramatically. They have arrived. Immediately, they turned their gaze towards the venerable ancestor of the Morong family, feeling a sense of relief wash over them. As long as the ancestor was present, nothing could go awry. Morong Sun let out a cold chuckle, acknowledging the complete mastery of the Tao stage. The aura belonged, without doubt, to a member of the Tianyu Guard. He slowly spoke, his voice resonating throughout the entirety of Qingjiao City. I am Chun Mu of the Tianyu Guard. Will Qingjiao City willingly submit to my Jiuxiao divine dynasty? The response from the people of Qingjiao City mirrored that of Haishan City, with excitement running rampant as they clamored to join the organization. It was not surprising, given the current momentum of the Jiuxiao divine dynasty, which surged forward with overwhelming strength, rendering other factions incapable of resistance. Additionally, there was an enticing novelty to it. They had never experienced unification, especially under the banner of a dynasty. Observing the cities already unified, it seemed that aligning with the Jiuxiao divine dynasty came with immense benefits, such as the opportunity to join the Tianfu army and the Xuantian army. These two formidable legions were renowned for their strength, and while their specific capabilities were not entirely known, it was clear that both possessed several fully realized Tao practitioners. Furthermore, joining these legions would grant access to exceptionally abundant resources. Becoming a subject of the Jiuxiao divine dynasty also meant security, protected by a powerful force at the ascendant stage, instilling a profound sense of safety. Although treachery and violence could not be entirely avoided, there would at least be someone to shield them from the horrors of demonic incursions and monstrous invasions. For most factions, submitting to the Jiuxiao divine dynasty presented only advantages, as allegiance to any power seemed uniformly beneficial. Undeniably, aligning with a mightier force was far more favorable. Above Qingjiao City, after Chen Mu finished speaking, he awaited in silence. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly powerful aura enveloped him. Chen Mu felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, every hair on his body standing on end. Under this aura, he felt like an ant, easily crushed. Morong Kuan emerged slowly from the void, sneering as he said, Tianyu Guard, take me to your backer. Upon finishing his words, he lifted the restrictions placed upon Chen Mu. Yet, Chen Mu made no move, simply regarding him with a calm demeanor, an ascendant stage. I did not anticipate such a powerful figure hidden within Qingjiao City. Morong Kuan furrowed his brow. A mere ant at the Dao stage dared to scrutinize him with such audacity. However, considering the formidable ascendant behind Chen Mu, he merely responded with a slightly chilling tone. Do you wish to die? Chen Mu remained unperturbed, calmly inquiring, do you not intend to submit to my Jiuxiao divine dynasty? At this, Morong Kuan found himself both amused and enraged. Did the people of Jiuxiao divine dynasty truly believe themselves invincible? A Dao stage practitioner daring to speak thus to an ascendant was absurd. Taking a deep breath, his patience waned, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If that is the case, I shall seek you out personally. With that thought, Morong Kuan raised his hand, preparing to strike down Chen Mu directly. Suddenly, a formidable presence surged from the distance, transcending the realm of the harmonization stage, manifesting as that of a great ascendant. This aura swiftly enveloped Morong Kuan, causing his eyes to narrow with a palpable gravity. He had not anticipated that they would seek him out. It appeared to be merely an initial stage of the Great Ascension. Suddenly, a cold glint flickered in Morong Kuan's gaze. Such power, with a modicum of preparation, could easily be extinguished. Just as he contemplated strategies for the impending confrontation, another formidable aura erupted from afar. Morong Kuan's pupils constricted, his expression laden with concern. Another entity of the Great Ascension. Two of them. This complicates matters significantly. Had there been but one, he would have been confident in his ability to vanquish it. But with two, the situation became precarious. Though he harbored no fear of the duo, simultaneously dispatching them would prove challenging. At that moment, Chen Mu withdrew a piece of jade and spoke into it. There are great ascendants in Qingjiao City, unwilling to submit. As his words echoed, Chen Mu retreated hastily. The two approaching great ascendants wasted no time, charging directly at Morong Kuan. In an instant, the heavens and earth were engulfed in searing flames, stretching for dozens of miles. The overwhelming heat causing immense suffering to the inhabitants of Qingjiao City. The surrounding forests erupted into fierce conflagrations. Such was the might of the Great Ascension. Even an initial stage practitioner could wreak havoc with mere residual force, impacting countless lives. Morong Kuan's eyes flared with indignation as his rage surged. Did they truly believe that two initial stage Great Ascendants could bring him down? He was a late stage Great Ascendant. Instantly, his aura surged forth, a formidable presence radiating outward, immobilizing all within Qingjiao City beneath its weight. This was the essence of the Great Ascension. A trio of such potent auras could not have manifested in the wild domain before this moment. The battle among Great Ascendants would be catastrophic. We must flee. The mere aftershocks of their confrontation could obliterate us 1,000 times over. The previous Great Ascendant had unleashed a casual strike that birthed a sea of flames spanning dozens of miles. If they were to engage in earnest, would Qingjiao City even endure? It would likely be razed to the ground. Fear-stricken, the populace of Qingjiao City fled towards the outskirts, unwilling to remain as spectators. Yet, many harmonization stage practitioners observed from the shadows, including members of the Morong clan, who were filled with exhilaration. An ancestral power was about to be unleashed. Just then, the sky split open, revealing a vast chasm from which several auras, akin to that of Morong Kuan, emanated. This fissure widened, ultimately obscuring the sun, as though the very heavens had been torn asunder. Following this, three figures emerged, each radiating a formidable presence, with their divine energies swirling around them. Morong Kuan's momentum faltered, his pupils dilating in terror. Three late-stage Great Ascendants. Chapter 93. Morong Sun. Three late-stage Great Ascension cultivators, accompanied by two early-stage Great Ascension practitioners, constitute a formidable force of 5 Great Ascension experts. Even in the Central Plains, such a power would be considered significant. What could have drawn such a formidable strength to the desolate region? This barren land, devoid of any allure, raises questions about what transpired in the world during my years of seclusion. Gazing at the three imposing figures above, Morong Kuan felt a wave of regret wash over him. I acknowledge that my previous words may have been somewhat too loud. Permit me to clarify, Morong Kuan said, swallowing hard and cupping his hands in respect. I have encountered several esteemed friends, and there has been a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? I believe there is no misunderstanding. A voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth, emanating from all directions, seemingly whispering in his ear. Panic surged through Morong Kuan as he recognized the gravity of the situation. To his astonishment, a 6th Great Ascension practitioner had appeared, and even more alarming, he was a formation master. The voice echoed again, it is too late. In an instant, a formation materialized, enveloping him with a wave of destructive energy. Hear me out, Morong Kuan shouted, But before he could finish, his voice vanished into the void. The owner of the voice emerged slowly from the ether, a venerable elder with flowing white hair. With a mere gesture, 3 jade tokens manifested before him. You 3, he instructed. Hold these tokens to enter freely, immune to the formation's lethal forces. Even with this annihilation formation, it may prove challenging to eliminate a late-stage Great Ascension cultivator. The 3 individuals nodded, taking the jade tokens into their possession before stepping into the formation. Countless onlookers in Qingjiao City gazed upward, awestruck by the terrifying auras displayed. Great Ascension cultivators, how many are there? They marveled. Could they all belong to the Jiuxiao divine dynasty? This cannot be. The presence of just one Great Ascension cultivator is overwhelming. What would happen if several more appeared? Enough of this. I revere the Jiuxiao divine dynasty. It shall be my motherland henceforth. In the heart of Qingjiao City, many cultivators at the harmonization stage bore expressions of grave concern. Though those of lower realms could not fully comprehend the situation, they could sense an ominous shift. The newly emerged Great Ascension cultivators were undoubtedly affiliated with the Jiuxiao divine dynasty. The first of them to appear must be a formidable member of the Murong family. Rumors of a Great Ascension cultivator within the Murong clan had circulated, but confirmation had been elusive. However, the Murong family was indeed the only faction in Qingjiao City likely to possess such strength. Their eyes fixated on the sky. The sheer might of the Jiuxiao divine dynasty was overwhelming. 7 Great Ascension experts stood before them. An eerie silence enveloped Qingjiao City as disbelief washed over the populace. Hearts churning with tumultuous waves of fear and uncertainty. The greatest trepidation lay within the hearts of the Murong family members, their expressions filled with dread. Oh no, this is unbearable. We expected the Murong family to display their prowess, yet who could have anticipated the overwhelming strength of the Jiuxiao divine dynasty? With 7 Great Ascension cultivators appearing at once, our ancestors are surely doomed. Murong Sun felt an immense weight of guilt within. It was his decision to awaken the ancestors that had led to this dire predicament. In his eyes, Murong Kun was nearly doomed. The sheer number of opponents at the Great Ascension stage was overwhelming, and now he was ensnared by the formation, making survival seem nearly impossible. Furthermore, the entire Murong family could potentially be implicated. Murong Sun was beset by a myriad of thoughts. What would become of the Murong family if the ancestor were to perish? Would they follow suit into a valiant death? Such a notion was inconceivable. It was certainly not in my nature. Murong Sun's gaze sharpened. The moment the ancestor breathed his last, he would immediately kneel before the Jiuxiao divine dynasty and submit to them. If they were unaware that the ancestor belonged to the Murong family, that would be ideal. Yet, even if they discovered the truth, he could easily distance himself from the matter. The ancestor, being at the Great Ascension stage, could do as he pleased without the family's interference. Although Murong Kun was the patriarch, he rarely assisted the Murong family. Their lineage had existed in the desolate region for nearly 4 millennia. Yet the ancestor had only emerged from the inner sanctum twice. To be frank, such an ancestor was dispensable. Murong Sun harbored a lingering resentment. He had nearly a millennium of experience in achieving the harmonization stage, and had sought the ancestor's guidance on breaking through to the Great Ascension stage multiple times. However, the ancestor had turned a blind eye, never offering a response, and even urged him to remain quiet and avoid public appearances, which had resulted in Murong Sun being virtually unknown in the desolate region. Logically speaking, what use was he? As he pondered this, Murong Sun appeared to have found an excuse, shedding all reservations. In fact, he now hoped for the ancestor to perish swiftly, to prevent any chance of escape. At that point, he would wholeheartedly align himself with the Jiuxiao divine dynasty. With so many at the Great Ascension stage, his demands were modest. He merely wished to follow them for a few centuries, then seek guidance on breaking through to the Great Ascension stage. Was that too much to ask? At worst, he would exert himself diligently for those few centuries. It was feasible, indeed very feasible. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Ancestor, please perish quickly and cease your struggles. Murong Sun was genuinely fearful of the ancestor escaping. If that were to happen, he would undoubtedly have to submit to the Jiuxiao divine dynasty. Should the ancestor flee and become aware of this situation, it would unwittingly add a formidable enemy at the Great Ascension stage to the Murong family. Although Murong Sun and Murong Kun had little interaction, he could sense the ancestor's indifference towards the family, indicating a lack of concern. If events were to unfold in such a manner, Murong Kun would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to obliterate the Murong family, even if they were his descendants. At the very least, this was a highly probable outcome. At that moment, a deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens and the earth, causing countless lower-ranked cultivators to cover their ears, their faces contorted in agony, with some rolling on the ground in distress. Was this the battle of the Great Ascension stage? The tremendous sound was barely a ripple, and the formation should have muffled most of the noise. Yet, even so, it was enough to inflict such discomfort. If the formation were to be dismantled, it was likely that the entire Qingjiao city would be reduced to dust in an instant. Only those cultivators at the void return stage and above maintained a semblance of composure, seemingly unaffected by the cacophony. Bang! Bang! Two more explosive sounds erupted as the formation cracked open a significant breach, followed by a collapse akin to a shattered mirror, leading to its complete destruction. The eyes of the crowd were filled with sheer terror as the formations laid down by the celestial array master were shattered. High above, three figures stood proudly, while the other great ascension stage practitioner had vanished, signifying their demise. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped Qingjiao City, where all bore witness to the fall of a great ascension stage expert. Many felt their scalps tingle, realizing this was the consequence of defying the Nine Heavens divine dynasty. Even a great ascension stage could fall without mercy. Within the Murong clan, numerous faces were marked with dread and sorrow. Their ancestor had perished. Their gazes were dim, as if their souls had been stripped away, their bodies unable to stand. However, Murong Sun's face was alight with joy. Good riddance. Yet, no matter the circumstances, the deceased was their own ancestor, and they must feign profound grief. Thus, Murong Sun forced a semblance of a crying yet smiling expression. But soon he noticed the peculiar expression of the grand elder beside him. It resembled a laugh. Not only him, but those around appeared similarly odd, their expressions exceedingly strange. Particularly, those who stumbled about, though their faces were somber, could not conceal the smiles at the corners of their mouths. By the heavens, you ungrateful descendants. Chapter 94. 3 years later, after dealing with Murong Kuan, Chen Mu's figure re-emerged, his gaze icy as it cast toward the Murong clan. Prior to his arrival, it had been conveyed that a great ascension stage resided within Qingjiao City, so he had long been mentally prepared. Within Qingjiao City, upon seeing Chen Mu's gaze directed at him, Murong Sun knelt without hesitation, proclaiming loudly, "The Murong clan is willing to lead Qingjiao City to pledge allegiance to the Nine Heavens divine dynasty." Upon hearing this, Chen Mu withdrew his gaze and pointed toward the void above Qingjiao City, declaring that henceforth this city would fall under the dominion of the Nine Heavens divine dynasty. He was well aware that this great ascension stage belonged to the Murong clan, but Chen Mu was indifferent to such matters. His only concern was to fulfill the orders from above. Whether or not to seek retribution against the Murong clan later was of no concern to him. In less than a day, the Nine Heavens divine dynasty swiftly conquered the entire wild domain, their insignia plastered across every city within the realm. Everyone bore witness to a historic moment, the unification of the wild domain, an event unprecedented until today. The latest intelligence revealed that the Nine Heavens divine dynasty had unified the wild domain, and all prior information regarding them had been overturned. This dynasty possessed not merely one great ascension stage expert, but a staggering 6 or 7. Impossible. Where did the Nine Heavens divine dynasty acquire so many great ascension stage practitioners? Do not doubt it. This information comes directly from Qingjiao City, where all witnessed it. When the Nine Heavens divine dynasty approached to subdue Qingjiao City, a great ascension stage practitioner attempted to obstruct them, only for 6 or 7 more to emerge, including 3 at the late stage of great ascension, resulting in the immediate execution of Qingjiao City's great ascension stage expert. What? Gasps of astonishment echoed as many faces displayed shock at such revelations. In the realm of the great ascension, possessing such formidable strength is truly astonishing. This is an outright dimensional strike. The cultivators of the wilderness, having reached the pinnacle of the harmonization stage, are already exceedingly powerful. Any great ascension cultivator could effortlessly unify the wilderness, yet the celestial dynasty of Jiuxiao boasts several of them. How does one contend with such might? Many factions are filled with trepidation, relieved they chose not to resist. Otherwise, by next year, the grass atop their graves would likely reach 3 meters in height. After the celestial dynasty of Jiuxiao unified the wilderness, there have been no significant further actions, and everything has proceeded in an orderly manner. With the immense spiritual pools and springs, the laws of the heavenly Tao in the wilderness have continuously strengthened, leading to an increase in the density of spiritual energy that naturally nourishes the world. The overall concentration of spiritual energy in the wilderness has nearly doubled, with only a few remote areas showing less pronounced growth. Time passed slowly, and 3 years slipped by. During these 3 years, the scale of Shantian City expanded nearly threefold. The wilderness itself remained largely unchanged, exhibiting little difference from before. Since the unification by the celestial dynasty of Jiuxiao, no major actions have taken place. However, the people of the wilderness have now adapted to the governance of the celestial dynasty, and through gradual indoctrination, They have developed a fundamental recognition and sense of belonging to this great family. In this span of 3 years, the spiritual energy of the wilderness has reached approximately 6 times its original density, nearing that of the central continent. Within Xiantian City, at the Celestial Palace, in the Chen family's Qingxin courtyard, the entire area is now enveloped in a grand formation, effectively cloaking the entire Celestial Palace, making it impossible for outsiders to discern its appearance. Currently, the only individuals permitted to enter and exit the Celestial Palace are primarily from the Chen family or summoned individuals by Chen Daozhen. No others are granted access. Over the course of 3 years, the Celestial Palace has undergone significant transformation. Once merely a singular grand palace, it has now expanded to encompass 13 palatial structures, each extraordinarily vast, floating in midair and connected by enormous silver chains, presenting a truly magnificent spectacle. These 13 palaces represent various departments of the Celestial Dynasty, serving as the venues for administrative affairs. For instance, the Sky Patrol Army and the Earth Overturning Army each manage their duties within separate palaces, alongside the newly established Supervisory Department, which is responsible for monitoring all matters within the Celestial Dynasty. In the Qingxin courtyard, Chen Daozhen opened his eyes, radiating with a celestial glow. His aura was exceedingly powerful. Even the former Great Ascension cultivator he once was pales in comparison to this newfound presence, a chasm between them. The thorn tree in the Qingxin courtyard has grown immensely dense, nearly enveloping the entire Celestial Palace. If the thick mist concealing the palace were to be lifted, one would see that the palace is already surrounded by stout branches, several meters wide. In 3 years, the thorn tree has transcended the mortal realm, evolving into a celestial tier beast, surpassing the tribulation stage and attaining celestial status. In the serene courtyard of the Qingxin Garden, exquisite spiritual pools and springs are meticulously arranged, from which a milky white liquid flows, pure beyond measure, seemingly capable of cleansing the spirit with just a whiff. These are top-tier spiritual springs, emanating celestial energy. Throughout the entire Jiuxiao Divine Palace, including the 13 palaces connected to it, these exceptional springs are ubiquitous. Lin Wanqing stood nearby, her eyes filled with astonishment. "Master, what realm have you attained?" Chen Daozhen revealed a mysterious smile. "Guess." Lin Wanqing, unable to fathom the answer, recalled that Chen Daozhen had claimed to have broken through to the tribulation stage over 2 years ago. Now, with time having passed, she could no longer discern his true level. In the past 3 years, her own progress had been remarkable. She had reached the pinnacle of the harmonization stage, not far from the Great Ascension stage. Such rapid advancement had exceeded her wildest expectations. She had never imagined she could one day attain such a realm. Chen Daozhen took a deep breath, his face alight with joy. After 3 years of struggle, he was finally enveloped in a sense of security. He opened the system panel. Faction, Chen family. Current personnel, 31, 982. Fortune value, 135 billion. Further details omitted. Lottery level, 178. Chen family direct lineage, 39 members over the past 3 years. The Chen family had welcomed over a dozen newborns, though the growth rate remained slow due to the limited number of direct lineage members. However, the overall strength of the Chen family had expanded rapidly, primarily due to the vast number of summoned individuals. On the surface, the Jiuxiao Divine Dynasty appeared to possess only a few Great Ascension cultivators, yet in reality, celestial-level practitioners were abundant. Chen Daozhen had not meticulously calculated, but a rough estimate suggested that there were nearly 1,000 practitioners at the tribulation stage. As time progressed, the scale of growth seemed increasingly immense. Initially, drawing 5 early-stage Great Ascension cultivators would lead to 1 mid-stage, but at the tribulation stage, it required dozens of early-stage draws to yield a single mid-stage. For late tribulation stage, hundreds needed to be drawn before the fortune value could elevate to allow for the draw of a perfected tribulation stage cultivator. Currently, the Chen family comprised approximately 40,000 members, over 30,000 of whom were celestial-level practitioners, a feat achieved in just 3 years. Chen Daozhen could only conclude that the system was extraordinarily advantageous. Previously, he had not felt this way. Perhaps it was due to the immediacy of his circumstances upon arriving in this world, where each day was filled with pressing matters. Now, having slowed his pace, he realized that the system was far more extraordinary than he had initially perceived. Chapter 95. The Fruit of Wisdom. Originally, Chen Daozhen had intended to conquer Zhongzhou directly and unify the entire Tianqing realm. However, upon reflection, he questioned the significance of such an endeavor. What could be more fulfilling than quietly advancing at home? Just a few years had passed, for powerful cultivators. A millennium or two could slip by in the blink of an eye, and there was no need for him to hurry. In just 3 years, he had experienced tremendous growth. If he were to wait another 3 years, would he not become invincible? However, the changes in the wild domain over the past 3 years have been extraordinarily significant, drawing the attention of numerous forces from the central continent. Recently, Chen Daozhen has detected several powerful auras of ascendance approaching the wild domain. It is only a matter of time before they take action. Nevertheless, Chen Daozhen remains remarkably composed. He has entirely lost interest in these ascendants. In the past, he might have felt a twinge of concern, but now he cannot help but shake his head, considering them merely a swarm of ants. If he truly desired, he could effortlessly sweep through the entire central continent in the span of a single tea session. Suddenly, over a dozen formidable auras erupted from outside the wild domain, converging directly towards it, each one shaking the heavens. Chen Daozhen furrowed his brow. Are they already here? At this moment, as the auras surged, panic spread among all the inhabitants of the wild domain. These were not mere Great Ascension realm experts. They were beings even beyond that. How could the wild domain be visited by so many powerful entities at once? Do they also covet this land? Can the Nine Heavens divine dynasty withstand such a force? What a farce! Should they dare to invade my Nine Heavens divine dynasty, I would have no choice but to engage them in battle. At worst, it would result in death. But think again, even in the face of death, it would not be your fate to meet. The Nine Heavens divine dynasty possesses both the Celestial Patrol Army and the Sky Cover Army. Many gazed solemnly in the direction of the erupting auras, able to discern the power of the Great Ascension and Ascendant Realm cultivators, nearly all of whom were formidable beings at the Void Return stage or higher. As for those of lesser cultivation, they were utterly incapable of assessing the specific strength. To them, all seemed overwhelmingly powerful. 12 individuals entered the wild domain, representatives from the 12 foremost forces of the central continent. They had been monitoring the wild domain for 2 years, as the principles of heaven and Tao here had been steadily strengthening, now nearly comparable to that of the central continent, leading many major forces to covet this land. However, the wild domain is under the aegis of the Nine Heavens divine dynasty. They sought to gather intelligence through various means, but found the dynasty to be shrouded in mystery, with no prior mention of its existence. The audacity to seize the wild domain and transform it to such a remarkable degree speaks volumes of the Nine Heavens divine dynasty's exceptional nature, thus preventing any rash actions from being taken. It was not until a year prior that an ascendant fell within the wild domain under mysterious circumstances, devoid of any signs of struggle or battle, silently perishing. The faction behind that ascendant vanished overnight from the central continent, with all cultivators at the harmonization stage or above suffering total annihilation, leaving not a single one behind. While no one knew who was responsible for the assassination, the demise of the ascendant in the wild domain was undoubtedly linked to the Nine Heavens divine dynasty. Since then, the major forces of the central continent have been somewhat apprehensive. The ability to eliminate an ascendant so quietly is a terrifying display of power. Esteemed colleagues, I cannot shake this oppressive feeling upon entering the wild domain. Based on our conjectures, there must be top-tier experts here, possibly cultivators at the half-step human immortal level. Do you think that should we unleash our full might in such arrogance, we might provoke them, inciting them to smite us with a mere flick of their hand? Suddenly, an amiable elder spoke with a smile. Upon hearing these words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, their steps halting as they stood in place, gravely regarding him. The possibility was not entirely unfounded. As they spoke, several individuals glanced around, and the mere act of speaking made the hairs on the back of their necks prickle, as if they were being watched. The kindly old man continued, "Esteemed guests, the wilderness is vast, and to elevate the laws of heaven and earth to this extent, it is likely that even our combined efforts may prove insufficient. The adversary could be far more formidable than we dare to imagine." At this, the crowd exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a silent disbelief. His tone suggested a detachment, as though the matter did not concern him. Yet, if we were to provoke our foe's ire, it would be all of us who would pay the price. At that moment, a rugged man spoke with gravity. "Vice President Chen, did we not agree to visit together? Regardless of the circumstances surrounding the Nine Heavens divine dynasty, we must first seek to understand." His implication was clear, now that they had arrived. It was ill-advised to voice such disquieting thoughts. They had all resolved to come, and such talk only sowed seeds of panic. Having cultivated to the tribulation stage, they had invested countless years. None wished to perish here. A tall man, whose visage commanded respect without anger, inquired, "Vice President, do you have something you wish to convey?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to the old man, who was none other than Chen Wenxian, the vice president of the Kangmang Academy. With a cultivation level in the mid-tribulation stage, he was considered a top-tier powerhouse even in the entirety of Central State. Chen Wenxian laughed heartily. "In truth, I was merely jesting. There is no need for such alarm. During this time, I have dispatched individuals to investigate the Nine Heavens divine dynasty. The transformation of the wilderness is due to their possession of a treasure capable of generating spiritual energy, and the quantity is remarkably vast. Thus, I surmise that this is not a matter of strength. As for the treasure that produces spiritual energy, the Nine Heavens divine dynasty surely possesses heavenly-grade artifact smiths, making its crafting a trivial endeavor. As these words were spoken, immediate dissent arose. Director Chen, does your statement not contain numerous flaws? Spiritual energy does not arise from nothing. A treasure that generates such energy in large quantities must surely come at a significant cost. Chen Wenxian could not help but shake his head, replying, Friend Jiang, your assertion is misguided. The wilderness is so expansive that even if the Nine Heavens divine dynasty possessed half-step immortal beings, the crafting and widespread placement of such treasures would yield them little benefit. I believe that the treasure capable of generating spiritual energy must embody a certain principle of the Tao, which allows for a continuous flow of spiritual energy. And the difficulty of crafting such a treasure should not be substantial. Moreover, if the Nine Heavens divine dynasty possesses half-step immortal beings, they would rank among the elite in Central State. Yet, currently, there are likely no half-step immortal beings in the entire star realm. If that is the case, then the individual in question would be the foremost in the star realm. Why, then, would they confine themselves to the wilderness? Thus, I conclude that this person's strength is likely not formidable, perhaps merely at the tribulation stage. They may fear that the exposure of this treasure could jeopardize their safety, prompting their retreat to the wilderness. At this juncture, Chen Wenxian's expression radiated confidence. This is the outcome of his profound contemplation, a testament to his intellect. Even though there may be slight discrepancies, they are negligible.